1960. In Meng Ye, go deep within the Khingan Mountains, the month of May had already draped the land in vibrant spring. Spring had also quietly arrived at Widow Li's home. On the heated brick kang lay a man and a woman wrapped tightly beneath a large quilt, only their heads exposed. A faint groan broke the silence. My head hurts. Meng Ye rubbed his temples and slowly opened his eyes. As his vision came into focus, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Opposite him lay a young woman of delicate features, her pretty face tinged with a rosy flush like peach blossoms in early spring. What is going on? For a moment, Meng Ye simply could not react. Just yesterday, he had still been the chief commander of the Red Dragon Special Forces Brigade of the Northeast Military Region. Yet after a single sleep, he had awakened in a completely unfamiliar place with an unfamiliar woman lying beside him. Just as Meng Ye was puzzled, a torrent of memories suddenly surged into his mind. After a brief moment, he finished digesting the information, and his heart trembled in shock. He had actually transmigrated, and he had crossed into Khingan in the year 1960. Even his name was exactly the same as that of this boat's original owner. Both were called Meng Ye. From the original owner's memories, he learned that this Meng Ye was an orphan whose parents had died early. The production brigade had held a dinner the previous night, and both he and the woman opposite had drunk liquor. Their homes lay along the same path, so he had simply escorted her back. The woman's name was Li Xiaomei, a widow in the village. Though widowed, she was still very young, only 21, 3 years older than him. Her life was a bitter one. Her own father had traded her for 3 gin of cornmeal, marrying her off to Nyo Lauer from their village. Yet right after the wedding rites were completed, before she could even enter the bridal chamber, Nyo Lauer breathed his last. He left behind a flawless young bride to guard the empty house in widowhood. Widow Li kept to the path of propriety. For years, she had remained faithful to a man she had met but once. Matchmakers had come many times urging her to remarry. But the suitors were either crippled or men in their 40s and 50s. As time went on, her heart gradually turned cold, and she resigned herself to scraping by on her own. In that era, parents would never allow their sons to marry a widow as a wife. Thinking of this, Meng Ye slowly lifted the quilt. Seeing that he was still fully clothed, he could not help but give a wry smile. This foolish original owner had even shared a quilt with her, yet had not so much as taken off his clothes. Just then, Widow Li let out a soft murmur and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The moment she saw Meng Ye lying opposite her, Widow Li cried out in alarm. You. Why are you on my kang? She sat up in terror, hastily clutching the quilt to shield herself. Meng Ye spread his hands. We both drank too much last night. I walked you home, and then I must have fallen asleep. Widow Li's face flushed scarlet, her gaze filled with panic and shyness. She glanced down, confirming that both she and Meng Ye were still clothed, and only then did her heart settle a little. Yet if word got out that an unmarried man and a widowed woman had shared a kang, it would be impossible to explain away. What am I going to do? If people find out, my reputation will be ruined, Widow Li said anxiously, eyes brimming with tears. Meng Ye grinned and looked at her. Sister Xiaomei, why don't we simply make a mistake into something right? He'll marry you. That way we can shut everyone up, and I will take responsibility for you. Widow Li froze, lifting her gaze to him in disbelief. You foolish child. What nonsense are you talking about? Meng Ye met her eyes and nodded with solemn seriousness. Widow Li bit her lip, her heart a swirl of tangled emotions. At that moment, the courtyard gate was suddenly pushed open. The wooden door let out a harsh creak that made one's skin crawl. Not good, someone's here. Widow Li's expression changed, and she spoke anxiously. She hurriedly folded the bedding on the kang and stacked it neatly at the head of the bed. Xiaomei, are you up yet? I'm coming in now. A middle-aged man's voice sounded from outside the door. As soon as the words fell, the door to the room was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a bloated figure dressed in a green Dacron jacket stepped in from outside. His obese frame seemed utterly out of place in this era of scarcity. Seeing the newcomer, information about him flashed swiftly through Meng Ye's mind. His name was Hu Biao, the village warehouse keeper responsible for managing and recording the commune's public supplies. He was in the habit of quietly pilfering for his own home, anything from quilts and iron pots to needles and thread. Whenever an opportunity arose, he would slip something away. Everyone knew it, yet could only turn a blind eye. It was said that his uncle was a minor official in the county with quite a few people under his command. After entering the room, Hu Biao failed to notice Meng Ye standing by the wall and headed straight toward Widow Li. Oh, Xiaomei. You know, last night, I just stepped out to use the toilet, and you were gone. I was even thinking of walking you home. So did you drink too much last night or not? As he spoke, Hu Biao reached out with his grimy paw to grab at her. Widow Li's face filled with disgust as she dodged his hand. Hu Biao, I've told you many times, stop harassing me. If you keep this up, I'll go to the village chief. Hu Biao let out a cold laugh. The village chief. My uncle and the director of the county security bureau are close buddies. Even if the village chief comes, it won't do you any good. If you ask me, you might as well just accept me. I promise I won't tell anyone. As he spoke, Hu Biao once again reached out to touch her. Yet just as his hand was halfway out, a pair of dry, wiry fingers suddenly clamped down on his wrist. Who the hell? Huh, Meng Ye, you little bastard, what are you doing here? Get out. Don't get in the way of my good time. But halfway through his tirade, Hu Biao suddenly froze. Something was wrong. He had clearly shut the door when he came in. How had this brat gotten inside? Could it be that he had been in the room all along? At this thought, Hu Biao's expression slowly darkened. He turned to Widow Li with a cold sneer. Heh, and here I thought you were some model of chastity. Turns out you're just a shameless slut sneaking a man into your house. Panic flickered across Widow Li's face. No, it's not what you think. We didn't do anything. TCH, early in the morning, and I catch you both in the room together, and you still won't admit it. With that, Hu Biao raised his hand to slap her. Yet just as his hand rose halfway, a sharp pain exploded in his abdomen. His body curled like a shrimp as he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the wardrobe with a resounding bang. Hu Biao let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of dark blood. A wet splatter rang out as it hit the floor. He stared at the two people before him, eyes wide, as if blazing flames were about to erupt from his gaze. You little bastard, you must be tired of living. Roaring, Hu Biao snatched up a fire poker from beside the stove and swung it down toward Meng Ye's head with all his strength. Meng Ye gave a cold sneer and tilted his body slightly, letting the stick whistle past him. At the same time, his right hand shot out and clamped hard around the other man's wrist, then twisted it sharply with brutal force. Ah, you little brat, let go. Ah, let go or I'll make you pay. Ignoring Hu Biao's threats, Meng Ye only sneered colder, his 5 fingers tightening once more like an iron clamp. Shrieks like a pig being slaughtered instantly echoed through the room. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down Hu Biao's cheeks. Trying to act like some old bull grazing on tender grass, Meng Ye said with disdain. Take a good look at yourself, looking like a walking wicker basket come to life. With that, Meng Ye gave him a fierce kick on the buttocks. If you dare harass my Xiaomei again, I'll make sure you lose that leg in the middle. Feeling a chill between his legs, Hu Biao hurriedly clutched his crotch with both hands, terror flashing across his face. Off to the side, when Li Xiaomei heard Meng Ye utter the words, my Xiaomei, her heartbeat suddenly quickened as if it were about to leap out of her throat. Her cheeks flushed red in an instant like a ripe apple, the color spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. For a moment, Li Xiaomei was at a complete loss. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Meng Ye's eyes, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes as her heart fluttered wildly like a frightened fawn. Hu Biao struggled to his feet and glared at the two of them with a face full of rage, grinding his teeth as he hissed, fine, fine, fine. You shameless pair of adulterers. Just you wait. This isn't over. With that, Hu Biao flung the door open and stormed out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meng Ye turned to Li Xiaomei and spoke in a gentle voice. Are you all right, Sister Xiaomei? I'm fine. Xiaomei's whole body trembled, and for a moment, she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Her words came out halting and flustered. I'm fine, really. Meng Ye, could you help me bring in some firewood from outside? She finally managed, grasping at an excuse to change the subject. All right. Where is it? He asked. Just by the western side of the courtyard wall, she replied. Meng Ye nodded, then turned and walked out the door. But just as Meng Ye stepped outside, there was a loud bang behind him as Xiaomei slammed the main door shut and slid the bolt into place. Meng Ye gave a helpless smile and knocked lightly on the door. From inside came the faint sound of quiet sobbing. Sister Xiaomei, what's wrong? Why are you crying? He called. The sobs continued without pause, and only after a long while did Xiaomei's voice finally emerge from within. Meng Ye, I'm sorry. I can't accept you. If I did, it would only ruin you. I am a widow, and you are still a young man. If word of this spread, you would never be able to hold your head up again in this life. You should find someone else. She finished, and her sobbing grew even louder. Meng Ye let out a helpless sigh. He pushed at the door, and finding it firmly barred, simply sat down outside and began to comfort her. Sister, this is a new society now. Oh, our way of thinking has to move forward too. Widow and all that. How unpleasant it sounds. Besides, you and Yo Lauer haven't even consummated your marriage yet. Inside, Li Xiaomei seemed to have made up her mind. Her voice came out firm and unyielding. Are you leaving or not? If you won't go, I'll hang myself in here right now. Meng Ye drew in a deep breath. Sister, you're only 21. Your good life is just beginning. Don't do anything foolish, he said steadily. I'll head back for now. Calm yourself first. If that fellow Hu Biao dares come bother you again, just come find me. And I'll teach him a lesson. With that, Meng Ye walked out through the courtyard gate. Hearing his footsteps fade farther and farther away, Li Xiaomei, who had been bracing her body against the door from inside, suddenly collapsed like a marionette whose strings had been cut. She slumped weakly to the floor, her eyes turning vacant. For a moment, her thoughts a tangled blur. After leaving Widow Li's home, Meng Ye followed the original owner's memories and returned to his own place. From a distance, he could already see a dilapidated little mud house leaning crookedly at the very edge of the village. On the southern wall, 2 thick wooden poles were propped up against it. Without them, it looked as though the wall might collapse at any moment. The surrounding fence was nothing more than a few simple sticks stuck into the ground, and every 2 or 3 meters there gaped a large hole big enough for a person to slip through without the slightest effort. Inside the courtyard lay a sizable vegetable plot, but it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Last year's dried weeds sprawled thickly over the entire patch. Seeing this, the corner of Meng Ye's mouth twitched hard, and he cursed the original owner for being so useless. With such a large vegetable garden, he had actually let it go to waste just like this. And the house was already leaning that badly, yet he hadn't even bothered to repair it. One of these days he might very well be buried alive in his sleep. No wonder Widow Li had turned him down. Only a fool would agree to live like this. The most urgent matter now was to tidy up the house before anything else so that he wouldn't end up dead in his sleep just a few days after crossing over. Once he had decided, he moved to act at once. After circling the house inside and out, Meng Ye found that the main beams and the interior load-bearing walls were already badly skewed. It was doubtful they would hold up much longer before collapsing. But at the moment, Meng Ye was poorer than a church mouse with not a coin to his name for proper repairs. All he could do was find a few sturdy wooden poles to prop things up here, and they're hoping to hold out for a few more days. After a simple round of tidying, Meng Ye's stomach began to protest, loudly rumbling away. He rummaged through the house for a long time, only to unearth half a steamed cornbread bun that had long since turned as hard as a fossil. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. He truly couldn't fathom how the previous owner had managed to survive this long. This was poverty so extreme, it almost bled. With no other choice, Meng Ye stepped out of the house and drew in a deep breath. But when his gaze fell upon the endless stretch of mountains rising behind the dwelling, his eyes suddenly lit up. In this 1960s era, hunting and firearms in Huaxia had not yet been banned. In his previous life as a Special Forces soldier, Meng Ye had mastered marksmanship, traps, hunting, and wilderness survival, each and every skill honed to perfection. These mountains, one after another stretching to the horizon, were practically tailor-made for him. With that thought, Meng Ye hurried back into the house and fetched a rusty old sickle. He pressed the blade hard against a large blue stone by the door and scraped it a few times. Then, picking up a wicker basket, he headed straight toward the deep mountains. It was May in the Lesser Khingan Mountains when all things were coming back to life. All kinds of wild grasses in the forest had only just begun to sprout, making it fairly easy to walk. After traveling for a little over 10 minutes, Meng Ye spotted a patch of shrubs not far ahead, and his eyes immediately brightened. In the thicket ahead stood more than a dozen rods bristling with sharp thorns, each topped with clusters of tender emerald green buds just about to bloom. They were plump and fleshy, each one adorably round and inviting. Meng Ye chuckled. "How I didn't expect to run into such a fine thing," he murmured, pleasantly surprised. Meng Ye strode toward the thicket with gleaming eyes, hooking his sickle around a spiny stem and bending it downward before reaching out and snapping off its tender tip with a crisp snap, then dropping it into his earthen basket. He repeated the process until every tender shoot had been harvested. Gazing at the emerald green sprouts glistening in the basket, Meng Ye allowed himself a satisfied smile. These tender shoots are known in northeast China as ci laoya, or ci nunya, named for the sharp thorns covering their stems. In spring, they are a rare delicacy, so prized that in Meng Ye's modern society, they fetch as much as 34 yuan per jean. Just as Meng Ye prepared to search for more wild vegetables nearby, a rustling sound suddenly stirred behind him. His brows tightened, he crouched low, vanishing into the thicket. The rustling grew louder. Then abruptly a slate-gray head emerged into his field of vision. At the sight of the wild wolf, Meng Ye felt no fear, only a flash of exhilaration curling at the corners of his lips. Just thinking I needed meat, and here it is. Granted, wolf flesh is far from palatable, tangy even, but better than none at all. With that thought, he coiled his body tightly, gripped his sickle with both hands, and waited, poised to strike lethally the moment the beast entered range. Yet the wolf advanced only a few paces before halting, lifting its nose to sniff the air, then whirling sharply toward Meng Ye's hiding place, its eyes blazing with bloodthirsty ferocity. With a guttural snarl, it lunged straight at him. Perfect timing. Meng Ye exploded upward from the thicket's sickle, slashing through the air in a lethal arc. Stunned by Meng Ye's sudden counterattack, the wolf faltered, until the glint of the descending blade jolted it into frantic evasion. The sickle grazed its skull and plunged deep into the moss-covered earth. Enraged, the wolf twisted its haunches and snapped its jaws toward Meng Ye in a vicious lunge. Meng Ye scoffed coldly, driving his right leg forward in a thunderous kick that slammed into the wolf's jaw with a muffled thud, sending it hurtling backward, tumbling end over end before crashing heavily onto the grass. The wolf staggered upright, eyes burning with murderous fury, locked unblinkingly onto Meng Ye, as if devouring him alive. Sensing his opponent's danger, it began circling warily, seeking an opening. But hunger gnawed at its instincts, eroding restraint. With a deafening roar, it launched itself again. Claws, bared fangs, bared a whirlwind of raw savagery. Though his mind recalled battle-honed reflexes from a past life, his body lagged a heartbeat, just long enough for the wolf's claws to rake across his left arm. Ridriup, his tattered cotton jacket, already frayed and stuffed with exposed batting, was torn clean off at the sleeve, leaving 3 deep bleeding gashes along his forearm. Yet the searing pain did not falter him. His gaze hardened, his right arm coiled like a spring, and with a single brutal thrust the sickle pierced the wolf's abdomen, splitting its belly open with a gash 30 centimeters long. A woo! The beast howled in agony, staggering twice before collapsing. It thrashed desperately, failing, to rise, its entrails spilling from the wound with each convulsion. With one final defiant howl to the heavens, the wolf exhaled its last breath. Meng Ye, ever cautious, swept his sickle across its throat, then waited, watching closely, before breathing easy. After eviscerating the carcass on the spot, he hoisted the wolf onto his shoulders and descended the mountain. An hour later, he strode into the village with the heavy burden still slung across his back. Villagers gathered instantly upon spotting the wolf carcass draped over Meng Ye's shoulders. Good heavens, Meng Ye! Where on earth did you get this gray-skinned brute? It must weigh at least 100 gene. Even armed with a rifle, few could bring down something this massive. Most likely someone wounded it first, and you just happened upon it. Makes sense. Otherwise, how could such a slender lad take down such a fierce beast? Hey, look at that. It's a female. The teats are still dangling. Must have whelped just recently. What luck this boy has. Ah, Meng Ye, could I buy one of its legs? I'll give you 1 yuan. 2 yuan. I'll pay 2. We haven't tasted meat in ages. 2 yuan 50. Villagers clamored, bidding eagerly. Meng Ye smiled faintly and addressed the crowd. Uncles, aunts, I won't be selling this one just yet. When I hunt another, I'll let everyone know. With that, he parted the crowd and walked home. Once he'd gone, murmurs rose among the villagers. As if wolves were sparrows. Just pluck one any time you please. You're just jealous of his fortune. Why don't you go into the mountains and find one yourself? Not me. I won't risk it. These past 2 years of famine have made the beasts fiercer than ever. Go in unprepared, and you might never come out. True enough. This morning, I heard a black bear broke into the neighboring village, killed old Zhao's 2 pigs. Someone even saw it fleeing toward our direction. Damn it all. Famine's driven bears into villages now. Likely starved all autumn, hence its boldness now. Everyone lock your doors tight these next few days. Meanwhile, inside the brigade's storage shed at the village entrance, Hu Biao was locked in a breathless close-quarters struggle with a woman. 3 minutes later, the bout ended abruptly, both utterly spent. The woman grumbled, dissatisfied. Hu Biao, what's gotten into you today? Your stamina's failed. Hu Biao shot her a glare and snapped, shut your mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Then his eyes flickered sideways. Listen, I need a favor. Help me with this, and I'll give you half a gene of cornmeal each time. Her eyes lit up instantly. Between us, there's nothing I wouldn't do. Hu Biao chuckled darkly. You know Shaoli, the widow. She's resisted me for ages, stonewalled and unmoved. This morning I found Meng Ye inside her house. You wield influence here. Smear their reputations, especially hers. Make sure every household within 10 li knows she's a fallen woman. Only then will I have my chance. As for Meng Ye, that little runt, I'll devise something fitting to teach him. The woman rolled her eyes. What? Me and your wife aren't enough to satisfy you. You want another? Hu Biao's expression darkened. Do you want that cornmeal, or not? Yes. I'll handle it. Just wait for good news. And hey, could we go again? That last round wasn't nearly enough. By then Meng Ye had already returned home and filled the large rust-pitted iron cauldron with water. He had no idea how long the previous owner had left it unused. The pot was crusted thick with rust. It took him over half an hour just to scour it clean. Once scrubbed, he refilled it with water, brought it to a roaring boil, and began pouring ladle after ladle of scalding water over the wolf's carcass. The stiff needle-like fur softened instantly upon contact with the boiling water, so much so that Meng Ye needed only a light scrape with his knife to strip it cleanly from the hide. Within 10 minutes, the entire carcass lay bare, smooth, hairless, and pristine. Next came the stewing. Yet the original occupant's poverty was absolute, so dire that even a rat entering the house would weep and flee. With no choice, Meng Ye resorted to plain water alone. As flames roared beneath the cauldron, it hissed and sputtered. Inside, water churned violently. White steam billowed forth like mist, soon enveloping the entire kitchen. And from beneath the lid, a rich, earthy aroma of simmering meat began to rise, deep, savory, irresistible. Meng Ye took a deep breath and closed his eyes in quiet delight. Though the aroma carried a faint, gamey tang in this era, it was still an uncommon delicacy. Meng Ye boiled the wolf meat over a roaring fire for over half an hour. Yet when he lifted the lid and prodded it with chopsticks, the flesh remained dense and unyielding. With no choice, he added another generous bundle of firewood. Wild game, unlike domesticated livestock, possessed tighter, finer-grained muscle fibers, resistant to tenderizing, yet far superior in flavor and texture. That was precisely why free-range chickens and pasture-raised pigs commanded such steep prices. Staring blankly into the crackling blaze within the hearth, Meng Ye sat motionless on a small wooden stool. Everything that had transpired today felt like a dream. So surreal, even now it lingered at the edge of disbelief. In his previous life, he had devoted himself entirely to his nation and its people, remaining steadfast on the front lines until the age of 50, never even finding a wife. This time he would live, for himself. At the very least, he deserved the warmth of hearth and home, a loving wife, children, and the comfort of a heated kang bed. As this thought crossed his mind, a sharp pop echoed from the hearth. A splintering log sent a glowing ember arcing straight toward Meng Ye's nose. He jolted upright and swiftly brushed it away. Then suddenly he recalled something earlier while surrounded by villagers. One had murmured that the she-wolf had recently given birth. His eyes lit up instantly. Since he would be ascending the mountain regularly, why not bring back a few wolf pups to raise? Raising them while still young, before their wild instincts fully hardened, would make taming far easier. Moreover, wolves bore an innate ferocity no dog could match. Once properly trained, a single wolf might outperform several elite hunting hounds. Most importantly, in his past life, Meng Ye had served in an elite special operations unit, and had indeed mastered the art of canine training. Dozens of military dogs had graduated under his guidance, each earning distinction in countless missions. Without hesitation, he stoked the hearth with ample firewood, then dashed from the house and sprinted up the mountain. This time he reached the site of the wolf encounter in just 30 minutes. Caw, caw, caw. From afar, Meng Ye heard a shrill, grating chorus, grating enough to fray the nerves. A large flock of crows swarmed over the entrails he discarded, tearing into them with ravenous beaks. Those unable to secure a share pecked viciously at rivals' heads, sending coils of intestine flying high, their foul contents scattering through the air as thick, nauseating stench filled the chaos. Meng Ye wrinkled his nose in distaste and kept his distance, beginning a careful search around the area. Yet after circling wide, he found no trace of a den. Could the den be elsewhere? He sighed inwardly. Missing this chance meant waiting another full year. Just as he prepared to leave, a faint trembling, whimper, drifted into his ears. He froze, then broke into a broad smile and hurried toward the sound. But after only a few paces, his expression darkened. The whimpering emanated unmistakably from the very spot where he had slain the she-wolf. A few steps further revealed the grim truth. A flock of crows encircled a single wolf pup, stabbing relentlessly with their sharp beaks. Nearby, 3 more pups lay dead, being torn apart and devoured greedily by the scavengers. Meng Ye snatched up a sturdy branch and charged forward with a roar. Scram, scram, scram. Under ordinary circumstances, crows would have fled at the sight of a human. Yet in this age of famine, they showed no fear, instead turning as one, fixing him with blood-red, unblinking eyes. A moment of eerie silence followed. Then the flock erupted in deafening, frenzied shrieks, their cries brimming with savage anticipation, as if feasting upon a long-awaited banquet. Meng Ye spat fiercely and cursed, "Damn vermin, daring to challenge me. You're begging for death." With that, he lunged into their midst, brandishing his club. The crows met him without retreat, swarming en masse. He swung his club in furious arcs, striking down one crow after another, each falling with a shrill cry. Just as he neared the pup, a massive crow dove from the sky, talons outstretched, aiming straight for his eyes. Instinctively, he jerked his head aside. The beak slashed across his cheek, carving a deep, bloody gash. Eyes blazing with fury, Meng Ye struck before the crow could regain flight, his club crashing down with brutal force, shattering its skull in a spray of gore. In one swift motion, he lunged to the pup's side, scooped it into his arms, and fought his way out, club whirling, crows scattering. Strangely, once the giant crow fell, the rest seemed to lose their will, letting out a few final dissonant cries before fleeing in panicked disarray. Cradling the wounded, shivering pup, Meng Ye drew ragged breaths and smiled satisfied. Though unconscious from its injuries, none were life-threatening. Proper care would suffice. He descended the mountain with the pup in tow. As for the scattered crow carcasses, he paid them no heed. First, crows fed primarily on carrion, carrying dangerous pathogens. Second, their flesh was sour and inedible. Back home, he laid the pup upon the heated kang, wrapped it gently in tattered cloth, then gathered some mugwort, pounded it into a paste, and applied it to the wounds. The sting must have pierced its haze of pain. The pup let out 2 muffled whimpers, eyes tightly shut, before slipping once more into unconsciousness. Meng Ye examined every wound meticulously, ensuring all were treated. Only then did he turn his attention back to the great cauldron. The fire in the hearth had burned low, leaving only faint embers smoldering beneath a thin layer of ash. The instant he lifted the lid, a billowing cloud of steam enveloped him. Delicious. Meng Ye closed his eyes in blissful surrender. A deep, guttural rumble rose from his belly as the fragrance flooded his nostrils, igniting his taste buds with fierce intensity. He hurried to the wooden cabinet, hoping to find a bowl or platter, but the moment he opened it, his lips twitched sharply. Inside stood not a single dish, only several worn wooden sticks stripped bare of bark, clearly serving as chopsticks. With no alternative, Meng Ye retrieved 2 chopsticks and ate directly from the pot, devouring the meat with hearty, unrestrained gusto. Fortunately, a small amount of coarse salt remained atop the cabinet. Dipping generously, he polished off an entire wolf thigh in mere moments. Sated, he began contemplating his future course. First, the dilapidated house required complete reconstruction. It was essential to have a safe, secure shelter. Second, basic necessities were urgently needed. The original occupant's household was astonishingly destitute, lacking firewood, rice, oil, salt, cookware, utensils, furniture. Truly a feat of impoverished living. Lastly, he needed a firearm. Give him a gun, and he would stride through these forests unchallenged. Yet acquiring such essentials demanded money. His foremost priority now was earning it. Recalling how eager the villagers had been to purchase his wolf thigh, Meng Ye resolved to return to the mountain at dawn, to hunt again and bring back more game. A whole pot of wolf meat. Meng Ye couldn't finish it by himself, so he decided to cut off another large leg and send it to Widow Li. However, just a few steps out of the yard, he was surrounded by a group of children. Brother Meng, what are you carrying? It smells so good. Yes, yes, this aroma is truly enticing. It's even more fragrant than the pork my dad cooked during the New Year. Brother Meng, I heard you brought back a wolf from the mountain this afternoon. That large leg can't possibly be a wolf's leg, right? Slurp. Brother Meng, can you let us have a taste? Just a tiny piece. Meng Ye smiled slightly and generously cut off a few strips from the wolf leg to share with the group of children. The children couldn't believe Meng Ye actually shared with them, and they eagerly accepted the pieces like precious treasures. Without a second thought, they stuffed them into their mouths, some even swallowing without chewing. After eating, the children didn't care about how messy their hands were, all licking the greasy remnants with lingering delight. It was both salty and fragrant. Their dirty little hands were thoroughly cleaned as they licked them clean. Brother Meng, can you give us some more? We haven't tasted much yet, it just went straight into our stomachs. A boy, his face flushed by the wind like a red apple, chuckled. Meng Ye shook his head with a smile. That won't do, I still need to deliver this wolf leg to someone. Next time I promise to share more with you. After saying that, Meng Ye carried the wolf leg towards Widow Li's house. In the rural areas of the 1960s, there were no mobile phones or televisions. After dinner, villagers liked to find a place to chat, discussing everything under the sun. Meng Ye shared meat with the children, which they naturally observed, but none had the courage to ask for some. After all, Meng Ye was just an 18-year-old youth, and it would be quite embarrassing for a group of elders in their 40s and 50s to approach him for food. This kid Meng Ye is not bad. He even knows to share with the children. Why do I feel like this kid seems a bit different? He used to squeeze the urine out of a frog he caught, but now he's so generous. Sigh. That kid is also pitiful. His parents died early, and he has to endure alone until now. It's time for him to settle down and start a family. Who would marry a good girl to him? A woman in her 30s spat out the sunflower seed husk and scoffed. I heard this morning that Meng Ye and Widow Li were caught in bed together. Upon hearing this, everyone brightened up. Oh my. Anshin, you know about this. Quick, tell us what happened. I heard it from Hu Biao. He said that there was a mix-up when the brigade distributed goods yesterday, and he went to Widow Li's house this morning. As soon as he entered, he saw Meng Ye and Widow Li lying on the kang without a stitch on. That scene was quite shocking. The woman known as Aunt Chun, who had just fought closely with Hu Biao, crossed her legs on the bluestone slab, animatedly beginning to describe the scene as if she had witnessed it herself. The women listening to Aunt Chun became furious. I thought she was some virtuous lady all these years. I didn't expect her to be so loose. Hee, I bet she can't hold out much longer. Haha, and yet you criticize others. If you were in her position, you wouldn't last a week either. From now on, let's not bother with that little vixen. I used to feel sorry for her. Whenever I had leftover scraps of cloth, I would give them to her. Now she's got someone to take care of her, so we don't need to worry anymore. TCH, you think Meng Ye can support her? You all know what kind of person he is, or I reckon he might end up depending on her for survival. At this moment, a dark-skinned man in a Zhongshan suit could no longer hold back and coldly reprimanded. What are you old hags chattering about all day long without a shred of propriety? Hearing the man's reprimand, the women immediately fell silent, each lowering their heads and murmuring softly. The man's name was Meng Guoqing, the village head of Menjiago, and he was somewhat related to Meng Ye. Meng Ye had grown up thanks to him. Whenever he had extra food at home, he would send some over to Meng Ye. His intentions were good, hoping to support Meng Ye a bit, so he could settle down and start a family, but Meng Ye was like a pile of mud that couldn't be propped up, idly waiting for death. Now Meng Ye had done something even more outrageous, daring to sleep with the widow. This was simply outrageous. Thinking of this made Meng Guoqing's teeth itch with anger. However, no one noticed a figure quietly leaving the crowd, slipping past the fence and disappearing from view. At that moment, Meng Ye had already arrived at the door of Li Ziyumia's house. Li Xiaomei was tending to her vegetable garden in the yard. Upon seeing Meng Ye, she appeared somewhat flustered and hurriedly dropped her hoe and dashed into the house. Sister Xiaomei, wait a minute. Meng Ye hurriedly tried to catch up, but was locked out. Sister Xiaomei, why are you running? I brought you a wolf leg just out of the pot, still warm. I don't want your things, you better leave quickly. Li Xiaomei replied from inside the door. Meng Ye tried for a long time outside the door, but seeing that she had no intention of opening it, he finally placed the leg at the doorstep. Sister Xiaomei, they'll leave the leg here. Just don't forget to take it inside later, otherwise it'll attract flies, and that would be a waste. After saying that, Meng Ye turned and left. Not long after Meng Ye left, the door of Li Ziyumia's house slowly opened a crack. Li Xiaomei peeked out, and when she saw Meng Ye had really left, she breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at the wolf leg. Upon seeing that hefty wolf leg, Li Xiaomei couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, such a large wolf leg." It was no wonder she was astonished. In this era of famine, ordinary households only dared to indulge in meat during festivals, and even cornmeal buns were a luxury. But now Meng Ye had brought such a large wolf leg. Seeing this, a complex expression flashed in Li Ziyumia's eyes. After much contemplation, she finally decided to take the wolf leg inside. At this moment, Meng Ye, having nothing to do and no phone or TV at home, decided to stroll around the village. He had often heard elders speak of the supply and marketing cooperative, but had never seen one. Now that he passed by it, he naturally wanted to take a look. On the wall directly opposite the door, there hung a portrait of a great leader with the words, "Serve the people," written in large red characters beneath it. The glass jar containing fruit candies reflected the sunlight streaming in at an angle, casting a string of amber light spots on the shelf with peeling red paint. An old man with slightly graying hair but a spirited demeanor stood behind the counter. His blue cloth sleeves, now faded and dusted with flour, were busy weighing brown sugar on a brass scale. As the scale's arm tilted high, a waiting woman in front of the counter tightly clutched her sugar coupon. "Old Lee, higher, higher." Hearing this, Old Lee directly poured the sugar from the scale back into the bag. "What's with all the fuss? Don't be so picky." Seeing this, the woman hurriedly forced a smile. I'm sorry, Old Lee, just weigh it normally for me." Old Lee huffed coldly and casually weighed a portion for the woman, tossing it onto the counter. Faced with Old Lee's unpleasant attitude, the woman didn't dare to utter a word of complaint and left with the white sugar in a hurry. After she left, Old Lee finally turned his gaze to Meng Ye. Upon seeing Meng Ye, Old Lee's initially displeased expression immediately soured, and he picked up a bunch of broomsticks to throw at Meng Ye, shouting as he did so, "You little brat. Back to stealing again, huh? Just wait until I break your legs today." Meng Ye was startled and quickly reached out to catch the broomsticks, but at that moment Old Lee's ruthless slap was already approaching his face. Instinctively, Meng Ye grabbed the old man's wrist and twisted it hard. "Ouch! You old man. Let go, you little punk." "Ouch, ouch." Seeing the old man's face turn pale from the pain, Meng Ye quickly released his grip and apologized. "Sorry, I couldn't help it." Old Lee, still fuming, tried to raise his hand to hit Meng Ye again, but remembering what had just happened, he withdrew his hand halfway and said in a displeased tone, "You little punk, let me tell you, even if you kill me today, don't think you can take away even a bite to eat. This belongs to the public, and taking it without permission can land you in trouble." Meng Ye chuckled. "Don't worry, Old Lee, I'm not here to steal. I just want to see if you have any guns for sale. I want to get a gun." "A gun? What do you need a gun for?" Old Lee asked, puzzled. "I thought with spring here I could go into the mountains to hunt for some wild game and make some money to fix up my dilapidated house." Old Lee nodded. "Yeah, your family's old house really needs some repairs. If you don't fix it up, it'll definitely collapse this summer." Just then, Old Lee suddenly froze mid-sentence, looking at Meng Ye with a strange expression. "Wait a minute. You said you want to go hunting in the mountains. Don't be ridiculous, kid. These days the mountains aren't just a walk in the park. Not only are people facing famine, but the wild beasts are too. Even rabbits will pounce on people. A few days ago, the head of the neighboring village came here to buy things, saying that the animals in the mountains have started eyeing the village. Their village had a run-in with a bear recently, and not only were several pigs harmed, but several people were also injured. And you don't even know how to hunt. Even if you had a gun going in, there would be a death sentence. You're showing some ambition, which is a sign of growing up. If you really want to live a good life, I advise you to find the village chief and have him arrange some work for you in the brigade. You could save up a bit over the year, which is much better than idling your time away every day." Meng Ye smiled and nodded. Although Old Lee had a foul mouth, he had a good heart. "Don't worry, Old Lee, I know what I'm doing. I even brought back a wild wolf from the mountains today." Upon hearing that Meng Ye had caught a wild wolf, Old Lee raised an eyebrow and then let out a derisive laugh. "Just when I said you were growing up, now you're just spouting nonsense. Those wild wolves are fiercer than tigers, and when they see people, their eyes glow green. With your little frame, you wouldn't even be enough to stuff between their teeth. Stop bragging here." Old Lee waved his hand, looking at Meng Ye with impatience, and teasingly said, "Hee, if you really can get some wild game, you can bring it here to sell." The county just issued a document last month stating that the Supply and Marketing Cooperative has started purchasing supplies, especially meat, which they are buying back at prices 20 higher than the market. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye's eyes lit up. This was indeed a stroke of luck. He had originally thought that once he had more game than the villagers could consume, it would go bad. He never expected the Supply and Marketing Cooperative to have such a policy. It felt like it was tailor-made for him. Thinking of this, Meng Ye continued to ask, "Old Lee, do you really have any guns for sale? I really want to get one. Can you tell me how much it costs so I can save up?" Seeing Meng Ye's serious expression, Old Lee stroked his beard and said, "I don't have any for sure. Mainly because there aren't many hunters in our village. Usually only the militia guys can touch the guns, and even they are half-baked. They can't hit a target more than 10 meters away, so the county hasn't sent me any. If you really want to buy one, there are a few families in the village that still have a few guns, but they are all old ones left over from when they fought the Japanese invaders. Whether they can still be used is hard to say. You can go ask, and the price should be reasonable. You can first check with Old Chin's family in the west of the village, then go to Wu Lao Air and Air Luzi and San Bengzi." Old Lee provided Meng Ye with the addresses of several families. Meng Ye nodded, excitedly bade farewell to Old Lee, and left the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, heading home. However, just as he reached his doorstep, Meng Ye sensed that something was off. Although there wasn't much of a difference whether his home's door was locked or not, Meng Ye distinctly remembered that when he left, he had deliberately wedged a stick into the door seam, a habit he had maintained for many years. But now, although the door was tightly shut, the stick had fallen to the ground. Moreover, there were unfamiliar footprints at the entrance. Realizing this, Meng Ye hurriedly ran into the house. But when Meng Ye entered the house, he was instantly enraged. There his carefully stewed pot of wolf meat had vanished, every last morsel gone, even the broth stolen clean. Damn it, who's that low-down thief? Meng Ye muttered in disbelief. It wasn't worth much, but it was his breakfast for tomorrow. Meng Ye paced the courtyard meticulously examining a row of unfamiliar footprints. The shoes were small, roughly size 37, with crisp distinct impressions suggesting they were new. Moreover, the left and right prints bore unequal depth, indicating either a limp or an injured ankle. Piecing together these clues, the intruder was likely a woman in her 30s or 40s, fastidious about her appearance. With dusk settling in, Meng Ye decided against launching an immediate search, not when he'd have to knock on every door in the village. You'll pay for this meat, sooner or later. As Meng Ye pondered, a black shadow darted past him from behind. He whirled around just in time to see the young wolf cub he'd captured sprinting toward the main gate. Meng Ye lunged forward, bracing his foot against the gate to block its escape. The cub thwarted, snarled furiously, and snapped at his calf. But halfway through the lunge, it seemed to strain an old wound, sending the creature crashing headlong into the dust mouth full of grit. Oh! Oh! The cub bared its fangs in furious, guttural defiance, as if it would devour him whole. Meng Ye seized the cub by the scruff, lifted it effortlessly onto the kang, then stepped back outside. He recalled a wire mesh cage somewhere in the yard, perfect for confining the little beast. At the courtyard's edge, he dragged out the rusted cage, overgrown with weeds, cleared away the tangled foliage, and carried it back indoors. He'd intended to leave it outside, but given how often thieves slipped into his home, keeping it inside felt safer. No sooner had Meng Ye opened the door than the cub shot past him like a streak. Fortunately, Meng Ye moved fast, stomping down hard on the cub's tail, drawing sharp yelping cries. Enough! I'm not going to eat you. I'll take care of you from now on. You'll feast on the finest meats and sip the spiciest broths. At Meng Ye's promise, the cub writhed wildly, twisting to bite him. But no matter how fiercely it struggled, it couldn't so much as graze his skin. After securing the cub inside the cage, Meng Ye tossed in several of his worn-out cotton-padded jackets. This was the most effective method used in training police dogs, helping them rapidly acclimate to their handler's scent and accept their new master. By now, night had fallen completely. With no candle in the house, Meng Ye slipped beneath the covers and drifted off to sleep. In the pitch-black room, only eerie sounds pierced the silence. The metallic gnawing of teeth, the ragged tearing of cloth, and the cub's defiant, anguished howls sending chills down the spine. Its cries rang with fury and despair, as though issuing a final futile protest against an irresistible force. Gradually, the cub grew, still curling up among Meng Ye's old garments and falling into slumber. Meng Ye too sank deep into unconsciousness, sleeping more soundly than he had in ages, unable to recall when last he'd known such peace. Night draped the small mountain village like a vast velvety black silk, while moonlight, silver and soft, filtered through fractured branches, bathing the clustered homes in a dreamlike haze. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, whispering softly, shadows flickered and swayed upon the ground. Here and there, dim yellow candlelight glowed from open windows, warm tinder, and faint laughter and voices drifted out from within. The entire village rested in tranquil harmony, until suddenly a sharp, urgent bark shattered the serene night. Then, a black blur shot into the village, hurtling straight toward a house. Boom! The wooden door exploded inwards, splintering into shards. Woof! 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 A dog in the courtyard erupted into frenzied barking at the intruder. Seeing this scrawny creature, no thicker than its own thigh, dare to challenge it, the black figure roared in fury. Ow! With a single thunderous swipe, it sent the dog flying across the yard, slamming it against the wall with a blood-curdling shriek before all sound ceased. Villagers inside, roused by the commotion, rushed out with flashlights, only to freeze in terror at the colossal silhouette standing in the courtyard. Bear! Bear! A blind bear has invaded the village. His voice rang like an alarm bell, echoing across the village. Every sleeping villager jolted awake. Men scrambled into clothes, grabbed tools, lit torches, and poured out of their homes. Militia members burst from their houses, rifles in hand. Ready yourselves. When you see that bear, don't hesitate. Fire immediately. Remember, aim for the head. Militia Captain Wang Jun bellowed. Following the sound, everyone converged on the house under siege. They surrounded the building completely. Bang! A gunshot cracked the air. Damn fool! Captain Wang Jun roared. See, Captain, the gun misfired. Hearing the report, the bear, gorging on dog meat inside, jolted in panic. That sound was all too familiar. Just days ago, it had been struck again and again by those very weapons, leaving raw, bleeding wounds across its body. With a deafening roar, it abandoned its meal and charged headlong for the gate. It's out! It's out! Don't stand there gawking. Fire! Fire now! At the captain's command, the crowd snapped into action, raising their rifles and unleashing a barrage of wild panic shots. Whether from nerves or poor aim, most bullets soared harmlessly into the sky. Those few that struck the bear were swallowed by its thick layer of blubber, inflicting no real damage, only stoking its rage. Enraged beyond reason, the bear let out another earth-shaking roar, and lunged straight into the crowd. Panic erupted. People scattered in all directions. Those too slow were swatted aside like dolls knocked unconscious by a single blow. Yet the bear, eyes blazing crimson, showed no intent to flee, instead turning its fury upon the remaining villagers. Chaos reigned. Screams, wails, and cries of agony filled the air. Seeing the mounting casualties, Militia Captain Wang Jun clenched his jaw, strode forward, and dropped to one knee directly in the bear's path. Rifle leveled, right eye narrowed, ready to deliver the killing shot. As the bear bore down, mere meters away, he tensed to pull the trigger, only for the iron trigger to jam solid, immovable, no matter how hard he pressed. The bear was now less than 3 meters away, its breath hot against his face, its charge unstoppable. Wang Jun drew a slow, shuddering breath and let out a bitter, hollow laugh. At that razor's edge moment, a figure blurred into view, kicking hard into the bear's massive skull. Though the blow failed to topple it, it deflected the beast's trajectory. Its enormous body hurtled past Wang Jun, grazing him by inches. The anticipated impact did not arrive. Wang Jun opened his eyes and gasped when he saw the figure before him. Meng Ye, how is it you? Meng Ye smiled slightly and helped Wang Jun to his feet. Uncle Wang, give me the gun. Oh, I will deal with this guy. Meng Fei reached for the gun, but Wang Jun was quick, hiding the weapon behind him with a serious expression. Meng Ye, hurry back home. This guy is not someone you can handle. At that moment, Xiong Shazi turned back, glaring angrily at Meng Ye, who had just kicked him, exhaling fiercely, releasing wisps of white mist in the cold air. Alo! Xiong Shazi roared and lunged at Meng Ye and the others once more. Seeing this, Meng Ye did not dare to hesitate. He snatched the .56 rifle from Wang Jun's hands and kicked him away. Meng Ye gripped the bolt tightly and pulled it back with force, miraculously dislodging the cartridge that had jammed. Taking a deep breath, Meng Ye aimed the gun at Xiong Shazi. In that moment, he seemed to forget everything around him. All that remained in his world was the bear and the weapon in his hands. His gaze became sharp and focused, and he seemed to enter a state of complete immersion. Wang Jun, watching this scene, was momentarily stunned. Meng Ye's entire set of movements flowed like water, each action precise and practiced, as if he had undergone countless trainings. Wang Jun could not help but be secretly amazed. Even having served in the military, he doubted he could reach such a level. What astonished him even more was that Meng Ye's gun-holding posture could only be described as perfect. Such standard form and execution could not be achieved without a decade or more of rigorous practice. Yet all of this was happening in the body of an 18-year-old youth. Wang Jun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Meng Ye. Before he could recover from his shock, Meng Ye had already pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed as the bullet streaked out like lightning. Xiong Shazi clearly did not take Meng Ye's gun seriously and continued to stride towards him. However, before he could take a few steps, the bullet struck his left eye, hitting its mark like a deadly meteor. Xiong Shazi howled in pain, his massive body swaying, but he did not fall. Instead, he charged at Meng Ye even more frantically. Meng Ye aimed again, firing once more, and this time the bullet struck Xiong Zai's neck. He staggered, crimson blood gushing from the wound. This time Xiong Shazi was completely thrown into a panic, turning and crashing into the village, causing the villagers who had been watching from the walls to flee back into their homes. Meng Ye wanted to reload, but there were no bullets left in the gun. Seeing Xiong Shazi on the brink of death, he steeled himself, drew the short blade from Wang Jun's waist, and chased after him. The bear, having lost one eye, rampaged through the village and ultimately dashed into a house. Upon seeing the front door, Meng Ye's heart skipped a beat. The house the bear crashed into was none other than Lu Ziyumia's home. At that moment, Lu Xiaomei was curled up in her bed, having heard the villagers' shouts and the gunfire. Following the principle of staying in and being safe, Lu Xiaomei had been hiding under the covers, too afraid to come out. With the 2 gunshots, the village seemed to fall silent in an instant. Widow Li let out a sigh of relief and murmured, I guess many people in the village will be injured again. However, just as Widow Li prepared to sleep, her yard door was suddenly smashed open with a loud crash. Following that, heavy breathing echoed from outside. Lu Xiaomei was startled, quietly sitting up to look outside through the window. In the moonlight, Lu Xiaomei clearly saw a shadow as heavy as a small mountain darting into her yard. Her body began to tremble involuntarily, her breathing became rapid and chaotic. At that moment, she felt as if she could hear her heart racing. Lu Xiaomei clutched the corner of her quilt tightly, her grip becoming so intense that it turned white. Even the air around her seemed to have frozen. Suddenly, the bear turned sharply, its gaze fixing on the room. Lu Xiaomei screamed, hurriedly hiding under the covers and wrapping the quilt tightly around her head, trembling with fear. Bang! The door crashed open, followed by heavy footsteps. Hiding under the covers, Lu Ziyumia's lips trembled uncontrollably. She wanted to call out, but could not form a complete sound. Her body felt as heavy as lead, wanting to escape from this terrifying place, but unable to move even an inch. At that moment, a figure of Meng Ye flashed through her mind. Though he was incredibly thin, he gave a sense of reliability. Good little brother, if there is a next life, please marry me again. Lu Xiaomei took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and prepared to welcome the arrival of death. However, at that moment, Meng Ye's figure rushed into the room. The short blade in his hand turned into a silver flash, slicing directly toward the bear's throat. Xiong Shazi felt a chill at his throat, and then a surge of hot crimson blood erupted from the wound. He wanted to roar, but the sound turned into several blood bubbles disappearing in his throat. In his last moments of life, Xiong Shazi cast an extremely resentful gaze at Meng Ye. Yet no matter how deep Xiong Zai's hatred was, his life ultimately reached its end. With the last breath dissipating, his massive body suddenly lost support and collapsed heavily. Finally, with a loud thud, he fell to the ground, creating a large pit in the earth. The sound of his body crashing down raised a cloud of dust. Having ensured the bear was completely dead, Meng Ye finally let out a sigh of relief. He walked to the edge of the bed and gently poked at the trembling Lu Xiaomei under the covers. With that poke, a piercing scream erupted from the covers. But the scream did not last more than a few seconds before it abruptly stopped. Meng Ye carefully lifted the covers and saw Lu Xiaomei lying quietly within, her eyes already red and swollen from crying, yet even so she still tightly clutched the edge of the quilt. Meng Ye tenderly wiped away the still damp tears from her eyes, carried her to the pillow, and tucked her back in. At that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. Following that, Wang Jun rushed into Lu Ziyumia's home with a group of militiamen. At the sight of the colossal bear carcass lying motionless on the ground, everyone drew a sharp collective breath, their faces frozen in stunned disbelief. Even Wang Jun, captain of the civilian militia, was no exception. This black bear is dead," Wang Jun murmured, voice trembling. Meng Ye raised a finger to his lips in silence, then gestured toward Li Xiaomei sleeping on the kang before leading the group quietly out of the room. Wang Jun still could not bring himself to believe it, that Meng Ye had slain the beast alone. "Meng Ye, did you truly kill this black bear yourself?" Hearing Meng Ye speak so casually, every person present flushed with embarrassment. After all, their entire militia numbered 16 or 17 armed men, and yet none of them had pierced the bear's formidable hide. Instead, the beast had left them battered and bleeding. Now Meng Ye had brought it down single-handedly with nothing but one rifle, and such a feat left them utterly awestruck. Regaining his composure, Wang Jun clapped Meng Ye heartily on the shoulder and laughed boisterously. Ha! Excellent! Excellent! What an outstanding young man! We used to see you idling about the village day after day. Never imagined you'd possess such extraordinary skill." He paused mid-sentence, then still blushing continued hesitantly, "Meng Ye, how do you intend to handle this black bear?" "Of course, since you slew it, it belongs entirely to you. We certainly wouldn't dream of." Before Wang Jun could finish, Meng Ye gently raised a hand to halt him. A seasoned pragmatist from the 21st century, he understood Wang Jun's unspoken meaning perfectly. To claim the entire bear for himself would have felt deeply uncomfortable, especially since the militia members had sustained injuries and expended precious ammunition. "Uncle Wang, let's divide it 3 ways, 1 portion for myself, 1 for all the uncles and elders who joined the hunt today. You all fought valiantly, and the 3rd for the village. Tomorrow the village chief can stew a great pot, so our elders and neighbors may all savor its meat and sip its nourishing broth. Oh, and please save the bear gallbladder and sternum for me, I have use for them." Hearing Meng Ye's fair and generous arrangement, Wang Jun's eyes lit up instantly, and he gave Meng Ye a vigorous thumbs up. "Meng Ye, you truly are something else, a fine upright young man." The other militiamen, overjoyed at the prospect of receiving bear meat, cheered and echoed his praise. "I've always known Meng Ye would amount to something. Absolutely. This boy's got spirit. Meng Ye, my wife's younger sister, just turned 18. Shall I introduce you?" Laughter erupted throughout the courtyard as together they labored for quite some time to carry the massive carcass out of Li Xiaomei's home. "Meng Ye will take the bear to the brigade headquarters for now. Old Master Li will process it first thing tomorrow morning. Then we'll divide it fairly," Wang Jun said. "Agreed, no problem at all. You all rest well too, you've been working hard all night." After exchanging a few courteous words, the militiamen hoisted the bear onto their shoulders and marched toward the brigade headquarters. Unwilling to leave Li Xiaomei unattended, Meng Ye chose not to return home, remaining seated beside her on the kang through the night. As dawn broke, gentle light spilled softly across the village rooftops, draping them in a delicate gilded veil, like a serene, ink-wash painting. Morning mist still lingered, curling in wisps among the houses, ethereal and dreamlike. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling tenderly upon Li Xiaomei's face. She slowly opened her eyes, and the moment she saw Meng Ye slumped asleep by the wall, her gaze widened in astonishment. Yet this time she did not cry out in panic. Instead, she remained calm, carefully surveying her surroundings. Her gaze swept slowly across every corner of the room, absorbing each detail. Until satisfied that she truly lay within her own familiar home, she breathed a quiet sigh of relief, though deep-seated uncertainty still lingered. To dispel any lingering doubt that this might be illusion, she pinched her own arm sharply. A jolt of pain surged through her, making her gasp inwardly. That raw, unmistakable pain confirmed that she was alive, truly miraculously alive, and had not been devoured by the black bear last night. Overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down Li Xiaomei's cheeks as she looked upon Meng Ye beside her, her eyes shimmering with tender, unspoken emotion. Undoubtedly, he had saved her life. Her sobs grew louder, mingling sorrow and profound gratitude. Meng Ye, roused from a pleasant dream by the sound, blinked awake. Seeing Li Xiaomei gazing at him tearfully, he panicked instantly and stammered, "Sister, sister, please don't cry. I didn't do anything last night, I swear. Look at me. I haven't even taken off my clothes." At his flustered expression, Li Xiaomei burst into soft laughter. She sat up on the kang, wiped her tears away, and asked gently, "Was it you who saved me last night?" Meng Ye nodded silently. "Did the black bear injure you?" Li Xiaomei pressed urgently upon seeing his nod. Meng Ye grinned. "Don't worry, Sister Xiaomei. The mission was a complete success, 0 casualties." Li Xiaomei covered her mouth, chuckling. "All right, enough teasing. You wait here, I'll prepare something for you to eat." "No need, sister. I'll make it," Meng Ye replied. "Nonsense. Men don't cook. Not when the woman has rested poorly, and certainly not after you stayed up all night guarding me. Just wait, 10 minutes tops." With that, she slipped on her shoes, stepped down from the kang, and disappeared into the kitchen. 10 minutes later, breakfast was ready: 2 bowls of cornmeal porridge for eggs, and the wolf leg Meng Ye had brought the previous day. Li Xiaomei tapped an egg lightly against the tabletop, peeled it with meticulous care, and handed it to Meng Ye. "Here you." Her cheeks flushed faintly pink. "Thanks, sister," Meng Ye said, accepting it, and swallowing it whole, his voice muffled. Li Xiaomei did not touch her chopsticks. Instead, she watched him intently, her gaze lingering on the youth devouring his meal with ravenous delight. The harrowing events of last night replayed vividly in her mind like scenes from a film. Suddenly, she recalled the vow she had made in those final breathless moments, the one that quickened her pulse and warmed her cheeks. Her face burned crimson as if seared by fire, so intensely that she hurriedly lowered her head, afraid to meet Meng Ye's eyes, terrified he might detect her inner turmoil. Yet the more she hid, the more it drew Meng Ye's attention. "Sister Xiaomei, what's wrong? Why is your face so red?" he asked deliberately. After all, though unmarried, he was no stranger to human nature, having observed it closely across a lifetime in the 21st century. He was certain she must be recalling something deeply intimate, something profoundly embarrassing. At his question, her blush deepened, until with a startled "ah," she fled the room in flustered haste. Meng Ye grinned, further affirming his thoughts. Moments later, Li Xiaomei returned with a blush, carrying a plate of vibrant green vegetables and a small bowl of sauce. "Here, these dandelions grown by the vegetable garden are still tender. They are perfect for dipping in the sauce." Hearing about the dandelions, Meng Ye's eyes brightened, as they are considered a precious delicacy in the eyes of people from northeast China. In spring, one can forego many foods, but dandelions with sauce are a must-have. If you see a group of elderly women in northeast China with sickles during spring, do not run away. This does not signify the fierce nature of the locals, but rather that these aunties are out digging for dandelions. Its elegant scientific name is Taraxacum. After finishing his meal, Meng Ye intended to chat with Li Xiaomei, but just as he was about to speak, he heard Wang Jun's voice from outside. "Xiaomei, are you at home?" "In the house, Uncle Wang." Li Xiaomei hurriedly tidied her clothes and stood up in a fluster. "Oh, you are home. Then I'll come in." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jun entered the house. Seeing Meng Ye was indeed there, Wang Jun greeted him warmly. "Oh, Meng Ye, you really are here. I thought no one was home after shouting at your place for a while. By the way, old Li will be slaughtering a bear at the supply and marketing cooperative. You killed the bear, so you can't miss out on being recognized as the great hero." Hearing that Meng Ye had killed the bear from last night, Li Xiaomei was taken aback. She had seen that bear clearly. It was as large as a small mountain, almost reaching the eaves when it stood up, and Meng Ye actually killed it. Thinking of this, Li Xiaomei's eyes became slightly moist. Meng Ye had fought desperately against the bear to save her. This stirred her long-buried feelings once more. "All right, let's go then. Xiaomei, you should come along too." Li Xiaomei hurriedly waved her hands. "No, no, no. You go first, I'll clean up the table and follow." It wasn't that she didn't want to go, but she feared that if she walked with Meng Ye, the villagers would gossip. In this feudal society, idle talk is the most dreaded. Before they had officially established a relationship, it was better to keep a low profile. After all, she was a widow, and some things would not sound good if they spread. Meng Ye nodded. "All right, I'll go first. By the way, Xiaomei, don't forget to bring a big basin when you come. It'll be useful for holding the meat." After saying that, Meng Ye followed Wang Jun out of the house, heading towards the supply and marketing cooperative. By this time, the entrance of the cooperative was already crowded with people of all ages. Upon hearing that Meng Ye had single-handedly killed a bear, everyone gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape. "What? Is that true? That kid Meng Ye actually managed to kill a bear by himself? I bet that's a stretch. It's likely the militia team injured the bear, allowing Meng Ye to pick up the scraps." "That makes sense. I suspect so too. Look at the size of that bear. It could fit Meng Ye inside it, ha." The crowd erupted in laughter. At that moment, a member of the militia suddenly stood up, pointing at a few villagers who had just mocked Meng Ye. "Wang Laoba, stop talking nonsense. Do you even know what happened last night? If it weren't for Meng Ye's help, our captain would be dead. Let me tell you, Meng Ye's shooting skills are simply amazing. He shot the bear right in the eye, and then another shot hit the bear's neck, where the skin is thinnest. No one else could have reached that spot with poor shooting skills. After 2 shots, the bear panicked and ran away, heading straight for Widow Li's yard. When we arrived, guess what happened?" Hey, Juicy, what happened? Hurry up and tell us. I'm so anxious, scratching my ears and cheeks. Yeah, you were halfway through and then stopped. You old partner. Juicy kicked the man and curse, get lost. Who are you cursing? I haven't even married a wife yet, and you curse me with dead partners. Enough. Not worth arguing with you. By the time we got there last night, the bear was already dead. It was directly killed by Meng Ye. There was blood everywhere. Hearing Zuzi's words, all the villagers present fell into shock once again. What the hell? Is that true? That bear was really killed by Meng Ye. Since Zuzi said so, it can't be false. This kid is fierce. He doesn't seem impressive usually, but who would have thought he was so ruthless? Yesterday, he even carried back a green-skinned bear from the mountain. At that moment, a cold snort suddenly came from the edge of the crowd. Humph, in that darkness, who can accurately say who shot it? The crowd turned to look, and they saw a middle-aged woman sitting on the steps, crossing her legs and munching on sunflower seeds. It was Aunt Chun, who spread rumors about Meng Ye yesterday. Hearing Aunt Chun say that, several nearby women echoed her. However, the crowd ignored them. They were notorious for being gossipers in the village. Every day they would talk about the neighbors' affairs, turning an argument between a couple into something scandalous. At this moment, the village head Meng Ye stood up, glaring at Aunt Chun, and spoke loudly to the villagers. Today I have called everyone here not only to watch the excitement. This bear was indeed killed by Meng Ye. However, Meng Ye has said that since there is good meat, it shouldn't be kept to himself. He will divide this bear into 3 portions, one for himself, one for the brothers from the militia who helped last night. And as for the remaining portion, Meng Ye stated that due to the famine across the country, everyone is struggling to have enough to eat, so today, let everyone have a good meal to satisfy their cravings. Hearing the village head say this, all the villagers erupted in cheers. What the hell? Is that true? Meng Ye is really generous. I have never eaten bear meat in my life. This time I can satisfy my cravings. Bear meat. I couldn't even eat meat during the New Year. I almost forgot what meat tastes like. At this moment, Meng Ye and Wang Jun were walking from a distance. Upon seeing the two, the crowd quickly parted to make way. Oh, Meng Ye is here. Meng Ye, you are the great hero of our village now. Meng Ye, you are quite generous. Faced with the villagers' praise, Meng Ye felt a bit embarrassed. He did this to quickly turn around the original owner's image. Seeing Meng Ye arrive, Old Li emerged from the supply and marketing cooperative, holding a short butcher's knife, and walked straight up to Meng Ye, laughing heartily. Ha! You little rascal, or something else. This morning Wang Jun told me, and I couldn't believe it. Meng Ye smiled humbly, and replied, hee, just by chance. Old Li looked at Meng Ye, a look of admiration on his face. Alright, it's getting late, everyone make some space, let's wrap things up quickly and not delay the selling. Saying this, Old Li rubbed the butcher's knife against a nearby bluestone slab. The blade, which was already gleaming coldly, became even more ominous after this action, reflecting a chilling light under the sun that sent shivers down one's spine. After a few strokes, Old Li held the blade up to his face, took a glance, and then nodded in satisfaction. He then jumped onto the back of the bear and pressed the blade against the cut on the bear's neck. With a firm press of the blade, it swiftly slid downwards. Right up. The bear's skin, impervious even to bullets, split open from the belly as if it were a zipper. As the blade reached the abdomen, Old Li did not stop, but continued along the thigh down to the ankle. He then circled the ankle with the blade. The other 3 legs were treated in the same manner. After all were finished, Old Li drew a longer short blade from his waist and began to cut at the incision. Moments later, Old Li peeled back a small piece of bear skin and meat. He then kicked the bear, grabbed the piece of bear skin with both hands, and pulled hard with his arms. With a sharp siap, the bear skin instantly separated from the flesh, revealing a large expanse of blood-red meat. Although Old Li was over 60 years old, his strength was not inferior to that of a young man. In less than 5 minutes, he had completely skinned the bear. As for the remaining bear meat, Old Li picked up the initial butcher's knife, and its blade moved like lightning across the bear, slicing it with precision. In the blink of an eye, evenly sized pieces of bear meat were cut off. The surrounding crowd was awestruck, exclaiming in amazement. Standing up straight, Old Li wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled at Meng Ye, saying, "Kid, we're sharing the bear meat, but the bear skin and paws are valuable goods. How do you plan to handle them?" Meng Ye pondered for a moment and replied, "I'll keep the bear bile for myself, it's useful. As for the bear paws, I'll keep 2, but what about the remaining 2 and the bear skin and bile? Will the supply and marketing cooperative take them?" Old Li's eyes brightened at once. The bear paws were prized possessions, the most valuable part of the entire bear. Moreover, bear paws are rare and hard to come by. Once news of their availability spreads, they will be bought at a high price. Old Li stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Meng Ye, the bear bile has spoiled after a night, but I'll give you 30 yuan for the bear skin and 60 for the pair of bear paws. What do you think?" Upon hearing Old Li's offer, all the villagers present gasped, their faces showing astonishment. "My heavens! How much? 90? Is this thing really worth that much? No way. Tomorrow I'll go up the mountain too. If I catch one, I'll be rich." "Uft. With your little frame, you'd be out of breath, just rolling around on the bed with your wife, and you think you can catch a bear? Ha ha ha." When this person spoke, the crowd burst into laughter. It's no wonder the crowd was so shocked. In 1960, the average monthly income in Dong Village, northeast China was only about 10 yuan. In some remote villages like Minjiagu, a regular worker earned only 5 yuan a month. 90 yuan was more than half a year's income for them. Thinking of this, the villagers cast envious glances at Meng Ye. At this point, old Li had divided the bear meat into 3 portions, with Meng Ye's portion being slightly larger, consisting of 2 hind legs and half of the bear's back. The rest was evenly split into 2 portions. Though the difference was significant, no one spoke up. Rural people may be straightforward, but they are not foolish. Without Meng Ye, they would not only have no meat to eat, but their old hens meant for hatching could also be in trouble. Seeing that the bear meat had been divided, the village head shouted from within the crowd, "Hu Biao, where are you?" Hu Biao, with his big belly, squeezed his way in from outside the crowd upon hearing the village head's call. "Here, here. Village head, what do you need me for? Get 2 people to carry this share of bear meat back to the warehouse first, and after lunch we'll cook it in a big pot. Everyone come for dinner in the evening. You bring your own bowls and chopsticks." The village head seemed to remember something and continued, "Oh, by the way, those old ladies in our village. Don't act as if you've never eaten before. The day before yesterday we arranged for a meal, and good heavens, they brought bowls with them. Why didn't you bring your pig trough along? That was quite something." The crowd burst into laughter. After chatting for a while, Wang Jun arranged for a militiaman to help Meng Ye carry the bear meat home. Seemingly sensing the smell of blood, the wolf cub locked in a cage jumped up and bared its teeth at the bear meat hanging from the beams. Seeing this, Meng Ye sliced off a small piece from the bare leg and stuffed it into the cage. The wolf cub wasted no time and began to devour it ravenously. However, the piece Meng Ye provided was too small. The wolf cub swallowed it in just 2 bites and then howled at Meng Ye again. This time Meng Ye ignored it, cut half of the bear's back, and exited the house carrying the remaining bear meat. Having learned from his previous experience, Meng Ye was wise this time and had no intention of storing the bear meat indoors. Yesterday, while wandering around in the yard, he discovered a vegetable cellar at the northwest corner. It had not been used for who knows how long, and the entrance was overgrown with weeds. If Meng Ye hadn't nearly stepped into it, he would not have noticed it. Later, Meng Ye twisted a few strands of hemp rope into a cord, secured the bear meat, and hung it in the vegetable cellar. In the month of May, in the Lesser Khingan Mountains, the temperature inside the cellar was still below 0, so the bear meat could easily last 10 days or half a month. After taking care of everything, Meng Ye carried half of the bear's back and headed towards Li Ziyumia's home. However, before he reached the door, he heard a commotion nearby. "Shameless, you hussy. Your husband just died 2 years ago, and you're already looking for a new one. You really have no shame. What's it to you? Can't a girl think about men anymore? My family's running wild these days. You want to borrow a few. Who knows? You even specially entice young men. Oh, why don't you take a look in the mirror? Do you have that kind of life?" Meng Ye frowned upon hearing this and hurriedly ran toward Li Ziyumia's house. Upon arriving at the door, he saw Aunt Li and several women standing at the entrance of Ziyumia's house, loudly cursing. "What the hell are you doing?" Meng Ye shouted loudly. Hearing Meng Ye's voice, Aunt Chun and the others were startled and looked at him with a hint of guilt, forcing smiles. "Meng Ye is here. Come, Aunt has something to discuss with you." Saying this, Aunt Chun and the others pulled Meng Ye aside and whispered, "Meng Ye, I know you have feelings for widow Li. I must remind you, I've heard others say that this widow Li has a husband-killing fate. Look at that Niu Lauer. He just completed the wedding ceremony and hasn't even entered the bridal chamber, yet he's already gone. Moreover, I've also heard that this widow Li leads an indecent life. During the day you might not see it, but at night there are always men climbing over the wall into her house. Those fellows, they stay the whole night. They don't even feel ashamed. This is truly a case of being a prostitute while setting up a signboard. Bah." Saying this, Aunt Chun spat on the ground. After hearing this, Meng Ye frowned slightly and looked at Aunt Chun. "Aunt Chun, have you applied some laxative?" Aunt Chun was taken aback and didn't immediately understand what Meng Ye meant. "What? Laxative? What would I apply that for? If you didn't, how could your mouth spout such nonsense?" Meng Ye raised an eyebrow. Hearing his words, the other women couldn't help but burst into laughter. Aunt Chun was instantly furious and pointed at Meng Ye, scolding, "Meng Ye, I kindly reminded you, and you actually twisted my words to insult me. You. Aunt Chun's face turned red with anger, trembling all over her yellowed teeth, chattering, and finally, in a fit of rage, she lunged at Meng Ye. The others quickly stopped Aunt Chun and whispered in her ear, "Sister Chun, don't be impulsive. This kid just killed a bear. Oh, going up to him is flirting with death." "Exactly. We women can take our time for revenge. There's no rush. We can find a chance to deal with him later." Hearing their advice, Aunt Chun took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. But just as she calmed down, Meng Ye's words sent her into another rage. "And I was bitten by a dog when I was young, and with you looking like this, I'm a bit scared. You bloodline ancestor. You little brat. How dare you give me that tone?" Aunt Chun indeed pounced at Meng Ye like a mad dog. "I don't want it, I find it ugly." Aunt Chun was so furious that her eyes went dark, almost fainting, but thankfully a woman beside her caught her in time. In Meng Jia ditch, if it came to women arguing, Chen Xiuji would be second. Oh, no one dared to claim the first position. Yet today she was actually defeated by Meng Ye. Aunt Chun took several deep breaths to calm down, glaring fiercely at Meng Ye as she said, Meng Ye, you just wait. You'll end up like Neo Lauer, dying under that seductive vixen sooner or later. At that, she and the other women fled in disgrace. Watching them leave, Meng Ye let out a cold snort. TCH, with your limited vocabulary, you can't even speak without your parents around, yet you want to challenge me. At that moment, Li Xiaomei was peering through the window, her eyes red, as she watched Meng Ye's back. She had heard everything that had just transpired. The moment Meng Ye spoke, her heart, riddled with wounds, felt as if it had been cradled in someone's warm palm. Warm and comforting, her frozen heart began to thaw a little. Just as she was lost in thought, Meng Ye had already reached the window, gently tapping on the frame. Sister, what are you dazed about? Li Xiaomei was startled and instinctively took a step back, tripping and sitting down on the kang. Ouch! Li Xiaomei winced, her face suddenly turning pale. Seeing this, Meng Ye's brows furrowed as he rushed into the room. What happened, Sister Xiaomei? Li Xiaomei gritted her teeth, cradling her ankle and feigned strength, shaking her head. It's nothing. Nothing. Without saying another word, Meng Ye directly grabbed Li Xiaomei's ankle and rolled her pant leg up. Ouch! Li Xiaomei suddenly protested. What are you doing? However, Meng Ye paid no attention to Li Xiaomei's words. His voice remained firm and steady, stating in an undeniable tone, don't move. These two short words, though brief, carried an authoritative undertone that made Li Xiaomei hesitate to move. Meng Ye gently grasped her ankle, his brow slightly furrowed. Sister, it might hurt a bit next, but I'll try to be gentle. It will be over soon. Saying this, Meng Ye increased the pressure slightly, kneading her ankle, causing Li Xiaomei to exclaim, ouch, ouch. These little exclamations made Meng Ye's heart race. Meng Ye, you're pressing in the wrong place. Li Xiaomei said, her face flushed. Meng Ye was taken aback and looked down, realizing that his hand had inadvertently pressed against her calf. With an awkward chuckle, he quickly returned to pressing her ankle. After about 10 minutes, Meng Ye withdrew his hand, saying, Sister Xiaomei, see if you can move it now. Li Xiaomei tentatively moved her ankle a few times, and to her surprise found that she could indeed move it, her face lighting up with joy. Ouch, I can move. Meng Ye, you're really amazing. Meng Ye chuckled and cautioned. Although you can move now, be careful over the next few days. Don't do heavy work or lift heavy objects. Twisting it again can easily lead to habitual injuries. Li Xiaomei nodded. At that moment, Meng Ye remembered the bear meat he had left aside and said, by the way, Sister Xiaomei, this is from the bear I caught last night. I brought you some. You can eat it first, and later it'll go back up the mountain for more wild game. Meng Ye, take the bear meat back. You risked your life to get this, and there's still a lot left from the wolf leg you brought yesterday. I can make several meals with it by myself. If you can't finish it, I heard the supply and marketing cooperative is now collecting various wild products. If worst comes to worst, you can sell it there for quite a bit of money. Meng Ye waved his hand, directly pushing the bear meat in front of Li Xiaomei. Sister, just accept it. I have more at home. This bear meat is very nourishing. It helps with blood circulation and muscle building, and since you've sprained your ankle, eating more will help you recover faster. Just eat it. Once you finish, you'll go kill another one. Hearing Meng Ye say this, Li Xiaomei felt warmth in her heart and giggled. Do you think bears are like little chicks that you can just kill whenever? Watching the beauty smile across from him, Meng Ye was momentarily lost in thought. Although Li Xiaomei wore no makeup, her naturally curved brows and eyes exuded charm. When she smiled, she revealed 2 rows of white teeth like flowers blooming in spring, complemented by her long black hair, showcasing a simple and pure beauty. This kind of beauty cannot be matched by any makeup. Seeing Meng Ye staring at her with a foolish expression, Li Xiaomei's face, already flushed with embarrassment, turned even redder, resembling a ripe apple. She playfully pouted and said, What are you staring at? Never seen a young lady before. Although she said that her heart was as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Meng Ye scratched his head and chuckled. Xiaomei, you look really beautiful today. Oh, I just can't help but keep looking at you. Li Xiaomei felt slightly shy from the compliment, twisting her hands, nervously lowering her head to whisper, You flatter me. The two continued chatting for a while, and Meng Ye turned his attention to Li Xiaomei's watch. That watch was Li Xiaomei's dowry, her only dowry. What time is it, Sister Xiaomei? Li Xiaomei glanced at her watch and replied, It's 9:30. Why? Meng Ye nodded, saying, I'm going to take a stroll in the mountains to see if I can gather some wild goods. You've been talking about wolves and bears these past few days. Isn't that enough to eat? Li Xiaomei asked in confusion. No way, sister. I need to make money. If I don't fix up my rundown house, soon it might collapse in a few days. Li Xiaomei hesitated, and then said seriously, Meng Ye, I do have some money. If you need it urgently, feel free to take it. Meng Ye felt warmth in his heart and flashed a big smile, saying, Oh, how could I use your money? A big man should earn for himself. Then, be careful out there. Sure, don't worry. Watch your ankle too. With that, Meng Ye left the house and headed to the mountain with his sickle. This time, Meng Ye chose to hunt in the same area where he had previously encountered the wolves. The presence of wolves indicated that other animals might also be around. Along the way, Meng Ye encountered several wild sprouts, all of which he collected in his basket. Just as he reached the mountain top and was heading down, he spotted a cluster of plants resembling monkey legs. The plants were entirely reddish-brown, covered with sparse fuzz, and their tops curled into a shape resembling a lollipop. Seeing this, Meng Ye's eyes brightened. Monkey legs. What a good find. I haven't eaten these in ages. With that thought, Meng Ye hurriedly approached, grabbed several stalks, and broke them off, stuffing them into his basket. Due to the abundance of monkey legs, Meng Ye filled his basket in just over 10 minutes. Not bad, although I didn't encounter much wildlife, gathering so many monkey legs is still a good haul. Just as Meng Ye was about to head back, he suddenly heard the sound of animals rushing through the leaves nearby. His brows furrowed, and he quickly crouched down. In the 1960s, the Xinjiang region was rich in wild resources, not to mention wild boars and bears. Even northeast tigers were quite numerous. Currently, Meng Ye didn't have a gun. If he encountered smaller animals, it would be manageable, but if he came across bears or wild boars, he would need to tread carefully. As the sound drew closer, he saw a brown animal somewhat resembling a deer running toward him. Haha, isn't that a silly roe deer? Meng Ye's heart leaped in joy as he gripped his sickle, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The silly roe deer hopped closer, coming within about 5 meters of Meng Ye. Now's my chance. Meng Ye exerted force in his legs and leaped out from the bushes. However, just as he got halfway up, a loud sound echoed through the forest. Bang! Meng Ye was startled, instinctively dodging. A bullet whizzed past his cheek, leaving a cut on his face. Meng Ye quickly rolled forward and dove back into the bushes. The silly roe deer, frightened by the gunshot, fled in panic and quickly disappeared. Crouching in the bushes, Meng Ye furrowed his brows, his ears perked, listening intently to the sounds around him, not daring to let his guard down. At that moment, a rustling sound approached, followed by an elderly voice calling out nearby, "Kid, are you still breathing?" Meng Ye remained still, his body pressed close to the ground like a poised cheetah. Seeing that, Meng Ye didn't move. The person called out again, "Kid, if you're still breathing, just make a sound. I was chasing a roe deer and didn't expect you to jump out. Are you hurt?" The person spoke, but showed no intention of approaching, merely standing in place and shouting. After a while, seeing that Meng Ye remained silent, he cautiously made his way over. When he was about 2 meters away from Meng Ye suddenly burst out of the bushes, throwing a punch at the stranger. This time, Meng Ye didn't use his sickle, as he wasn't sure if what the stranger said was true. It was better to subdue him first. As Meng Ye got a clear look at the stranger, he saw an elderly man with gray hair, dressed in a bearskin coat, with a hemp rope tied around his waist, holding a gleaming hunting rifle. Seeing Meng Ye charging at him with a fist, the old man quickly turned his rifle to block the punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as both Meng Ye and the old man staggered back 2 steps. Meng Ye steadied himself, keeping a vigilant eye on the old man. The old man lowered his rifle and looked at Meng Ye with interest. "Kid, not bad. I mean, no harm. You really ran into the muzzle of the gun yourself just now." The old man waved his hand and continued, "If you don't believe me, look at my gun. Oh, it's not even loaded." Saying this, the old man offered the rifle to Meng Ye. Meng Ye glanced up and saw that it indeed wasn't loaded, which made him relax a bit. "What should I call you, old man?" The old man laughed heartily. "My surname is Chun, and I'm the 3rd child in my family. People call me San Ye. I've been hunting in these mountains for decades." Hearing this, Meng Ye let go of his concerns and replied, "Nice to meet you, San Ye. My name is Meng Ye from Menjiago." "Haha, you're quite bold, kid. In this day and age, you dare to go up the mountain alone without a gun. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by wild beasts?" Meng Ye shrugged. "I have no choice. I need to earn money to build a house and marry a wife." San Ye paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Ha, you're a funny kid. I like you. If you don't mind, come back to my little cabin. Oh, I'll treat you to a couple of drinks to calm your nerves, as a way to make it up to you." Meng Ye thought for a moment and felt that the old man meant no harm, so he nodded. "Then I'll take you up on your hospitality, San Ye." "Oh, what's there to disturb? I live alone in the mountains. Every day, it gets quite lonely. It's rare to meet someone to chat with, just what I need to pass the time." San Ye laughed heartily. "All right, you lead the way, and I'll follow you." But at that moment, San Ye didn't move, instead smiling and saying, "Don't rush, let's wait here for a bit. You never know when there might be unexpected gains." Hearing what Third Master said, Meng Ye was momentarily puzzled, so he squatted down in the bushes, mimicking Third Master, and quietly chatted. About 3 to 5 minutes later, a sudden sound of "he" came from not far away. Third Master's eyes lit up. "Shoo. It's coming." Meng Ye slightly raised his head, and through the gaps in the bushes saw a figure cautiously approaching them. It was indeed the silly roe deer that had been startled away by the gunfire earlier. Before Meng Ye could figure out what was happening, Third Master instantly pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullet flew out with a fiery tongue, sounding exceptionally loud in the silent forest, and the silly roe deer fell to the ground in response. Third Master put down the gun, excitedly patting Meng Ye's shoulder. "Let's go take a look." The two hurried over to the roe deer. After examining it, Third Master nodded in satisfaction. "This is a good catch. Today's luck is quite favorable." Meng Ye curiously asked, "Third Master, why did this roe deer come back on its own?" Third Master smiled and explained, "This roe deer is called silly because of this trait. When it encounters danger and runs away, it becomes curious about what just happened and will come back to check after a while." While speaking, Third Master skillfully began to process the roe deer, first cutting its throat to let it bleed, then meticulously removing all the internal organs. In no time he had dealt with the roe deer. Meng Ye watched in astonishment and asked curiously, "Third Master, why are we gutting it here?" Third Master wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and explained, "The reason for bleeding it out here is that if we wait until the roe deer gets home, the blood would have already congealed inside its body and the gamey smell would seep into the meat, affecting the flavor and texture. Also, it prevents carnivorous animals from following the blood trail back to our home. Bleeding it out beforehand avoids unnecessary trouble. As for gutting it, this is a rule among us hunters. In these mountains, everything has a spirit. We hunters say we rely on our skills to make a living, but ultimately we still depend on the mountain god for sustenance. As the saying goes, one should leave a line when dealing with others. We are wealth, but the animals in the mountains are still hungry. Thus the intestines and other organs are offered as tribute to the mountain god and the little animals." Upon hearing this, Meng Ye nodded earnestly, feeling a newfound respect for Third Master. "There are indeed many rules in these mountains. I will have to learn from you more in the future." Third Master laughed heartily. "All right, as long as you don't mind me being bothersome, let's go back and chat while we eat." With that, Third Master crouched down to lift the roe deer. Seeing this, Meng Ye quickly reached out. "Third Master, you rest to let me do it." Saying this, Meng Ye grabbed the roe deer by the back of its neck, hoisted it up, and directly slung it onto his back. Third Master gave a thumbs up. "Good. You've got some strength, kid. Let's go. We should be there in about half an hour. If you get tired, just let me know, and I'll carry it." With that, the two headed deeper into the mountains. Along the way, Third Master explained many of the rules of the mountains to Meng Ye, such as not sitting on tree stumps in the deep mountains, as they are considered the mountain god's dining tables. When encountering ginseng, you must not shout randomly, instead call it a pestle. When hunting, aim for the large ones, and avoid the small. Hunt males, not females. He also explained how to track wild animals through various clues. Meng Ye listened intently, not feeling tired even after carrying the roe deer for half an hour. "All right, we've arrived," Third Master called out as he unloaded the roe deer from Meng Ye's back. Meng Ye was taken aback, scanning the surroundings, but not spotting any signs of a house. He only noticed something unusual a few meters ahead. It was a patch of ground covered with straw which had revealed quite a bit of soil due to frequent trampling. "Third Master, is that what you meant?" Meng Ye pointed ahead and said. Third Master smiled and nodded. "Haha, that's it. This is called a ground cellar. It's a house dug underground. Don't underestimate it. This place is warm in winter and cool in summer, plus it can protect against wild animals." Saying this, Third Master walked over, removed the straw on top, revealing a large door panel. After lifting the door, it was dark inside, and the structure was not visible. Without saying a word, Third Master jumped in. A moment later, he lit a candle and called out to Meng Ye, "Come down, Meng." Meng Ye also jumped in, following Third Master's example. Once inside, he saw that the walls were all made of mud and straw. The facilities inside were quite simple. Besides a heated bed, there was only a self-made table and 2 benches. There were many animal skins hanging on the walls, including those of roe deer, elk, and various small animals, which Meng Ye couldn't identify completely. "Come, Meng Ye, you sit for a while. He'll go skin the roe deer. Oh, and give me some of those monkey legs, I'll fry them with the roe deer meat for you." With that, Third Master began his work. Meng Ye naturally wouldn't let the old man do all the work alone and helped out beside him. 2 hours later, the two of them sat around the stove and began to eat heartily. A large pot full of roe deer meat Meng Ye ate until grease dripped from his mouth. This roe deer meat was several times tastier than wolf or bear meat. Not only was the texture tender, but it also carried a hint of milky flavor. After eating, he felt warm and extremely comfortable. "Wow, this roe deer meat is really fragrant," Meng Ye exclaimed. Third Master wiped the grease from his beard and smiled. "Of course it is. In these mountains, if you ask which meat is the most delicious apart from flying dragons, it's this roe deer. You see, this roe deer feeds on herbs daily, and a large portion of that consists of medicinal herbs, so the roe deer is truly a nourishing delight. And do you know what the most valuable thing about the roe deer is? Seeing Meng Ye shake his head, Third Master continued, "The roe deer's most valuable asset is not its antlers or meat, but its skin. Roe deer skin has another name called bai chow dan. No matter how cold it is, even if you lie on snow, as long as you have a roe deer skin beneath you, it feels like you're lying on a little stove, warm and cozy. When I go hunting in winter, I must bring this bai chow dana, otherwise I would freeze and have to relieve myself." Meng Ye laughed heartily at Third Master's humorous explanation, enjoying their conversation. Though they seemed to be separated by half a century in appearance, the two felt like old friends who had not seen each other for many years, chatting with great understanding. At this moment, Meng Ye asked curiously, "Third Master, what are you doing living in this deep mountain forest? It wouldn't affect your hunting if you went back to the village." Upon hearing Meng Ye's question, Third Master's previously joyful expression instantly froze, and he took a deep breath. Third Master took a deep breath, his eyes filled with a hint of melancholy, and he pulled out a small stack of tobacco paper from his pocket, tearing off a piece and licking it with his tongue. He then rolled the tobacco leaves and began to smoke. The flickering ember illuminated Third Master's face, accentuating the wrinkles, making him appear to age suddenly by more than a decade. Taking a deep drag, Third Master finally calmed down and murmured, "This matter must start from 2 years ago. That winter, I went hunting in the mountains and was scratched by a wild boar. When I returned home, I started to have a fever which lasted for several days before finally subsiding. But my body was in terrible shape. My son, seeing me weak, felt sorry for me and said he would go catch a few flying dragons to make soup for me. He had learned nearly 80% of my hunting skills, so I didn't stop him. But he went out, and there was no news. He didn't come back for a whole day and night. Later, I sensed something was wrong, and ignoring my family's objections, I went up the mountain to find him. But when I found him, he was already." At this point, Third Master clenched his fist tightly, his eyes filled with pain and anger, his voice trembling. After calming himself for a while, Third Master continued, "When I arrived, he had already lost his breath, and the condition of his body was horrific. Everything below his armpits was gone, as if torn apart by some wild beast. I discovered numerous palm-sized paw prints nearby. Such large paw prints could only belong to a Siberian tiger. Later, I also found a severed tiger tail nearby. I carried his body down the mountain, vowing to find the Siberian tiger that killed him. From that day on, I went up the mountain every few days, hoping to find traces of that beast. But I found nothing. Eventually, I decided to move to the mountain to search for that beast. A year later, near a cliff, I discovered a series of Siberian tiger paw prints. I suspected they belonged to the beast that killed my son. I followed the prints and soon spotted the Siberian tiger by a water pool. Just as I suspected, it had a severed tail. It was indeed the one that killed my son. Suppressing the rage and hatred within me, I raised my gun and decisively pulled the trigger. But that beast reacted incredibly quickly, dodging aside, and the bullet only hit its rear. It managed to escape. I spent that year wandering the forest daily, but I never managed to catch that beast." At this point, Third Master looked at Meng Ye and cautioned him. "By the way, you should be careful when you go into the mountains in the future. Make sure not to encounter that beast. It's already fierce, and these past 2 years have been particularly harsh." Third Master gave a lengthy warning. Meng Ye patiently listened to Third Master finish speaking, nodded, and secretly resolved that if he encountered that Siberian tiger in the mountains in the future, he would definitely take care of it. This would also fulfill Third Master's lingering concern, allowing him to enjoy his later years at home sooner. The two chatted in the dim cellar for a while longer before Meng Ye reluctantly said his goodbyes. Just as he stepped out of the cellar, Meng Ye was called back by Third Master. "Meng kid, wait a moment." Saying this, Third Master emerged from the cellar, holding half a deer and a small cloth bag. "Take this half of the deer back to eat. You need to nourish your body. Look at how thin you are. If you bump into a sturdier deer, it could knock you over." Third Master: "No need. You keep it for yourself, though I have plenty of meat at home." Third Master shot a glance at Meng Ye. "Don't talk nonsense with me. If you have meat at home, how can you still go into the mountains? Don't dawdle, take it quickly. I truly don't lack meat. After a stroll around the mountain, my pot is already full." Seeing Third Master say this, Meng Ye stopped refusing and accepted the half deer from Third Master's shoulder. At this moment, Third Master handed the small cloth bag to Meng Ye. "Third Master, what is this?" Meng Ye asked, puzzled. "Open it, and you'll know," Third Master said with a smile. Meng Ye slowly opened the outer layer of the torn cloth and saw a beautifully crafted dagger lying quietly inside. The blade was extremely sharp. Even under the sunlight, it felt cold in Meng Ye's hand. The handle was meticulously crafted from black hardwood, sturdy and seemingly coated with a thick layer of patina. Gently picking up the dagger, Meng Ye could feel its heavy weight, a testament to the accumulation of strength and killing intent. He could even faintly smell a hint of blood. "Good knife." Meng Ye couldn't help but exclaim. "As long as you recognize it as a good item, this knife is a gift for you." "Third Master, such a valuable item, you..." Meng Ye wanted to refuse, but was interrupted by Third Master. "Don't be so wishy-washy. If you don't want it, I'll take it back." "I want it." "Thank you, Third Master." Meng Ye hurriedly hid the dagger behind him. Currently, he was in need of a reliable knife. He couldn't keep using a sickle to hunt in the mountains. At that moment, Third Master continued, "By the way, when will you come next time? Bring me some large grains of salt. Spring has arrived and the beasts in the mountains have started to become active, so I plan to cure some meat." "Sure, no problem. I'll tidy up my yard in the next couple of days. I'll be able to come in 3 to 5 days. No rush. Just come whenever you're free. It's quite a hassle for me to go down the mountain." After chatting for a bit longer, Meng Ye carried the half deer down the mountain. Upon returning to the village, he didn't see many people along the way. They all seemed to have gone to the team cafeteria waiting for meat. Back home, Meng Ye cut off a small piece of the deer meat to feed the wolf cub. This time the wolf cub reacted a bit better. It bared its teeth at Meng Ye for a short while before ignoring him and focusing on the deer meat, tearing into it eagerly. Seeing the wolf cub's reaction, Meng Ye nodded and quietly crept behind the wolf cub, slipping his hand through the gaps in the cage to gently touch its back. Seeing this, Meng Ye's mouth twitched. It seemed the allure of bear meat was indeed substantial. However, after a moment of thought, he understood. In these famine-stricken times, even eating a coarse cornbread was considered a luxury, let alone bear meat. At this moment, a sharp-eyed villager spotted Meng Ye and quickly shouted, "Meng Ye is here! Meng Ye is here! Hey, quickly make way for Meng Ye!" The crowd responded in unison, clearing a path for him. Although Meng Ye usually lazed around and did nothing, everyone still regarded him with a certain respect for this matter. After leading Meng Ye to the center, Wang Jun held a small shovel in one hand and lifted the pot lid with the other. As the pot lid was lifted, a rich and savory aroma instantly wafted out from the pot, as if the scent had a life of its own, directly invading everyone's nostrils. It was the unique flavor of bear meat, a richness distinct from the freshness of fish and shrimp, a dense and profound taste. Everyone present inhaled deeply, as if trying to absorb all the fragrance in the air into their bellies. Wang Jun stirred the pot with the shovel, and chunks of tender bear meat rolled in the broth, the liquid milky white and enticing. Everyone's eyes closely followed the movements of the shovel, and saliva was almost dripping. Meng Ye, you did well, you eat first. Wang Jun scooped the largest piece of bear meat into a bowl and handed it to Meng Ye. Meng Ye was not polite. He took the bowl, gently blew on the steam, and took a bite. At the moment of entry, Meng Ye's eyes lit up. The bear meat was tender and juicy, each fiber infused with the rich broth instantly melting in his mouth. Everyone around fell silent, only the sound of swallowing could be heard. At this moment, Meng Ye glanced at the large pot, and with a strange expression turned to Wang Jun and asked, "Uncle Wang, have all the bear meat for the village been stewed?" Wang Jun was taken aback, not quite understanding why Meng Ye asked this. "It's all stewed, but it's all in this pot." Upon hearing this, Meng Ye frowned slightly and shook his head. "No, there must be less bear meat. I saw Old Li leave the bear's neck for the village, yet when you stirred the pot just now, I didn't see the neck." Upon hearing this, Wang Jun's expression changed as he looked at Meng Ye and said, "Meng Ye, are you sure?" Meng Ye affirmed sure. At this moment, Old Li also stood up, saying, "I can vouch for this. I indeed left the bear's neck for the village." Hearing Old Li's confirmation, the villagers began to stir. "What? The bear meat is missing. That won't do. This is for everyone." "Exactly. Village chief, you must catch the thief quickly. Who the hell did this? Which bastard is responsible for this wicked deed? I curse them to hell." In an instant, the villagers were enraged, cursing loudly. They hurled every curse imaginable, insulting everyone in their homes. At this moment, the village chief stood up with a grim expression, scanning the crowd as if searching for someone. "Who has seen Hu Biao? Huh, he was just here. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Yeah, he was just standing next to me. Where is he? Where is he? Hu Biao, what are you doing?" Following the voice, they saw Hu Biao jogging away in the distance. Hearing the crowd shouts, Hu Biao quickened his pace, dodging behind a pile of firewood. The village chief glared at Wang Jun and said, "Wang Jun, immediately go and bring that brat Hu Biao back." Wang Jun dropped the shovel, stood straight, and instructed several militiamen. "Dog Shum, Dan, Old Wu, come with me." After that, they quickly ran in the direction Hu Biao had disappeared. Before long, Wang Jun and the others returned, escorting Hu Biao back to the crowd. The village chief glared at Hu Biao and asked, "Hu Biao, did you steal the bear meat?" Hu Biao shouted indignantly, "Village chief, you have to provide evidence for everything. I've been in this village for over 10 years. You can't just wrong an innocent person because of this brat's single word." As soon as Hu Biao finished speaking, a shout came from afar. "Captain, Captain, we found it. We found it." Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man pushing through the crowd with a sack on his back. Seeing the sack on the man's back, Hu Biao's face changed dramatically and his previously arrogant attitude vanished. The village chief glanced at the sack and then looked at Hu Biao. "Hu Biao, do you want me to open it for everyone to see?" Hu Biao's expression changed and he took a deep breath, pleading in a tearful voice, "Village chief, I was wrong. I admit my mistakes. My mother has been bedridden for several years, and I heard people say that bear bone soup could treat her ailments, so I had the wrong idea. I was wrong. I'm sorry to the village and everyone." As he spoke, Hu Biao unexpectedly sat down on the ground and began to cry. Although the villagers had never thought much of Hu Biao, upon hearing that he stole the bear meat for his paralyzed mother, they couldn't help but feel a surge of compassion. "Village chief, I think we should let this go. The bear meat has been found. I think we should give Hu Biao a bit more to take home for his mother to drink. Everyone makes mistakes. Hu is without fault, especially since he did it for his mother." Seeing the villagers pleading for him, a barely noticeable triumphant smile appeared on Hu Biao's face. The village chief sighed at this scene and cast a disapproving glance at Hu Biao. "Hu Biao, considering this is your first offense, we'll let it go this time, but the organization will give you a demerit. If you perform well in the next 6 months, the demerit will be cancelled." After hearing this, Hu Biao nodded, repeatedly bowing and thanking the village chief. "Thank you, village chief. Thank you, everyone. I won't do such foolish things again." The village chief waved his hand, saying, "All right, let's do it this way. It's time to eat." Everyone is waiting eagerly. Upon hearing the village chief say it was time to eat, everyone's eyes lit up. Everyone rushed forward eagerly. Wang Jun, seeing this, tapped the edge of the pot with his shovel and shouted, "Everyone line up if you want meat. Those who don't line up won't get any meat." Hearing this, the villagers quickly formed a line. After lining up, Wang Jun began to distribute the meat. Due to the sheer number of people in the village, each person received only a small amount of bear meat, basically just 2 chunks along with a full bowl of meat broth. Although it was little, everyone carefully took their share as if holding a rare treasure. After receiving the bear meat soup, some villagers found a quiet spot squatting on the ground and slurping it up. Those were a pair of old Beijing cloth shoes, black on the surface and white on the soles. In this era, ordinary families would hardly be willing to wear such shoes. They mostly wore grass sandals. Generally, only educated youth from the city would wear such shoes. The women around looked on with envy. Meng Ye noticed this, raised an eyebrow, and walked over to Aunt Chun. Aunt Chun, your new shoes are quite nice. Seeing Meng Ye approaching, Aunt Chun was already prepared to be scolded, but she didn't expect him to praise her shoes, which genuinely took her by surprise. Hey, just take a look. These are cloth shoes from the capital. Quite precious. Look at this surface, it's bleached, and this fabric is top-notch. She lifted her foot to show off to everyone. Look at the sole, it's all patterned, you won't slip even on ice in winter. Seeing the pattern on the sole, Meng Ye let out a cold laugh. Aunt Chun, why does your shoe sole look so familiar to me? Aunt Chun's expression changed in a panic as she quickly dropped the shoes and feigned calmness. What's wrong? Have you worn these old Beijing cloth shoes too? Not to belittle you, but with your family's poverty, I doubt you've ever worn a decent pair of cloth shoes. Whether I have or not is none of your business. By the way, just yesterday my house got robbed and the thief's footprints looked quite similar to yours. Upon hearing this, Aunt Chun exploded like a hen whose feathers had been ruffled, jumping up from the stone and pointing a finger at Meng Ye to scold him. Meng Ye, you little bastard. Don't you dare slander good people here. Who the hell went to your house to steal wolf meat? Yesterday. Aunt Chun's words were abruptly interrupted as she suddenly realized something was off and quickly fell silent. Meng Ye looked at her with a cold smile. Wolf meat? I never said what was stolen was wolf meat. Aunt Chun wanted to explain, but when the words reached her lips, she didn't know how to argue. The other women nearby, seeing Aunt Chun was in trouble, all kept their distance. Meng Ye leaned closer to Aunt Chun and said coldly, Aunt Chun, that half a wolf of mine is worth a good amount of money now. Oh, it must be worth at least 10 yuan. So are you going to pay me, or should I go find Uncle Wang to discuss this matter? I've heard that in the past 2 years to prevent turmoil, villages and counties have been strict. If you have a criminal record, you might lose your job. Upon hearing this, Aunt Chun panicked and quickly grabbed Meng Ye's hand, pleading, Nephew. No. This is just a rural matchmaking issue. It's not that serious. Meng Ye raised an eyebrow. Speaking of wolf meat, Aunt Chun showed a bitter expression and stammered, Nephew, we've finished all the wolf meat. There are only a few bones left for the dog. Then what are we even talking about? Just pay me. Ooh, I don't need much. Just 10 yuan will do. Aunt Chun with a distressed face continued to plead. Nephew, my family doesn't even have 10 yuan in total. You know your uncle. Ever since he got bitten by a wild boar on the mountain, he can't work hard anymore, and every month he has to spend a lot on medicine. Our family is already broke. As she spoke, Aunt Chun seemed to think of something, took a deep breath, and looked at Meng Ye with gritted teeth, saying, Nephew, how about this? I'll tell you something related to you, and you can let me off easy. Hearing this, Meng Ye raised an eyebrow, suddenly interested. Sure, go ahead. Aunt Chun steadied herself, glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them, and leaned closer to Meng Ye to whisper. Hu Biao has been thinking about your sister Xiao Mei. The last time I caused trouble at Xiao Mei's house, it was also Hu Biao's doing. He told me to say that Xiao Mei is a loose woman, so no one would dare marry her, and then he could take action. Moreover, Aunt Chun hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately continued. Hu Biao also said he wanted to find someone to deal with you. From what I know about him, he would definitely do it. His uncle works in the county and is said to have some influence, so you need to be careful. Don't let him catch anything on you. After hearing Aunt Chun's news, Meng Ye's expression turned cold. He never expected that Hu Biao would not only tarnish Li Xiaomai's reputation behind her back, but also seek to harm him. It seems that Hu Biao cannot be left alive. At this moment, Meng Ye's demeanor was grim, his eyes filled with murderous intent, making Aunt Chun shiver. At this moment, she felt that Meng Ye was going to kill her. Nephew. Aunt Chun's voice trembled. Meng Ye came back to his senses, looked at Aunt Chun, and revealed a cold smile. All right, the information is decent. Forget about the wolf, however. In the future, don't spread rumors in the village. If I hear you again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Aunt Chun trembled in fear, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Meng Ye snorted coldly and turned to walk towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Seeing him leave, Aunt Chun sat down heavily on the bluestone slab, gasping for breath. At this moment, her back was soaked with sweat, and there was not a hint of color on her face. Watching Meng Ye's figure recede into the distance, Aunt Chun took a deep breath, thinking that she must not provoke this guy in the future, or she might not even know how she would die. At this moment, Meng Ye had already arrived at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, where Old Li was leisurely sipping tea. Seeing Meng Ye, Old Li smiled and waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. Come, little Meng, sit for a while. Meng Ye waved his hand with a smile, saying, I want, said Old Li. I want to buy some things. All right, what do you want? Meng Ye walked around the store and filled a large bag with daily necessities, ranging from undershirts and jackets to firewood, rice, oil, and salt. There was no choice. This house could be said to be leaking from all sides with nothing left. Even a rat that went in would come out crying. Finally, Meng Ye chose a box of assorted candies and some candies, intending to give them to Li Xiaomei. Old Li packed everything into a net bag. In total, it cost 25 yuan, which was within Meng Ye's acceptable range. Carrying 2 large bags of items out of the supply and marketing cooperative, Meng Ye suddenly thought of something and turned back to ask, "Oldly, I want to know where I can buy bricks around our village." My old house is leaning so badly it's practically crooked. I've been thinking of buying some bricks to build a proper brick house. There's a brickyard over by the Hongqi forestry farm. Elderly mused after a moment's pause, but the price isn't cheap. 3 fen per brick, I hear. If you're aiming for a spacious tiled roof house, you'll need at least 2 or 300 yuan. Hearing it would cost only a few hundred yuan, Meng Ye exhaled in relief. He'd feared it might run into the thousands. Well then I'll take my leave. Rest well, elder. With that, Meng Ye bowed and departed. Watching his retreating figure, the villagers gathered beside the supply and marketing cooperative couldn't help but gaze with envy. Look at Meng Ye, what luck! A blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. He killed a bear and shot straight up. Just look at him. Tank top, underwear, bought a whole pile of things. Envious are you? Why don't you go up the mountain with him and hunt a black bear yourself? Well, now you know what. I was thinking just that. Tonight I'll clean and oil my old rifle. I'll be damned if I'm outdone by an 18-year-old boy. Oh, spare us. That rusted hunk of junk you call a rifle hasn't fired in decades. It's probably less reliable than what's dangling between your legs. Wu Lauer, are you out of your mind? Why not fetch your wife to inspect the goods? What the hell? Don't get cocky just because I gave you an inch. The two erupted into a brawl, chickens scattering, dogs yelping, dust billowing into the air. By then Meng Ye had already arrived at Li Xiaomei's doorstep. Seeing smoke curling from her chimney, he pushed the door open and walked right in. Get out right now. The sight before him sent a rush of warmth flooding straight to Meng Ye's head. Li Xiaomei stood there clad only in a crimson silk bellyband. Her floral outer jacket still dangled loosely in one hand, barely shielding her alabaster skin. Meng Ye stood frozen, utterly entranced. When Li Xiaomei caught him staring wide-eyed and rapt, she snatched up a pillow and hurled it at him, shouting, "Get out!" Startled by the flying pillow, Meng Ye snapped back to awareness, caught it midair, and slunk out the doortail between his legs. Inside, the rustle of hurried dressing filled the air. Grinning broadly, Meng Ye stood by the doorway. Truth be told, Xiaomei's figure was truly exceptional, a match even for the most stunning beauties of this age. A moment later, Li Xiaomei's voice drifted out, soft, shy, and faintly trembling. "Come in." Meng Ye pushed the door open again. There she stood, wearing the same vibrant floral jacket, her hair tied high in a neat ponytail. Her cheeks glowed rosy, not from makeup but from sheer embarrassment, so vivid they begged to be gently pinched. "You rogue, have you stared enough?" Li Xiaomei chided, feigning indignation. Meng Ye chuckled. Never enough. A lifetime wouldn't be enough. Oh. Hearing his unabashed words, Li Xiaomei's face flushed deeper still, so crimson she longed to vanish into the nearest crack in the floor. Though a widow, she had never known intimacy, had never even courted a suitor, and was wholly unprepared for Meng Ye's bold, tender provocation. Seeing her cheeks burn like molten embers, Meng Ye grinned again and pressed forward. "Sister Xiaomei, this is for you." So saying, he pulled from his pocket a box of Wanzi Qianhong ointment and several sticks of gala oil. Li Xiaomei extended her hand halfway, then snatched it back the moment she recognized the items, waving them off. "Oh dear, why on earth did you buy these? They're outrageously expensive. Take them back. Right away. I work all day. I don't need them at all. It'd be a complete waste." Meng Ye gently seized her wrist and pressed the gifts into her palm. "Waste? Not when they're for you. Spring winds are fierce. Keep your hands well moisturized. Look, your knuckles are already cracked." She hesitated, then feeling the faint sting of her raw skin, quietly accepted. A quiet warmth spread through her chest. It had been years since anyone had shown her such care. After her mother died, her drunken father beat her each time he drank, cursing her as an ill-omened daughter who'd brought death upon her mother. Later, when she heard he'd sold her, she felt no sorrow, only a flicker of quiet joy. She thought at last she'd found freedom, a warm, loving home. Yet fate struck cruelly. Her husband died soon after their wedding, leaving her a widow. For 3 long years, she bore it all alone. Now Meng Ye's arrival stirred within her a long-forgotten warmth, and something else subtle yet intoxicating. "Thank you," Li Xiaomei murmured, eyes downcast, unable to meet his gaze. "No need for thanks. We'll be family soon. No formalities required." "Oh, who said I'd marry you? Shoo, out now. It's nearly dark. The villagers will start gossiping if they see you here." Blushing furiously, Li Xiaomei shoved Meng Ye out the door and slammed it shut behind him without another word. Meng Ye merely grinned, hoisted his parcels, and strolled home. Listening to his footsteps fade into the dusk, Li Xiaomei broke into a soft, radiant smile. Then, without warning, fat tears spilled silently down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Meng Ye had returned home, pushed open the door, and lit a candle. The dim room instantly bathed in gentle, flickering light. Yet the house seemed drafty. The flame wavered uncertainly, dancing wildly in the chill air. Suddenly, Meng Ye sensed something missing, but couldn't quite recall what. Deciding not to dwell on it, he set about neatly arranging everything he'd bought. Once finished, he climbed onto the heated brick bed, ready to sleep. But as his gaze swept across the iron cage holding the wolf cub, he froze in alarm. The pup's head was wedged tightly between the bars, its entire face purpling, its eyes rolled upward in distress. No wonder he'd sensed something amiss upon entering. The pup's usual howls were eerily absent. Meng Ye rushed forward, gripped both sides of the wire mesh, and wrenched, bending the metal outward. He swiftly freed the pup, then delivered 2 sharp, stinging slaps to its head. When the pup remained motionless, Meng Ye's expression darkened. He laid it gently on the heated bed, belly up, and began chest compressions, pressing firmly over its upper torso. 1, 2, 10, 20. Still no response. Meng Ye drew a deep breath and sealed his lips over the pup's muzzle, breathing life back into it. After blowing several times, the wolf cub's belly was inflated, and then it suddenly deflated like a punctured ball. At this moment, the wolf cub's lips gradually returned to normal. After a moment, the wolf cub slowly opened its eyes. Upon seeing Meng Ye in front of it, it struggled to turn over, but seemed to have been deprived of oxygen for too long, and its body was momentarily uncooperative, rolling on the ground and kicking up dust all over the room. Meng Ye glared at it, relieved to see it was fine. The cage definitely couldn't be locked if he fell asleep at night, and it shoved its head in again. There would be no saving it. Fortunately, the edge of his bed was high enough that the wolf cub shouldn't be able to climb up, so Meng Ye simply left it on the ground and found a place to sleep. After a busy day of setting up the table, Meng Ye lay in his blanket and fell asleep shortly after. The wolf cub lay on the ground, staring wide-eyed at the sleeping Meng Ye, lost in thought. Half an hour later, the wolf cub regained some strength and began to fidget. It first quietly approached the edge of the bed, planning to take advantage of Meng Ye's deep sleep to directly attack him. But that edge was simply too high, or it climbed for a long time without succeeding, panting with exhaustion. Since it couldn't kill Meng Ye, it decided to escape first. With that thought, the wolf cub began to wander around the room. At that moment, its gaze fell on the stove pit at the edge of the bed, and it curiously approached. When it reached the stove pit, the wolf cub felt the warmth inside, and it was quite comfortable. Its eyes suddenly lit up. This place could definitely be an escape route. Without hesitation, the wolf cub dashed in. 2 seconds later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through Meng Ye's home. Meng Ye, deep in a beautiful dream, was suddenly awakened by this scream and sat up with a start. The next moment, a gray figure covered in swirling dust emerged from the stove pit, flickering with tiny sparks. It was the wolf cub that had crawled out of the stove pit. Seeing this, Meng Ye quickly grabbed a broom and swung it at the wolf cub. "Awoo! Awoo!" In an instant, the wolf cub cried out in distress. It wasn't just the burning sensation from the flames, but also the impact from Meng Ye. The broom was already bare with no bristles left, just a naked handle. When it hit, it was quite refreshing. After a thorough beating, the flames on the wolf cub's body were finally extinguished. The wolf cub had nearly lost half its life, lying weakly on the ground, gasping heavily. It looked at Meng Ye with a hint of fear and let out a low growl. "Wolf cub, awoo, are you a devil?" Looking at its singed fur that looked like it had been chewed by a dog, Meng Ye's mouth twitched violently. At this moment, he regretted bringing the wolf cub back. He felt that this wolf cub might not be very bright. Fortunately, it had only burned its fur and wasn't really injured. Meng Ye sighed in relief and covered the stove pit with a board to prevent it from crawling in again in the middle of the night. After dealing with everything, Meng Ye laid back down at the head of the bed and quickly fell asleep. In the middle of the night, the wolf cub slowly rose from the ground, looking at the snoring Meng Ye with a resentful expression, its teeth itching with anger. But the immediate priority was to get out of this hellish place. It was simply too dangerous. With that thought, the wolf cub began to patrol the room again, and at that moment it felt a breeze coming through the crack in the door. It hurriedly approached, and sure enough, through the crack it saw the scene outside. The wolf cub's heart leaped with joy, and it quickly stretched out its paws to start clawing at the door. Finally, after its relentless efforts, the door was pushed open just enough. Seeing this, the wolf cub pushed hard with its hind legs and charged out. However, although Meng Ye's door was old and worn, it had a powerful elastic band that automatically closed the door after it was opened. Just as the wolf cub's head was halfway out, the door snapped back and firmly clamped down on its head. "Awoo!" The wolf cub let out another mournful howl, then began rolling on the ground in pain. Meng Ye was awakened again, looking helplessly at the wolf cub on the floor. "Big brother, can you please be quiet for a moment in the middle of the night?" The wolf cub flailed on the ground for a while, drawing circles, then ran back to its cage in defeat. It plunged its head directly into Meng Ye's old clothes, trembling all over. This time it was truly scared. Meng Ye's home was simply too dangerous, with traps everywhere, leaving no chance for it to escape. The next morning, Meng Ye got up, stretched, and then turned his gaze towards the iron cage. He saw the wolf cub lying obediently in the cage, its eyes fixed intently on Meng Ye. Seeing the wolf cub behaving much better, Meng Ye nodded in satisfaction, went to the vegetable cellar, cut some meat, and tossed it to the wolf cub. This time, Meng Ye cut about a pound of roe deer meat, enough for it to feast on. The wolf cub, having been tormented all night, was already hungry and pounced on the meat, starting to devour it. Meng Ye squatted beside it, smiling as he said, "As long as you behave and listen, I guarantee you'll have meat to eat every day, and soup to drink." The wolf cub seemed to understand Meng Ye's words. It paused for 2 seconds, then continued to chow down. Seeing the wolf cub eating happily, Meng Ye didn't disturb it and put the monkey leg he had brought back from the mountain into the pot to stir-fry. To his surprise, with the help of the seasoning, the taste of the monkey leg had indeed become much more delicious. After breakfast, Meng Ye prepared to go to the mountains to chop some branches and repair the dilapidated fence. With that in mind, Meng Ye grabbed a rope and took a sickle as he stepped out the door. But as soon as he stepped outside, he ran into Li. She was holding a small basket covered with flowery cloth, making it hard to see what was inside. At this moment, Li looked at the sickle and rope in Meng Ye's hand, her face filled with confusion as she asked, "Meng Ye, what are you planning to do with that sickle and rope so early in the morning?" "Hey, I'm just thinking of repairing the fence. Look at how broken it is. A person could squeeze through. By the way, Sister Xiaomei, do you know where I can find some suitable branches? Preferably willow branches. If I cut some and stick them into the ground now, they will still survive, and later the fence will become denser, requiring no maintenance. Every spring, I can just cut some branches." Hearing Meng Ye say this, Li Ziyumi's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my, how did you think of that? I never considered it. There are plenty of willow trees by the river behind your house." "Really? That's fantastic. I'm going to get to work. By the way, Sister Xiaomei, I picked quite a few monkey legs yesterday. You can take some home to stir-fry for lunch. I'm off to work now." As he spoke, Meng Ye was about to leave. Li Xiaomei stopped him, saying, "I'll go with you. I finished all my chores at home yesterday, so there's no point in staying there. Do you have another sickle? Give me one too, and I'll help you out." Meng Ye chuckled and waved his hand, saying, No, this heavy work is for us men. If you want to come, you can just keep me company and chat." Li Xiaomei nodded with a smile and followed Meng Ye to the riverbank. The water of the river was clear and transparent, and the sand and stones at the bottom, along with the swimming fish, were clearly visible. On both sides of the river, many weeping willows grew, resembling playful and lovely girls letting their hair hang into the water. A gentle breeze blew, causing ripples on the water's surface, and the tender green willow branches swayed in the wind. Occasionally, a few willow leaves fell like little boats, drifting slowly with the current. At this moment, a few wild ducks were happily swimming in the water, occasionally dipping their heads into the water to forage, and sometimes spreading their wings and flapping vigorously. The arrival of Meng Ye and Li Xiaomei broke this beautiful scene, causing several wild ducks to take flight, in fright, flapping their wings as they quickly flew away. "Look, this row of willow trees is perfect. It should be enough for you," Li Xiaomei said excitedly. "Great. Sister Xiaomei, you should find a cool place to rest for a while. I'm going to start working." With that, Meng Ye picked up the sickle and began to cut the willow branches. Meng Ye specifically chose willow branches that were about the thickness of a thumb. These branches were not only easy to cut, but also the most suitable for planting. When he was a soldier, he often did this work. While Meng Ye was working hard, Li Xiaomei was also not idle. Without a sickle, she simply used her hands. She tightly grasped a willow branch and kicked with her right leg. Crack! The willow branch broke at the sound. Seeing this, Meng Ye smiled slightly. It seemed that Li Xiaomei was not just a pretty face, but quite capable when it came to work. "Sister Xiaomei, don't use your hands to break it here. Take this sickle." Li Xiaomei wiped the sap from her hands and waved her hands, saying, No. You do your thing. I'm quite enjoying this." Meng Ye pretended to be somewhat angry and pushed the sickle into Li Ziyumi's hand. "Here, if you keep doing it like this, your hands will get blisters. If you damage them, you'll be heartbroken." Hearing Meng Ye's words, Li Ziyui's face turned slightly red, and a warm current surged in her heart. Without a sickle, Meng Ye chose not to break it with his hands, but instead drew out the dagger given to him by his third uncle. He hadn't tried it since bringing it back. Today was a good opportunity to test its sharpness. Meng Ye selected a willow branch about the thickness of his thumb and placed the blade at the base of the branch, cutting down hard. In the next moment, the familiar feeling of resistance did not come. The entire blade glided through the willow branch as if cutting through tofu. With a swish, the willow branch was instantly cut in two. Seeing this scene, Meng Ye's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good knife." Even though he was a former Special Forces soldier, he had to admit that this was indeed a fine blade. This gift from my third uncle is quite precious," Meng Ye said with a smile, shaking his head, thinking that once he bought a gun, he would definitely go up the mountain to deal with that tailless tiger. The two of them worked hard for quite a while, cutting several large bundles of willow branches. "Sister Xiaomei, I think these willow branches are about enough. Let's head back." "Sure. I still have 2 more to cut. I'll finish them, and then we'll go." "Oh no, Meng Ye, come quickly." Hearing Li Ziyumi's exclamation, Meng Ye's heart jolted, and he rushed over in 2 quick steps. When he got close, he found Li Xiaomei squatting beside a grass mat, not knowing what she was looking at. "Sister Xiaomei, are you okay?" Meng Ye asked anxiously. I'm fine. Li Xiaomei turned her head, revealing an excited smile. "Look at this." As she spoke, Li Xiaomei moved aside, revealing what was inside the grass mat. Inside the mat was a circular nest, quietly resting 7 green duck eggs. "Wild duck eggs!" Meng Ye exclaimed in surprise, laughing heartily. "Haha, perfect. We can stir-fry these with the monkey legs for lunch. It will be delicious." Li Xiaomei glared at Meng Ye, saying, "These are precious. Frying them would be a waste." The ducks are nesting right now, so if we put these eggs in the nest, we'll be able to harvest a whole brood of ducklings in less than half a month. Once they grow up with a little trimming of their wings, they'll be just like domestic ducks." Saying this, Li Xiaomei bent down to pick up the duck eggs. However, the grass by the bank was a bit slippery, and she lost her footing sliding into the river. It was early spring, and the snow on the mountain had all melted, making the river flow even more rapidly than usual. Li Xiaomei couldn't swim, and coupled with the icy water, she cramped up and choked on a mouthful of water as soon as she fell in. Meng Ye, save me." Meng Ye's heart raced, and without a second thought, he leaped into the river. The water was cold as ice, but Meng Ye endured the chill and quickly swam toward Li Xiaomei. He grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the bank. However, the current was too strong, and it was extremely difficult for them to move forward. Meng Ye took a deep breath, cradled her under her arms, buried his head underwater, and kicked hard. Fortunately, after swimming a couple of strokes, Meng Ye's feet finally touched the ground. Just as they were about to reach the shore, he slipped and almost got swept away, but fortunately, he quickly grabbed a rock at the bank. Finally, the two of them scrambled onto the shore. At this point, Li Xiaomei was completely soaked, her face pale, her lips blue from the cold, her teeth chattering, and her mind starting to feel a bit hazy. Meng Ye picked up Li Xiaomei and ran back home. Once inside, Meng Ye didn't hesitate. He directly removed Li Ziyumia's coat and pants, leaving only a couple of simple coverings, and then wrapped her tightly in a quilt. "Sister Xiaomei, wait for me, I'll be back soon." With that, Meng Ye dashed out of the house and quickly ran to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a bag of ginger candy, returning to hand a bowl of ginger syrup to Li Xiaomei. At this moment, Li Xiaomei had recovered considerably, her face gradually regaining color, but her body still trembled uncontrollably. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Meng Ye felt a pang of heartache. "Sister Xiaomei, it's all my fault for not taking good care of you." Li Xiaomei took a sip of ginger syrup and smiled weakly. "It's not your fault, I was just careless." Cough, cough. Li Xiaomei coughed a few times, causing the quilt covering her to slide down. Feeling the icy air around her, she reached out to pick up the quilt and cover herself again. But when she looked at herself, she resembled a little rabbit that had just been startled, quickly wrapping the quilt around herself and curling up. Her face flushed immediately, the heat spreading rapidly from her cheeks to her ears, as if ignited by fire. Her gaze flitted restlessly, not daring to look up at Meng Ye, her small hands nervously twisting the quilt's edge. A wave of heat surged through her body, and she could clearly feel her heart racing, thumping incessantly, as if it might leap out of her throat. Fine beads of sweat formed on her forehead, slowly trickling down her cheeks, yet she remained oblivious. She attempted to hide her crimson face with her hair, but the warmth wouldn't dissipate. Her originally fair neck turned red as well, and even her breathing quickened. Seeing this scene, Meng Ye breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that as long as she was sweating, there was no major issue. He then smiled mischievously and teased her. "Sister Xiaomei, what's wrong? Are you still uncomfortable? Let me check." "Oh, no." Li Xiaomei clutched the quilt tightly, her voice trembling, her eyes filled with panic and shyness. Seeing her reaction, Meng Ye stopped teasing, put on a serious expression, and said, "Sister Xiaomei, you should rest for a while. I'll go get you some hot water." With that, he turned and went to the kitchen. After boiling the water, Meng Ye returned to the room, and Li Xiaomei had calmed down significantly, although her face still bore a faint blush. Meng Ye placed the hot water on the table and gently said, "Sister Xiaomei, drink more hot water. You'll feel better after sweating it out." Li Xiaomei looked up, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Meng Ye, thank you. I owe it all to you." Meng Ye scratched his head and smiled, saying, "What are you thanking me for? It's only right to take care of you." Their eyes inadvertently met, and an unusual feeling seemed to permeate the air, as if a current had passed between them. At that moment, an untimely howling suddenly rang out. "A wolf!" The wolf cub, somewhat impatient, squeezed out of its cage and looked up at Meng Ye and Li Xiaomei. Seeing the appearance of the wolf cub, Li Xiaomei couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Meng Ye, where did you get this little rascal? Why does it look so shabby?" "Ha ha." The wolf cub seemed to understand, baring its teeth at Li Xiaomei. Meng Ye chuckled helplessly and explained, "This isn't a dog, it's a wolf cub I caught on the mountain the other day. Last night, this little guy got itself into trouble, crawling into the stove pit and nearly roasting itself." Li Xiaomei giggled, covering her mouth. "Ha ha. Is this wolf cub not very bright?" The wolf cub, furious, ran to the edge of the kang and jumped to bite Li Xiaomei, but unfortunately the edge was too high and it couldn't manage to jump up after several attempts. In the end, it had no choice but to crawl back into the cage. Li Xiaomei was so amused that she trembled with laughter, completely unaware that the quilt covering her shoulders had slipped down, causing her ample bosom to quiver as well. Meng Ye stared for a moment, somewhat entranced. It seemed that sensing his gaze, Li Xiaomei lowered her head to her chest and let out a soft cry, hurriedly covering herself again. "Ah, you rogue." Meng Ye chuckled. "Sister Xiaomei, you stay here for a while. I'll go get some willow branches by the river." "Okay, hurry back. By the way, I'll cut some meat for you to feed this wolf cub." With that, Meng Ye went to the cellar to cut a piece of meat, handing it to Li Xiaomei before heading towards the river. After carrying all the willow branches back to the yard, Meng Ye also picked up 7 wild duck eggs. Just then, a shout from Wang Jun came from inside the house. "Meng Ye, are you home?" Meng Ye's heart skipped a beat, and he hurried back realizing that Li Xiaomei was lying in bed without clothes. If Wang Jun entered the room, it would be a disaster. When Meng Ye rushed back home, he saw Wang Jun standing at the gate without entering the yard. Upon seeing Meng Ye, Wang Jun approached him. "What were you up to? You seem flustered." Meng Ye chuckled awkwardly, trying to catch his breath, and said, "Well, I was thinking about gathering some willow branches to fix the stick. By the way, uncle, what do you want to see me for?" Wang Jun took a moment to collect himself before looking at Meng Ye and saying, "Our militia has a fixed quota, and since old Wang has reached retirement age, a spot has opened up. I thought I'd ask if you'd like to join our militia. We usually just practice shooting and train a bit, and every year there's a little stipend." Meng Ye thought for a moment and rejected Wang Jun's invitation. "Sorry, Uncle Wang, I really don't want to go. But don't worry, if anything happens in the village, I'll be the first to rush in." Hearing this, Wang Jun felt a bit disappointed, but Meng Ye's latter words pleased him greatly. He had come to invite Meng Ye precisely because he admired his skill in hunting the bear the other day. With Meng Ye's marksmanship, let alone unknown, even if all the members of their militia attacked together, they would likely be wiped out. "All right then, whenever you want to join, just let me know." Okay, don't worry." At that moment, Meng Ye remembered something and looked at Wang Jun, asking, "Uncle Wang, do you have any extra guns for sale in the militia? I want to buy one." Wang Jun shook his head. "No way, the guns in the militia are public property. They can't be bought or sold casually. If you want to buy one, I can take you to a few households in the village that do have guns this afternoon, but they are all older models, and I can't guarantee how good they are." "All right, thank you, Uncle Wang. By the way, let's have lunch here. I brought back a lot of monkey legs from the mountain yesterday." Wang Jun quickly waved his hand, revealing a meaningful smile. "I think I should head home. I don't want to disturb you two lovebirds." Meng Ye was taken aback, not understanding how Wang Jun knew that Li Xiaomei was at his house. Wang Jun chuckled and pointed to the clothesline in the yard. He saw Li Xiaomei's wet clothes hanging on it. No wonder Wang Jun had been standing at the door without entering it. It turned out he was trying to avoid suspicion. Meng Ye felt a bit embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly. "All right, I'll come find you after lunch." When Meng Ye returned to the house again, Li Xiaomei had already dressed and was busy in the kitchen. Her clothes were still wet, so she could only temporarily wear Meng Ye's as a makeshift solution. "Come back, hurry, and wash your hands. The dishes will be ready soon." Seeing Li Xiaomei bustling about, Meng Ye felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, there was something wonderful about coming home to a meal already prepared. Before long, Li Xiaomei brought in a plate of stir-fried monkey legs with eggs. Li Xiaomei's cooking was quite impressive. After tasting a bite, Meng Ye praised her. "This dish is so fragrant. Your skills are truly exceptional, Xiaomei Jia." Li Xiaomei's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled, saying, "I'm glad you like it. If you enjoy it, I'll cook for you every day." Halfway through her sentence, Li Xiaomei felt a bit shy, playfully huffed, and hurriedly took the bowls and chopsticks back to the kitchen. After Meng Ye helped to clean the table, he bid farewell to Xiaomei and headed towards Wang Jun's house. Wang Jun's place wasn't far, it was just across from his own. At that moment, Wang Jun was sitting in the yard smoking a pipe. "What are you smoking, Uncle Wang?" Meng Ye greeted him with a smile. "Just waiting for you, kid. Let's stroll around the neighborhood and see if we can find a good gun." The two then began to wander from house to house in the village. After more than an hour of walking, they did come across a few guns, but they were all old relics, and with lack of maintenance, their barrels had rusted and decayed. Helpless, the two continued their search until they reached the last house at the edge of the village. Wang Jun's expression darkened slightly as he quietly cautioned, "Meng Ye, when we go in, try not to talk too much. Old Feng has a terrible temper. When he gets angry, even the village head can't handle him. Just listen to me." Meng Ye nodded and followed closely behind Wang Jun into the yard. As soon as they entered, Wang Jun shouted at the door, "Uncle Feng, are you home?" "Yes, I'm home. Come on in." A hoarse yet somewhat deep voice came from inside. As the two entered, they saw an elderly man with graying hair and a thin frame sitting at the heating table puffing on his pipe. Seeing this, Wang Jun quickly took out a crumpled pack of Yuzhou brand cigarettes from his jacket pocket and offered one to Old Feng. "Uncle Feng here, smoke this one." Old Feng took the cigarette without hesitation, placed it in his mouth, aimed the pipe at the tip, and took a couple of puffs, looking somewhat dissatisfied. "What a piece of junk, not strong at all. It can't compare to my Daddy Hong." Wang Jun's lips twitched, quickly forcing a smile. "You kid don't come here without a reason. What do you want from me?" Wang Jun smiled and said, "Uncle Feng, I heard you have a good gun. Are you willing to sell it?" Wang Jun said with a grin. Old Feng shot a sideways glance at Wang Jun. "Actually, I do have a Type 56 rifle. I bought it for my son thinking he could use it to hunt some game, but he ended up with a girlfriend and got a job arranged in the county, so the gun just stayed with me. Let me tell you, this gun is practically brand new. It hasn't been fired more than a few times. What price are you offering?" Wang Jun rubbed his hands together, excitement showing on his face. "Uncle Feng, just name your price, and if it's reasonable, well, make a deal." Old Feng tapped the pipe against his shoe, saying, 200 less, and it's off the table." Wang Jun's face turned pale upon hearing this. "Uncle Feng, that price is too high. No matter how good that gun is, it's not worth that much." Old Feng glared. "Not worth it? This gun is practically new. I spent 280 on it. If I weren't getting old, and it was hard for me to go up the mountain, I wouldn't even consider selling it." Seeing Old Feng unwilling to budge, Wang Jun's expression turned sour. Not to mention Meng Ye even getting 280 from his family would be a struggle. Just as Wang Jun was about to persuade him further, Meng Ye suddenly spoke up. Grandpa Feng, I see you have quite a few hunting trophies hanging in your house. You must have been a formidable hunter in your day. I came here not only to see your gun, but also to learn from you about hunting techniques. Could you possibly lower your price? How about this? If you sell the gun to me, I promise I will bring you some game whenever I catch any. Hearing this, old Feng's eyes showed a hint of softness. Oh, you sweet-talking young man. Whose son are you? You look familiar, but I can't place your name. Meng Ye chuckled. Grandpa Feng, my name is Meng Ye. Upon hearing Meng Ye's name, old Feng paused, looking him up and down. So it's you. I rarely leave the house, so I don't see you kids often. In the blink of an eye, you've all grown up so much. I heard that just a few days ago you took down the bear that came to the village and shared it with everyone. Good job. You're quite brave. Old Feng looked at Meng Ye, admiration clear on his face. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand. All right. I rarely come across a young person I like. I want to ask you for 200. Just give me 150 and you can take the gun. If it doesn't work out, that's fine too. Meng Ye didn't hesitate at all and quickly nodded. Deal. Just 150. But I don't have enough money on me right now. They'll leave the gun with you for a few days until I can gather the money. Old Feng waved his hand. Just take the gun home first. In this day and age, going up the mountain without a weapon is just asking for trouble. You don't need to rush to pay me back. Whenever you have the money is fine. My wife and I don't have many expenses these days. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun and Meng Ye's faces lit up with excitement. Wang Jun exclaimed, Really, Uncle Feng? Oh, that's great. Old Feng rolled his eyes at Wang Jun. What, you think I would lie to you? If you don't believe me, then forget it. I believe. Your word is gold. Wang Jun quickly smiled. However, Wang Jun couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness at old Feng's different attitude towards them. Why was Meng Ye treated with kindness while he was met with indifference? But he only thought about it. He dared not voice it. If old Feng changed his mind, it would be a significant loss. Thinking of this, Wang Jun quickly took out a piece of paper and a pen, writing a crooked line. May 12, 1960, Meng Ye purchased a Type 56 from old Feng, owing 150 yuan, to be paid later. Old Feng glanced at the IOU Wang Jun handed over and immediately tore it into pieces, discarding it aside, scolding. What do you need that for? Do you two think you can run off? Stop wasting time. Besides, I can't even read or write. How could I sign anything for you? Wang Jun smiled awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. Old Feng shot him a glance and turned to take out a long package from the cupboard. As he unwrapped the layers of silk cloth, a brand new Type 56 rifle was revealed. The gun glimmered with a cold metallic sheen as if wrapped in an invisible membrane, pristine and unblemished. A gentle touch revealed its chilling texture. Meng Ye gently caressed the rifle, feeling the coldness beneath his fingertips, his heart racing several beats. It felt like the excitement of reuniting with an old friend. Seeing Meng Ye's fondness for the gun, old Feng grinned and pulled out a wooden box from the cabinet, tossing it to Meng Ye. Here, consider it a favor for you, kid. There are nearly 15 bullets in here, just a gift for you. Don't forget the old man when you score something good. Looking at the gleaming bullets, Meng Ye's eyes lit up. He had just been considering the bullet situation and hadn't expected old Feng to gift him a dozen. Thank you, Grandpa Feng. You can rest assured. I won't forget you when I catch something. Old Feng chuckled and patted Meng Ye's shoulder, advising. All right, be careful going up the mountain. These beasts have become quite vicious lately, and one careless move can land you in trouble. I suggest you find a young person from the village to accompany you up the mountain. It's better to have someone to watch your back. Meng Ye nodded, having considered this, but he didn't find any suitable candidates among the young people in the village. Got it, Grandpa Feng. All right, you two head back now. The old man is tired and needs an afternoon nap. Meng Ye and Wang Jun exited old Feng's home, their faces betraying their excitement. That's awesome, Meng Ye. I didn't expect old Feng to give you such a good deal, selling it for just 150 and even allowing credit. This is truly unbelievable. Haha, maybe I have a natural charm, people just can't resist me. Right, since you just got this new gun, why not come with me to the shooting range to try it out? Meng Ye thought for a moment and said, let's skip the shooting range. I only have 15 precious bullets. I'll head into the mountains and test the gun on some game. Hearing that Meng Ye was going into the mountains, Wang Jun's eyes brightened. The news of Meng Ye hunting had been buzzing around the village for days, and everyone was enviously itching to join. Wait a minute, Meng Ye, let me go home and grab my gun. You can take Uncle along with you. Meng Ye didn't refuse, since he was not going far, and accompanied Wang Jun home to get his gun before heading towards the mountain. In May, the Lesser Khingan Mountains had just seen the vegetation sprout. The visibility was exceptionally wide. Any movement ahead could be easily spotted. Wang Jun followed closely behind Meng Ye, cautiously advancing. However, after more than 10 minutes, they hadn't spotted a single game. Wang Jun began to grow impatient, saying, Meng Ye, how have we walked for over 10 minutes without seeing any game? Our luck is really terrible. Meng Ye smiled and replied, Uncle Wang, this is completely normal. If hunting were that easy, everyone in our village would be out hunting. Wang Jun nodded. That's true. Hunting is not something just anyone can do. You kid. Before Wang Jun could finish his sentence, Meng Ye covered his mouth and made a shushing gesture. The surroundings instantly fell silent, only a few faint clucking sounds echoed through the forest. "Uncle Wang, it's a wild chicken. Stay behind me, and keep your voice down," Meng Ye whispered in his ear. Wang Jun's eyes brightened, nodding repeatedly. The two of them tiptoed forward for 30 or 40 meters, and ahead on a large boulder about 20 meters away, they spotted a male and female wild chicken, 3 in total. The 2 male wild chickens were flapping their wings, fighting fiercely. The female chicken sat aside, enjoying the duel between the 2 suitors. Seeing this, Meng Ye's face lit up. He had stumbled upon 3 wild chickens. He slowly raised the rifle, aimed at the largest male chicken, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud sound erupted. The bullet sped towards the wild chicken, but missed, hitting a nearby tree trunk instead. Damn it! The sight is off. The 3 wild chickens panicked at the gunshot, desperately flapping their wings and flying away. Seeing this, Meng Ye raised his gun again, firing 2 consecutive shots that accurately struck the heads of the 2 male wild chickens, turning their heads into a mist of blood. As he prepared to take a 3rd shot, the female wild chicken had already vanished from sight. Wang Jun was astounded. He knew Meng Ye was skilled, but he hadn't expected him to be this good. Meng Ye had claimed that the 1st shot was off, but the 2nd and 3rd shots hit the wild chickens accurately, even while they were flying at high speed. This was simply miraculous. If he hadn't watched Meng Ye grow up, Wang Jun would have suspected that Meng Ye had served in the military. Meng Ye turned to the astonished Wang Jun and said with a smile, "Uncle Wang, don't be dazed. Oh, let's go collect our spoils." Wang Jun snapped back to reality and followed Meng Ye towards the large boulder. When they reached it, the 2 wild chickens were still flapping on the ground, spilling blood everywhere. Meng Ye drew a short blade from his waist and swiftly slit their throats. Looking at the 2 plump wild chickens on the ground, Wang Jun couldn't help but exclaim, "Hunting is really effective. Just a little stroll, and we brought back 2 wild chickens. When I get back, I need to practice my shooting diligently. We should team up and head into the mountains together. What do you think?" Meng Ye grinned. "Sure. No problem." Since they had tested the gun and secured 2 wild chickens, the 2 discussed briefly and prepared to head down the mountain. On the way down, Meng Ye chose not to return the same way, but rather descended from the southern side of the mountain. The southern side was sunlit with abundant plant growth, increasing the chances of encountering game. As they walked, a line of footprints suddenly appeared before them. Meng Ye squatted down to inspect for a moment, and his eyes brightened. According to the animal tracks described by San Yi, these should belong to elk. Moreover, judging by the number, there should be at least several dozen. It's worth noting that elk are among the largest deer species, second only to moose, with an adult elk weighing up to 400 or 500 pounds. Meng Ye's heart surged with joy. If he could hunt a few of these, he could directly pay back the debt to old Feng. With this thought, he looked at Wang Jun. "Uncle Wang, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a herd of elk. Are you coming with me to chase them, or heading home?" Upon hearing about a herd of elk, Wang Jun immediately became excited, enthusiastically saying, "Then why the hell would I go home? Let's go." Meng Ye grinned, saying, "All right, let's go for it." With that, the 2 followed the tracks of the deer. "What's wrong, Meng Ye? Why aren't we chasing anymore?" Wang Jun asked in confusion. Meng Ye furrowed his brow slightly and finally sighed. "Forget it. It seems we are not destined for this fortune. Let's turn back." Hearing this, Wang Jun was even more puzzled. Why are we suddenly stopping? With such a big herd of deer, if we can catch one, we'll strike it rich. Meng Ye shook his head and pointed to some footprints nearby. "Look there." Next to the deer tracks, there were many additional paw prints that looked like those of wild wolves. Judging by their size, there were quite a few of them, indicating a wolf pack. Wang Jun was stunned upon seeing the extra tracks, but soon reacted with a gasp. These are wolves. Oh my god, there are so many wolves. It must be a pack." Meng Ye nodded, his expression serious. "Yes, it seems the wolf pack is hunting the deer. We need to leave quickly. If the wolves come back, it will be trouble." With that, the 2 did not dare to delay any longer and hurriedly turned back, quickly making their way towards the village. Just as they had walked about 200 meters, they heard a distant chorus of deer cries behind them, followed by the sound of frantic rustling leaves. Meng Ye looked back and saw over a dozen large deer frantically darting through the woods, heading straight towards them. Seeing this, Meng Ye decisively shouted, "Uncle Wang, get up the tree." Hearing Meng Ye's words, Wang Jun immediately shouldered his gun and climbed up the tree. Although Wang Jun was over 30, he was remarkably agile and quickly climbed to the top. Meng Ye was not slow either and swiftly climbed up a nearby large tree. At this moment, the herd of deer was very close, panicking and filled with fear as they fled through the forest. Behind the herd, a pack of wild wolves was hot on their heels, numbering more than 30, their eyes glinting with bloodthirsty greed. Leading them was a robust white wolf, its size at least double that of a normal wolf. The wolf pack rushed past under the tree without noticing the 2 above. After the herd and the wolves ran far away, Meng Ye and Wang Jun did not immediately climb down. Instead, they cautiously observed their surroundings, fearing the wolves would return. After a while, the surroundings quieted down with only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. "It seems the wolf pack has gone far. Let's wait up here for a bit," Meng Ye said softly. Wang Jun nodded, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. After another 10 minutes, when the 2 felt it was safe and were about to climb down, the wolf pack suddenly turned back. They saw the wolf pack dragging 3 deer towards their direction. The two quickly held their breath, not daring to make a sound. If they were discovered, it would truly be dire for them. Let alone the wolf pack, even that white wolf was enough to spell trouble for them. As the pack passed beneath the tree, Wang Jun was already trembling nervously. Suddenly, with a crack, a branch under Wang Jun's feet snapped. He nearly fell from the tree, but fortunately managed to grab the trunk in time to avoid disaster. The noise from the tree naturally attracted the attention of the wolf pack. The wolves looked up at the two, their faces suddenly revealing a bloodthirsty glow surrounding the giant tree with howls. At the same time, they were clawing and biting at the trunk. Seeing this, Meng Ye felt a chill in his heart. The number of wolves was overwhelming, and it was only a matter of time before they chewed through the tree. It seemed they could only take the initiative. With that thought, Meng Ye raised his gun and aimed at the leading white wolf, pulling the trigger. Bang! The huge flame rushed towards the White Wolf King. When the White Wolf King noticed Meng Ye and Wang Jun, it spotted the hunting rifle on their backs. Having survived in the mountains for so long, how could it not know the power of such a weapon? At the moment Meng Ye pulled the trigger, the White Wolf King reacted by leaping aside, quickly bounding away to escape Meng Ye's range. Meng Ye's heart sank, secretly lamenting how smart the White Wolf King was. Helpless, he had to aim his gun at the other wild wolves. The flames of the gun kept sweeping through. With each shot Meng Ye fired, a wild wolf would lose its life. Yet those wolves seemed undeterred, continuing to gnaw at the trunk. Soon Meng Ye ran out of bullets. Wang Jun's ammunition was consumed even faster. He was using a Chichihar rifle, which was fully automatic. In just a few moments he had fired all his shots, only managing to injure a few wolves, fur having no real effect. Without bullets, the two were completely trapped. Seeing the two stop attacking, the wolves became even more frenzied, gnawing at the trunk until it was swaying dangerously, having already been chewed halfway through. Seeing this, Meng Ye felt a sinking feeling in his heart. If things continued like this, both of them could die here. Thus Meng Ye decisively shouted to Wang Jun across the tree. "Uncle Wang, this isn't going to work. We can only take a desperate gamble now." Before Wang Jun could react, Meng Ye leapt down from the tree, drawing a dagger from his waist and lunging at the leading wolf. The sharp dagger effortlessly sliced through the wolf's throat, blood splattering all over Meng Ye's face. After landing, Meng Ye quickly turned around and stabbed at another charging wolf. Seeing Meng Ye act this way, Wang Jun did not hesitate any longer, jumping down from the tree and drawing his own dagger to join the fight. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce melee with the wolf pack among the trees. Although Meng Ye and Wang Jun were brave, the sheer number of wolves began to overwhelm them, and gradually both of them were covered in wounds, their clothes soaked in blood. Meng Ye's shoulder was slashed by a wolf, blood flowing profusely, and every swing of his knife was accompanied by excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. Wang Jun's leg was bitten, a large chunk of flesh missing, exposing white bone, yet he still held on with all his strength, fighting alongside Meng Ye. At this time, the White Wolf King in the distance, seeing that Meng Ye and Wang Jun were on the verge of defeat, finally stepped out from behind a large rock. With a gloomy expression, it glared at Meng Ye. Just moments ago, Meng Ye's shot had nearly killed it, and it now wished nothing more than to tear Meng Ye limb from limb. With that thought, the White Wolf King quietly circled around to Meng Ye's back, suddenly exerting power in its hind legs, leaping out and raising its claws to attack Meng Ye's back. Out of the corner of his eye, Meng Ye caught sight of the white figure closing in from behind. Instead of feeling any panic, a cold smile crept across his lips. From the very beginning, he had been waiting for the White Wolf King to strike, and now it could no longer restrain itself. The wolf pack, as social animals, would descend into chaos the moment their leader fell. Meng Ye quickly crouched down, and the White Wolf King leaped over him. At that moment, Meng Ye leaned back, his short blade gleaming coldly as it plunged straight toward the White Wolf King's abdomen. Sensing the imminent danger, the White Wolf King tried to evade, but it was midair and could only desperately twist its body. Rip! The short blade carved a half-meter-long gash along the side of the White Wolf King's abdomen. Blood immediately gushed uncontrollably, staining its pristine white fur crimson. The deepest part of the wound even exposed its ribs. Thud! The White Wolf King collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Just as Meng Ye intended to chase after and deliver another blow, he saw the White Wolf King struggling to rise from the ground, panicking as it fled into the forest, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving only a trail of bright red blood. Seeing their leader escape, the wolf pack scattered like leaves in the wind, each one tucking its tail between its legs. With the wolves fleeing, Meng Ye let out a long sigh of relief. The danger just faced was no less than what he encountered during missions in his past life. 2 of them had faced off against more than 30 wild wolves. If this were to get out, no one would believe it. Thud! A heavy sound echoed nearby. Meng Ye turned to see Wang Jun collapsed on the ground, unconscious, blood still flowing from his thigh, soaking a large patch of earth. Seeing this, Meng Ye's heart sank. He quickly scanned the area, and his gaze landed on a few mugwort plants not far away. Found it! Meng Ye's eyes lit up as he rushed over, plucking all the tender leaves and stuffing them into his mouth, chewing vigorously. As his teeth closed, a strong and pungent herbal flavor instantly filled his mouth. The taste was bitter and astringent, accompanied by a nameless earthy smell, growing increasingly nauseating, causing Meng Ye to frown. But saving a life was of utmost importance. Meng Ye dared not delay even for a moment. He gritted his teeth, mashing the mugwort leaves into a paste and applying it to Wang Jun's thigh wound. At the moment the paste was applied, Wang Jun's whole body trembled, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Just as he was about to scream in agony, he fainted again. At this moment, Meng Ye removed his outer jacket, revealing the new sports vest he had bought yesterday. Without hesitation, he tore the vest into long strips. He then began to bandage Wang Jun. 5 minutes later, Wang Jun's wound was finally bandaged. Meng Ye's technique was the most professional method from the military, designed not only to prevent infection, but also to minimize blood loss. Finally, Meng Ye lay down on Wang Jun, grasped his arms, and with a powerful twist, hoisted Wang Jun onto his back, striding toward the village. Although Meng Ye had treated his wound, Wang Jun's injury was too severe, and he had already lost a significant amount of blood, easily risking shock or death from excessive bleeding. As for the wolf and deer corpses scattered around, Meng Ye had no time to consider them. Human lives were at stake, and he had to get Wang Jun back as quickly as possible. At that moment, the sun was nearing the horizon, and the sky was growing dim. Meng Ye hurried through the forest with Wang Jun on his back. Half an hour later, they finally returned to the village. However, Meng Ye did not head home, but went straight to the medical station. When he arrived at the door of the station, it was already closed. Without hesitation, Meng Ye kicked the wooden door into splinters, sending the entire door crashing to the ground. After placing Wang Jun on the bed, Meng Ye quickly searched through the medical supplies and medications available in the station. After a thorough search, he found antiseptic gauze bandages and some aspirin. Meng Ye hurriedly began to provide further treatment for Wang Jun. At this point, Wang Jun's wound had stopped bleeding, but to prevent infection, it still needed to be treated again. Meng Ye first used antiseptic to clean out the dirt from Wang Jun's wound, then crushed several aspirin tablets and sprinkled them on the wound. Finally, he carefully placed gauze over the wound and wrapped it tightly with bandages. Just as Meng Ye was focused on treating the wound, several flashlights suddenly illuminated the exterior of the medical station. Moments later, a few patrolling militia members burst in, weapons in hand. Upon seeing the chaotic scene in the medical station, the militia members widened their eyes in shock. Just as they were about to explode with anger, they spotted the faintly breathing Wang Jun on the bed and Meng Ye covered in blood, and the words they were about to unleash caught in their throats as they hurried forward to check. "Meng Ye, why are you here? What happened to Brother Wang?" one of them exclaimed in shock. Meng Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly replied, "Don't worry, I've taken care of it. He should be out of danger. He just needs some time to recover." "Meng Ye, weren't you two up the mountain this afternoon? How did you get hurt like this? Did you encounter a wild beast?" Meng Ye nodded and recounted the events of that afternoon truthfully. When they heard that the two had been surrounded by over 30 wild wolves in a tree, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Upon hearing that Meng Ye and his companion had descended to fight the wolves in hand-to-hand combat, after running out of bullets, their hearts leaped into their throats. Fortunately, after Meng Ye injured the white wolf king, the wolf pack retreated, allowing the anxious hearts of the onlookers to finally settle. At that moment, Meng Ye was no longer seen as an 18-year-old naive youth in their eyes. He resembled a seasoned general, battle-hardened and invincible. Although Meng Ye was younger than them by 7 to 10 years, they could not help but genuinely admire him. Meng Ye glanced at the still unconscious Wang Jun and said to the nearby militia members, "I need a favor. Could you help me take Uncle Wang home? My shoulder really is." Hiss. As he spoke halfway, Meng Ye suddenly changed, inhaling sharply as the pain from his shoulder surged like a tide. While rushing back earlier in his eagerness to save a life, Meng Ye had not paid much attention to his own injuries. Now that everything had settled, he finally felt the intense pain radiating from his shoulder. "Meng Ye, are you okay? Wait here, I'll call for a medic." Meng Ye waved his hand. "It's nothing, this little injury, I can handle myself later. Let's take Uncle Wang home first. Aunt Wang must be worried sick at home." Seeing that Meng Ye insisted, the others did not refuse and carried Wang Jun toward his home. Upon arriving at Wang Jun's house, Aunt Wang was so startled by the sight of the man that she nearly fainted. Fortunately, Meng Ye was quick to assist her. Meng Ye recounted the events truthfully, causing Aunt Wang to shed tears. Seeing her in such a state, Meng Ye felt a pang of guilt and said, "Aunt Wang, I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of Uncle Wang." Aunt Wang wiped her face with her sleeve, knelt down suddenly, and wanted to bow to Meng Ye. Meng Ye quickly stopped her. "Annie, what are you doing?" Aunt Wang looked up at Meng Ye, and instead of reproach, her eyes were filled with gratitude as she spoke with a choked voice. "Meng Ye, I've wanted to thank you in person for a long time. The night before last, you saved Uncle Wang from the bear, and now you've carried him out from the wolf pack. If it weren't for you, my husband would have lost his life long ago. I must properly thank you." After saying this, Aunt Wang tried to kneel and bow again, but Meng Ye hurriedly helped her back onto the bed. "Oh dear, Auntie, what you said is nonsense. That was all I should do. Rest assured, I've already treated Uncle Wang's wounds. He should wake up by tomorrow morning, and after about half a month's rest, he should be able to get up. If there's anything to do at home during this time, just let me know, and I'll help you." Aunt Wang looked at Meng Ye with gratitude, momentarily at a loss for words. After sitting for a while, Meng Ye left Wang Jun's house along with several militia members. Once outside, Meng Ye said, "I'll need to trouble you all again tomorrow. Help me gather some people and bring guns into the mountains. Uncle Wang and I killed quite a few wild wolves and 3 roe deer. We need to bring them back tomorrow. We can't let the mountain beasts have it easy." Upon hearing that Meng Ye planned to go into the mountains to retrieve the beasts, the others were not afraid, but rather filled with excitement. Given Meng Ye's style of doing things, they were sure they would get something out of it, at the very least a meal of meat. As for the danger, they needn't worry at all. Their militia group had over 20 members, which meant more than 20 guns. With that firepower, they would be invincible in the mountains. As for why they did not form a group to hunt in the mountains, they had thought of it before and had taken guns into the mountains, but even without speaking, the sound of their footsteps could be heard clearly from 2 miles away by a group of more than 20 people. The wild beasts, upon hearing such noise, had long since fled far away. After wandering in the mountains for an entire day, they had seen nothing, not even a wild boar or a silly roe deer, let alone a single wild chicken. Eventually, no one mentioned this matter again. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the others, Meng Ye returned home. However, upon reaching his doorstep, Meng Ye noticed a light in his house with a shadow sitting by the window, illuminated by the candlelight. Moreover, Meng Ye noticed that the originally dilapidated fence had been repaired halfway. Feeling warmth in his heart, he pushed open the yard gate and entered. He then softly called out, "Sister Xiaomei, I'm back." Upon hearing Meng Ye's voice, the figure inside trembled and rushed out of the house like a madman. Xiaomei quickly ran to Meng Ye, her eyes filled with worry. Her voice choked. "Meng Ye, you finally returned. I heard you and Uncle Wang went into the mountains. Why did you just come back now?" Meng Ye looked at Sister Xiaomei's anxious appearance and felt touched. He smiled and comforted her, saying, "Sister Xiaomei, don't worry, I'm back safe and sound. I see you've even helped me fix the fence. You've worked hard." Xiaomei gave him a reproachful look and said, "Why are you being polite with me? By the way, you weren't injured, were you?" "I'm fine, just a minor injury, but Uncle Wang's injury is quite serious. He got bitten on the thigh by a wolf." Xiaomei hurriedly asked, "What about Uncle Wang now?" Meng Ye explained Uncle Wang's condition, and only then did Sister Xiaomei feel relieved. "Let's go inside and talk. The night breeze is chilly, don't catch a cold." They then entered the house together. By the dim light of the candle, Meng Ye saw several small dishes on the table, but they had long since gone cold. "You sit for a while, I'll go heat up the dishes." Xiaomei intended to reach for the plate of dishes on the table, but upon seeing Meng Ye's blood-soaked clothes, she gasped in shock. Earlier outside, she hadn't seen clearly, but upon entering the house, she could see Meng Ye's condition. Meng Ye's clothes were torn and tattered, with the shoulder area being the most serious, revealing a shocking wound. The wound had already scabbed over, but judging by the size of the scab, the wound area was quite large. You call this a minor injury? Wait for me. I'll find a medic." With that, Xiaomei turned to rush out of the room, but Meng Ye quickly grabbed her hand. "It's fine, Sister Xiaomei. I brought everything back. I can handle it myself." As he spoke, Meng Ye took out bandages and antiseptic from his pocket. Xiaomei turned back and looked at the items in Meng Ye's hand. "Stop talking nonsense. Can you manage it by yourself? If it gets inflamed." Feeling the warmth from his hand, Li Xiumia's voice became quieter until it was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and her cheeks began to turn red again. Meng Ye looked at Xiumia's shy demeanor and smiled, saying, "Sister Xiaomei, I'm really fine. I've had worse injuries than this before, but I'm used to treating my own wounds." Xiaomei bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and said then, "They'll help you. The wound is on your shoulder. It's not convenient for you. Just tell me how to do it." Meng Ye nodded, sat on the stool, and let Xiaomei help treat his wound. However, just as Xiaomei was about to help Meng Ye take off his jacket, she found that his jacket had already stuck to the wound. Xiaomei was somewhat at a loss, her eyes filled with concern and anxiety. "What should we do? If I pull it off hard, it will hurt a lot." She frowned and twisted the edge of her clothes. "It's all right, Sister Xiaomei. You go boil some hot water and take a wet towel to apply to the wound, or it will come off in a while." Xiaomei held back her tears and hurriedly ran to boil water. Before long, she returned with a steaming towel, carefully applying it to Meng Ye's shoulder wound. The warm towel made Meng Ye's tense body relax slightly. After a moment, Xiaomei gently tried to peel the clothes away and found that they had indeed loosened quite a bit. Thus, she began to slowly strip the clothes off the wound, causing Meng Ye to gasp in pain, yet he endured it without making a sound. Finally, the clothes were completely removed, and Xiaomei looked at the ghastly wound, her eyes reddening again as large tears trickled down her cheeks. Seeing the worried expression on Li Xiumia's face, Meng Ye gently extended his hand and placed it on the back of hers, speaking softly. "It's all right, Sister Xiaomei. Next, use the red medicine to clean the wound, then sprinkle on some anti-inflammatory powder, and finally wrap it in gauze." Xiaomei wiped her tears and carefully disinfected the wound with the red medicine as Meng Ye instructed, applying the powder and gently wrapping it in gauze. Meng Ye looked at the earnest Xiaomei, feeling a warmth in his heart. After treating the wound, Xiaomei went to heat up the dishes, and the two sat at the table dining under the warm candlelight. After dinner, the two sat at the table chatting, and the atmosphere under the candlelight became somewhat ambiguous. Meng Ye gazed at Xiaomei, smiling as he said, "Sister Xiaomei, why don't you stay here tonight?" Hearing Meng Ye's words, Zayumi's cheeks flushed bright red, reaching all the way to her ears. You, rascal! Xiaomei lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet inside her heart raced like a small rabbit thumping away. Seeing her like this, Meng Ye found her even more adorable and pretended to be serious as he teased, "Sister Xiaomei, what are you thinking? Why is your face so red? I'm just worried about you going back alone in such darkness. I happen to have 2 blankets here. You can sleep at one end of the bed while I sleep at the other." Hearing Meng Ye's explanation, Zayumi's face turned even redder, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Meng Ye gently grasped her hand, looking serious as he spoke. "Sister Xiaomei, I like you." Li Xiaomei lowered her head, remaining silent, lost in thought. "Meng Ye, I know you like me, but we can't right now. At least you need to give me a title. Otherwise I would really become the so-called cheap woman in people's mouths." Hearing this, Meng Ye nodded. He realized he had indeed been a bit too eager. After all, in this era, women's thoughts were still relatively conservative. They adhered to traditional moral standards and social customs to a considerable extent. Thinking of this, Meng Ye tightened his grip on Zayumi's hand, his gaze resolute. "Sister Xiaomei, rest assured, I will definitely give you a title and marry you with great fanfare." Xiaomei slightly raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, and nodded gently. Then please take me home. I'm a bit scared alone." Meng Ye nodded in agreement, taking a flashlight and escorting Xiaomei home. When he returned home again and opened the door, he saw the wolf cub squatting at the entrance, looking at him with a mournful expression. Meng Ye was taken aback. "Why are you not sleeping and just sitting here?" The wolf cub let out a howl and started chasing, its tail spinning in circles on the ground. After spinning in circles for more than 10 times, the wolf cub suddenly collapsed on the ground, its eyes closed and motionless. Meng Ye was bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend what this wolf cub was trying to express. At this moment, the wolf cub opened its eyes again, and seeing Meng Ye's lack of reaction, it began to spin in circles, once more repeating its previous actions. Watching the wolf cub's actions, Meng Ye thought for a long time before suddenly having a realization. "Are you hungry?" The wolf cub, who had been spinning, suddenly stopped upon hearing Meng Ye's words, looking expectantly at him, its little tail wagging vigorously from side to side. Seeing how perceptive the wolf cub was, Meng Ye felt a surge of joy. "Wait for me a moment, I'll go get you some meat." With that, Meng Ye dashed out of the house to the vegetable cellar and cut a large piece of bear meat, tossing it to the wolf cub. It seemed genuinely hungry. The wolf cub pounced on the meat and began to eat voraciously. Watching the wolf cub devour the meat, Meng Ye felt puzzled. Why had the wolf cub suddenly lost its animosity towards him? Did it somehow injure its head last night? What Meng Ye didn't realize was that the wolf cub wasn't injured but scared. Last night it had fled 3 times, almost losing its life each time. In the wolf pack, there is an old saying, better to live poorly than to die well. Moreover, with Meng Ye, it didn't have to worry about food or drink, and every day it could have meat without needing to brave the elements, which was far better than outside. Thinking of this, the wolf cub decided to settle in a life beside Meng Ye wasn't bad at all. Due to the exhausting battle in the afternoon, Meng Ye fell into a deep sleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. Early the next morning, after Meng Ye got up and had breakfast, he heard a commotion outside. Upon opening the door, he saw a large crowd of people bustling into his yard. They were the militia from Minjiagu. They all carried guns, each wearing an excited expression. "Everyone's here. This time, I'll need your help to run an errand with me." Meng Ye greeted them with a smile. "Hey, what's the big deal? We're all from the same village." "Exactly. We can't not help you, Meng Ye. By the way, Meng Ye, this morning, I went to Brother Wang's house. He has woken up and is already clamoring to take his weapon up the mountain for revenge." Upon hearing that Wang Jun had awakened, Meng Ye felt a surge of joy. That's good as long as he's fine. However, the matter of revenge should be considered carefully. This time we go up the mountain mainly to bring back those wolf corpses and the elk. We can't let those beasts off easily. Also, once we enter the mountain, everyone must listen to my commands and cannot leave the group on their own. Seeing Meng Ye's serious demeanor, everyone nodded in agreement. Then Meng Ye led the militia into the mountains. As they approached the place where they had previously encountered the wolf pack, Meng Ye reminded everyone to stay alert. Suddenly, a wild rabbit rushed out of the bushes in a panic. One person was about to raise their gun to shoot, but Meng Ye quickly stopped them. "Don't shoot." As his words fell, a rustling sound came from the surrounding bushes, and then a dozen grayish figures sprang out from the underbrush. However, upon seeing that more than 20 people were armed, the pack of wolves quickly turned and fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meng Ye sneered. Thankfully, he had brought people with him. If he had come alone, he would have certainly fallen into the traps set by those beasts. "Let's go, the wolf pack shouldn't dare come back now." With that, everyone continued walking forward. After about 10 more minutes, they finally arrived at the previous battlefield. In front, under a giant tree, lay more than 10 corpses in disarray, with blood splattered all over the surrounding vegetation. Even before approaching, a strong, pungent smell of blood reached their noses. Although they had already heard about the achievements of Meng Ye and his companion, they were still stunned when they witnessed the scene in front of them. At first, they thought Meng Ye might be exaggerating, but they were astonished to find out that he had indeed killed so many wild wolves. After a brief moment of shock, excitement began to swell among the group. Groups of 2 or 3 started to carry the wild wolves. Meng Ye glanced around and couldn't help but sigh. When he left yesterday, there had been at least 17 or 18 wild wolves nearby along with 3 deer. But now only 8 wild wolves and 2 deer remained. The area was stained with blood from dragging. It seemed many beasts had come to scavenge during the night. Fortunately, some were left behind, not all were taken. At this moment, Meng Ye's gaze fell upon a relatively deep drag mark not far away. If he remembered correctly, it should have been made by the lost deer. However, Meng Ye's attention was not on that, but rather on the footprints beside him. They were a row of large paw prints much bigger than Meng Ye's palm. It's a tiger. Meng Ye's heart sank. Tigers have a strong sense of territory. Unless for mating, only one tiger is allowed to exist within several miles of the mountain. If he was not mistaken, this tiger was the one that San Ye had been searching for all along. After pondering for a moment, Meng Ye decided to pursue it, and he turned to the others and said, "You all take the wild wolves and deer back first, and remember to return the same way." The others were taken aback and momentarily did not react. "Meng Ye, you found all these corpses. Why are you heading back into the mountains? You don't go. What if you encounter that pack of wolves again?" "Brother Lao Chun is right. Meng Ye, you'd better come back with us. These wild wolves and deer are enough for you to exchange for quite a sum." Meng Ye shook his head. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You all go back first." Seeing Meng Ye's resolute attitude, they no longer tried to persuade him. Before leaving, Meng Ye asked the group for 40 to 50 rounds of 6,239mm caliber bullets, just in case. He then followed the drag marks into the deep mountains. After about 20 minutes of pursuit, the sound of flowing water reached Meng Ye's ears. He crouched down and cautiously moved forward. In the distance, he saw a river running through the woods, and the body of the deer lay tightly against the riverbank. At this moment, the deer was mangled and torn apart, surrounded by chunks of flesh and entrails. A group of crows circled around, excitedly cawing and feasting on the delicious meal. It seemed that the northeast tiger had left long ago, otherwise these crows would not dare to scavenge in the tiger's territory. Meng Ye crouched in the grass for a long time, and seeing no danger, he walked towards the deer's corpse. When the crows saw Meng Ye, they did not choose to flee. Instead, they flapped their wings and cawed loudly at him. It was then that Meng Ye noticed that the crow's eyes were all blood red, clearly driven mad with hunger. At that moment, one of the larger crows let out a shriek and swiftly charged at Meng Ye. Its sharp beak gleamed in the sunlight. Meng Ye snorted coldly, not even aiming, and raised his hand to fire a shot. With a loud bang, the crow was instantly blown to bits, feathers and flesh flying everywhere. The previously menacing crows, upon witnessing Meng Ye's ferocity, all screeched in panic and fled, disappearing into the forest in an instant. Only then did Meng Ye approach to inspect the marks left by the tiger. To his regret, the paw prints disappeared at the riverbank. Seeing this, Meng Ye took off his shoes and pants, waded through the river, and searched for a long time on the opposite bank. But he could not find any traces of the tiger, so he had no choice but to head back towards the village. To avoid encountering the wolf pack on his way back, Meng Ye chose a different route down the mountain. As he passed through a ravine, a faint buzzing sound reached his ears. If it weren't for the 1960s, Meng Ye would have thought someone's phone was vibrating. Following the sound, he walked for more than 10 meters and saw an old locust tree not far away. In the middle of the tree was a large hollow, and inside the hollow was a massive beehive. Swarming wild bees buzzed around, producing a harsh sound that, even from a distance, made Meng Ye feel agitated. Seeing this scene, Meng Ye's eyes brightened instantly. Honey was a precious item in the 1960s. At that moment, a bee returning from foraging landed on Meng Ye's arm, curiously inspecting him. This bee was different from the ordinary ones. It was entirely black with a ring of white bands around its abdomen. If Meng Ye remembered correctly, this should be the black bee of the Lesser Khingan range, which San Ye had specifically emphasized to him while drinking. He said that if one encountered a black beehive in the woods, they must keep their distance as far away as possible and not approach. Because the venom of these black bees is several times stronger than that of ordinary bees, if stung, half of the body would swell up the next day. If multiple black bees stung him, he would basically be on his way to meet the king of hell. At this moment, Meng Ye was so frightened that he dared not move. If he startled this little creature, it would be disastrous. He might have a fighting chance against a pack of wolves, but against a swarm of bees, he could only run for his life. Fortunately, the little black bee only stayed on Meng Ye's arm for a moment before flying back to the hive, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he cautiously backed away. Just as he was about to quietly sneak away, he accidentally kicked a stone under his foot, and the stone rolled towards the beehive with a clatter. In an instant, the previously orderly flying bees seemed to be provoked, buzzing in unison as they all flew out from the hive. Seeing this, Meng Ye was terrified and fled, but the wild bees pursued relentlessly. Fortunately, San Ye had reminded Meng Ye that if he was indeed targeted by the black bee swarm, he must run against the wind. Running against the wind offered a glimmer of hope, but running with the wind would lead to certain death. Due to the wind's speed, the bee swarm formed a tug-of-war with Meng Ye maintaining a stable distance. After nearly 10 minutes of running, the swarm of black bees showed no signs of giving up and continued to pursue him. At that moment, 4 wild wolves suddenly sprang out from the grass ahead, who, judging by their injuries, they must be the same ones he encountered yesterday. Upon seeing Meng Ye, the wolves immediately displayed an expression of excitement, crouching down slightly and baring their teeth at him. However, what Meng Ye did next left them somewhat bewildered. Instead of running away, he appeared excited and dashed toward them. Wolf 1, a woo. What's going on? Wolf 2, a woo. I don't know. Wolf 3, a woo. A woo. Who cares? Let's go. Avenge our leader and brothers. Just as they were preparing to pounce on Meng Ye, a dense swarm of bees suddenly appeared in their line of sight. As longtime residents of these mountains, they well knew the terror of the black wasps. Several wild wolves paled with fear, abandoning Meng Ye without a second thought and bolting in panic. Yet Meng Ye, this conveniently delivered scapegoat, would not let them escape. With swift precision, he raised his rifle and fired 4 shots. He deliberately avoided vital organs, instead striking each wolf squarely in the hind leg. Whoa! Whoa! For agonized howls pierced the air as all 4 wolves collapsed, but moments later they staggered back to their feet and limped onward, desperate to flee. To be overtaken by the black wasp swarm would be worse than death itself. At this thought, they ignored the searing pain of their wounds and clenched their jaws, pressing on with grim resolve. Yet their injured hind legs slowed them by at least 40%, easily allowing Meng Ye closing in from behind to overtake them. As he surged past, Meng Ye could feel 4 glares of pure venom boring into his back. Meng Ye chuckled darkly, never glancing back as he sprinted toward the distant horizon. In an instant, the 4 wolves were engulfed by the swarm, thick, writhing clouds of black wasps enveloping them completely. The wolves shrieked in excruciating agony, thrashing and rolling helplessly upon the ground. The sound sent chills down Meng Ye's spine, raising gooseflesh across his arms. Within minutes, the wolves fell silent, motionless, their bodies entirely shrouded in black, swelling into grotesque, glistening spheres. By then, Meng Ye had already fled several li into the distance. Suddenly, a sharp, tingling numbness crept up his hand. Glancing down, he discovered a slender wasp stinger embedded deep in the back of his hand. Around the wound, his skin began to redden and swell rapidly. Meng Ye sighed wearily. Despite his speed, he had still been struck. Though he'd endured countless bee stings in his past life, San Ye had sternly warned him the venom of these black wasps was exceptionally potent and demanded immediate treatment, the most effective antidote being, of all things, prepubescent urine. At that, Meng Ye's lips twitched. So even heroes had their peculiar trials. He plucked the stinger free, unfastened his trousers, and proceeded, without hesitation, to apply the remedy directly to his wound. A stream of warm body temperature fluid washed over his hand, strangely soothing. Remarkably, San Ye's folk remedy proved effective. The swelling ceased its advance. Simultaneously, a thin, yellowish fluid oozed from the puncture. His hand swelled to nearly twice its size, bulging like a clay cooking pot, and the throbbing pain made Meng Ye wince and grind his teeth. Damn it all. This stings worse than a wolf's claw, worse even than that gash last year. Next time I'll come armed and burn their den to the ground. Maybe even harvest some honey while I'm at it. Half an hour later, Meng Ye returned to the village. A dense crowd already filled the courtyard before the brigade headquarters, larger even than the gathering for the beer meat feast. Among them were many unfamiliar faces. The throng buzzed with energy, jostling, pushing forward, eager to catch a glimpse of whatever spectacle awaited. Holy hell, look at all those green-skinned wolves, and 2 sika deer too. Meng Ye struck gold this time. This haul means serious money. You outsiders wouldn't know, those green-skinned wolves and sika deer, they were taken down by Meng Ye and Wang Jun alone, not by any brigade operation. What just the 2 of them. Don't try to pull wool over our eyes. 2 men couldn't even bring down a single green-skinned wolf. Exactly. I know Meng Ye well. He's been orphaned since childhood, scrawny as a starved wolf. Last year, he even snuck into our village to steal goose eggs, and got a sound beating from my father. Ha ha ha. If he can take down green-skinned wolves, then I can wrestle a Siberian tiger. Ha ha ha. Uninformed villagers from neighboring hamlets erupted into raucous laughter. Hearing such mockery, the villagers of Meng Ye bristled instantly, rising to defend Meng Ye. Have you lost your minds? What business is it of yours whether Meng Ye can fell green-skinned wolves or not? Precisely. Who left their fly unbuttoned and let you out? Get lost. Meng Ye doesn't welcome riffraff like you. Every villager stood as one, glaring fiercely at the interlopers. Though Meng Ye appeared easygoing and unruffled in daily life, when challenged, its people closed ranks without hesitation, united, unwavering, and fiercely outward-facing in crisis. The villagers of Sanheaton, however, seemed utterly oblivious to their provocation, and carried themselves with startling arrogance. Far from showing remorse, they escalated the confrontation into a heated, uncompromising quarrel. Shouting matches flared, and soon some reached for weapons. Just as tensions reached breaking point, a thunderous gunshot cracked through the air from behind the crowd, deafening, disorienting, sending waves of dizziness through every onlooker. All turned. There stood Meng Ye, rifle slung over his shoulder, face cold and unreadable, at the very rear of the crowd. Instantly, the throng parted, clearing a path before him. Meng Ye strode forward slowly, his gaze sweeping over the strangers with icy detachment. At that moment the village chief approached and murmured low in his ear, "Meng Ye, don't act rashly. Don't lose your temper. Sanhetan has long held grudges against us, and someone must have tipped them off. They've arrived en masse, most likely hoping to claim a share of the spoils. Say little, leave this to me." Hardly had the chief finished speaking when a middle-aged man stepped forward, wearing a Zhongshan suit and amber-tinted spectacles. "Ha ha ha. So you're Meng Ye. Truly prodigious, truly exceptional. Ha ha ha. But there's something I must clarify. The wolf pack you slew has been under our surveillance for weeks. You simply got lucky, striking while we rested and the wolves were exhausted. Very well, we won't demand the entire kill. Just hand over half, and we'll call it settled. Wang Dezhu, do you have no shame at all? You claim your village hunted them. Your entire village couldn't even fill a single wolf's belly." Chief Meng Guqing could contain himself no longer and unleashed a furious curse. Meng Ye's expression meanwhile darkened like storm-racked skies as he fixed his chilling gaze upon Wang Dezhu. Under that frigid stare, Wang Dezhu shuddered involuntarily, suddenly sensing Meng Ye not as a youth, but as a feral predator poised to strike without warning. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, Wang Dezhu straightened, narrowed his eyes, and retorted, voice tight, with indignation, "What? Am I, village chief of Sanhetan, not entitled to speak truth?" Speaking, Wang Dezhu looked at the villagers behind him and loudly asked, "What do you say? Haven't we been surrounding that pack of wild wolves for over half a month? I can testify, our village chief is not lying. Look at me, I've been on the mountain these days barely eating and sleeping well, all just to kill those wolves and come back to fill our stomachs only to be intercepted by that kid Meng Ye. Exactly. My husband hasn't been home for over half a month because of this." The villagers of Sanha village all spoke in unison, helping to spin the lie. Meng Ye let out a cold laugh, directly pressing the muzzle of his gun against Wang Dezhu's neck. Feeling the chill at the back of his head, Wang Dezhu trembled, his legs starting to feel weak. Wang Dezhu slowly turned around, his face pale, as he looked at Meng Ye, his voice trembling. "Nephew, what are you doing? Quickly put down the gun. What if it goes off by accident?" Meng Ye was too lazy to listen to the other person's nonsense, pushing the muzzle forward, nearly knocking Wang Dezhu off balance. "Either die, or get the hell out of here with your village people," Meng Ye said coldly. Wang Dezhu was frightened by Meng Ye's imposing aura, sweating profusely, his lips trembling, unable to speak. The villagers of Sanha village saw this and immediately became agitated, jumping out one after another. "Meng Ye, what do you want to do? Killing state officials is a serious crime. Quickly let go of our village chief. You stole our prey, and you still have the nerve to argue. This is too much bullying. Everyone grab your weapons. Let's fight them." The villagers of Sanha village all grabbed their weapons, glaring angrily, with a few even carrying guns. Meng Ye saw this and sneered, looking at Wang Dezhu in front of him. "Well, village chief, Wang, looks like you came prepared. Don't worry, as long as they dare to make a move, your head will surely burst." Wang Dezhu trembled all over, his gaze searching the crowd for help. At that moment, an elderly man with gray hair and a bearded face stepped out from the crowd of Sanha village. The old man leaned on a cane, trembling as he walked to the front of the crowd, raising his cane to point at Meng Ye. "Young man, put down your gun first. Let's talk this over properly." Meng Ye rolled his eyes at the old man, speechless, and said, "Old man, have you had too much laxative? Why do you start with that?" The old man was taken aback, then reacted angrily, puffing his cheeks and pointing at Meng Ye with a trembling hand. You. The old man repeated the word "you" 3 times, so furious that his vision darkened and he fell backward. Fortunately, someone behind him was quick to catch him. Meng Ye sneered, "Humph. You come as guests, we should show hospitality, but you start off by causing trouble and extorting. And you all brought weapons beforehand. I see you are deliberately looking for trouble, trying to take advantage of us." Hearing Meng Ye's words, the villagers from the 3 villages momentarily showed flickering expressions, but soon returned to normal and began to shout, "Stop talking nonsense. If we don't take something back today, we won't leave. We might as well fight to the death. Right? We from Sanha village may not have as many people as your Meng family ditch, but when it comes to life or death, it's uncertain who will lose or win. Village chief, don't be afraid. If you die, we'll avenge you." Upon hearing this, Wang Dezhu turned pale, cursing inwardly. At this moment where the 2 villages met, small frictions had already begun to occur and the atmosphere became tense. At this time, the old man who had fainted from anger earlier woke up. Supported by 2 people, he came forward again and said hoarsely, "Young man, although you stole our prey, let's compromise. How about we have a contest? If we win, you will return our half of the prey." Hearing this, Meng Ye became interested and raised an eyebrow, asking, "And if you lose?" "If we lose, we will give you a big fat pig from our village." Hearing about the big fat pig, Meng Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. "What will we compete in?" "Since it's about hunting prey, we will compete in 3 rounds. The first round is eyesight, the second round is combat. The third round is marksmanship. Best 2 out of 3, how about it?" Meng Ye nodded. Although he might be at a disadvantage in the first round, he was confident he could win the latter 2. Since a bet was set, Meng Ye moved the gun he was pressing against Wang Dezhu's head away. Feeling the cold muzzle leave his forehead, Wang Dezuzu felt his legs go weak and collapsed to the ground. Sweat had soaked through his clothes as if he had just taken a bath. The people from Meng family ditch saw that Meng Ye had actually agreed to the competition, their expressions not looking particularly good. They knew Meng Ye was good at marksmanship, but for eyesight and combat Meng Ye could be in trouble. Eye acuity depended on experience and knowledge, and Meng Ye, an 18-year-old new adult, had limited experience. When it came to combat, Meng Ye was even more disadvantaged. His small frame was not much stronger than that of an African refugee, so skinny that his ribs were visible. Only in the past few days after eating some meat had he gained a little weight. With Meng Ye's small build, any adult could easily beat him to a pulp. A kind-hearted villager came up to Meng Ye and advised Meng Ye, "Listen to Andy's advice, don't compete with them. The people from Sanha village are notoriously ruthless and like to play dirty. I think so too. If you don't give them anything, they can't do anything to you. Right? If they cause trouble, we will fight back. Damn, are we afraid of them? Yes. We don't seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it. Our entire village stands behind you." Seeing the villagers supporting him so strongly, Meng Ye felt warm in his heart and smiled. "Everyone, don't worry, I am confident. Once I win, we will directly slaughter the big fat pig to eat." Hearing Meng Ye's words, the villagers still felt a bit worried, but there was nothing they could do since Meng Ye had already agreed to the contest. At this time, Sanha village's chief Dezuzu was gnashing his teeth, glaring at Meng Ye, wishing he could skin him alive. "Humph, you little brat. Let you jump around for a while. Soon you'll have your time to cry." Then the villagers from both sides, organized by their respective village chiefs, cleared a space in front of the large team, with each village standing on either side. At this moment, a burly man stepped out from the crowd of Sanha village. The man was nearly 2 meters tall, with arms thicker than Meng Ye's thighs, a face full of flesh, and a fierce appearance. He flexed his wrists, producing a series of crackling sounds, looking at Meng Ye in a low voice, and saying, "Kid, don't cry if you lose later." Upon seeing the newcomer, several villagers behind Meng Ye gasped in astonishment. "It's Meng Ye. It's over. This time Meng Ye is definitely going to lose." "Meng Ye, do you know him?" "Hey, this Meng Ye is quite a character. He started hunting in the mountains with his father at the age of 10, and now at 30, it is said that he single-handedly hunted 3 bears in the past 2 years. He is a renowned hunter known throughout 10 miles and 8 villages. Just look at his physique, he could fit 2 Meng Yes inside him. So that's Meng Ye. I've heard it said that this guy is quite savage. He once bit off someone's ear during a fight, and then chewed it to bits. Ah, this. My goodness. This is too savage. Meng Ye is practically walking into the lion's den. If Meng Ye loses the match, it's just a few wolves lost, but if he gets hurt, that would be disastrous. Meng Ye's big fist could probably knock Meng Ye's brain out with one punch. Everyone's discussions naturally reached Meng Ye's ears, yet he remained unfazed and let out a cold snort, stepping forward to loudly declare, "Big guy. How do we play this first round? You draw a line." Meng Ye took out a slingshot from his pocket and casually picked up an oval stone from the ground. "In a bit you get someone to shoot this stone into the forest. Whoever finds it first wins." Meng Ye grinned and replied, "All right. Well, do it your way." With that, Meng Ye carefully examined the stone before handing it and the slingshot to Meng Ye. Meng Ye also took a careful look at the stone and then handed the slingshot to a militia member. "Brother, I need to trouble you for a moment," Meng Ye said politely. "Hey, no need to be so polite, just watch." The man took the slingshot, pulled it back, and with a whoosh the stone shot swiftly into the forest. Neither Meng Ye nor Meng Ye moved, exchanging a glance as a look of disdain appeared in Meng Ye's eyes. "Kid, if you don't move, I'll be leaving." With that, Meng Ye took large strides into the forest. Meng Ye let out a sneer and followed suit. The villagers, seeing this, also wanted to join in on the excitement, but were stopped by village chief Wang Deju. Hey, they are competing. What are you all doing? If you all go and you'll trample the forest, and how will they find it then?" Upon hearing the village chief speak, the villagers of Sanha village quieted down, and each found a shady spot to rest. Seeing that the people from Sanha village didn't go in, the villagers of Meng Ye settled down, as well, quietly awaiting the contest between Meng Ye and Meng Ye. At this moment, Meng Ye and Meng Ye had already dashed into the forest, with Meng Ye searching forward along the trajectory of the stone. However, Meng Ye did not move forward. Instead, he stopped beneath a white birch, meticulously staring at a dent on the tree. After the stone was shot, he had heard the faint sound of the tree trunk being struck, and this dent on the tree should be the result of the stone's impact. This indicated that the stone did not fly in a straight line, but deviated from its trajectory halfway. After roughly estimating the flight path, Meng Ye chose a specific area and began to search carefully. Although it was early autumn and the vegetation was not yet very dense, finding a stone in the wild forest filled with thorns and dead leaves was exceedingly difficult. The two were not far apart, both probing the surrounding bushes with wooden sticks. At that moment, a white figure appeared in the grass not far ahead of Meng Ye, causing him to rejoice and rush over. But at that moment, Meng Ye had somehow arrived behind Meng Ye, grabbing him by the back of the neck and yanking him back, throwing him far away. "Kid trying to snatch from me. You're still too green." Meng Ye mocked as he reached for the stone. However, just as his hand was about to grasp it, a glint of cold light suddenly appeared, aiming directly at the back of Meng Ye's hand. Meng Ye was greatly alarmed and quickly withdrew his hand. Clang! A dagger pierced directly into a wooden stick beside the stone, cutting the stick as thick as a forearm cleanly in half. Seeing this, Meng Ye felt a chill in his heart. If he had been just a moment slower in dodging, his hand would have been ruined. Furious, Meng Ye glared at Meng Ye and shouted, "Kid, you want to play rough, huh? Today I'll play with you." With that, he resolutely abandoned the stone and swung his fist heavily at Meng Ye. Meng Ye dodged to the side, evading Meng Ye's punch, and swiftly kicked towards Meng Ye's knee. Meng Ye cried out in pain, and with a bang he knelt on one knee, smashing a large pit into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Ye circled around Meng Ye and bent down to pick up the stone from the ground. "I got it first. I win this round," Meng Ye exclaimed, holding the stone aloft and smiling at Meng Ye. Meng Ye, furious, shouted, "It doesn't count until we get back to the village." With that, he lunged at Meng Ye again. Meng Ye grinned and turned to run. Although Meng Ye was easily twice his size, he appeared somewhat clumsy in the thorny forest, and the distance between them continued to widen. Meng Ye emerged from the forest holding the stone high in the air. The villagers of Meng Ye, seeing this, all gathered around and cheered for Meng Ye. "Meng Ye, well done. Awesome. We won. Ha ha, that big fool hasn't even come out yet." Just as the words fell, a large figure stumbled out of the forest, his clothes and pant legs covered in dry grass. Upon seeing the cheering crowd around Meng Ye let out a cold snort. "Umph. Let you have your fun for a while. I'll deal with you in the next 2 rounds." With that, Meng Ye turned and returned to the crowd. The faces of the villagers from Sanha village looked as if they had eaten something foul, extremely unpleasant. Seeing Meng Ye return, everyone crowded around him. "Meng Ye, how could you let that kid win?" "Exactly. You're supposed to be tough. Unleash the same fierce spirit you had when you took down bears. Meng Ye, in the second round, just fight him directly and take him down." Look at the smug looks on Meng Ye's faces. They look like they've just eaten some good fortune. Meng Ye coldly glared at a few of them, grabbing one by the collar and lifting him off the ground, pulling him up to his face as he growled fiercely. "You think you can handle it? You step up. He'll go down." In such close quarters, plus Meng Ye's fierce face, the man was instantly terrified, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Water began to drip from between his legs. Meng Ye disdainfully tossed him back into the crowd and sat down on a blue stone slab to rest. After resting for about 10 minutes, Meng Ye stood up and strode towards Meng Ye, speaking in a deep voice, "Kid, let's start the second match. We'll just compare fists and kicks with no weapons allowed and no other restrictions. Whoever falls first loses." Meng Ye nodded. "All right, let's go." Meng Ye stood up and beckoned to Meng Ye with his finger. Seeing Meng Ye treat him with such disregard, Meng Ye roared in anger and swung his fist towards him. Meng Ye swiftly dodged, easily avoiding Meng Ye's attack. As Meng Ye's punch missed, he slightly lost his balance, and Meng Ye seized the opportunity to deliver a side kick to Meng Ye's waist. Meng Ye reacted quickly, tightening his abdomen just in time to block the strike, but still let out a muffled grunt from the impact. "Damn it, you little brat. You're pretty quick to react." Immediately, Meng Ye launched another attack, his fists swinging wildly at Meng Ye. Meng Ye dodged left and right, looking for a chance to counterattack. Suddenly, he noticed an opening when Meng Ye punched and landed a powerful uppercut on Meng Ye's chin, causing his head to jerk back as he staggered a few steps. However, Meng Ye was strong and soon regained his footing. His eyes were bloodshot as he bellowed like a raging bull, "You little rabbit. All you can do is dodge. What kind of hero are you? Fight me heathen if you dare." With that, Meng Ye grabbed his shirt tightly and ripped it apart, revealing his solid and muscular physique. His muscles bulged like small hills, brimming with explosive power. Yet what was more alarming was the numerous scars that adorned his body, some of which spanned across his entire torso. Adding to this, Meng Ye's body was flushed with anger. At that moment, he resembled a fierce demon from hell, looking utterly terrifying. Seeing this, the villagers of Meng Ye couldn't help but gasp in awe. Goodness gracious, is he even human? How many battles must he have fought to bear so many scars? This kid has a strong life force, even the king of hell wouldn't take him. It's over, it's over. This is bad. Meng Ye is going to get serious. If things take a turn for the worse, we need to jump in and help. We can't let Meng Ye suffer. While the villagers of Meng Ye were filled with anxiety, the folks from San He Tun were extremely excited, whistling and cheering loudly. "Meng Ye, teach that little brat a lesson. He stole our village's prey. Yes, give him a good thrashing. Look at that smug look on his face just now. He really deserves a beating. Ha, what does it matter that he won the first round? Meng Ye will definitely win the next 2 rounds. That kid from Meng Ye, if it gets too intense, just admit defeat. Fists and feet have no eyes. Be careful of breaking an arm or a leg." Seemingly influenced by the crowd, Meng Ye's body turned a deeper shade of red, as if he had activated a bloodline seal, and he let out a hoarse roar before charging forward again. This time his attacks were even more ferocious, each punch accompanied by a rushing wind. Although his speed was much faster than before, Meng Ye still dodged effortlessly. Just as Meng Ye threw a particularly powerful punch and leaned slightly forward, Meng Ye executed a knee slide to get behind him, delivering a kick to his kneecap. Meng Ye stumbled, nearly falling over. Meng Ye seized the opportunity to launch a flurry of quick punches to Meng Ye's back. In pain, Meng Ye roared and turned around, trying to grab Meng Ye. Meng Ye skillfully leaped aside and delivered a flying kick to Meng Ye's chest. Meng Ye was pushed back repeatedly. A hint of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly steadied himself, his expression growing serious. Realizing that this approach was not working, Meng Ye decided to outsmart his opponent. He crouched slightly, feigning another charge, and then swung his fist towards Meng Ye. But just as Meng Ye was fully focused on defending against his frontal assault, Meng Ye suddenly pulled back and charged at Meng Ye with his sturdy body. Caught by surprise, Meng Ye was knocked off balance and flew backward. Taking advantage of the momentum, Meng Ye turned and delivered an elbow strike aimed at Meng Ye's neck. Meng Ye hurriedly raised his hand to block it, feeling a sharp pain in his arm, but quickly adjusted his stance. In the moment Meng Ye retracted his elbow, Meng Ye seized his arm and yanked it forcefully, simultaneously twisting his body to execute a beautiful shoulder throw, slamming Meng Ye to the ground. Meng Ye was dazed from the impact, struggling to recover. Meng Ye quickly climbed onto Meng Ye, locking his legs around Meng Ye's head and securing his arms, applying a crossbody lock. Feeling himself being restrained, Meng Ye's heart sank. He tried desperately to break free, but it was too late. Meng Ye's crossbody lock was already in place. No matter how hard Meng Ye struggled, he could not escape Meng Ye's grip. With Meng Ye's relentless force, waves of excruciating pain surged through Meng Ye's body. Meng Ye's face grew increasingly red. "Do you submit?" Meng Ye asked with a cold smile. "I submit, your mother." As soon as Meng Ye cursed, Meng Ye suddenly increased the pressure, causing him to let out a scream of agony. He felt that if Meng Ye added just a little more force, his arm would snap. Ultimately, unable to endure the excruciating pain any longer, Meng Ye reluctantly conceded. Let go. Let go. I admit defeat." Meng Ye grinned and released his hold on Meng Ye's arm. Meng Ye struggled to get up, looking at Meng Ye with eyes full of unwillingness. At this moment, the villagers of San He Tun fell silent, while the villagers of Meng Jia Go erupted in cheers. "Meng Ye, well done. Meng Ye is awesome. I never expected Meng Ye to actually win against Meng Ye. I wonder where that little body got such strength. Could it be that after a nap he was possessed by a deity? How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? Not only is he good at fighting, but his marksmanship is impressive too." San He Tun is about to bleed heavily now. Just as everyone was cheering, Meng Ye quietly walked back to the earthly realm and picked up a cloth bundle from the bluestone slab. Despite his imposing physique and fierce appearance, Meng Ye's movements at this moment were incredibly gentle. He slowly opened the cloth bundle to reveal a shiny sniper rifle. It appeared to be the Type 97 sniper rifle left over from the Japanese invasion period. The 98K was modified based on its design. Wang Meng gently lifted the Type 97, caressed the gun body, and then suddenly aimed the muzzle at Meng Ye. Surrounded by a crowd, Meng Ye suddenly felt a chill behind him and quickly turned around. Upon seeing Wang Meng's dark gun barrel aimed directly at him, his expression instantly hardened as he coldly shouted, "What's wrong? Can't handle losing." Wang Meng's gun trembled slightly, his expression conflicted before he gritted his teeth and said, "A man's word is his bond, harder to retract than a team of horses. I admit I lost, but there's still a third round to play. Even if I lose, we must finish this third round." Meng Ye smiled slightly, realizing that Wang Meng wanted to regain some face in this third round. If he lost completely and returned with the temperament of the people from San He Tun, they would definitely ridicule him behind his back. "All right, let's compete then. What are the rules?" Meng Ye chuckled. Wang Meng took out 2 old copper coins from his pocket, ran nearly 100 meters away, then picked up a stone and hammered both coins into the tree trunk. Then he quickly ran back. 1 coin each, whoever hits it wins. Meng Ye raised an eyebrow. "Sure, no problem. But my 56 can't shoot that far. You'll have to use your 97 sniper." Hearing that Meng Ye intended to use his gun, Wang Meng was overjoyed, thinking he must firmly control Meng Ye this time. Each person's shooting habits are different, and the aim would certainly differ. His 97's aim was slightly to the left. Generally, a first-time shooter would definitely miss. With this thought, Wang Meng felt greatly elated, realizing he could finally turn the tide. "Then I'll go first," Wang Meng said, raising his gun and aiming at the distant coin for a long time. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet flew with a fiery tongue towards the distance. Ding! A spark erupted as the bullet struck the coin. A kind villager rushed over first, happily retrieving the coin and running back. I hit it. I hit it." Everyone surrounded him, seeing a bullet hole appear on the left side of the coin. With this, Wang Meng smiled triumphantly and handed the gun to Meng Ye. "Here, it's your turn." Meng Ye took the gun, but did not immediately aim. Instead, he began to inspect it. After a moment, Meng Ye grinned and muttered, "He Ching Guang's gun." "Who? He what?" Wang Meng was taken aback, not understanding Meng Ye's meaning. Meng Ye waved his hand, and then his expression suddenly changed. The previously lazy look in his eyes turned sharp and cold, like a hawk choosing its target. The next action of Meng Ye stunned everyone present. He abruptly raised the gun, did not even take aim, and directly fired at the distance. Bang! After the bullet flew out, there was no sound. The spark everyone anticipated did not appear. Everyone stood frozen in place, and then laughter erupted from the direction of Sanheaton. Haha, what kind of nonsense shooting is this? Even my son knows he has to aim before shooting. This kid isn't just bad at shooting, he doesn't know how to shoot at all. If I had known the first round would be a shooting contest, damn it. Ha, this is what they call having a silver gun with a wax head, ha. However, Meng Ye paid no attention to the mockery and walked over to village chief Meng Guoqing with a smile. Chief, I did not disgrace my mission. Meng Guoqing patted Meng Ye's shoulder with a look of appreciation and sighed. I never expected you to have such skill. Well, losing this third round doesn't matter, we won anyway. Meng Ye chuckled and did not respond. At this moment, having won the third round, Wang Mang felt much of his frustration ease. After all, it wasn't his pigs that were losing. At most, he would be scolded a few times by the villagers. It didn't matter, as he usually roamed in the mountains and had little interaction with the villagers. With this thought, Wang Mang walked over to the big tree, took a dagger from his waist, and pressed down on Meng Ye's copper coin. At first, there was nothing unusual, but when he pressed down on that coin, his whole body trembled, his eyes widened, and shock frozen in place. He saw a hollow appear in the center of the coin's imprint on the tree, and looking from the outside, he could faintly see the base of the bullet. The bullet actually passed through the middle of the coin. Wang Mang murmured in disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. At this moment, he finally understood just how great the gap between him and Meng Ye was. Seeing this, Wang Mang took a deep breath, retracting the last bit of his unwillingness, and slowly walked to Meng Ye's side. Kid, you won. In my life, I rarely admire anyone apart from my father, and San Yi, you are one. Upon hearing San Yi, Meng Ye raised an eyebrow. You mean the one who lives in the mountains? Wang Mang's eyes brightened when he saw Meng Ye recognized San Yi. What? You know San Yi too? Hey, we were just drinking together the other day. That old man almost shot me with a gun. Wang Mang was instantly interested and quickly asked why. Tell me about it. Meng Ye then recounted what had happened with San Yi, causing Wang Mang to laugh heartily. After chatting for a while, Wang Mang noticed that some villagers were already leaving and reluctantly said his goodbyes. As he was about to leave, Wang Mang hesitated for a long time, as if he had something to say, looking at the elders of his village and then at Meng Ye. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Meng Ye, today's matter was our fault. I apologize to you on behalf of the elders of the village. This year of scarcity was truly unavoidable. If it weren't for the chief coming to plead with me, I wouldn't have come to lose face. I'm sorry. After saying this, Wang Mang deeply bowed to Meng Ye. Meng Ye quickly helped him up. What are you doing? This isn't your fault. You did this for the sake of the village elders. When there's a chance in the future, let's go up the mountain together. I'll need to consult you on hunting techniques and experiences. Although the two were about a decade apart in age, they chatted amiably together like two old friends who had known each other for many years. Meng Ye greatly appreciated Wang Mang's forthright character. After chatting for a while longer, Wang Mang finally left reluctantly. At this time, Meng Ye saw that the village chief of Sana village was about to leave and quickly raised his gun to aim at him, shouting loudly. Chief Wang, didn't you forget something? Wang Dizhus naturally knew what Meng Ye meant and gritted his teeth, saying, the pigs I lost to you, I will have someone send them over later. That won't do. If you turn around now, who knows when you'll come back? You need to give us a written acknowledgement, otherwise if you turn around and refuse to admit, it will have no place to seek justice. Wang Dezhu was so furious that his teeth were itching, glaring at Meng Ye and shouting, I am a village official. Can I still blame you? Meng Ye sneered dismissively. I can trust others but you. Wang Dezhu's eyes were ablaze with anger. Then you might as well not leave. Meng Ye let out a cold laugh and raised his gun again, aiming at Wang Dezhu. The villagers of Meng Jiago saw Wang Dezhu trying to be unreasonable and all picked up their weapons to surround him. As for the villagers of San He, they all shrank back, fearing trouble. Previously, they had been tempted by the allure of wolf meat and elk meat, and they had all broken their heads to confront Meng Jiago. But now that they had lost the contest, they had nothing to gain and naturally did not want to get involved. Seeing himself being besieged, Wang Dezhu quickly turned to look at the villagers of San He, but when he saw that they were all hiding far away watching the fun, he was instantly furious and trembling all over. Damn it, you all are a bunch of ingrates. Forced by the situation, Wang Dezhu had no choice but to give Meng Ye an IOU, promising to deliver a large fat pig within 3 days, and only then did Meng Ye let him go. Seeing the villagers of San He leave in disgrace, Meng Jiago erupted in excited cheers. Although no fight had broken out, Meng Ye's actions were truly satisfying. Meng Ye stood in the center of the crowd with a smile, loudly addressing the villagers. Everyone in the village, when the large fat pig from San He arrives, I will treat you all to a feast of pork. Hearing Meng Ye's words, the crowd erupted once again. In less than a week, Meng Ye had already treated them to 2 meals of meat. In this era of food scarcity, a meal of meat was incredibly precious. Most people here hadn't even had a piece of meat during the new year. The crowd cheered and jubilantly tossed Meng Ye into the air, catching him and tossing him again. In the air, Meng Ye looked at the joyous villagers below, feeling a warmth in his heart. He never expected that upon arriving in this small mountain village he would so quickly integrate with everyone and gain their recognition. At that moment Meng Ye's peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure under a willow tree. It was Li Xiaomei. At that time Li Xiaomei was looking at Meng Ye, who was being thrown into the air with a face full of warmth. She was certain that Meng Ye would bring her happiness and was the man she could trust for a lifetime. Seeing that Meng Ye had noticed her, Xiaomei blushed and subtly waved at him. Meng Ye wanted to go find her, but the enthusiastic villagers wouldn't let him go surrounding him. At that moment the village chief stepped forward excitedly saying, "Meng Ye, thanks to you our village can finally hold our head high." Meng Ye smiled and nodded. "I am also a member of Meng Jiago, it's only right. How do you plan to distribute these prey?" Meng Ye thought for a moment and said, "These prey were hunted by Uncle Wang and me together, we will split it evenly. Then I will take one wolf from my share to give to the militia brothers as they worked hard today and should not be neglected." Saying this Meng Ye leaned close to Wang Dezhu's ear and whispered, "Village chief, that elk's antlers and tendons are good stuff, I'll remove them and give them to you later." Hearing this the village chief's eyes lit up, laughing heartily. "Ha, you little rascal. Good job. You really know how to handle things. You haven't wasted my care for you before. Ha ha." After exchanging pleasantries, Grandpa Li from the supply and marketing cooperative shouted from the back of the crowd, "Meng Ye, are you selling this young deer and elk or not? It's been a whole night already. If you don't sell it soon it will spoil. I won't take it then." Meng Ye quickly shouted, "Sell, sell, sell." Then Grandpa Li with the help of the crowd began weighing the wild wolves and elk. At that moment Meng Ye said, "Oh right Grandpa Li, I want to keep the antlers and tendons of these two elk, you decide the price." Grandpa Li looked at Meng Ye with some regret. "Meng Ye, the two most valuable things on the deer you've taken off. This elk won't be worth much anymore." Meng Ye waved his hand. "It's fine, just give me a price, I have use for them." Hearing this the crowd looked at Meng Ye with strange eyes, and some even started whispering behind. Alas, what does Meng Ye want the antlers and tendons for? Isn't that for enhancing male vitality? A young man of 18 doesn't need it, right? Hee, you don't know this. Meng Ye is now dating widow Li. Oh, I get it. Meng Ye wants to replenish himself. Alas, poor child, probably due to not having clothes to wear, when he was young his kidneys got frozen. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Meng Ye's mouth twitched fiercely a few times, and he couldn't be bothered to explain, standing there waiting for Grandpa Li to settle the accounts. After a moment Grandpa Li walked up to Meng Ye with a small notebook. "Meng Ye, these 7 wild wolves weigh about the same. I'll count you 60 for each, totaling 420 yuan. As for the 2 elk, since their tendons and antlers have been taken off, I can only buy them back by the rough weight, totaling 230 yuan. Altogether, that's 650 yuan. Hearing this figure, everyone present gasped in shock. 650 yuan was a sum they couldn't even dare to imagine. To put it in perspective, rice was only 1.3 yuan per pound nowadays. Meng Ye's trip up the mountain could yield 5 to 6,000 pounds of rice. This made them envious. Meng Ye nodded. "Okay, we'll go with the price you mentioned." Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Meng Ye reached out to take the thick wad of change that Grandpa Li handed over and left the crowd. He intended to find Xiaomei first, but after stepping out of the crowd, he found that Xiaomei had already vanished from sight. So he headed towards Wang Jun's house. Upon reaching home, he saw Aunt Wang chopping wood in the yard. Seeing this, Meng Ye hurried over. "Aunt, let me help." "No need. If I can't handle this little bit of work, then I'm really done for." Aunt Wang waved her hand with a smile. "Your uncle is inside. He woke up early and has been talking about how you two fought with the young deer in the mountains. It's making my ears sore. You should hurry in and chat with him." Meng Ye laughed heartily. "Come on, Aunt, you come in with me. I have something to tell you. I'll help you chop this wood later." "You child, okay, let's go. Aunt Wang put down her axe and went in with Meng Ye. When Wang Jun saw Meng Ye arrive, he immediately perked up. "Oh, Meng Ye is here. Hurry, take off your shoes and come up." Seeing that Wang Jun was in good spirits, Meng Ye felt relieved and smiled slightly, saying, "I won't go to bed, uncle. I'm here to bring you something." As he spoke, Meng Ye reached into his bosom. "Hey, you kid, you still brought something. What are you being polite about with me?" Halfway through his words, Meng Ye pulled out a stack of cash, leaving Wang Jun stunned in place, his face filled with disbelief. This. So much money. There must be at least 200 here." Seeing the shocked expression on Wang Jun's face, Meng Ye chuckled. "There's a total of 650 yuan here from selling the prey we caught yesterday. We'll split it evenly." As he spoke, Meng Ye handed over 360 yuan to Wang Jun. "Uncle Wang, this is your share." Looking at the thick stack of cash, Wang Jun remained silent for a long time before finally returning the money. "Meng Ye, I can't take this money. If it weren't for you, I would have perished on the mountain yesterday. My family doesn't lack money right now. You should save this for when you get married." Meng Ye thought Wang Jun would decline, but he didn't expect him to refuse it completely, wanting to keep it all for Meng Ye's future marriage. Feeling warmth in his heart, Meng Ye continued, "Uncle, just keep the money. I have a gun now, and I can exchange the prey I hunt for money. Plus there are rules in hunting. Everyone who goes up the mountain must share their catch. If the rules are broken, misfortune will follow. A few days ago, I met an old man in the mountains who said there was a hunter who was greedy and didn't share his catch with his companions. As a result, he was devoured by wolves the next day. Hearing this, Wang Jun's heart trembled, and he finally gritted his teeth and accepted the money. All right, I will take the money, but how come I have more than you? This morning, I had the militia brothers help carry the prey up the mountain. When we returned, I left a wolf for them to share, taken from my share. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun immediately became indignant, slapping the table and cursing, "You little brat. Who are you trying to fool? No, you can't pay for this. He'll pay." After a lengthy argument, they finally split the 650 yuan evenly, ensuring neither lost out. By the way, Uncle Wang, I kept the venison antlers and deer velvet from the 2 elk. After Grandpa Li helps me unload them, I'll bring you a set to help nourish your body. Wang Jun nodded with a look of gratitude. After chatting for a while longer, Meng Ye bid farewell and headed toward Old Feng's house. Halfway there, Meng Ye turned back home, grabbing the remaining road deer meat and 2 bottles of white liquor from the supply store before heading to Old Feng's house. "Grandpa Feng, I'm here." "Oh, it's you. Come in, come in." The excited voice of Old Feng echoed from inside. Upon entering, Meng Ye placed the roe deer meat and liquor on the table. "Hey, you kid, just come without buying anything. Isn't this a gift for you?" Meng Ye chuckled. Old Feng didn't look at the items on the table anymore, but patted the edge of the bed and called out, "Come here, you little brat. I've heard about you. You've made quite a name for yourself. Not only did you hunt so much prey on the mountain, but you also dealt with those guys from Sana village. Good, good. Ha!" As he spoke, Old Feng laughed heartily. "Hee, it's all thanks to your great gun, a one shot, and it's right on target. It never jams." As he spoke, Meng Ye took out 150 yuan from his bosom and handed it to Old Feng. "Grandpa Feng, here's 150 yuan, please count it." Old Feng didn't check it, but directly stuffed the money under the bedding. "It's already noon, you might as well stay and have lunch with me and enjoy some drinks." Meng Ye didn't decline and enjoyed a meal with Old Feng. After drinking, he drunkenly returned home and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. At this time, on a hillside to the north of the village, a white figure with a fierce gaze was fixated on Meng Ye Valley, continuously emitting a series of growls. After lingering for a long time, it led a group of shadowy figures limping and disappearing into the deep forest. Meng Ye awoke from his slumber, opening his eyes to find it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He wasn't sure if it was the alcohol or the heat from the bed, but he was drenched in sweat. "No way, the smell is too strong. I should go take a shower." With that thought, Meng Ye grabbed a towel and took the newly bought tank top and shirt, heading toward the riverbank. There were very few people by the river, so Meng Ye didn't hold back, finding a shallow area, stripping off and jumping into the water. Although the river water in May was still somewhat cold, it felt pleasantly warm in the shallows. Meng Ye slowly immersed his body in the water, feeling the warmth gradually seep into his skin. He squinted his eyes in comfort, surrounded only by the sounds of flowing water and the occasional chirping of insects and birds. Meng Ye was immersed in this tranquil atmosphere, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation and peace. However, just as he was feeling content, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his groin, causing his face to turn pale. He abruptly stood up from the water. Looking down, he saw a bluish-gray crayfish clamping down hard on little Meng Ye. "What the hell? How is there such a thing in this river?" Meng Ye hurriedly reached down to pry off the crayfish, but it wouldn't let go, and little Meng Ye was being stretched painfully, making Meng Ye scream. In the end, with no other choice, Meng Ye gripped the claw with one hand, ready to crush it. The crayfish seemed to sense the threat of death and suddenly relaxed its grip, falling back into the water. Seeing this, Meng Ye couldn't let this culprit go, and he quickly grabbed it from the water. Only then did he see its true appearance. It looked different from a regular crayfish. Its body was not red-black, but bluish-gray, and there were no obvious sharp spines on its claws. Moreover, it looked rather lethargic, not lively like a crayfish. "This isn't a crayfish, it's a loach." Meng Ye suddenly remembered a delicacy he had eaten as a child, loach tofu. When he was a child visiting his grandfather's house in the countryside, his grandfather specifically went to catch loaches in the river, and he thought they looked like spiders back then, refusing to eat them. But after taking the first bite, he could never forget its deliciousness for the rest of his life. However, due to the misuse of pesticides and overfishing, loaches gradually disappeared from people's sight, only found in remote mountain rivers. "Hee, I didn't expect to encounter this good thing after being reborn. I won't hold back." With excitement on his face, Meng Ye began to carefully search the shallow area. Meng Ye gently lifted a large stone beside his foot, and the river water around him instantly turned murky. At that moment, he spotted several bluish-gray pincers stirring restlessly in the turbid current. A flicker of delight flashed across Meng Ye's face. As the water gradually cleared, he reached in barehanded and firmly gripped the crayfish's back. The captured creature swung its claws wildly to seize him, but no matter how fiercely it struck, its pincers could not so much as graze his skin. Meng Ye scanned the surroundings for something to hold the crayfish, but found nothing suitable. With no other choice, he removed his trousers, tied the cuffs tightly, and fashioned a simple cloth sack. After placing 2 crayfish inside, he resumed searching the riverbed. An hour later, his trouser leg bulged with a full harvest, by weight at least 7 or 8 jin. "Ha ha ha, so many crayfish, I can feast to my heart's content," Meng Ye exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he hoisted the sack onto the riverbank. But the moment his feet touched dry land and he pulled on his underpants, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air from the direction of his home. Meng Ye's brow tightened. He abandoned the freshly caught crayfish, slipped on his shoes, and sprinted toward his house. 10 minutes earlier, a shadow had vaulted over the low fence surrounding Meng Ye's courtyard and slipped silently into the yard. Then, moving with furtive steps, the figure crept toward the main house. Slowly pushing open the door, he peered inside, scanning the room, and finding it truly empty, let out a quiet sigh of relief before muttering a curse. Little upstart. Not only did you steal my woman, you humiliated me before the entire village. What utter filth. And that old goot for nothing Wang Dezhu can't even handle this one petty task. Calls himself village chief. He ought to resign immediately. Since neither of you can deal with him, I'll do it myself. The intruder was Hu Biao, the village storekeeper. With a sly glance, he withdrew a cloth-wrapped bundle from his chest and stealthily concealed it inside Meng Ye's battered wardrobe. Haha, Meng Ye, you'll rot behind bars soon enough. Dare oppose me, I'll crush you utterly. With that, Hu Biao turned to leave. Suddenly, a wolf cub burst forth from a pile of tattered clothes nearby and sank its teeth deep into Hu Biao's calf. Off! Hu Biao shrieked, a sound like a pig being slaughtered. Realizing he'd cried out too loudly, he choked off the scream. When his eyes fell upon the snarling cub latched onto his leg, his expression hardened, and he hissed through clenched teeth. Damn it all. Since when has Meng Ye raised a mangy pup? Dares bite me. Get off, now. Roaring, Hu Biao gathered all his strength and delivered a brutal kick straight to the cub's skull. The impact sent stars exploding across the cub's vision, but it refused to release its grip, jaws clamped shut with unyielding ferocity. Hu Biao, however, fared far worse. Already racked with agony, his own kick had driven the cub's teeth deeper still into his flesh, sinking past skin and muscle into raw, trembling tissue. SSSSS. Hu Biao gasped breath, seizing as dizziness threatened to swallow him whole. Enraged by the cub's tenacity, he seized a fire poker lying nearby and brought it crashing down upon the animal's head. Once, twice, 5 times, 10 times. Though wolves were said to possess copper skulls and iron spines, with soft bellies like tofu, even a newborn cub could not withstand the full force of an adult's furious blows. At last, its eyes rolled back and it slumped into unconsciousness. Its jaws slowly loosened, leaving behind a ragged scrap of cloth torn from Hu Biao's trousers. Damn wretch, die already. Snarling, Hu Biao kicked the limp cub hard against the wall, then limped away from Meng Ye's home, hobbling with every step. When Meng Ye returned, he found both the courtyard gate and front door flung wide open. A chill ran down his spine. He dashed inside without hesitation. The instant he crossed the threshold, he saw the wolf cub lying motionless on the floor, drenched in blood. Meng Ye lunged forward, pressed 2 fingers to the cub's throat, and began swiftly assessing its wounds. After a careful examination, he exhaled in quiet relief. The cub had likely fallen unconscious due to blunt trauma to the head. No other external injuries or internal damage were apparent. It would surely awaken soon. Then Meng Ye noticed the scrap of cloth lodged between the cub's teeth. He carefully extracted it and held it in his palm for closer inspection. The fabric differed from ordinary cotton. It was heavy-duty work cloth, exceptionally durable, yet prohibitively expensive for most families. Few villagers could afford such material. Meng Ye's first thought was Hu Biao, the man who bore him ill will. He rushed to search the house for missing items, but after scouring every corner, he discovered nothing gone. He must have been bitten the moment he stepped in, then fled in panic. Meng Ye smirked, silently cursing Hu Biao as thoroughly deserving of his fate. Seeing the cub would not rouse anytime soon, Meng Ye lifted it gently and laid it atop the heated brick bed, patting its body with a worn-out garment. Then he pulled on a pair of trousers and broke into a jog toward the river. Upon returning, he found nearly half his crayfish had escaped. The remainder scrambled frantically toward freedom along the damp bank. Meng Ye recaptured them all, weighed the haul in his hands, and judged it sufficient for 2 hearty meals, so he shouldered the sack and headed home without diving back into the water. When he arrived again, the wolf cub had awakened. Seeing Meng Ye enter, it let out a plaintive, mournful howl, its eyes glistening with tears. Meng Ye stroked its nape softly and murmured, "Thank you for protecting me today. Later I'll prepare some meat for you." At the word meat, the cub instantly stilled its whimpering, sprang upright from the brick bed, and began vigorously licking Meng Ye's hand. Meng Ye grinned, stepped outside, and fetched a slab of roe deer meat from the root cellar. The moment the cub caught sight of it, it lunged forward, tearing into the flesh with savage, cathartic fury. As if venting all its earlier rage upon that single piece of meat, the cub devoured it with wild abandon. Watching its fierce joy, Meng Ye smiled and murmured, "It's time you received a proper name. What shall it be?" I've got it. From now on, you're chasing wind. May you run as swift and relentless as the wind itself when you hunt." The cub seemed deeply pleased with its new name, nuzzling Meng Ye's wrist with gentle, trusting affection. By now, dusk had softened into night. Having eaten heartily at Old Feng's earlier that day, Meng Ye felt little hunger. He drank a small bowl of yesterday's leftover rice porridge and lay down to sleep upon the warm brick bed. Seeing that Chasing Wind had accepted him, Meng Ye made no move to remove the cub from the bed. The first half of the night passed quietly. The cub curled peacefully amid the tattered garments atop the brick bed. But deep into the second watch, its small ears twitched. It rose padded silently across the floor and approached Meng Ye with slow, deliberate steps. Chasing Wind stood in front of Meng Ye, pausing for a long time, his expression wavering momentarily. At this moment, his rationality and instincts were engaged in a fierce struggle. Instinct: Meng Ye is human. Humans are never good. I must seize this opportunity to bite him to death. Rationality: this man is not bad. He treats me well, feeding me daily, which is far better than starving in the woods. After a few minutes, Chasing Wind shook his head and gently nudged his nose against Meng Ye's face, sniffing. Finally, his eyes squinted, and he turned to lie in Meng Ye's embrace, twisting his body a few times. Feeling comfortable, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. At that moment, a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Meng Ye's mouth as he gently placed his hand on Chasing Wind's body, allowing himself to fall asleep at ease. It seemed that the trials of the day had exhausted Meng Ye. He slept soundly and did not awaken until after 8 in the morning. At this time, an urgent voice from outside called out, "Meng Ye, are you up yet? Something strange has happened at my home." Hearing Xiumi's voice, Meng Ye sprang up from the bed. "It's Xiumei from home." Xiumei pushed the door open, and upon seeing Meng Ye completely naked except for his underwear, her pretty face immediately flushed crimson as she scolded. "Oh no, can't you at least wear some clothes?" Meng Ye then realized he was not dressed, hurriedly pulled the quilt to cover himself, and awkwardly scratched his head. "Xiumei, don't rush, take your time, and tell me what strange thing happened." "The day before yesterday, we found 7 duck eggs by the river right. I thought my ducks were nesting, so I put the wild duck eggs in their nest. But this morning when I checked, the eggs were still there, but 3 of them had turned into empty shells." Meng Ye frowned, pondering that this matter was a bit odd. He quickly got dressed and followed Xiumei to her duck coop. At this moment, the 3 hollow duck eggs were still placed in front of the duck nest. Meng Ye picked up one to examine closely. Suddenly, 3 tiny holes appeared on the side of the duck egg. Due to the black spots all over the wild duck egg, it was hard to notice without a careful look. At this time, Meng Ye noticed some strange footprints on the ground under the window frame and quickly bent down to check. The paw prints were tiny, about the size of a peanut, resembling a plum blossom. Seeing this, Meng Ye looked at Xiumei and said, "Xiumei, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the work of a yellow weasel." "What? The yellow weasel did it?" Upon hearing this, Xiumei exclaimed. In the 1960s Northeast, the shaman religion that worshipped natural forces was extremely prevalent, and people referred to the Hu Huang by Lu Hui as the 5 immortals. And this yellow weasel was naturally one of them, known as the yellow immortal. "Oh no, what are we going to do? There are only these few duck eggs in the nest. We can't let it cause harm. We can't just beat it. Sigh. Meng Ye, think of a way to help me." Meng Ye looked around, noticing that the duck coop at Xiumi's home was drafty and full of holes. Not to mention the yellow weasel, even small cats and dogs could sneak in. It was fortunate that they only stole the duck eggs this time. If they got their eyes on the big ducks inside the coop, it would be disastrous. Right now, there isn't a good solution. We can only tackle the problem at its source. Let's patch up this duck coop tightly, and the yellow weasel shouldn't be able to get in. Without hesitation, Meng Ye dug some yellow mud mixed in some dry grass, and after preparing it, sealed all the holes in the duck coop. He reinforced the door with nails and wooden boards as well. After sealing it up, the two carefully checked once more to ensure there were no leaks, and only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Xiumei wiped the sweat from her forehead, but forgot that her hands were covered in mud, resulting in her smearing dirt all over her forehead. Seeing this, Meng Ye quickly used his forearm to help her wipe off the mud. Feeling the warmth of Meng Ye's arm, Xiumei blushed and lowered her head, her heart racing like a deer. "Well, I picked some wild vegetables around the mountain this morning. If you're free tonight, I'll cook them for you." "Sure. Just right, I caught a lot of loaches in the river yesterday afternoon. Let's have some loach tofu tonight." "Sounds good. Then I'll see you tonight. I need to head to the mountain for a while to see if I can hunt something." After chatting a bit more, Meng Ye went home to grab his gun and headed towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Just as Meng Ye left, Chasing Wind squeezed out through the door crack and followed his footsteps. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Uncle Li saw Meng Ye and greeted him with great joy. "Meng Ye, you are my lucky star. After the competition ended yesterday morning, I had someone deliver the hunted game to the county. Goodness, the county supply and marketing cooperative praised me greatly. They awarded our cooperative a commendation flag and promised that for future game collection, they would give you 2 extra points on the price." Hearing this, Meng Ye was equally excited. Don't underestimate those 2 points. If it were yesterday, that would have been over 100 yuan more. At that moment, Chasing Wind dashed in from outside. Upon seeing Uncle Li at the door, he bared his teeth, startling Uncle Li. "Oh my, whose ugly dog is this? How could it be so ugly?" Seemingly understanding Uncle Li's words, Chasing Wind angrily lunged at him. Fortunately, Meng Ye was quick to act, grabbing him by the scruff of the neck and lifting him up. The originally fierce Chasing Wind became docile once caught by Meng Ye remaining still in his grip. "Sorry about that, Uncle Li. This is my dog. Just picked him up. He's still wild." Uncle Li adjusted his glasses and leaned closer to take a careful look. Meng Ye, where did you find this dog? It's so shabby that it looks like it crawled out of a fire pit. Ha! Wait a minute. Uncle Li suddenly stopped laughing midway, his face showing shock as he examined Chasing Wind again. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, Uncle Li took a deep breath and said gravely, Meng Ye, this is not a dog. This is clearly a wolf. I know. I found him a few days ago in the mountains and brought him back to train. I plan to take him hunting when I go back to the mountains. Uncle Li's face turned pale and he said angrily, stop talking nonsense. Can this thing even be raised? Our village has had people raise wolf pups before, but what happened later? Either they got bitten or scratched. The worst was that Song Lao Wu. He thought he had trained the wolf pup well, but the pup bit him to death while he was sleeping, and by the time it was discovered his intestines had been pulled out. I think you should take advantage of your youth and just throw yourself off a cliff. Seeing Meng Ye still adamant about his thoughts, Li Yi sighed and decided not to press further. At that moment he noticed the gun behind Meng Ye and raised an eyebrow. Are you going up the mountain again? Meng Ye nodded. Yeah, I want to wander around in the mountains and see if I can hunt some wild chickens or rabbits. But I ran out of bullets, so I came to buy some 56 caliber rounds from you. I do have bullets, but I must warn you, wolves hold grudges. The ones you shot the other day will likely seek revenge. Be careful while you're up there and bring plenty of bullets. Don't fall into their trap. Meng Ye patted his chest confidently, saying, don't worry, Li Yi, I know what I'm doing. As long as I have enough ammo, I'm not afraid, even if I run into a pack of wolves. Li Yi handed the bullets to Meng Ye, still feeling uneasy as he advised, your too stubborn kid. I heard there's a new batch of hunting rifles from Chichihar in town. Their accuracy and power are much better than the 56 caliber. If you plan to hunt regularly, you really need a good gun. Meng Ye nodded. Thanks, Li Yi. This gun works fine for me. I'll switch it out when I have more money. After saying that, Meng Ye took the bullets paid and stepped outside. He intended to take Chasing Wind home, but as soon as they reached the doorstep, Chasing Wind bit onto his pant leg and refused to enter the yard. In the end, Meng Ye had no choice but to take him up the mountain. He kept Li Yi's warning in mind, not venturing deep into the mountains, but wandering around the outskirts. All the while, Chasing Wind stayed close by, his ears perked up and his eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, Chasing Wind froze in place, lowering his body slightly, his fur bristling, and let out a low growl. Seeing Chasing Wind's reaction, Meng Ye's heart raced, and he quickly raised his gun, following Chasing Wind's gaze. About 50 meters away on a patch of grass, 4 grayish wild rabbits basked in the sun. At that moment, Chasing Wind could no longer hold back. He sprang forward toward the rabbits. But before he could take 2 steps, Meng Ye grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. Wait, let me shoot first before you go. Chasing Wind seemed to understand Meng Ye's words, stopped struggling, and resumed his crouch, ready to attack at any moment. Meng Ye slowly raised his gun, aimed at the fattest rabbit, and pulled the trigger. Bang! After the shot, the rabbit fell dead. The other 3 rabbits scattered in fright, and Meng Ye aimed at another rabbit, but unfortunately missed. At that moment, Chasing Wind could no longer contain himself and darted out like an arrow. He moved swiftly, quickly closing in on one rabbit. Just as he was about to pounce, the rabbit made a sharp turn, and Chasing Wind nearly lost his balance, but he quickly adjusted his direction and continued the chase. With Chasing Wind's rapid pursuit, he eventually pinned the rabbit to the ground just as it was about to burrow into its hole, biting its throat with his sharp teeth, puncturing it instantly. Blood gushed out, and within moments the rabbit ceased to struggle, its body going limp. Meng Ye hurried over, and when he arrived, he found that Chasing Wind hadn't eaten the rabbit, but had instead dropped it aside, lying on the ground waiting for Meng Ye. Seeing this, Meng Ye was overjoyed, thinking, Chasing Wind is amazing. I haven't even trained him, and he already knows not to eat the prey he catches. He's practically a born hunting dog. However, Meng Ye didn't know that it wasn't that Chasing Wind didn't want to eat. He simply disliked rabbit meat. There's fur everywhere, and it's thorny. The pure meat you give me is much tastier. Meng Ye tied up the 2 rabbits with a rope and slung them over his shoulder, planning to walk along the mountain's edge a bit further in hopes of more gains. Just then a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes not far away, followed by a figure darting out. It merely glanced at Meng Ye before turning and fleeing, disappearing into the woods in the blink of an eye. 10 seconds later, a piercing wolf howl echoed through the forest. Meng Ye's heart tightened as he recalled Li Yi's warning, realizing that the wolf he had seen earlier must be signaling the pack. Chasing Wind, let's go. Hurry back. With that, Meng Ye dashed toward the village. Although the bullets he brought were enough for self-defense, if the wolf pack targeted him, it would still be quite troublesome. Fortunately, Meng Ye hadn't ventured deep into the mountains. After about 10 minutes of running, he reached the village entrance. At this time, rustling noises came from the woods behind him. Soon after, dozens of figures sprang out, yet they did not pounce on Meng Ye, but stood at the edge of the forest, glaring at him menacingly. At that moment, the wolf pack parted, and the injured white wolf king emerged, his eyes fierce as he fixed his gaze on Meng Ye, letting out a low growl. But seemingly wary of something, the wolf pack remained at the edge of the forest, not daring to approach any closer. Meanwhile, Chasing Wind, upon seeing the wolf pack, appeared momentarily dazed. From the wolf pack, he sensed a familiar scent, one that felt intimate and warm. Chasing Wind involuntarily began to walk towards the pack. But just as he reached halfway, the leading white wolf king suddenly let out a thunderous roar directed at chasing wind, the sound carrying a clear threat and hostility. This sudden roar was like thunder instantly jolting chasing wind from his dazed state, his nerves tautening. Chasing wind fixed his eyes on the white wolf king, defiantly revealing his still-growing fangs, while letting out a low yet commanding growl from deep within his throat. Though his growl was not as loud as the white wolf king's, it was filled with power and determination. Meng Ye also raised his gun, aiming at the white wolf king, and shouted, "One more step towards the village, and you'll regret it." No need to be polite. As soon as Meng Ye finished speaking, a chorus of barks suddenly erupted from the village, followed by more than 10 wolfhounds charging out, trailed by 30 or so villagers and militia wielding sticks and shovels. The white wolf king, seeing this, flashed a look of reluctance, let out one final furious howl, and begrudgingly turned away, leading the wolf pack, quickly disappearing into the forest. Meng Ye sighed in relief as he saw the wolf pack retreat. His back was already soaked in sweat, and his palms were clammy. Had the wolf pack truly attacked, he wasn't sure he could escape unscathed. Yet if he had run back to the village, he feared the pack would follow him in and harm the villagers. Fortunately, the wolf pack ultimately retreated, allowing his anxious heart to finally settle. Villagers gathered around, all asking about the situation. Meng Ye briefly explained what had happened, and everyone felt a wave of dread after hearing it. If the wolf pack had entered the village, it would have been disastrous. A few years ago, when Meng Jiago had just been established, they had indeed faced a wolf pack invasion. Back then, Meng Jiago wasn't even called that. It was known as Huangjingo, named for the gold-laden river behind it that attracted numerous gold seekers from outside the province. That year coincided with a severe drought in the north, leaving both the mountains and the village barren. People struggled to fill their stomachs, and the wild beasts in the mountains also starved. Desperate from hunger, the wolf pack chose to attack the village on a moonless, windy night. That night, Meng Jiago was drenched in blood. Screams echoed, and the pungent smell of blood permeated the entire village. Even the full moon in the sky faintly hinted at a crimson hue. The next morning, villagers discovered that every livestock in the village had been slaughtered. Only fewer than 2 in 10 of the villagers remained alive. Fortunately, the wolf pack never returned, and the population of Menjiagu gradually recovered. Recalling the incident, the villagers grew uneasy. The village chief frowned and instructed an elder militia member beside him, "Lao Wu Wang Jun is injured. Until further notice, you will temporarily command the militia. Organize your men to dig traps around the village perimeter, strengthen patrols, especially at night, and assign sentries to maintain constant vigilance. Under no circumstances must those beasts breach the village walls. Also go door to door later and inform everyone, secure both their house doors and livestock pens tightly before sleeping. If the wolves enter the village, everyone must stay indoors. Do not emerge under any circumstances." All nodded solemnly. Immediately afterward, Lao Wu led the militia into action. Meng Ye felt deeply remorseful. The entire incident had originated with him. Should the wolves truly attack the village, he would bear full responsibility. He therefore joined the others in their efforts. Having served as a special forces operative in his past life, Meng Ye possessed extensive expertise in trap construction and guided the militia through their work. They labored until dusk, completing all the traps. At lunchtime, Meng Ye contributed the 2 hares he had hunted, and together they prepared a hearty stew of rabbit and potatoes. Everyone savored it with great delight. Then Meng Ye suddenly recalled his promise to Xiao Mei to host her for dinner that evening and hurriedly bid farewell to the group, sprinting home. Before even reaching his doorstep, he noticed smoke rising from his chimney. Seeing this, he smiled warmly and pushed open the door. Xiao Mei was crouched before the hearth, feeding dry wood into the flames. Upon seeing Meng Ye return, she wiped the fine sweat from her brow and offered a gentle smile. "You're back." Meng Ye chuckled sheepishly. "I spent the whole day with the militia. I nearly forgot about our dinner tonight." "What's that delicious aroma?" Mid-sentence, a rich, intoxicating fragrance flooded his nostrils. "You mentioned wanting crayfish tofu. I happen to know how to make it, so I steamed some just for you." Meng Ye's eyes lit up. "Oh, that's wonderful. I was worried my own attempt might ruin the ingredients." "Sister Xiao Mei, you're truly extraordinary." Flustered by his praise, Xiao Mei's cheeks flushed faintly as she replied, "I've only watched my mother prepare it a few times. I simply tried imitating her. I never imagined it would turn out so fragrant. As for the taste, well, I suspect it's ready by now." With that, she lifted the lid. The steam billowed forth, instantly filling the entire kitchen. Simultaneously, a deep, savory aroma enveloped them, prompting Meng Ye to inhale deeply. As the white mist dispersed, the crayfish tofu revealed itself, pure as jade, trembling delicately in the pot, irresistibly alluring. Xiao Mei gently scooped up a piece with her spoon, blew lightly upon it twice, then held it to Meng Ye's lips. "Go on, try it, and tell me if it's good." Meng Ye paused momentarily, then smiled and opened his mouth to accept it. Its silken texture melted upon his tongue, its savory richness instantly filled his mouth. His eyes widened with delight as he raised both thumbs emphatically. "Absolutely exquisite. Sister Xiao Mei, your skill is unparalleled." Pleased by his praise, Xiao Mei beamed with quiet joy. "Over there are wild greens I gathered today. Please bring them to the table. We'll dip them in sauce later." Seated side by side at the table, they relished the crayfish tofu and wild greens dipped in sauce, until gradually something began to feel distinctly amiss. Both felt an overwhelming wave of heat surge through their bodies, their faces burned fiercely. Meng Ye sensed an unfamiliar energy stirring within him. Glancing across at Xiaomei, her cheeks flushed crimson. He felt his heart race with restless longing. Xiaomei too sensed the change within herself. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Meng Ye's eyes. Struggling to regain composure, Meng Ye suspected the crayfish tofu was the cause. Perhaps the crayfish themselves carried unique medicinal properties that reacted unexpectedly with the wild greens. Both suppressed their rising agitation in silence, heads bowed in quiet tension. Moments later, Xiaomei, whose willpower wavered first, whispered softly, Meng Ye, I'm burning up. She slipped off her outer jacket, revealing a simple white undershirt beneath. Her graceful contours were clearly outlined, sending Meng Ye's breath into sharp, ragged gasps and stirring an involuntary urgent response within him. He tried to rise, to open a window and clear the stifling air, but his legs felt leaden. His gaze beyond his control lingered on Xiaomei, her gently rising chest, her flushed cheeks, each detail tugging fiercely at his heart. Xiaomei's consciousness blurred instinctively. She drew nearer to Meng Ye and wrapped her arms around his neck. He stiffened. His hands without thought settled firmly upon her waist. Their breaths mingled, the air thickened with unspoken yearning. The night passed in silent surrender. At dawn the next morning, Meng Ye stirred awake, sensing warmth nestled against his chest. His eyes flew wide upon seeing Xiaomei cradled in his arms, the wild, feverish fragments of last night flooding back like a tide. Xiaomei too slowly awakened. Feeling Meng Ye's gaze, she looked down and froze. Their bodies lay locked in intimate embrace. Her face blazed scarlet, flushing all the way to her ears, her pulse hammering wildly beyond restraint. For a long moment the room felt utterly still, so silent that each could hear the other's heartbeat. It was Meng Ye who reacted first, gently placing his hand on Xiaomei's waist, and softly said, Sister Xiaomei, I will take responsibility for you. Xiaomei lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper, I know. Just then a sudden knock echoed from outside, followed by the village chief's voice. Meng Ye, are you up? I have something to discuss with you. Hearing the village chief's voice, Xiaomei quickly pulled the blanket over her head, hiding in her bed. Meng Ye, seeing this, chuckled and shouted outside, not up yet, wait a moment. I am getting dressed. With that, Meng Ye quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the courtyard. Seeing Meng Ye full of energy, the village chief laughed. Young people are indeed full of vigor, getting up so lively in the morning. Meng Ye scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. Hee, you flatter me. By the way, village chief, what do you need me for? Hey, yesterday a pack of wolves entered the village, and I have a bold idea I want to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? The village chief took a deep breath and said, in recent years there has been a nationwide famine causing many to starve. Our village, relying on the mountains, is barely surviving, but it's still a feast or famine situation. Therefore, I have an idea. Can we lure the pack of wolves into the village and catch them all in one go? Catch them all. Then we can distribute the money from selling the wolves according to our efforts. What do you think? Meng Ye contemplated this. Although the plan seemed risky, if successful it could indeed improve the village's living conditions. However, the wolf pack was not easy to handle. It could lead to injuries. Meng Ye frowned and said, Village chief, this plan carries significant risks. Those beasts are fierce, and there's even a leading white wolf king. If things go wrong, someone in the village might get hurt. The village chief sighed. I know there are risks, but given our village's current situation, we have no choice but to take a gamble. Meng Ye hesitated for a moment, thinking of Xiaomei and the villagers' hard lives. He gritted his teeth and said, all right, village chief, let's do it. But we need to plan carefully and not act blindly. The village chief's eyes brightened. Great, I knew I could count on you. Tomorrow, I'll gather the strong laborers in the village and we'll discuss this together. Meng Ye nodded. If the wolf pack was indeed wiped out, he wouldn't have to worry while going into the mountains anymore. At this moment, Meng Ye seemed to remember something and asked, Village chief, I want to ask you about something. Hey, just ask why go around in circles. Meng Ye scratched his head and chuckled. I want to know where to get a marriage certificate. The village chief was taken aback by Meng Ye's question. A marriage certificate? What do you need that for? Are you? As he spoke halfway, the village chief realized and laughed. Haha, I understand now. You kid want to marry Xiaomei. That's a good thing. You can get the certificate at the commune. Once we finish dealing with the wolves, you can head to the commune. Meng Ye nodded. All right, thank you, village chief. The village chief patted Meng Ye on the shoulder. Xiaomei is a kind girl suffering a lot. Before she could enter your home, Lu Laoer died, and she is still a young lady. You must not disappoint her. Once you marry, live well together. Oh, by the way, this afternoon, I will gather all the strong laborers in the village to discuss things properly. Meng Ye said firmly, village chief, don't worry, I will lead well and make this thing a success. After discussing some details, Meng Ye returned to his room. Although Xiaomei had already dressed, she was still hiding under the blankets. Meng Ye walked over, gently lifted the blanket, and looked at Xiaomei's blushing face, smiling. Sister Xiaomei, I told the village chief that once we deal with the wolves, well, go to the commune for the certificate. We're getting married. Xiaomei's eyes sparkled, and she gently nodded. We'll wait for you. With that, she nestled her head softly against Meng Ye's chest. The two of them cuddled on the bed for a while before Meng Ye finally got up to make breakfast. After breakfast, Meng Ye walked Xiaomei back home. He initially planned to take his gun up the mountain for a stroll, but after taking just a few steps outside, he saw a figure approaching from the village. As he got closer, he realized it was Meng Ye. At this moment, Meng Ye was herding a large fat pig, swaying leisurely towards the village. The pig was covered in fat, shaking as it walked. It looked to weigh at least 400 to 500 pounds. At this time, Meng Ye spotted Meng Ye from afar, waved at him, and then brought the pig to Meng Ye's side, laughing heartily. "Meng Ye, I brought this pig for you." Meng Ye looked at the fat pig and felt overjoyed, smiling at Meng Ye. "Meng Ye, this pig is quite fat. Your village has really made a big sacrifice this time." Meng Ye scratched his head and chuckled, "Ha ha ha, our village didn't actually make a big sacrifice. This pig belongs to the village chief's family." The village chief initially wanted to send a pig from the village, but the villagers all disagreed. Because of this, the village chief's family almost had their house overturned, and in the end he had no choice but to use his own pig to pay off the debt. You should have seen the village chief's face that almost matched a turtle's shell. Ha ha. Meng Ye felt quite pleased inside. This Wang Deju was indeed getting his just desserts. "By the way, Meng Ye, why did you bring this pig?" Meng Ye asked curiously. Meng Ye waved his hand. "Hey, I didn't finish chatting with you last time, so I thought I'd come find you to go hunting on the mountain. Today is not possible. You remember those wolves I shot a few days ago, right? The wolf pack started retaliating and almost came into the village yesterday. We decided to turn the tables and lure them into the village to catch them all." Hearing Meng Ye's words, Meng Ye's face showed shock, momentarily speechless. After being stunned for a while, Meng Ye finally came to his senses and gave Meng Ye a thumbs up. "Meng Ye, you are truly ruthless. Amazing, but I think this plan is feasible. If we lure the wolf pack into the village, as long as there are enough guns, they would be live targets." Meng Ye raised an eyebrow at Meng Ye and smiled. "Are you interested in joining? The spoils will be distributed according to effort." Upon hearing Meng Ye's invitation to join the hunt, Meng Ye felt a surge of excitement. Although the risks of this hunt were extremely high, if successful, the rewards were indeed very tempting. With that thought, Meng Ye wasted no time and agreed immediately. "All right, no problem. Let's do it. Money isn't the issue if the main thing is to have some fun. Opportunities like this may only come once in a lifetime." "Huh. All right. I reckon the wolf pack won't hold out much longer. Stay at my place these few days, save yourself the daily trek back and forth." "Done. Hey, look at us. So busy chatting we nearly forgot to hand over this pig." They burst into laughter and herded the plump hog toward the village center. Villagers gathered instantly, eyes gleaming with hungry green light, throats convulsing as they swallowed saliva. After all, Meng Ye had declared yesterday, once the pig arrived, he'd treat everyone to a traditional pork feast. What a plump beast. What a feast awaits. This massive hog must weigh 400 or 500 gene. Once stewed, it'll be absolutely fragrant. Seeing the villagers' eager, restless expressions, Meng Ye raised his voice. "Fellow villagers, let's not rush. Tonight is planned outside the brigade headquarters. We'll slaughter the pig and feast together. Let everyone savor this rare delight. But my family has no pickled cabbage. Who among you has some to spare?" "I've got some. I'll bring 2 heads. So do I, though mine's scarce. I'll contribute 1. I'll bring 5. Meng Ye fell silent, a wave of quiet admiration rising in his heart as he watched the people of Menjiagu so readily offer their support. By contrast, the villagers of Sanhetan were worlds apart, shrewd, calculating, and utterly self-serving. To extract even a trifle from them was harder than scaling heaven itself. By now the two had guided the pig to the brigade headquarters gate, where the village chief, already alerted, and Old Li waited smiling at the entrance. "Ah, finally our plump prize has arrived." The chief laughed, stepping forward warmly. Old Li stood beside him, beaming as he inspected the hog. Meng Ye said, "Uncle Li, we'll need your expertise for the slaughter." Old Li stroked his beard and chuckled heartily. "What trouble could there possibly be? I'd happily slaughter hogs every single day. Haha." Without delay, Old Li rolled up his sleeves and began sharpening his blade on the large bluestone slab at the village entrance. Others sprang into action. Some heated water, others swept the brigade courtyard, chaos and cheer filling the air. Joy of harvest lit every face, anticipation shimmering for tonight's boisterous pork feast. Then Meng Ye approached Old Li and said, "Uncle Li, please set aside the pig's blood and offal. I have urgent use for them." "Of course. Don't worry. I'll clean the intestines for you if you'd like." "No need. Leave them raw and unaltered." Meng Ye waved dismissively. Old Li arched an eyebrow, poised to speak, but held his tongue. Noticing the afternoon still held light, Meng Ye turned to Meng Ye. "Meng Ye, it's early yet. Shall we take a stroll through the mountains?" Meng Ye shook his head. "Better not. We've spotted wolves lurking just beyond the village perimeter. 1 gunshot, and they'll close in like a net. Yesterday I shot 2 hares near the mountain's edge, and nearly got surrounded." Hearing this, Meng Ye felt a chill crawl up his spine. He scratched his head. "Then let's skip it. Safety first. No point inviting trouble. Come on, let's head to my place. It's nearly lunchtime, we'll share a drink and catch up." They set off toward Meng Ye's home. The moment Meng Ye stepped inside, Zhui Feng trotted over, tail wagging eagerly. But spotting Meng Ye behind him, Zhui Feng froze. back-arched throat rumbling with a low, wary growl, eyes locked onto Meng Ye. Meng Ye knelt and stroked Zhui Feng's head. Zhui Feng, ease up. This is brother Meng Ye. He's one of us. Yet Zhui Feng remained unyielding, gaze unblinking. Meng Ye flushed with embarrassment, scratching his head. Why's this dog so hostile toward me? I mean, wait. Hold on. You're no dog. His eyes caught the streak of white fur at Zhui Feng's tail. He crouched swiftly to inspect closer, prompting Zhui Feng to bare his teeth fiercely. Only Meng Ye's firm grip kept him from lunging. After scrutinizing Zhui Feng closely and confirming what he saw, Meng Ye's expression shifted to stunned disbelief. Meng Ye, you've raised a wolf pup. My heavens, you've got nerves of steel. Who dares raise such a creature? Don't fret, it's nearly fully tamed. As Meng Ye reached out and scratched Zhui Feng's small head, the creature collapsed onto his back, belly exposed, surrendering wholly to the gentle touch. Meng Ye's jaw dropped. A lifelong hunter, he knew the untamable ferocity of wolves, and had never imagined one could mellow into such docile grace. He couldn't resist asking, how did you tame him? Could you teach me? Meng Ye offered an awkward, sheepish smile. Truth be told, he'd done little more than feed Zhui Feng meat daily. No formal training, no method. He himself couldn't explain why Zhui Feng had suddenly shifted allegiance. Perhaps it was those 3 desperate, near-fatal attempts at self-destruction that fateful night. At lunch, Meng Ye simmered a huge pot of meat and fetched a bottle of baijiu from the supply store. The two feasted and drank, reveling in pure, unguarded joy. Wary of overserving and jeopardizing tonight's plans, neither drank heavily, just 1 cup each, then settled at the table to talk. They conversed until past 4 in the afternoon, until a villager arrived to summon them, reluctantly leaving the table and heading toward the brigade headquarters. 3 massive iron cauldrons now stood before the brigade gate, each bubbling vigorously, snow-white chunks of meat and golden pickled cabbage swirling within. Rich, savory aromas wafted through the air. As Meng Ye and Meng Ye entered the crowd, villagers greeted them warmly. Dusk deepened, a bonfire crackled at the gate, and villagers gathered around long tables, laughter ringing out unrestrained. Meng Ye and Meng Ye were seated at the head table, reserved for the village militia, where everyone lifted bowls and chopsticks to partake in the lavish pork feast. This meat is exquisitely tender. Pickled cabbage with pork, absolutely sublime. Villagers praised the meal between bites. Then the village chief raised his wine cup and addressed the gathering. This morning I informed you of our plan to hunt down the wolf pack. Now, let Meng Ye say a few words. Meng Ye nodded, drained his cup in 1 swallow, and spoke solemnly. That pack beyond our walls will inevitably bring disaster. If we wait passively, we invite ruin. Better we strike first. And by eliminating them, we'll earn substantial reward, a win-win endeavor. The operation is set for tomorrow night, the 16th, when the moon hangs full and bright, granting us clear sight. At dusk, I'll scatter the pig's blood and offal across the village to lure the wolves inward. Everyone find a high vantage point, preferably a tree, to hide safely. Meng Ye then outlined numerous life-preserving precautions. Everyone listened intently, nodding in earnest agreement. Just as the crowd began dispersing to rest, suddenly dozens of piercing, resonant howls echoed from beyond the village walls. Meng Ye was startled, realizing the danger, and quickly shouted to the crowd, "The wolf pack has entered the village. Everyone hurry to the brigade's warehouse. All members of the militia, quickly go home and get your guns." At Meng Ye's command, all the villagers hurriedly fled, rushing into the brigade's warehouse. Although the village had around 50 people, the warehouse was spacious enough to accommodate all the villagers. At this moment, on the mountaintop west of Meng Ye Gully, dozens of dark shadows stood still, with the white wolf king glaring fiercely at Meng Ye Gully. Initially, it had some apprehension, but upon seeing the villagers hiding, a cold glint flashed in its eyes as it howled to the sky. Awo! Upon hearing the White Wolf King's command, the wolf pack displayed excited expressions, charging towards Meng Ye Gully like arrows released from a bow. However, just as they were about to rush into the village, the leading wild wolves suddenly vanished, followed by several piercing screams. The White Wolf King approached to investigate, its cold gaze fixed on the scene, where several wild wolves lay in a large pit, filled with sharpened wooden stakes, which had penetrated their bodies, leaving them on the brink of death. The White Wolf King roared in anger, not expecting humans to set such a trap. However, this only fueled its wrath. Awo! Upon hearing the White Wolf King's roar, the wolf pack immediately scattered, trying to bypass the trap from different directions to rush into the village. But the White Wolf King slowly retreated back into the mountains, hiding among the trees while observing all movements in Meng Ye Gully. At that moment, Meng Ye and the militia had retrieved their guns, finding large trees in the village to crouch behind, ready for action. The traps continued to take effect, with many wild wolves falling into them, effectively halting the wolf pack's offensive. However, soon the traps in the direction of the wolf pack's attack were all bypassed, and the remaining wolves charged into the village. "Fire!" Meng Ye shouted, and all the militia raised their guns, unleashing a barrage at the wolf pack. In an instant, the village was filled with cries of battle, wolf howls, and gunfire. The White Wolf King atop the mountain furrowed its brow upon seeing this scene, urgently shouting towards the village, "Awa!" Just as the White Wolf King issued the command, the wolves, which had been tightly clustered together, dispersed quickly and decisively, like well-trained soldiers darting into various courtyards. With the dispersal of the wolf pack, chaos erupted in the village. The cries of livestock were incessant, resembling a horrifying symphony echoing above the villagers' heads. Meng Ye's heart sank as he realized the situation had become dire. Originally, if the wolf pack had only rampaged in the streets, they could have shot with relative ease. But the cunning wolves had all dashed into the courtyards, wreaking havoc on the livestock, and with the courtyard walls providing cover, their shooting difficulty increased drastically. The militia, whose aim was already poor, now couldn't hit anything at all, with every shot going into the walls. Meng Ye, what do we do now? Not far away on a willow tree, Meng Ye shouted loudly. Meng Ye, while aiming and shooting at the wolves, yelled back, "Everyone stay in the trees. You must not come down." Gradually, the cries of livestock grew weaker, and Meng Ye's heart sank. This meant that most of the livestock had already met a terrible fate. At that moment, a wild wolf sprang out from a yard, pouncing towards a militia member in the tree. The militia member, startled, fumbled and dropped his gun. Just as he reached to catch it, his foot suddenly slipped, and he fell from the tree. The wild wolf, seeing this, revealed a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes, lunging towards him. Meng Ye reacted quickly, aiming and shooting directly, killing the wild wolf. But more wolves began to emerge from the yard, and upon seeing the terrified militia member sitting on the ground, they all pounced excitedly. Seeing this, Meng Ye's heart sank. Without a second thought, he leaped from the tree, quickly running to shield the militia member behind him while continuously pulling the trigger of his shotgun. Though Meng Ye's marksmanship was divine, taking a wild wolf's life with each shot, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming, and they all lunged forward recklessly. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get up. Get in the trees," Meng Ye shouted to the militia behind him. But the militia member seemed to have lost his soul, staring blankly ahead, his body trembling. As the wolf pack drew closer, Meng Ye directly helped the man up, firing one-handed to suppress the wolves' attack. At that moment, Meng Ye noticed Meng Ye's predicament and jumped down from the tree without hesitation, helping Meng Ye drag the militia member to the nearest yard. Once inside the yard, the barrier provided some relief, allowing Meng Ye and Meng Ye a chance to catch their breath. "Meng Ye, I'm running low on bullets. Only 5 or 6 shots left," Meng Ye said urgently. Meng Ye nodded, his brow furrowed tightly. Though he hadn't checked his magazine, he knew full well that he had only 1 bullet left. Once it was gone, they would have to resort to hand-to-hand combat. Thinking of this, Meng Ye bypassed the militia member's gun, removed the magazine, and saw it was completely empty, likely emptied in the heat of the moment earlier. The gunfire in the village gradually diminished, leaving only the howls of the wolf pack. It seemed the militia's ammunition had all run out. "Meng Ye, we have the geographic advantage. If we run out of bullets, we fight up close. Well, guard this spot, and the wolf pack can't get in." With that, Meng Ye slung his gun behind him, drew his short blade from his waist, leaping forward to stab it into the neck of the nearest wolf, which let out a wail before collapsing. Seeing this, Meng Ye emptied his gun and also drew a dagger, blocking the entrance. Though the weapon had changed from shotgun to dagger, with Meng Ye and Meng Ye, 2 warriors, guarding the entrance, the wild wolves were momentarily held at bay, howling anxiously outside. The White Wolf King on the mountaintop witnessed all of this. Upon seeing Meng Ye's figure, its eyes narrowed, releasing an angry roar towards the sky. Upon hearing the White Wolf King's command, the wolf pack surged forward, as if on steroids, their eyes turning crimson as they frantically charged at the fence, beginning to bite and tear at it. Meng Ye also heard the wolf howl, fixing his gaze on the mountaintop, where under the moonlight the White Wolf King stood out with its striking white fur. "Meng Ye, do you see that white wolf on the mountaintop? That's the Wolf King. We need to find a chance to take him down. If he dies, the wolf pack will surely retreat." "Okay, find a chance to slip out. I can hold my ground," Meng Ye said after dispatching the wild wolf in front of him, nodding solemnly at the mountaintop. At that moment, the fence was being battered and bitten by the wolf pack, shaking precariously until finally it could no longer hold, creating a large gap. The wolf pack surged in, and Meng Ye furrowed his brow, backing up against Meng Ye, wielding their short blades as they fought desperately against the wolves. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with the mournful howls of wolves. To block the gap in the fence, Meng Ye and his companion did not strike at the wolves' throats, but instead targeted their thighs. All the wolves that were cut lost their ability to move, collapsing to the ground with piercing cries. Although the 2 had the upper hand initially, their stamina soon began to decline, and their movements gradually became sluggish. The wild wolves seemed to sense their condition, increasing their attacks ferociously, with more wolves charging into the courtyard through the gap. At that moment, in a fleeting lapse, a robust wolf lunged at Meng Ye, aiming directly for his neck. Meng Ye quickly dodged, but it was too late. The wolf sank its teeth into Meng Ye's shoulder, dragging him to the ground. Fortunately, Meng Ye was experienced. He quickly raised his dagger across his chest and swiftly cut the wolf's throat. The wolf yelped in pain, releasing its grip and letting out an angry roar. But the sound abruptly stopped at its throat, turning into bubbles of blood, and in an instant the world turned black as it collapsed to the ground. Meng Ye hurriedly helped Meng Ye up and exclaimed, "Meng Ye, are you okay?" Meng Ye struggled to move his shoulder and cursed, "Damn it. That beast actually ambushed me. Luckily it didn't hit the bone, or it's not a big deal. Be careful." As Meng Ye was speaking, another wolf lunged at him, mouth open, ready to bite Meng Ye. Just at that critical moment, a gunshot shattered the night, instantly hitting the wolf in the head and sending it flying far away. The two sighed in relief, looking towards the direction of the gunfire. Through the night, a figure dashed swiftly through the village, running towards them. Several wolves attempted to close in on him, but that person's marksmanship was exceptional. Oh, every time he pulled the trigger, a life was taken, and the wolf pack could not approach him at all. "Meng Ye, who is that person? Amazing. His shooting is even better than ours," Meng Ye said in shock. Meng Ye also looked puzzled. He knew the villager's marksmanship and had never seen anyone like that. At that moment, Meng Ye noticed the flickering light around the person's face and instantly felt a surge of joy. "It's Third Master," Meng Ye exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing it was Third Master, a look of wild joy appeared on Meng Ye's face. "Great. Third Master has come to help. We're saved." Soon Third Master reached a nearby willow tree and quickly climbed up. "Meng kid, are you okay?" "Oh, Meng Ye, you're here too. Perfect. Today the three of us will have a good time killing together." With that, Third Master replaced his magazine and began firing at the wolves below the tree. In no time, the number of wolves began to decline, rapidly relieving the pressure on Meng Ye and Meng Ye significantly. At this moment, Meng Ye turned to Meng Ye and said, "Meng Ye, hold on for a bit. It'll sneak up the mountain and deal with that white wolf king. If we don't deal with that beast, it will find opportunities to retaliate against the village. Don't worry. With Third Master here to help, we're fine." Meng Ye nodded and climbed over the wall of the backyard, sneaking up the mountain towards the peak where the white wolf king resided. At this time, only about 20 wolves remained in the village, all gathered at Meng Ye's doorstep, attacking the courtyard recklessly as if they had lost their minds. The Wolf King had commanded them to charge into this courtyard and kill everyone inside. Without the Wolf King's order, they would not retreat. For within the wolf pack, the Wolf King's command was absolute. Even if it meant death, they would obey without hesitation. Finally, with the full cooperation of Third Master and Meng Ye, the last wolf fell to Third Master's gun. At the mountain top, the White Wolf King, witnessing the annihilation of its pack, ground its teeth in fury, its eyes bloodshot, as if ready to spew flames. The Wolf King held a will. "I will return," and then turned to flee. But before it could take 2 steps, suddenly a gunshot rang out, followed by a burst of flames heading straight for it. The Wolf King was startled and quickly dodged, but its speed was no match for the bullet which struck its hind leg directly. The White Wolf King stumbled, nearly falling. It glared at Meng Ye with fierce eyes, letting out a low growl from its throat. Although injured, its ferocity remained unabated, dragging its wounded leg straight towards Meng Ye. Meng Ye snorted coldly and swiftly dodged the Wolf King's fierce lunge like a ghost. Simultaneously, his short blade shot out like lightning, gleaming coldly, aiming directly for the Wolf King's vital point. However, the Wolf King reacted swiftly. Just as Meng Ye's dagger was about to hit it, it suddenly twisted its body at an incredible angle, evading this deadly strike. Not only that, but as the Wolf King dodged, it quickly swung its front paw towards Meng Ye with great force. But this action seemed to aggravate its old injury from a few days ago, causing the Wolf King to wince in pain and slow its attack. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Ye lunged forward, driving the dagger deep into the Wolf King's neck. The White Wolf King struggled, but Meng Ye forcefully swung the blade, blood uncontrollably gushing out and splattering all over Meng Ye. The White Wolf King ceased its struggles, the ferocity in its eyes gradually fading until it finally collapsed to the ground lifeless. Meng Ye let out a long breath, looking at the dead Wolf King, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Having dealt with the White Wolf King, the village no longer needed to worry about the wolf pack's harassment, and Meng Ye would be much safer going up the mountain in the future. At that moment, Meng Ye and Third Master ran up from the mountain, and upon seeing Meng Ye unharmed, the three exchanged smiles. They had won this battle against the wolf pack. Soon the three dragged the White Wolf King and walked slowly towards the village. At this time, the militiamen who had been hiding in the trees and dared not come down finally descended when they saw that the wolf pack had been exterminated. Looking at the numerous wolf corpses, each of them revealed a look of astonishment. Although they had participated in this battle, their contribution was minimal. Their marksmanship was so poor during the day that it was even worse at night. 99% of the wolf corpses had been killed by Meng Ye and the other two. As everyone snapped out of their brief astonishment, they were soon overwhelmed with excitement and tears of joy. We won! We won! So beautiful! So many young wolves! They were all wiped out. The militiamen shouted wildly, seemingly venting their frustration from having been forced into the trees by the wolf pack. The villagers hiding in the warehouse of the headquarters cautiously opened the door upon hearing the shouts outside. Upon seeing the corpses of wolves scattered outside, everyone was stunned and placed their mouths agape, revealing expressions of disbelief. Is this for real? Am I not dreaming? It's real. I can smell the blood. My goodness. This is too intense. They actually wiped out the entire wolf pack. Great. We can have meat to eat again. Ha ha. The villagers hearing this squeezed out of the warehouse, rushing to the courtyard eager to see the battle situation of Meng Ye and the others. At this moment Meng Ye and his two companions were dragging the corpse of the White Wolf King down from the mountaintop. Seeing them approach with the carcass, the villagers erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Meng Ye, you guys are amazing. You've taken care of all these wolves. Exactly. You are now the great hero of our village. My kid has been begging to learn hunting from you every day. Meng Ye grinned. We'll talk about that later. Everyone don't just stand there, hurry up and help deal with the wolf corpses inside and outside the village. Tomorrow we'll continue to stew meat. Upon hearing this, the villagers were thrilled and began to get busy. Meng Ye scanned the crowd, and when he saw Xiao Mei, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and waved at her. Xiao Mei was also watching Meng Ye. When she saw him, waving, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she quickly turned to join everyone in their work. At this moment, the village chief walked up to Meng Ye and patted his shoulder with a look of appreciation. Meng Ye, well done. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Meng Ye nodded with a smile. This is also my responsibility. The wolf pack attacked the village because of me, so I naturally have to do my best to deal with them. Alright, don't be so modest. By the way, since these wolves were mostly killed by you guys, the distribution rights will be handed over to you. How do you want to divide it? Meng Ye pondered for a moment, then looked up at the village chief and said, although I haven't confirmed how many were killed, there should be at least 50 or 60. This is my thought. First, when the wolf pack entered the village, they harmed quite a few livestock, so we must compensate the villagers for their losses, perhaps at 20% above market price. As for the remainder, I plan to set aside a portion to distribute to each household just to help ease everyone's shock. The remaining half will be divided among one militia member, and the rest will be evenly split between me, Meng Ye, and San Yi. How does that sound? Hearing Meng Ye's distribution plan, the village chief nodded in satisfaction. Alright, not bad. Let's do it your way. At this moment, the village chief's gaze towards Meng Ye had completely changed. Previously, he only thought Meng Ye's skills and marksmanship were good, but he still regarded him as a child. But now he genuinely felt that Meng Ye had grown up not only in stature, but also into a capable man. If there were a few more young people like Meng Ye and Meng Jiago who would worry about famine. Soon the villagers had collected all the wolf corpses. The total count included those killed by gunfire in the village and those trapped outside, amounting to 75. When they saw the pile of wolf corpses, everyone present gasped in shock. This is no small number, considering each wolf is worth about 60, that totals 4,500 yuan. This is enough to cover a year's income for the village. Then the village chief recited Meng Ye's proposed distribution plan in front of everyone. The militia members were fine, receiving wolf meat was their due, but when the villagers heard that they could also get a share of the meat, their faces lit up with smiles. Everyone was elated when the village chief continued, "Oh right. When the wolf pack invaded the village, they caused considerable damage to livestock. Everyone should go home and tally how many were killed, then report back to me. We'll take a portion of the money from selling wolf meat to compensate for everyone's losses." Thus everyone became busy again, some cutting wolf meat and skinning the wolves, while others went home to check how many livestock had been killed by the wild wolves. While distributing the wolf meat, everyone strictly followed Meng Ye's plan without any complaints. Meng Ye and his companions did not stay at the scene any longer. After everyone finished distributing, it was their turn, but they didn't know how long it would take, so they returned to Meng Ye's home. At this point, dawn was gradually breaking, a ray of light brushing over the horizon. Meng Ye and his companions had yet to shake off the excitement from the battle, sitting around the kang in Meng Ye's home, chatting animatedly. San Yi, how did you know the wolf pack was going to raid Meng Jiago at night? Meng Ye asked, puzzled. Yes. San Yi, how did you know? Can you predict the future? Meng Ye joined in with a question. San Yi, hearing their inquiries, stroked his beard and laughed heartily. What predicting? I don't have that kind of ability. This afternoon I was in the mountains trying to catch a couple of wild rabbits to eat, when suddenly I heard rustling from the nearby bushes, and then a dozen or so green-skinned creatures bolted out of the underbrush. I was about to shoot, but those creatures acted as if they didn't see me and ran right past me without paying me any mind. I thought something was off, so I followed them all the way, and here I am just in time to find you two being attacked by the wolf pack. Meng Ye and his friend took a deep breath, recalling the harrowing scene of being surrounded by the wolves, sending shivers down their spines. At this moment, Meng Ye suddenly slapped his thigh, startling the two. Meng Ye, what are you doing? You scared me. Oh, I got so caught up in chatting that I forgot. We've been at it all night and must be hungry. Meng Ye, you chat with San Yi for a bit. He'll go prepare some good food and drink so we can eat and talk. With that, Meng Ye dashed into the kitchen to get busy. Half an hour later, he returned with a large pot of potato stew with roe and a bottle of wine heated in hot water. The three of them chatted and ate, enjoying themselves immensely. Despite the significant age difference among them, they conversed without any barriers like old friends. A bottle of wine was quickly consumed by the trio, their faces flushed red. At this moment, Meng Ye suddenly thought of something and turned to San Yi. San Yi, the day before yesterday when I went up the mountain, I saw a trail of tiger tracks. If I'm not mistaken, it should belong to that tailless tiger. Upon hearing Meng Ye's words, San Yi trembled all over. His originally hazy mind instantly cleared, and he grabbed Meng Ye's arm, asking urgently, "Where?" "About 10 miles west of Meng Ye. Go. Since I have nothing to do tomorrow, we'll take you to check it out." "Damn it. That beast has shown up again. We can't let it escape this time. All right, let's just drink this much. If we drink too much, it will delay our plans. Let's all take a nap to recharge, and then we'll head up the mountain." Meng Ye and the others nodded. After tidying up the table, they all lay down on the kang and fell asleep. Meng Ye and Meng Ye slept until past 9. As they opened their eyes, they saw San Ye already packing his gear, standing by the window, smoking, gazing into the depths of the mountains, lost in thought, unaware of what he was contemplating. "San Ye, you didn't sleep?" Meng Ye asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. San Ye exhaled a puff of stale smoke and sighed. "How can I compete with you young folks? I've grown older, needing less sleep and feeling restless." Meng Ye said nothing but nudged the snoring Meng Ye awake. He knew that San Ye was surely preoccupied with thoughts of the tailless tiger. As long as the tailless tiger remained at large, San Ye's anxiety would only grow. After dressing, the three of them set off to the supply and marketing cooperative. They had used up all their ammunition the night before and needed to restock. Before they even reached the cooperative, they saw several villagers carrying a wolf carcass to load onto a vehicle, with LeadAfter directing them from the side. "Hey, how can you load it like this? What if it falls on the way? That's $60. Tie it tighter. Tie it tighter." Meng Ye laughed as he approached to greet them. "LeadAfter, you're busy." Seeing Meng Ye approach, LeadAfter greeted him with a joyful expression, grabbing his hand excitedly. "Meng Ye, you're our village's great hero this time. These wolf carcasses are what's left after the villagers divided them. I thought I'd hurry to send them to the county to avoid them spoiling in the heat, as they won't sell for much then. There are still so many left. How can we not compensate the villagers for their losses?" Meng Ye asked, puzzled. He originally thought that if they had 20 left, that would be impressive, but he never expected there to be this many. LeadAfter smiled as he explained, "Hey, it's no wonder you're well liked. As soon as they heard that the dead livestock would be compensated with your wolf meat, they all said it was fine. It's not much money, and moreover, you even shared the meat with them. People have hearts made of flesh. If you treat them well, they'll treat you well in return." Meng Ye grinned, feeling a warm current flow through him. At this moment, LeadAfter continued, "Oh right, Meng Ye, there are quite a few wolves, and the cooperative doesn't have that much money. But don't worry, once these wolves are taken to the county and sold, I'll give you your share. No rush, no rush. Oh, by the way, LeadAfter, can you give us some bullets first? We need to take a stroll in the mountains." Then LeadAfter took out 3 boxes of bullets of different calibers and placed them on the counter. "All right, the bullets are here, take them. I need to close the door. With so many wolves, I can't leave without keeping an eye on them." After locking the cooperative's door, LeadAfter left with the cart, and the 3 of them headed into the mountains. Once they entered the forest, the 3 separated, searching systematically forward from a distance of over 10 meters. They encountered numerous wild chickens and rabbits, even a group of silly roe deer, yet none of them fired their guns. They were well aware of their purpose for ascending the mountain. If they fired a shot, all the animals within a 5-mile radius would hear it. Given the cunning and treacherous nature of the tailless tiger, it would vanish without a trace at the sound of gunfire. This was one of the reasons San Ye hadn't been able to catch the tailless tiger for years. After advancing for over half an hour, they finally arrived at the spot where Meng Ye and Wang Jun had first encountered the wolf pack. By now, the blood on the ground had long since disappeared, and even the bones that had been gnawed to near nothingness were nowhere to be found. Meng Ye pointed to a patch of trampled grass nearby. "That's it. Those are the marks left by the tailless tiger dragging its prey. The body was dragged to a small river not far away and then vanished without a trace. Let's go. Take me to see it," Meng Ye said, leading the 2 to the small river where he had lost track of the tiger. Meng Ye and San Ye were both skilled hunters, and upon reaching the location, they began surveying the area around the river, searching for any clues left by the tailless tiger. Suddenly, Meng Ye pointed to a large stone by the riverbank and shouted, "San Ye, Meng Ye, look here. There are claw marks." San Ye quickly leaned in to examine them closely, a hint of excitement on his face. No doubt, based on the size, these should belong to the tailless tiger. Moreover, judging by the claw marks, they were left within the last 12 hours. It must have come by not long ago. The 3 exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just then, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. The 3 were startled and quickly raised their guns, aiming at the bushes. As the rustling grew closer, their hearts raced. Suddenly, a clumsy horned head peeked out from the bushes, colliding face-to-face with Meng Ye and the others. It was a silly roe deer, one of the 4 legendary beasts of northeast China. However, instead of running away upon spotting them, the roe deer charged directly towards them. The roe deer leaped over their heads and sprinted off into the distance. Before the 3 could comprehend what had happened, the bushes nearby rustled again. San Ye furrowed his brow and quickly warned, "Be careful. It might be the tailless tiger." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a massive tiger burst forth, revealing itself to be the tailless tiger. Its eyes were fierce, and its tail was only as long as a chopstick. Upon seeing Meng Ye and the others, the tailless tiger let out a roar, fixating its gaze on them, pacing back and forth. San Ye's eyes widened, and in a fit of rage, without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A tongue of flame shot forth, aimed directly at the tiger's forehead. The tailless tiger reacted swiftly, tilting its head to dodge San Ye's shot while roaring and lunging at him. San Ye, be careful. San Ye. Meng Ye and Meng Ye shouted in unison, quickly raising their guns to aim at the tailless tiger and pulling the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down upon the tailless tiger. Yet it was remarkably agile, dodging skillfully amidst the hail of gunfire. Although it was hit several times, none of the shots were fatal. The tailless tiger was extremely fast, reaching San Ye in the blink of an eye, opening its massive jaws and aiming to bite down on his head. In this critical moment, Meng Ye held his breath, focused, and aimed for the tiger's chest, firing several shots. The tailless tiger yelped in pain, slowing its assault. Meng Ye seized the opportunity to fire several shots at its hind legs. Knowing it was outmatched, the tailless tiger turned and fled without hesitation. Don't let that beast get away, San Ye shouted. The three of them fired several more shots. Although the tailless tiger was severely injured, it vanished into the jungle, shielded by the trees. Chase! We must not let it escape this time. Third Master shouted loudly, and the three of them immediately chased after the direction where the broken-tailed tiger had disappeared. Although the broken-tailed tiger was extremely fast and vanished in the blink of an eye, fortunately, it had been shot multiple times, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. As long as Meng Ye and the others followed the blood trail, they wouldn't lose it. Meng Ye and the others followed the blood trail for over an hour. At this point, the blood on the ground had decreased significantly, and they could only see a drop of blood after walking several meters. However, both Third Master and Meng Ye were experienced hunters, and with Meng Ye's background as a special forces soldier in his past life, his scouting abilities were naturally top-notch, so they would not lose track. Just as the three of them passed through a mountain hollow and were about to follow the blood trail up another mountain, Third Master suddenly narrowed his eyes and reached out to stop the other two. Stop! Don't go any further. Meng Ye and Meng Ye looked at Third Master in confusion. What's wrong, Third Master? Third Master took a deep breath, his face showing a grave expression as he murmured. This is Beishan, we can't go up. What? This is Beishan? Meng Ye exclaimed in shock upon hearing the name, his face filled with fear as if he had heard something terrifying. Meng Ye, seeing their reactions, asked in confusion, what's wrong with Beishan? Is there danger? Meng Ye did not find any information about Beishan in the memories of the original owner, and coincidentally, he hadn't been to Beishan during this time. Before Third Master could speak, Meng Ye eagerly interjected, Meng Ye, you're from Minjiago, and you still don't know about Beishan. Beishan is recognized as a forbidden zone by the nearby villages. Not only are there numerous ferocious beasts inside, but there are also several ice holes. The shallowest of these holes are 2 to 3 meters deep, while others are bottomless. Once you fall in, it's a matter of life and death. Hearing Meng Ye's words, Meng Ye frowned slightly. Then should we continue to chase? At this time, Third Master pulled out a pre-prepared cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. After exhaling the smoke, Third Master said somewhat awkwardly, what's the point of going in? If we don't find the tiger, we might fall into an ice hole. All right, you two brats have been with me for half a day, go back and rest. I'll wait here for a day, and if that beast comes out, I'll take it down. If it doesn't come out, then so be it, we'll find another opportunity to deal with it. Hearing Third Master's words, Meng Ye nodded. All right, Third Master will head back first. You take care of yourself, let's go, Meng Ye. However, Meng Ye stayed in place, looking seriously at Third Master, and said, Third Master, I know you mean well, but you can't handle that beast alone. You saw earlier that it survived so many shots. If you go alone now, it would be like seeking death. It's better if the two of us accompany you in case something happens. We can look out for each other. Seeing that Meng Ye saw through his lie, Third Master shook his head helplessly. You two brats haven't even married yet. Why would you take this risk with me? I'm old and worthless. Who knows when I'll kick the bucket? You both are still young. Before Third Master could finish, he was interrupted by Meng Ye. All right, Third Master, stop talking. Either we all go back together or we all go into the mountain. There's no other option. Third Master sighed. Sigh. Fine, let's go together. If it weren't for the fact that we might not encounter that beast again, I really wouldn't want you to take this risk. Just be careful when we enter the mountain. Third Master instructed them on several precautions before the three of them followed the blood trail left by the broken-tailed tiger into the mountain. As soon as they stepped into Beishan, a wave of cold air suddenly hit them, as if they had entered a huge freezer, tightly enveloping the three. Looking up, they saw towering trees around them, nearly 100 meters high, reaching into the clouds. The canopies of these giant trees intertwined, forming a dense green canopy completely blocking the sunlight, causing the entire Beishan to be shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. At this moment, there were still many patches of unmelted snow in the forest, making the already uneven ground even more slippery and difficult to walk on. Third Master walked in front, holding a wooden stick, constantly testing the ground ahead, fearing he might encounter an ice hole. Fortunately, the broken-tailed tiger had already scouted the path for them, and the three of them proceeded with caution. At this moment, Meng Ye's face twisted, and he held his stomach as he spoke to the other two. Ouch, I can't hold it anymore, my stomach hurts. I need to relieve myself. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Saying this, Meng Ye slipped behind a nearby bush. But just as he stepped in, they heard his startled scream. Ouch, what the hell? Meng Ye and the other two were startled and hurried forward. However, when they got closer, they saw no sign of Meng Ye, only a dark, deep pit. Meng Ye, are you alright? Meng Ye shouted. I'm fine. It's just that this hole is a bit deep. There's ice all around, and I can't climb up. Did you bring a rope? Pull me up. Yes. Wait for me a moment. Meng Ye said, taking out a rope from his backpack, tying one end to a tree and lowering the other end into the ice hole. Soon Meng Ye climbed out of the hole using the rope. As soon as Meng Ye climbed up, he brushed the ice flakes off his body, still feeling shaken as he said, Beishan is indeed eerie. Oh, luckily this ice hole isn't deep, or I would have been done for today. Third Master frowned and said, the reason Beishan is called a forbidden zone is for a reason. I've hunted for so many years and still don't dare to light a fire here, let alone you two. If you need to take a dump, do it here, and don't run away. Meng Ye's face turned red as he awkwardly smiled. Well, I don't feel like going anymore. I got scared. The three of them continued moving forward. However, when they reached a nearly 10-meter-high cliff, the blood trail of the broken-tailed tiger suddenly disappeared. The three of them searched around for a long time, but found no trace. Then Meng Ye's peripheral vision caught sight of a pile of hay near the cliff which looked strange and did not seem to be naturally formed. It seemed more like it had been deliberately piled there. Curious, Meng Ye walked closer and kicked the pile of hay aside, revealing an opening right in front of him. Come here. There's a hole. Meng Ye called the other two over. Upon hearing this, they quickly ran over to check. Third Master crouched by the hole, feeling around for a while, and pulled out a tuft of yellow fur from a crack in the rock, sniffing it. That beast must have gone in here. Let's go. We should check it out. Be careful. Saying this, Third Master was the first to lower his body and crawl into the hole. The three of them crawled for several meters, and as they looked up, a bright light shone above them. They found themselves between two mountains. Although the passage was still narrow, they could stand and walk without crawling anymore. As they proceeded along the passage for over 10 meters, a sudden warm breeze enveloped them, and the world before their eyes opened up. They realized they had arrived in a mysterious valley. At this moment, the valley was a completely different world from the outside. Outside it was May, and the flowers and trees had just begun to sprout, but here it was a sight of prosperity and lushness. The first thing that caught their eyes was a spacious clearing, in the center of which stood a tall apple tree laden with bright red apples. In the distance, the trees were lush and green, and under their protection, colorful flowers bloomed in competition, exuding fragrant scents that attracted bees and butterflies dancing among the blossoms. The tender green grass covered the entire valley like a soft carpet, making one unable to resist the urge to lie down and feel the refreshing air. The scene before them formed a striking contrast with the outside world, as if it were a corner forgotten by the world, preserving the most primitive beauty and tranquility of nature. The three stood in a daze for a long time before regaining their senses. Meng Ye said, "Is this the peach blossom spring?" Meng Ye replied, "Am I dreaming? How can it be this warm in May? The temperature here is at least 10 degrees higher than outside." Meng Ye took a deep breath and murmured, "It seems the rumors are true." Just as Meng Ye was about to ask, Meng Ye covered his mouth and made a gesture to remain silent, pointing towards the apple tree in the clearing. They saw a familiar figure crouched beneath the apple tree. It was the tailless tiger they had been tracking. At that moment, the tailless tiger was struggling to lick its wounds, but it seemed that the movement caused it pain, making it bare its teeth in agony. The three quickly crouched down, carefully hiding behind a large rock. Although the tailless tiger was injured, its ferocity remained formidable. Meng Ye rubbed his hands eagerly and said, "Let's go. This is a rare opportunity." Meng Ye shook his head. "No, it's injured, and its temper will be even more volatile. Acting rashly is too dangerous." Meng Ye observed the tailless tiger's condition and turned to Meng Ye, saying, "Meng Ye, lend me your gun for a moment. Yours has a longer range and greater power." "Are you confident?" Meng Ye asked quietly. "Don't worry." With that, Meng Ye took the sniper rifle handed to him by Meng Ye, closed his left eye, and aimed at the tailless tiger. However, Meng Ye did not pull the trigger immediately. Instead, he extended his tongue to feel the wind speed. 2 seconds later, he slightly adjusted the rifle to the left and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet from the sniper rifle shot out with a fiery tongue, hitting the tailless tiger's left eye squarely. The tailless tiger let out a terrible howl and began to roll frantically on the ground. But rolling did not alleviate the pain in its eye. Helplessly, it could only scratch its face wildly with its paws. The tiger's head, already soaked in blood, now was even more mangled. Meng Ye wanted to rush up, but was stopped by Meng Ye. "Don't rush. It won't last much longer." Indeed, as Meng Ye had said, the tailless tiger only struggled for a moment before ceasing its resistance, lying weakly on the ground, gasping heavily. Meng Ye did not let his guard down. He cautiously approached for over 10 meters, picked up a .56 rifle, and aimed a burst at the tailless tiger's head. The already dying tailless tiger was directly sent away by Meng Ye's burst of bullets. Seeing the tailless tiger's head, which had been shot to pieces, Meng Ye finally waved to the other two with reassurance. "Meng Ye, come over, it's completely dead." Meng Ye approached, but still felt uneasy, aiming 2 more shots at the tailless tiger's head. Seeing it showed no response, he finally felt relieved. "Well done, Meng Ye. You have quite a skill with the gun. How old were you when you started practicing?" Meng Ye praised. Meng Ye chuckled, "I haven't practiced much. I just followed behind the militia every day. When they had spare bullets, I picked them up and shot a few times, and over time I learned. Meng Ye casually fabricated an excuse. San Yi nodded and looked at the tailless tiger slowly crouching down to pull out a short blade from his waist and cut off the remaining half of the tailless tiger's tail, wrapping it in cloth to store in his bosom. Then he stood up slowly and shouted loudly towards the west sun. Father has avenged you. Avenge. Avenge. San Yi's voice grew softer, eventually turning into sobs, and he began to weep uncontrollably. In his 70s, with his hair turning gray, San Yi cried like a child. Neither Meng Ye nor Meng Ye spoke, silently accompanying him. After a long while, San Yi stopped sobbing and pulled out a pipe from his pocket, taking deep puffs. Amidst the swirling smoke, San Yi slowly spoke. With the tailless tiger dead, I can be at peace with my son. You two have worked hard. Oh, San Yi. Meng Ye waved his hand. You don't have to say that. We are all family. Besides, you saved our lives last night. Exactly. If it weren't for this, we wouldn't have discovered this good place. I need to explore here later, see if there's anything good around. Meng Ye chimed in. San Yi felt warmth in his heart as he looked at Meng Ye and Meng Ye, revealing an appreciative expression. At that moment, Meng Ye made a surprised sound. What's wrong, Meng Ye? What did you find? Meng Ye glanced around and shook his head. It's nothing. I probably saw it wrong. What nonsense? Hurry up and say what happened. Meng Ye said, somewhat displeased. I just feel like this place seems to have traces of human construction. Don't you think this looks like a path from the fruit trees to the cave entrance? Talking nonsense, how could it be? This place. Oh, don't say it. There really is a bit of that feeling. Meng Ye, halfway through his words, also noticed something unusual. San Yi looked back and forth for a long time, waving his hand. It shouldn't be. This path must have been frequently used by the tailless tiger or other animals hardening the ground. All right, you two, stop thinking too much and start cleaning up the tailless tiger so we can head down the mountain. If it gets dark, we won't be able to go down. Meng Ye nodded, agreeing that San Yi made sense, and began to clean up the corpse of the tailless tiger. Due to the blood on his hands, his short blade slipped and fell to the ground. However, the dagger did not embed itself directly into the soil, but instead emitted a crisp sound, as if it had touched something hard. Ding! Meng Ye, with a puzzled expression, dug into the soil. After excavating about 5 centimeters, he discovered a layer of stone foundation paved with azure stones. Each stone was uniformly sized, clearly laid out by human hands. To confirm his suspicions, Meng Ye walked to the edge of the path and dug down with his knife. As expected, there were no azure stones below, only soft soil. This is indeed a man-made path of azure stones, but I still can't quite understand its purpose. Look at the thickness of this soil, or it seems to have been here for quite some time. Wasn't this area originally the habitat of the Jurchen tribe? I suspect it might have been left by them. Meng Ye nodded, surveying the surroundings. Apart from the tall apple tree in the middle of the clearing, there was nothing unusual, so he and the other two paid it no mind. The three continued to process the corpse of the tailless tiger. Suddenly, a faint, woo-woo sound came from the grass nearby. Meng Ye immediately became alert and aimed his gun in the direction of the sound. But after waiting for a long time, nothing emerged. The three exchanged glances, nodded, and cautiously approached the source of the sound. When they got closer, they saw 2 small tiger cubs, one yellow and one white, curled up in a nest, whimpering softly. The cubs had their eyes tightly shut, appearing to have just been born. Oh, there are 2 tiger cubs here. Meng Ye's eyes lit up. Just like women, men also have no resistance to furry animals. Meng Ye cradled the 2 little creatures in his arms, gently stroking their tiny heads. At first, the cubs resisted a bit, but upon catching a whiff of Meng Ye's scent, they burrowed into his embrace, continuously searching for something. These tiger cubs are quite affectionate, Meng Ye remarked, cherishing the little cubs in his hands. They probably mistook you for their mother because of the tailless tiger's scent on you. Third Master said. By the way, Third Master, how should we deal with these tiger cubs? Should we just leave them or bring them back? Let's leave them. Whether they live or die is up to fate. It's their own destiny. Third Master waved his hand. Seeing the 2 cubs that had yet to open their eyes, Meng Ye felt a pang of sympathy and took a deep breath. These 2 little ones haven't opened their eyes yet. If we leave them here, they'll definitely die. How about this? If it's all right with you, we'll take them back first. Once they can eat solid food, we'll return them to the mountains. Third Master raised an eyebrow, looking oddly at Meng Ye. Meng Ye, you better think this through. These creatures are not like your little puppy at home. Those in the mountains are wild and untamable. Who knows, one day they might go berserk and bite you. Meng Ye smiled and replied firmly, Third Master, you can rest assured. Once they grow up and can survive in the mountains on their own, I will definitely release them. Third Master sighed. Fine, since you are so insistent, take them back and give it a try. But you must be careful, don't let these 2 little ones take advantage of you. At that moment, the white tiger cub slowly opened its eyes a crack, and the first thing it saw was Meng Ye's slightly gaunt, but somewhat mischievous face. The little white tiger joyfully let out a sound, then stretched out its pink tongue to lick Meng Ye's hand. After the 3 of them finished dealing with the corpse of the tailless tiger, they left the valley with the tiger cubs. On the way back, the group didn't dare to return directly to the village, but instead followed the original path back, taking a long detour before exiting the North Mountain. Once they were out, Third Master called the 2 of them. Meng Ye, Meng Ye, I'm heading back now. You two be careful on your way home. Oh, you're leaving already? I was thinking we could go back to my place and drink a bit more together. Meng Ye said regretfully. Hey, there will be opportunities in the future. Well, gather again then. After Third Master departed, Meng Ye also said his goodbyes and left. Since Third Master is gone, I might as well head back too. After all, we live close by. If there's nothing going on, I'll come find you two to go up the mountain together. The three exchanged a few more pleasantries before departing. Meng Ye followed the mountain path for nearly 2 hours before arriving home. Upon reaching home, the two little tiger cubs were sleeping soundly. Meng Ye placed them on the kang, covered them with some ragged clothes, and stepped out of the room. The most pressing issue now was their feeding problem. First, Meng Ye certainly had no milk, and as for Xiaomei, having milk or not made little difference. Meng Ye could only go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some milk powder to make do until they were a bit bigger and could eat solid food. With this in mind, Meng Ye headed towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Just as he left, Chasing Wind, who had been sleeping on the ground, suddenly lifted its head, sniffed the air, and rested its paws on the edge of the kang. It sensed a dangerous aura among the pile of ragged clothes, an overwhelming presence that made it feel uneasy. Chasing Wind exerted its hind legs and jumped directly onto the kang. In the past few days, with plenty of food at Meng Ye's home, Chasing Wind had grown rapidly, and even the burnt fur on its body had grown back significantly. Chasing Wind stealthily approached the pile of ragged clothes, carefully using its paw to push aside the top layer. As the warm bedding was lifted, a chill instantly rushed in. The two little tiger cubs who had been sleeping soundly were startled awake. The little white tiger, the first to open its eyes, saw Chasing Wind and bristled in alarm, letting out a threatening, "Huh, huh." The other cub had not opened its eyes yet, but could hear its companion's voice, and it began to panic, calling out loudly. Ultimately, it exerted all its strength and finally opened its eyes a crack. However, its reaction was completely different from that of the little white tiger. Upon seeing Chasing Wind, the little yellow tiger let out a woo and stumbled over towards it. Chasing Wind was initially cautious, but when it saw the little yellow tiger struggling to maintain its balance, it relaxed its guard. The little yellow tiger approached Chasing Wind, its legs giving way, and it flopped down to the ground, struggling for a long time, but unable to get back up. Meanwhile, the little white tiger continued to growl at Chasing Wind, and Chasing Wind's temper flared. It was one thing to be bullied by Meng Ye, but how dare this little cub bark orders at me? Thinking this, Chasing Wind stepped over the little yellow tiger and with a dark expression walked towards the little white tiger. But just as it was about to step over the little yellow tiger, Chasing Wind's expression suddenly changed. Its previously dark face instantly brightened. Looking down, it saw the little yellow tiger was clutching a small stick in its mouth, sucking vigorously. After several attempts with no milk, the little yellow tiger, frustrated, bit down hard. A whoa! A piercing scream echoed throughout the room. The little white tiger was startled by this sound and quickly stopped its growling. Just when Chasing Wind was about to lose his sanity from the pain, Meng Ye ran back from outside. He had just stepped out and had not gone far when he heard the tragic cries of Chasing Wind from within the house, prompting him to rush back inside. Seeing the chaotic scene on the kang, Meng Ye felt both amused and exasperated. He carefully pried open the mouth of the little yellow tiger, finally freeing Chasing Wind, who looked wronged and cowered in the corner, his tail tightly tucked, still making whimpering sounds. Meng Ye looked at the struggling little yellow tiger in his hands, shaking his head helplessly. You really are hungry. Just wait a moment, I'll go buy some milk powder for you. Chasing Wind, keep an eye on them, don't let them run around. Hearing Meng Ye's words, Chasing Wind reluctantly let out a cry. Meng Ye grinned, closed the door carefully, and jogged towards the supply and marketing cooperative. However, upon arriving at the door of the cooperative, he found it closed. Old Li probably hadn't returned yet. Just as Meng Ye was feeling anxious, a familiar voice came from behind. Hey, Meng Ye, what's wrong? Looking to buy something? Old Li went to the county to sell wolves. It'll probably take him at least 2 hours. Why do you look so worried? The speaker was Meng Ye's old acquaintance Aunt Chen. At this moment, Aunt Chen's attitude towards Meng Ye had completely turned around. Initially, she had sided with Hu Biao to deal with Meng Ye, thinking that Meng Ye was wasting his time every day fishing and foraging, and that he would surely amount to nothing in the future. But after the events of the past few days, Meng Ye had proven to be exceptionally outstanding, unlike any young man from 10 miles around. If she were 20 years younger, she would have found a way to win Meng Ye over. Auntie, do you know if any family in our village has a sow or a cow that just gave birth? I want to get some milk to feed my little dogs. Hearing this, Aunt Chen patted her thigh. Oh, that's perfect. My big you just gave birth a couple of days ago. I was worried the lambs would freeze in the cold at night, so I drove them inside. Isn't it lucky that they avoided the wolf pack's attack? Come on, let's go to my house, I'll get you some more milk. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, Auntie. Oh, no need for thanks, we are all from the same village, helping each other out is what we do. Then the two of them walked towards Aunt Chen's house. Halfway there, Aunt Chen seemed to remember something and turned to Meng Ye. Meng Ye, there's something I want to remind you about. That old scoundrel Hu Biao seems to be up to something lately. I've noticed he keeps going to the county, his leg is in that condition, yet he's still not being honest. Hearing this, Meng Ye raised an eyebrow. Hu Biao's leg is injured. Yeah, he said he was bitten by a dog and a big chunk of meat from his calf was missing. Meng Ye's expression darkened. It seemed that Hu Biao had indeed been to his house that day. However, he had searched for a long time and found nothing missing. Since nothing was lost, could it be hidden? Meng Ye thought to himself, realizing he needed to search thoroughly when he got home, lest he fall for Hu Biao's tricks. Seeing Meng Ye's serious face, Aunt Shen comforted him. "Oh, don't take it to heart, I might just be overthinking." Meng Ye forced a smile. "It's okay, Annie, let's go to your house." The two of them continued on to Aunt Shen's house. Upon entering the yard, they saw a dark-skinned, middle-aged man swinging a blacksmith's axe to chop wood. When he saw Meng Ye, the man quickly put down the axe and came over. "Meng Ye, you're here. Come in and sit for a while. Your aunt just bought me a Monkey King yesterday. Let's brew some and try it out together." "No thanks, Uncle Wang. Annie said your sheep just gave birth and I came to get some sheep milk to feed my little dog. The puppy just opened its eyes and can't eat solid food, yet it's starving at home, crying its heart out." "All right, just wait a moment, I'll get it for you." After saying that, Uncle Wang let out the big ewe from the barn, took a small basin, placed it underneath her, and then squeezed with both hands. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. In no time the basin was full. Watching Uncle Wang's professional technique, Meng Ye glanced over at Aunt Shen. He couldn't help but wonder, with Uncle Wang's level of expertise, he was more skilled than the top male star of the alchemy country. There was no need for Aunt Shen to seek out Hu Biao for a secret affair. At that moment the basin was full, and Uncle Wang took another iron basin to continue milking, but Meng Ye stopped him. "Uncle Wang, that's enough. This is enough for them to drink for 2 days. Once the cooperative opens, they'll go buy some milk powder to feed them." "Hey, you child. Why are you so wasteful? Milk powder is so expensive. If you run out in the future, just come to me. I'll give you sheep milk for free. It's nutritious and costs nothing." "How great is that?" The big ewe seemed to understand Uncle Wang's words. Her legs gave out, and she knelt on the ground, bleeding in protest. Meng Ye then returned home with the sheep milk. As soon as he entered, he saw Chasing Wind pinning the two little ones down. The two little ones were anxiously crying out, using all their strength, but unable to escape from Chasing Wind's embrace. Seeing Meng Ye return, Chasing Wind finally let go of one little one. The two little ones cried out pitifully from the side. Meng Ye fetched 2 old porcelain bowls, poured half a bowl of sheep milk into each, and gave them to the 2 little tigers. The 2 little ones gulped down the milk in no time, even licking the bowls clean. It seemed they were quite starved. Seeing this, Meng Ye poured them another half bowl. After drinking, the 2 little ones' bellies bulged like balloons, and they crawled back into their nests, snuggling together and quickly falling asleep. Seeing the 2 little tigers eating so heartily, Chasing Wind also came over, looking eagerly at Meng Ye as if wanting to drink some too. Meng Ye laughed and poured him another bowl. Chasing Wind immediately buried his head into the bowl and drank eagerly. After drinking, Chasing Wind also snuggled up to the 2 little tigers and closed his eyes, falling asleep. Watching the 3 little ones huddled together, Meng Ye thought about how great it would be if he could tame these 2 little tiger cubs. Once he went up the mountain, he could bring along 2 tigers and a wolf. Wouldn't he be able to stride confidently on the mountain? Thinking of this, Meng Ye couldn't help but feel a bit excited. At that moment, he recalled what Aunt Shen had just told him and began searching around the house. After searching for more than half an hour, he finally found a red and white cloth package hidden in a crevice among some stacks. Opening it, he discovered it was a flag of the alchemy country wrapped around a golden medal. The front of the medal had 4 large characters written in Japanese, "Long live the Empire." Meng Ye's brow furrowed. He thought to himself that Hu Biao was indeed quite sinister. Meng Ye hesitated for a few seconds, then thrust the plaster bearing the national emblem straight into the stove and burned it to ashes. Yet he kept the medal, slipping it carefully into his pocket. The interior of the house was in disarray, ravaged by the 2 tiger cubs and Juefeng. With a quiet sigh, Meng Ye began tidying up. Moments later, a crisp, ringing chime of copper bells echoed from outside. It was the sound of the village's cart convoy returning. "Old Master Li is back." Meng Ye hurried out. The evening's goat milk had been entirely consumed by Juefeng and the cubs. If he didn't purchase more soon, they'd have nothing to eat when hunger struck again. Sure enough, as Meng Ye stepped outside, he met Old Master Li Heaton. "Old Master Li, you're back." Seeing Meng Ye, the elder beamed with delight, waved enthusiastically, and signaled the cart driver to halt. "Oh my, little Meng, what are you standing here for? I heard the cart bells and came out to take a look. I also need to buy some infant formula. I've got a wolf cub who needs nourishment. Come on, jump aboard. I'll give you a ride." Without hesitation, Meng Ye vaulted onto the cart, and together they set off toward the commune supply store. Upon arriving at the supply store, Old Master Li dismissed the 2 drivers, unlocked the heavy gate, and ushered Meng Ye inside first. Then, glancing cautiously outward to ensure no one was watching, he swiftly shut and secured the door behind them. With an air of quiet mystery, Old Master Li drew forth a cloth-wrapped bundle from within his coat and placed it into Meng Ye's hands. Meng Ye unwrapped it to reveal 2 neat stacks of crisp Tinyuan banknotes, the Great Unity notes. Old Master Li whispered, voice trembling with excitement, "Meng Ye, our village has become famous because of you. You can't imagine the scene when I drove 30 wild wolves into town." Onlookers stood utterly dumbfounded, jaws slack, eyes wide with envy as they watched us pass. When we delivered the wolves to the county supply store, the officials themselves came out to greet me. Such honor, such prestige. They even said whenever you find time to visit the county seat, they'll personally host you for dinner. "Oh, And here's 2,000 yuan in total. Normally, it would be around 1,600, but last time the supply store agreed to raise your purchase price by 20%, so they gave you the full 2,000. Meng Ye broke into a delighted smile. Old Masterly, thank you so much. You even made this trip yourself. What's there to thank? This trip gave me tremendous face. I rode on your glory. Keep the money. And remember, if anything ever arises, don't hesitate to ask your old uncle. Meng Ye carefully tucked the money into his pocket, then said, Old Masterly, please give me a bag of infant formula, a bar of soap, and a... He rattled off over a dozen daily necessities in one breath. Nodding, Old Masterly turned and began selecting each item for him. Just then Meng Ye's gaze fell upon the portrait of the great leader hanging on the supply store wall, and inspiration struck. Old Masterly, do you sell national flags and commemorative medals? We do, but what on earth do you need those for? Old Masterly asked, puzzled. In those days, every heart burned red with devotion. Medals were commonly purchased, yet national flags rarely so. Still without further question, he retrieved a flag and a medal and handed them to Meng Ye. After settling the bill, Meng Ye turned to leave, only to be called back by Old Masterly. By the way, Meng Ye, village chief mentioned something about you and Xiaomei the other day. As I passed the people's commune, I took the liberty of asking. These days, registering marriage is far more involved than in our youth. Both spouses must appear in person, bringing their household registration books and official certificates issued by the village. You might consider scheduling a visit soon. Xiaomei's life hasn't been easy, but she's a fine girl. Treat her well. Meng Ye nodded earnestly. Yes, yes. Don't worry, Old Masterly. I'll treat Xiaomei right. I'll go to the county seat in the next couple of days to complete the formalities. I trust you, young man. Oh, and if you need bicycle coupons or sewing machine vouchers, just say the word. I know people. I can get them for you. Great. That'd be wonderful. I'll count on you, uncle. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Meng Ye hoisted his bundle of household goods and headed home. Passing Hu Biao's gate, Meng Ye glanced around, finding the lane empty, and withdrew the plaster flag and medal from his pocket, pressing them beneath a smooth bluestone beside the threshold. Back home, he found the three little ones still asleep. After quickly stowing his purchases, he carved off a generous slab of tiger meat and set off for Xiaomei's house. As he approached her door, he saw several women gathered, their voices raised in animated conversation, among them Aunt Chen. Xiaomei stood blocking the entrance, her cheeks flushed. Frowning, Meng Ye strode forward. What's going on here? His sharp, commanding shout startled the women. Seeing his stern, unyielding expression, they realized he'd misjudged the situation, so Aunt Chen hastened to explain. Oh dear. Meng Ye, you're back. Don't misunderstand. We aren't causing trouble for Xiaomei. We sisters were just talking. She works alone tirelessly, and we thought we'd lend a hand. But Xiaomei's too modest, too shy to accept our help. Hearing this, Meng Ye's severe expression softened. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. We truly appreciate your kindness, aunts, but there's no need to trouble yourselves. I'll take care of Xiaomei myself. Oh, hush now. You're still polite with your aunts. What's there to be shy about? When you were a boy running bare-bottomed through the village, I even pinched your cheek. Ha ha ha. The women burst into hearty laughter, leaving Meng Ye betrayed with embarrassment. Then Aunt Chen arched an eyebrow and leaned in, whispering conspiratorially. Meng Ye, when will you and Xiaomei marry? Our village hasn't had a wedding in years. Exactly. Meng Ye, you'd better start thinking about children soon. Look at Lao Wang's eldest son. He's the same age as you, and his child's already old enough to run errands for soy sauce. I hear city folk now prize the 3 major items. You'd better secure them for our Xiaomei. And I hear the village will have electricity within 2 years. Your television will come in handy then. The women chattered animatedly, mapping out Meng Ye's wedding plans in vivid detail. Xiaomei, blushing deeply, leaned against the doorframe, listening quietly to their cheerful babble. After a while, the women departed, leaving only Meng Ye and Xiaomei alone. He turned to her, smiled gently, and reached out to take her hand. Xiaomei flinched, startled. Then, recalling the events of the night before, let her resistance melt away, allowing Meng Ye to lead her quietly indoors. Sister Xiaomei, I'd like to discuss something with you. Go ahead. Are you free tomorrow? If so, let's go to the county seat to register our marriage. Upon hearing Meng Ye mention the need to handle the marriage procedures, Xiaomei's expression became wonderfully vivid, filled with excitement, emotion, and a hint of shyness. Finally, she lowered her head bashfully and softly replied, All right. Meng Ye looked at Xiaomei's charming demeanor, his heart overflowing with joy. He gently took her hand and said, Then let's go to the town early tomorrow to take care of the paperwork. Xiaomei lifted her head, her eyes brimming with anticipation, and nodded vigorously. That evening, she cooked a couple of small dishes and prepared a small cup of white liquor for Meng Ye. They chatted and ate together, creating a warm atmosphere. The two talked until after 8 in the evening. Noticing that Meng Ye seemed reluctant to leave, Xiaomei's face flushed slightly as she gently reminded him, Meng Ye, it's getting late. You should head back. Meng Ye glanced at the lovely girl before him, nodded, and smiled widely. Yeah, I should go home. After saying this, Meng Ye blew out the candles on the table in one breath and suddenly lunged toward Xiaomei with a playful ferocity. Ah, you rogue. They fell silent for the night. The next morning, after having breakfast, the two stepped out and headed toward the brigade headquarters. On the way, Meng Ye held Xiao Mai's hand, attracting the attention of many villagers. They cast envious glances and occasionally teased, "Hey Meng Ye, what are you two lovebirds up to?" "Oh, don't say that." Meng Ye and Xiao Mei really do look like a couple. Absolutely. Meng Ye is both handsome and capable, while Xiao Mei is beautiful and knows how to manage a household. The two of them together are simply a match made in heaven. Meng Ye, when are you planning to have children? Your kids will be good-looking no matter whose side they take. Meng Ye, now that you two are holding hands, when will you have the wedding? Hearing this, both Meng Ye and Xiao Mei felt a bit shy, yet the smiles on their faces were impossible to conceal. Don't worry, we're going to the county today to handle the marriage paperwork. Once we find a good day, we'll hold a wedding and invite everyone in the village to celebrate. Oh, that sounds wonderful. We'll be waiting for your good news. Although it was Meng Ye's wedding, the villagers appeared even more excited than the couple themselves. After exchanging a few pleasantries with everyone, Meng Ye said goodbye and headed toward the brigade headquarters. Mengjiago is located deep in the mountains, and the transportation is quite inconvenient. Walking would take at least a day to reach the county. The best mode of transportation is by horse cart, as it is both convenient and labor-saving. Generally, the horse carts from the brigade headquarters aren't lent out, but Meng Ye was different. During this time, he had done many good deeds for the villagers, so the village chief naturally gave him the green light. He found a horse cart driver to take Meng Ye and Xiao Mei into the city. With the help of the cart, they finally arrived at the people's commune just before noon. At that moment, there were still quite a few people inside. After waiting for a while, it was finally their turn. The staff asked them to fill out some forms and inquired about some basic information before starting to process their paperwork. When they received the two bright red marriage certificates, Meng Ye and Xiao Mei exchanged a smile. In that moment, their happiness seemed to overflow from the paper. As Xiao Mei smiled, her eyes began to redden. Soon after, she dove into Meng Ye's embrace, quietly sobbing. All the grievances and hardships of the past few years, as well as the exclusion from the villagers, were released at that moment. From now on, she had someone to rely on. She had a shoulder to lean on, a man who could stand tall. Meng Ye gently wiped away her tears, speaking softly, "Xiao Mei, don't cry. I will treat you well for the rest of my life." Xiao Mei sniffed and nodded vigorously. After completing the paperwork, they decided to take a stroll in the city. Meng Ye brought Xiao Mei to a photography studio and suggested they take a wedding photo. Xiao Mei felt a bit shy but agreed. During the photo shoot, Meng Ye tightly wrapped his arm around Xiao Mei's shoulder, both of them beaming with happiness. After the photo session, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and both of them felt a bit hungry. Meng Ye then took Xiao Mei to a restaurant and ordered several delicious dishes. Looking at the food on the table, Xiao Mei felt a bit pained. "Let's just buy some steamed buns to make do. This will cost quite a bit." Meng Ye smiled and said, "Today is our big day. We must have a good meal." They chatted while eating, dreaming of their future life. At the time of settling the bill, the owner of the restaurant, with a smile as sweet as honey, said, "Oh my, this girl is really beautiful, and the young man is handsome too. You two make a lovely pair. Are you here to handle some business in the county? Today is the big market day right down the street. You can go take a look." Upon hearing about the market, Meng Ye's eyes lit up. In his past life, he loved going to the big market the most. Although he might not buy much, he just enjoyed the lively atmosphere. This lively scene is something every child from northeast China probably loves. After paying, the two headed towards the market. They had not walked far when they heard the commotion from a distance. Meng Ye pulled Xiao Mei to quicken their pace, and they soon arrived at the market. The place was bustling with people selling clothes, pieces of fabric, fruits, vegetables, and a variety of stalls. Xiao Mei had never been to a big market before and was filled with curiosity, closely sticking to Meng Ye. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from not far ahead. "Let's go, Meng Ye. Let's see what's happening up ahead." The two pushed through the crowd and squeezed in, only to see a short man directing a bear to do tricks in front of him. Next to him, a woman was using a whip to crack at 2 monkeys in front of her. The 2 monkeys were golden yellow, all over, filled with anger in their eyes, but unable to withstand the woman's lashes, they obediently danced with short sticks, eliciting cheers from the crowd. "Golden monkeys!" Meng Ye couldn't help but exclaim. However, he quickly felt relieved, as during this era there were no regulations for protecting animals. In the wild, what the capable could capture was not surprising. After finishing a round of tricks, the burly man stopped and clasped his fists, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, today, we perform not for anything else, just to earn some traveling money. I hope you can support us." As he spoke, he took a plate to start collecting money. Most of the spectators just watched the spectacle, with very few actually donating. However, the man was not angry, but continued to perform, and the initially quiet atmosphere became lively again. Xiao Mei watched with bright eyes, joining the crowd and cheering loudly. "Meng Ye, this performance is so amazing. If I hadn't come with you, I might never have seen such an interesting show in Mengjiago for the rest of my life." Xiao Mei's eyebrows curved into crescent moons, her smile incredibly sweet. At that moment, the man controlling the bear heard Xiao Mei's words, and a barely perceptible smile flashed in his eyes as he quietly took out a sharp object and aimed it at the bear's back. The bear, in pain, let out a roar and in a fit of rage charged toward Meng Ye and Xiao Mei. "Xiao Mei, be careful." Seeing the bear charge at her, Xiaomia's face turned pale with fear, momentarily forgetting to dodge. The beast tamer rushed forward to intercept the bear, but Meng Ye was 1 step faster. Meng Ye stepped in front of Xiaomei, crouched down to evade the bear's deadly strike, and wrapped his arms around one of the bear's front legs, using all his strength to suddenly spin around. The bear, weighing 400 to 500 pounds, soared into the air, spinning in circles before being slammed to the ground by Meng Ye. Everyone present was stunned, their mouths agape, disbelief etched on their faces. Is this even human? Throwing the bear with bare hands. This is too monstrous. That kid looks so skinny, how does he have such strength? That was close. If it were any later, that girl could have lost her life. The beast tamer was also startled by Meng Ye's actions, left dumbfounded. The bear stood up from the ground, shaking its dizzy head, glaring angrily at Meng Ye, panting heavily and charging at him. At that moment, the man regained his senses, quickly stepping forward to grab the reins behind the bear. As the reins tightened, the bear nearly fell over, roaring in frustration. It even tried to turn and slap the beast tamer, but upon seeing the whip in his hand, it immediately extinguished its rage, lowering its head and lying on the ground, not daring to move. The man awkwardly bowed to the surrounding crowd, saying, "I apologize, everyone. This bear has gone a bit crazy, and if it frightened you all, I offer my sincerest apologies. Please wait a moment, I will bring you a more exciting performance shortly." He then walked over to Meng Ye and Xiaomei, apologizing. "I truly apologize, ladies and gentlemen. The bear got a bit wild and scared this young lady." Zayumi's pale face regained some color, and she waved her hand, saying, "It's fine, it's fine." Meng Ye scrutinized the man, feeling something was odd about him, though he couldn't pinpoint what. Noticing Meng Ye's gaze, the man smiled. "You have quite impressive skills, young man. To be able to throw a 400 to 500-pound bear, that's truly remarkable. I've always loved wrestling since I was young, am used to it," Meng Ye replied nonchalantly. "Young man, you two don't seem to be from the county. Are you from the nearby villages?" The naive Xiaomei nodded. "We are from Meng Ye." Hearing Meng Ye, the man's eyes lit up, seemingly delighted as he exclaimed, "Oh my, what a coincidence. Our next stop is to perform at Meng Ye. Really? That's wonderful. I was just saying how great it would be if everyone in the village could see your circus. I can't believe my dream is coming true." Zayumi's eyes curved with joy. Seeing her so happy, Meng Ye's cautious demeanor eased, and he began chatting with the man. Through their conversation, Meng Ye learned that the man's name was Hong Fusher, and everyone called him Old Hong. They were part of a traveling circus that performed everywhere from counties to villages. They didn't earn much, all their money was hard-earned. If luck was on their side, they could save a bit, if not, they might struggle even to find their next meal. Suddenly, Old Hong seemed to remember something and spoke to Meng Ye. "By the way, young man, can you wait for us a bit? We are new here and don't know the way. Could you take us back with you? We can be ready in half an hour." Instinctively, Meng Ye felt something was off, but even if he didn't take them to Meng Ye, they could likely find their way there themselves. He decided to agree and observe the situation. Seeing Meng Ye's agreement, Old Hong was overjoyed, hurriedly summoning his companions to perform a quick act before starting to pack up. At that moment, a man caught Meng Ye's attention. Although he wore a continuous smile, it felt strange, like a forced smile. As the man was packing up, he looked up and met Meng Ye's gaze. At that moment, Meng Ye sensed an invisible killing intent in the man's eyes. Such killing intent could only be found in seasoned warriors. The man noticed Meng Ye's unwavering stare, forcing a grim smile, nodded at him, and continued packing. Meng Ye was now even more certain of his suspicions. This group definitely had issues. After they finished packing, Meng Ye found the carriage driver who brought him and led Old Hong and his group towards Meng Ye. By the time they returned to the village, the sky had completely darkened. The circus troupe quickly set up their tent in the open space at the village entrance and laid down their bedding to sleep. Meng Ye and Xiaomei went directly to Meng Ye's house. Xiaomei followed closely behind Meng Ye, her face flushed and head bowed, lost in her thoughts. At that moment, Meng Ye suddenly stopped, causing Xiaomei to bump directly into his back. Ouch! Meng Ye quickly turned and steadied Xiaomei, and seeing that she was all right, he smiled. "Xiaomei, don't go back tonight. It'll be troublesome. Just stay at my place." Xiaomei slightly parted her lips, shyly murmuring one word, "Okay." Meng Ye grinned, took Zayumi's hand, and they entered the house. As soon as they entered, before they could turn on the lights, chasing wind rushed over, spinning around Meng Ye, excitedly whimpering as it did. All right, settle down for a moment. Don't trip us over. I need to light the candle first." Meng Ye fumbled in the dark for the candle and struck a match to ignite it. The moment the candle flickered to life, the room instantly brightened. Xiaomei, who had been following Meng Ye all day, was utterly exhausted and plopped down onto the bed. However, the familiar hard texture did not greet her. Instead, it was soft and moving. "Oh, whoa!" A scream echoed instantly. Xiaomei was startled and bolted upright from the bed, her eyes wide with terror as she looked beneath her. There lay the little white tiger squashed under her, crying out in pain. "Oh my, you scared me to death. Meng Ye, when did you bring back a kitten?" "Huh, there's another one." Saying this, Xiaomei hurriedly picked up the little white tiger, cradling it in her arms to soothe it. But as she held it, Xiaomei felt something was off. The little white tiger looked small, but it seemed to weigh a bit more than expected, heavier than an adult cat. At that moment, Zayumi's gaze fell on the character Wang on the little white tiger's forehead. "Oh my, it's a tiger," she exclaimed, losing her grip and throwing the little white tiger away. Fortunately, Meng Ye was quick and caught the little white tiger, otherwise it would have surely fallen badly. "Meng Ye, why did you bring a tiger back?" A wolf is one thing, but a tiger? Aren't you afraid of future troubles? I didn't mention it to you when I got back yesterday, but I, along with Meng Ye and San Yi, killed a northeast tiger in the mountains. After finishing, we found these 2 tiger cubs. They are so small that they haven't been weaned yet. I couldn't just abandon them to fend for themselves, so I decided to keep them until they can eat solid food, then I will return them to the mountains. At that moment, the little white tiger nuzzled against Meng Ye and let out a soft sound, looking adorably innocent. Look how cute they are, Meng Ye said with a smile. Xiaomei, who was nearby, walked over with a worried expression and said, once this tiger grows up, it will be very fierce. You'll have to keep it far away to avoid harming the villagers. Meng Ye nodded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Hearing this, Xiaomei had nothing more to say. Meng Ye placed the little white tiger back on the kang and got up to prepare a bowl of milk powder for each of them. The 2 little tigers hadn't eaten all day and were so hungry that their stomachs were pressed against their backs. Upon smelling the sweet milk powder, they dove into their bowls, drinking eagerly. Seeing this, Xue Feng also came over wanting a taste. However, Meng Ye pulled him back. You're too old to be drinking milk. Just wait, I'll get you some meat later. After being pulled back, Xue Feng hung his head and whined pitifully. Meng Ye couldn't help but chuckle at his sad expression, patted his head, and turned to the vegetable seller to cut some meat. While Meng Ye was cutting the meat, he suddenly heard Xiaomei's exclamation from inside the house. His heart sank, and he quickly put down what he was doing and rushed inside. He saw that the little white tiger and little yellow tiger had devoured all the milk powder in their bowls and were now trying hard to climb up Xiaomei's body, with the little white tiger even managing to stick half its head into her collar. Xiaomei tried to pull it out, but the little white tiger's claws were firmly gripping her collar. Meng Ye, look at them. What are they doing? Xiaomei said, her face flushed and somewhat shy. Seeing this scene, Meng Ye couldn't help but laugh out loud. I guess they aren't full and are looking for more milk. Oh no, stop staring and quickly get them out. Meng Ye suppressed his laughter, stepped forward, grabbed the little white tiger by the scruff of its neck, and pulled it out from Xiaomei's collar. Seeing its companion being taken away, the little yellow tiger let out a howl and stopped climbing onto Xiaomei, obediently staying on the kang. Meng Ye noticed they hadn't eaten enough and prepared more milk powder for them. The 2 little tigers perked up upon smelling the milk and eagerly drank from their bowls. Xue Feng watched from the side, occasionally whimpering. Watching Xue Feng's greedy look, Meng Ye sighed and said, all right, I'll get you some as well. After saying that, he prepared a bowl of milk powder for Xue Feng, who happily spun around and started drinking eagerly. After the 3 little guys were full, they all ran back to their nest to sleep. Meng Ye and Xiaomei had a simple meal before crawling into bed. Lying on the kang, Xiaomei's chest felt as if it had a small drum beating thumpingly. At that moment, a pair of large hands reached over, causing Xiaomei to tremble all over. Although she had experienced this twice before, she still felt extremely nervous. Meng Ye gently pulled Xiaomei into his embrace, whispering in her ear, don't hide so far away, oh, I want to eat you. Xiaomei blushed and nodded lightly, burying her head in Meng Ye's chest. Meng Ye gently stroked Xiaomei's soft hair with one hand while the other began to wander. Suddenly, a faint rustling noise came from the nest as the little white tiger and little yellow tiger ran out, wobbling over to the pillow, looking at them eagerly. Meng Ye smiled, helplessly got up to carry the 2 little tigers back to their nest, then crawled back into bed, ready to continue discussing life with Xiaomei. However, this time, the 2 little tigers directly burrowed into their blankets, squeezing themselves between the 2, finding a comfortable position nestled next to Xiaomei. Seeing this, Xue Feng also refused to be outdone and burrowed into the blanket as well, but instead of lying between them, he settled at Meng Ye's feet. In an instant, several fluffy little creatures filled the small blanket. Xiaomei couldn't help but laugh at this warm scene, her tense mood relaxing. Meng Ye looked at Xiaomei's sweet smile and shrugged. Well, we don't have to do anything now. You lecherous man only thinks about those things. Meng Ye chuckled as the 2 nestled together in the warm blanket, accompanied by soft breathing sounds, drifting into a sweet slumber. Early the next morning, Meng Ye was awakened by the sound of drums and gongs. Dear villagers, we are from the Hong family circus, and at 8 o'clock this morning we will perform a grand circus at the village entrance. Having just arrived at this precious place, we hope everyone will support us. Meng Ye sat up, irritably put on his clothes, and went outside to check. He saw Old Hong walking around the village, shouting through a homemade loudspeaker. Instead of being angry about Old Hong's loud shouting waking them up, the villagers were excitedly coming out of their houses to join the commotion. After all, the villagers rarely went to town, and very few had seen a circus. They had only heard people describe how wonderful the grand circus was, but had never actually seen it. In no time, the village was buzzing with excitement again. The villagers hastily had a quick bite before grabbing their small stools to claim a spot at the village entrance. By the time Meng Ye and Xiaomei finished getting ready to go out, there were already quite a few people gathered at the village entrance. Regardless of age or gender, everyone wore an expression of anticipation. Seeing that most people had arrived, Old Hong, dressed in colorful clothes, walked to the center of the open space to kick off the show. Old Hong cleared his throat and said loudly, "Dear villagers, today, we the Hong family circus are visiting your precious place for the first time. We hope everyone will support us. Without further ado, let's present our most thrilling performance." First, let's welcome our black bear, Zhuang Zhuang. Suddenly, the black bear that Meng Ye had previously thrown over his shoulder walked out. Old Hong brought out a large iron hoop, poured some oil on it, and lit it with a match. Whooshed! The iron hoop instantly became a ring of fire. Next, we will have the black bear jumping through the fire ring. With Old Hong's command, the bear rushed toward the fire ring without fear, leaping through it. The bear's spectacular performance earned roars of applause from the villagers. They were immersed in the thrilling act, cheers and applause echoing all around. However, at that moment, Meng Ye noticed that the man beside Old Hong had disappeared without him noticing. Xiaomei, you keep watch while I'll go to the restroom. Meng Ye greeted Xiaomei and began to patrol the surroundings. After searching for quite a while, he still couldn't find any trace of the man, so he reluctantly returned to continue watching the circus. The performance lasted until noon before finally ending, leaving the villagers somewhat unsatisfied. However, Lao Hong and the woman were drenched in sweat, completely exhausted from performing. During this time, they asked the villagers for tips a few times, and the villagers generously offered small coins. At this moment, Meng Ye noticed that the missing man had squeezed back through the crowd with quite a few dead leaves stuck to him. This guy actually went up the mountain. Meng Ye raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the items these people coveted were in the mountains? What treasures could possibly be hidden in these mountains? At that moment, the man approached Lao Hong and whispered a few words in his ear. Instantly, a look of wild joy appeared on Lao Hong's face, but sensing something was off, he quickly suppressed it. The two whispered for a while longer, then Lao Hong nodded, stood up, and loudly addressed the crowd in the open space. Villagers, everyone please be quiet. I have some good news to announce. Today you all truly supported us three siblings, so we have decided. Tomorrow we will perform another show for free. Tomorrow's performance will be even more exciting and thrilling. Hearing Lao Hong's words, the villagers erupted in applause and cheers. However, Meng Ye snorted coldly. This sudden announcement of a free additional show must have some hidden agenda. He decided to observe the actions of these individuals discreetly. After the event ended, the group remained calm, wandering around the village, chatting with the villagers to relieve boredom. The villagers received them warmly, generously offering them hazelnuts. By evening, the sky gradually darkened, and the villagers returned to their homes. Meng Ye had not gone back all afternoon. He had been reinforcing the fence, and from his family's vantage point, he could see the movements of the group at the village entrance. At this moment, Meng Ye saw three figures sneak out from the circus tent, carrying backpacks, stealthily heading toward the mountains. I can't hold back any longer. Meng Ye sneered, quietly following them. After trailing them for a distance, his brow furrowed slightly. The direction the three were heading was actually North Mountain. Meng Ye was taken aback. What are they doing in North Mountain? Are they courting death? At that moment, he suddenly thought of something. Could they be heading for that valley? The more Meng Ye thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. That valley was extremely mysterious, and there might be some treasure hidden there. With that thought, Meng Ye hurriedly followed them. As soon as he stepped into the area of North Mountain, he felt a chill run down his spine. The pale moonlight cast eerie shadows in the forest, creating an unusually sinister atmosphere. From a distance, the haunting howls of wolves and the hoots of owls echoed, the sound sharp and piercing, reverberating through the deep woods, making one shiver. To Meng Ye's surprise, in a place the villagers deemed forbidden, the three seemed to tread as if on flat ground, encountering no danger whatsoever. It was unclear what methods they had employed. After following them for a while, just as Meng Ye had surmised, they finally arrived at a cliff face and found a cave entrance to crawl into. Meng Ye waited for a short while before crawling in after them. As he emerged from the cave, he heard the three excitedly shouting, Wada 11 Wa. Gudo and I Ma Si. Ku Li Ji Wa, who built the dam. Yama Dai Wa and I Ma Chi Ba. Hearing their conversation, Meng Ye's eyes suddenly narrowed. He hadn't expected these three to be from the Gao Yao country. It seemed they were spies from Gao Yao country lurking in Huaxia. With this thought, Meng Ye's expression gradually grew colder. As a Huaxia person, the disgust for Gao Yao people was deeply ingrained in every Huaxia citizen's heart. Moreover, Meng Ye had once been a special forces soldier in his past life and harbored an intense hatred for Gao Yao people. He had fantasized more than once that if he had the chance to travel back to the anti-Japanese war era, he would definitely give those little devils a lesson. Now that the nation was liberated, dealing with these three Gao Yao spies would also be a satisfying outlet. However, Meng Ye did not act rashly. First, they surely had guns in hand, and second, he wanted to see what these three were truly up to. At that moment, the three had already reached under an apple tree, taking out several folding, entrenching shovels from their backpacks, and began digging at the base of the tree. Meng Ye squatted at the cave entrance, watching as the three labored tirelessly at their digging. After nearly 2 hours of digging under the apple tree, they unearthed a large pit, at the bottom of which was a massive stone door. Upon seeing this stone door, the three cheered in unison. Great! We've finally found the treasure left by the Guangdong army. Finally found it. It wasn't in vain that we've been lurking in Huaxiao for so many years. With these treasures, we three will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of our lives, haha. However, just as Lao Hong was laughing halfway through, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Lao Hong looked at the gun in the man's hand with disbelief, spat out a mouthful of blood, and said with difficulty, Why? What? The man snorted coldly, pulling the woman beside him close, and said coldly, Xiao Zejun, don't worry, I will take good care of your wife. Lao Hong wanted to say something more, but he couldn't utter a word. After spitting out a large mouthful of blood, he fell to the ground, his eyes closing. The man checked Lao Hong's breath, confirming he was completely dead, and laughed heartily. This guy is finally dead. Fongzi, from now on we can be together without worries. The woman looked at Lao Hong lying on the ground without a trace of compassion or guilt, instead snuggling up in the man's embrace, slowly offering her lips. At this moment Meng Ye had quietly arrived at the cave entrance, peeking at the two in the throes of passion, unable to help but curl his lips. The people from Gao Yao country were indeed perverted, completely unable to distinguish time or place, able to indulge in their desires anytime, anywhere. No wonder the surnames from Gao Yao country are all place names. Names like Inoue, Watanabe, Murakawa, and Xiaozhe. Their future children would probably have to carry the surname Pit Li. Just as the two were about to reach their peak, Meng Ye let out an unexpected cough. Ahem, that's enough, it's endless, isn't it? The two in the pit were startled by Meng Ye's sudden voice and immediately stopped their actions. The man reacted extremely quickly, reaching for the pistol at his waist. However, when he touched his waist, he realized he was completely naked with nowhere to hang a gun. Who are you? The man slightly calmed himself and asked coldly. Meng Ye smiled playfully. Is the treasure behind this door really left by the Guangdong army? Baka, these treasures belong to our Gao Yao Empire, the man shouted loudly. Nonsense. These treasures were plundered from our Huaxia. When did they become yours? As soon as Meng Ye's words fell, the man grabbed a handful of dirt and hurled it at Meng Ye's face. Meng Ye instinctively dodged. The man took this opportunity to leap onto his clothes, draw the gun from his belt, and turned around to fire. But the moment he turned around, his body froze in place, unable to move. I only saw that Meng Ye's gun had unknowingly pointed at him, and he could even smell the gunpowder emanating from the muzzle. Meng Ye said coldly, dropped the gun on the ground. The man took a deep breath, slightly crouched his body, and slowly lowered the gun towards the ground. But at this moment, a cold glint flashed in the man's eyes as he suddenly tilted his head to avoid Meng Ye's gun, while simultaneously aiming his handgun at Meng Ye, prepared to pull the trigger. Bang! A gunshot echoed. The .56 rifle in Meng Ye's hand emitted white smoke from the muzzle. The man stared blankly at his chest, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes, and with sheer willpower, he still attempted to shoot Meng Ye. Meng Ye let out a cold snort and pulled the trigger once more. This shot was aimed directly at the man's head. Bang! The bullet struck between the man's eyebrows, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight to the ground. The woman nearby was terrified and trembling, curling up in the pit. Put your clothes on. Climb up. The woman slightly parted her lips, nodded, and hurriedly put on her clothes, climbing out of the pit. Although she had put on her clothes, the buttons were not fastened properly, and her curves were faintly visible. At that moment, the woman lost her balance and fell forward, lunging towards Meng Ye. Just as she was about to pounce on Meng Ye, he reacted, swiftly sidestepping her. The woman landed directly on the ground, getting covered in dirt. The woman looked up with a wronged expression, her eyes full of pitiful sorrow. Thank you for saving me. These two brutes are not human at all. After they captured me, they forced me to do their bidding. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, her expression filled with endless grievance. With her sobbing, her curves trembled as well. My name is Lin Yu, and my hometown is in Jilin. Those two said they could introduce me to a job, but they tricked me here, revealing their true colors and forcing me to do bad things. If I didn't comply, they would beat me. You should get up first. Save these matters for the police. Lin Yu nodded eagerly and slowly stood up. But just then Meng Ye noticed the woman stealthily reaching into her pocket, suddenly pulling out a dagger and lunging at him. Meng Ye snorted coldly, reacting quickly. He sidestepped and kicked the woman's wrist, causing the dagger to fall. The woman's expression changed, and the softness in her eyes vanished, replaced by a fierce glare at Meng Ye. The woman seemed to realize she was no match for Meng Ye. With a sudden resolve, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. Damn Chinese pig. After cursing, the woman's tongue twisted in her mouth, then she bit down hard. In less than 2 seconds, she began to foam at the mouth and convulsed violently. Meng Ye wanted to stop her, but it was too late. The woman struggled a few times before her eyes rolled back, and she completely lost her breath. Meng Ye scratched his head in frustration. He originally planned to capture a live one to take back, but unexpectedly they all ended up dead. Meng Ye searched the bodies for a while, but found no information to prove their identities. This was quite troublesome for Meng Ye. If he brought the 3 corpses back and claimed they were spies from the Gao Yao nation without any evidence, it would inevitably raise suspicions, and he might even be treated as a murderer. After pondering for a moment, Meng Ye decided to leave the 3 of them here. After all, they were spies from the Gao Yao nation, and killing them could be seen as eradicating threats to the people and avenging his country. Meng Ye temporarily set the 3 bodies aside, jumped into the pit, and began inspecting the stone door. He picked up a shovel and struck it hard. The stone door emitted a heavy echo, indicating its substantial thickness. At this moment, Meng Ye noticed a small, inconspicuous protrusion in the upper right corner of the stone door. The protrusion was semicircular with a slight gap around its perimeter compared to the stone door. A mechanism. Meng Ye curiously pressed down on it. Boom. In an instant, the stone door produced a tremendous noise and began to slowly move. As the door opened, a musty, decayed smell rushed out from within. Meng Ye coughed from the stench and quickly covered his mouth. Squinting, he peered into the darkness behind the door, but he could see nothing. Meng Ye found a dry branch, wrapped it in Lao Hong's clothes, and made a simple torch. Cautiously, he walked inside. As he stepped in, the torch's light instantly illuminated the surroundings. When he clearly saw the scene before him, Meng Ye froze in place. Looking around, he realized he was in a very spacious area. The ceiling was at least 4 to 5 meters high, and due to the limited illumination of the torch, he couldn't see the full extent of the vertical space. The cave was filled with numerous wooden boxes of various sizes stacked quite high. Unable to contain his curiosity, Meng Ye opened the nearest wooden box. When he saw what was inside, he was once again dumbfounded. Inside the box, gleaming gold bars were neatly arranged. Judging by the size of the box, it must contain at least 70 or 80 bars. Meng Ye slowly turned his head to look at the densely packed wooden boxes, feeling dizzy. After a brief shock, he composed himself and took a deep breath. With so many gold bars, Meng Ye found himself at a loss for how to deal with them. Should he turn them over to the state? He questioned himself and felt he couldn't be that altruistic. Should he take them back and share them with the villagers? Meng Ye, having lived another life, was well aware of the wickedness and greed of human nature. Keeping them for himself. Although Meng Ye was somewhat short on funds at this stage, he wasn't desperate. In this famine era, taking out a gold bar could potentially cause a huge uproar. After much deliberation, Meng Ye ultimately decided to leave the gold bars here. Although he wasn't in urgent need of money at the moment, there might come a time in the future when he could use them. Meng Ye inspected the cave one more time, and besides the gold bars, there was nothing else in the boxes. In the end, he left the cave and buried the entrance with dirt once more. As for the bodies of Lao Hong and the other two, Meng Ye quickly dug a pit and buried them before returning to the village. By the time he got back, it was already late at night, and Meng Jiago was silent under the night sky. Meng Ye did not rush home, but instead approached the tent where the circus was stationed, carefully lifting the silk cloth covering the iron cage. The two golden monkeys, who had been fast asleep, suddenly opened their eyes wide. But to Meng Ye's surprise, they did not screech loudly, but instead observed him with an oddly human-like curiosity. At that moment, one of the larger golden monkeys extended its right hand and pointed at the bolt used to lock the cage outside. Meng Ye grinned. As expected of primates, their intelligence is impressive. With that, Meng Ye directly pulled out the bolt from outside the cage. With no obstruction from the bolt, the cage door swung open automatically. The two golden monkeys, initially cautious, began to grow bolder as they saw Meng Ye smiling at them. They carefully squeezed out of the cage. "Come on, you're free now," Meng Ye said. However, they did not run away, but stood there staring at Meng Ye. "What's wrong? Don't you want to leave?" The larger male monkey pointed at the other two cages and then bowed deeply to Meng Ye. Meng Ye instantly understood what it meant. He walked over to the other two cages and lifted the silk cloth. Inside, he saw a bear and a large python locked up. The bear was startled awake and widened its eyes upon seeing Meng Ye. It was this man, the one who made it stumble during the day. Its rear still ached. Thinking of this, the bear let out an angry roar at Meng Ye. Just as the sound escaped, a clump of mud was shoved into its mouth, choking it and causing it to roll its eyes. The male monkey wiped its muddy hands on the bear and chattered a few times. Uncertain of what it said, the bear's originally fierce gaze suddenly cleared up, and it extended its two front paws to Meng Ye, bowing a few times. "Oh, quite understanding you can be released, but after you are freed, you cannot linger in the village, and you must never harm your kind again. Can you do that?" The bear seemed to understand Meng Ye's words and continued to bow. Then Meng Ye opened the cage of the bear and the python and stepped back several paces. The bear cautiously walked out of the cage, scanned the surroundings, and after confirming that there were no signs of Lao Hong and the others, it excitedly roared, grabbing the python's tail and dragging it towards the forest. The two golden monkeys chattered at Meng Ye before also disappearing into the woods. Meng Ye stood there watching them vanish into the forest, finally feeling relieved to return home. At home, the candles were still lit, warming Meng Ye's heart as he pushed the door open. Upon entering, he initially thought Xiao Mei would eagerly ask where he had been and why he was back so late. But Xiao Mei merely snorted, turning her back, her body trembling slightly, and a faint sound of sobbing could be heard. "What's wrong, Xiao Mei? Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Tell me. They'll take care of them." After Meng Ye spoke, Xiao Mei cried, even louder, feeling extremely wronged. Meng Ye made funny faces and told jokes for quite a while before managing to calm Xiao Mei's emotions. "Sister Xiao Mei, why are you crying?" Meng Ye asked, feeling a bit guilty. In truth, he had already guessed that Xiao Mei was probably feeling wronged because he had come home so late. As soon as Xiao Mei's emotions stabilized a bit upon hearing Meng Ye's question, she couldn't hold back her tears again. "We just got our marriage certificate yesterday. Even though we are legally married, you go off without telling me. It's the middle of the night. What if something happens to you? Where would I find you? Wouldn't I just become a widow again?" Sob, sob, sob. As she spoke, Xiao Mei cried, even more sorrowfully, the tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Xiao Mei like this, Meng Ye felt a pang of heartache and pulled her into his arms softly, saying, "Sister Xiao Mei, it's my fault for not considering your feelings. I just didn't want you to worry. From now on I'll tell you wherever I go. Xiaomei sniffled in his embrace and said, really? You mustn't lie to me. Meng Ye patted her back. I swear I will never lie to you. Hearing Meng Ye's words, Xiaomei gradually stopped crying and looked at him with a tear-streaked face. Then where did you actually go tonight? Meng Ye hesitated for a moment, but eventually recounted what happened that evening, though he did not mention the matter of the gold. Xiaomei's eyes widened in concern as she exclaimed, what? Those 3 people were actually little devils. They don't look like it. What if they have accomplices? What if they come back to retaliate against us? Should we report it to the police? No need. Without evidence, the police might not even believe us. It could cause more trouble. Just let those scoundrels stay in the mountains to feed the animals. Xiaomei poked his chest reproachfully. You're just too reckless. But you have a good heart. Those animals have their own spirits and might be able to help you in the future. Meng Ye smiled, embracing Xiaomei tightly. The atmosphere in the room was warm and sweet. Meng Ye's hand, unbeknownst to him, slipped into Xiaomei's waist and slowly began to ascend. Xiaomei blushed and lowered her head softly, saying, hurry up, we have to get up early tomorrow. The night passed in silence, and early the next morning the villagers discovered that Lao Hong and the others, along with the animals they brought, had all disappeared. What's going on? Why is everything still here, but the people are gone? Oh, the monkey, the bear, and the giant python are all missing. Could they have been taken away by wolves in the middle of the night? Nonsense. Look at the ground, there's no blood. I suspect they left in a hurry due to some urgent matter. Damn it. I was so excited for today's performance that I couldn't sleep all night, and they actually ran away. The villagers were buzzing with discussions, but no one took the disappearance seriously. After all, in this famine period, losing a person is no big deal. Moreover, these people were not even from this village, so they weren't worth worrying about. They simply returned to their own affairs. At this moment, Meng Ye and Xiaomei were sitting at the table having breakfast, when suddenly a chunk of plaster fell from the ceiling, landing right in Meng Ye's bowl and splattering porridge all over his face. Meng Ye wiped his face, but instead of cleaning it, he just spread the thick porridge mixed with dirt all over himself. Ha ha ha, you look like a big mottled cat. Xiaomei covered her mouth, stifling laughter. Meng Ye shrugged helplessly and looked up at the ceiling. There was currently a hole in the roof, and sunlight streamed in through it, forming a beam of light. Looking at the hole in the ceiling, Meng Ye frowned slightly and said, it's time for a rebuild, otherwise if it rains this house is sure to collapse. Or, why don't you come live with me? If this house collapses, it collapses. That won't do. I promised you that I would ensure you live a good life. I see that your house seems a bit tilted too. It would be better to just go all the way. While it's still early spring and not too hot, let's build a new big tile-roofed house. Upon hearing Meng Ye's words, Xiaomei's lips curved into a happy smile. However, she quickly reacted, exclaiming in shock, wait a minute. You said you want to build a big tile-roofed house. Meng Ye nodded yes. This earthen house does not keep warm in winter. Not only is it uncomfortable for us, but if we have children, they will suffer too. It would be better to build a big tile-roofed house directly. Xiaomei nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. You must know that in the 1960s, big tile-roofed houses were rare in Dong village of northeast China. Take Minjiagu for example, the whole village only had the brigade office's office as a big tile-roofed house, and it was pitifully small, only about 30 square meters. Where are we going to get bricks and tiles? Our village doesn't have any. I've already inquired about this. Fuxing village has built a brick kiln in the past 2 years. I can go buy some there. Luckily, I have nothing to do today, I'll go there later. Okay, just be careful. This porridge is a mess, I'll get you another bowl. After breakfast, Meng Ye went to the brigade office, intending to borrow a horse cart to go to Fuxing village. As soon as he arrived at the brigade office, he bumped into the village chief. Oh, I was just looking for you. What are you up to? The village chief asked with a smile. Hello, village chief. My earthen house is about to collapse, and am thinking of borrowing the brigade's horse cart to go to Fuxing village to buy some bricks to build a big tile-roofed house. Oh, sure. You're doing great. In our 10-mile radius apart from the brigade offices in each village, there are really not many big tile-roofed houses. You've done well. That's right. The village chief laughed heartily, looking particularly happy, as if it were his own joy. Meng Ye felt a bit shy from the compliments and scratched his head. Hey, the horse cart is easy to arrange. Just go find Oldly later. You don't need to greet me anymore, just use it directly from now on. Thank you, village chief. Meng Ye smiled and expressed his gratitude. All right, village chief, you mentioned you had something to find me about. What is it? The village chief scratched his head, looking a bit awkward, and said, there is a piece of wasteland behind the village, and it's been left barren for a long time. I thought of opening it up with the village to plant some food so the villagers can have a better life, but... The village chief paused for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and continued, but... There is a nest of wild boars in that wasteland, about 7 or 8 wild boars, and they are fierce. Yesterday I took some people to inspect, and they chased us away. If it weren't for us shooting at them later, we would have been trampled. Actually, I didn't want to bother you with this, it's quite dangerous. But there's no one else in the village who is good with a gun except for you. Before the village chief could finish, Meng Ye's eyes lit up. Wasn't this free money delivered to his door? He was still worried about not finding prey, and now it was being delivered to him. Village chief, after I deal with those wild boars, do they belong to me? Of course. Whatever you hunt belongs to you. Also, I have a bicycle ticket and a sewing machine ticket. They were given to me by the county when I went to a meeting. If you can take care of that nest of wild boars, they'll give you both tickets. All right. This matter is on me. Meng Ye patted his chest, filled with confidence. The village chief nodded in satisfaction and took Meng Ye to harness the horse cart. Ironically, the driver Oldly had a stroke yesterday and was bedridden at home, so Meng Ye had to drive the horse cart himself. As he drove out of the village, he felt exceptionally cheerful. Imagining the future of living in a big tile-roofed house, with Xiao Mei, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose. By the time he reached the brick kiln in Fuxing village, it was already noon, and a bunch of workers were hiding in the shade, gnawing on the corn buns in their hands. Although they were dry and hard, and a bit throat-scratchy, being able to eat corn buns at every meal in this era was already a very rare thing. Seeing Meng Ye arrive, a dark-skinned man with a bare upper body walked out from the crowd. "Young man, are you here to buy bricks?" "Yes, I'm here to buy bricks." "How much are they?" "You're just in time. They're 5 cents each now, but next month the price will go up to 6 cents. "How big of a house are you planning to build?" "They'll calculate how many bricks you'll need." Upon hearing that Meng Ye was really here to buy bricks, all the workers turned their attention to him. The brick factory had been running for nearly 2 years, and most of the buyers were public entities. It was indeed rare for individuals to buy bricks, especially someone as young as Meng Ye. This was the first time. Meng Ye thought for a moment he had enough money on hand now, so it would be better to take advantage of the low brick prices to build a bigger house. If he ran out of money, he could earn more later. A main room, 2 bedrooms on either side with a kitchen and a side storeroom, about 100 square meters in total. Hearing Meng Ye's words, not only the man was stunned, but the workers behind him were also taken aback. After a brief silence, everyone burst into laughter. "Huh, where did this kid come from? His tone is too big. A main room, 2 bedrooms with a storeroom and 100 square meters. How many red bricks would that take? No one in the city builds houses that big." "Forget it, Lao Wang, don't mind him. This kid is probably just joking. You should eat quickly, or we have to get back to work soon." The man called Lao Wang ignored everyone and took out a crumpled little notebook from his pocket, starting to sketch with a pencil. After a moment, the man looked up and said to Meng Ye, "Excluding the doors and windows, it's about $12,200, but we need to account for wastage. You can buy it for $12,700, which is a total of 635 bricks. Oh, by the way, if you don't use them all, you can send them back to me later." Upon hearing the man's words, Meng Ye's expression did not change at all. This price was still within his acceptable range. "All right, let's go with what you said. But my cart may not be able to carry that much. Do you have a cart to help me deliver it? He'll pay whatever it costs." Seeing Meng Ye so straightforward, the man laughed heartily. "What do you mean by money? Anyone who buys bricks from our factory gets free delivery." "Which village are you from?" "Free delivery. That's just great." "I'm from Menjiago," Meng Ye replied happily. "Got it. Menjiago. 12,700 bricks. Let's get loading." With a shout from the man, everyone stuffed the corn buns in their mouths, took a few gulps of cold water, and prepared to load the cart. At that moment, a sharp-nosed man stepped forward and called out in a slightly sarcastic tone, "Wait, this kid hasn't paid yet. If we load the cart, and he doesn't pay, won't we have loaded it for nothing?" Hearing the man's words, the workers all stopped their actions and chimed in. "Yeah, old Wang, this kid hasn't paid, yet we don't want to waste our efforts. Pay first before loading, there's nothing wrong with that. If you ask me, this kid is just here to mess with us. A young man like him, where would he get more than $600? I doubt even 60 would be a stretch." Old Wang's face turned a bit pale, but he suppressed his inner anger and smiled apologetically at Meng Ye, saying, "I'm sorry, little brother, they don't mean to look down on you, it's just that 600. Seeing the man in a bit of a predicament, Meng Ye grinned and took out a stack of brand new bills, slapping them in his hand a couple of times, then wetting his fingers with saliva, he handed 64 bills to Old Wang. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. A stack of bills. That was a full $1,000. They had never seen so much money in their lives. Oh my, this kid really has it. Goodness, I've never seen so much money in my life. Old Wang was the first to snap out of his shock, trembling hands accepting the bills Meng Ye handed over. "What are you all still dawdling for? Hurry up, bring the truck over. Load it up," Old Wang shouted, and everyone snapped back to reality, starting to get busy. Before long, a green truck drove up to the crowd, and the workers began to hustle and bustle loading the vehicle. At this moment, Old Wang approached Meng Ye and asked with a smile, "Young man, you bought so many bricks, does someone know how to build?" At this question, Meng Ye suddenly remembered that in this era, every household had mud houses. While many people in the village could build mud houses, no one had ever built with bricks. Meng Ye could certainly follow a method, but professional work should still be left to professionals. If the house collapsed after 3 to 5 years, that would be quite a loss. "Actually, no one can do that. Do you have someone who can?" Meng Ye said with a smile. "Yes, we have masters at our brick factory, but this can't be free. A house this big will require at least 2 masters working together. You can offer $50 total and then find some villagers to help out." Meng Ye nodded. $50 for such a large project is indeed not expensive. "All right, let's settle on that." Saying this, Meng Ye took out 5 more bills and handed them to Old Wang. After watching the workers finish loading the truck, it drove off, while Meng Ye leisurely drove his cart toward the village. As he walked, a faint gray hue appeared on the horizon, but as time passed, the gray deepened, eventually turning black. It was as if a giant hand was slowly pulling up the curtain of night. The originally bright sky was gradually enveloped in darkness. A dark cloud charged in from the horizon like a fierce beast. The sky, which had still let through some light, was instantaneously shrouded, completely devoured by this dark cloud. Meng Ye thought to himself that this was not good and cracked the whip a few times on the horse's rear, urging it to move faster. The horse, already spooked by the overwhelming dark clouds, was even more frightened by Meng Ye's whip. It neighed loudly, suddenly rearing up on its hind legs, and began to spin wildly in place, causing the cart to sway violently. Meng Ye gripped the reins tightly, trying to calm the startled horse, but the situation worsened. At that moment, a bolt of lightning split the night sky, followed by a deafening thunderclap, and torrential rain began to pour down. The horse's eyes widened in terror, filled with fear and anxiety. Suddenly, it emitted a loud neigh, rearing up on its front hooves, its whole body standing upright. The bit tightly fastened to the horse's mouth was yanked loose. Without the restraint of the reins, the horse bolted like a wild stallion, galloping away without hesitation. It moved at incredible speed, vanishing from Meng Ye's sight in an instant, leaving behind a trail of hoofprints and the sound of receding hooves. Meng Ye was drenched by the rain, unable to open his eyes. He wasn't worried about the horse running away. What concerned him now was how he would get back in such heavy rain. As the saying goes, an old horse knows the way. It would surely find its way home, but with the horse gone, the cart remained. Meng Ye couldn't just drag the cart back himself. Meng Ye sighed as he looked in the direction the horse had gone, wiped the rain off his face, and crawled under the cart to take shelter from the rain. Although the cart was built with wooden boards, leaving many gaps in between, it was still better than being outside in the downpour. Not long after, Meng Ye was soaked through, feeling like a drenched rat, cold and wet all over. Crack! Another thunderclap sounded, illuminating the entire sky. At that moment, Meng Ye noticed a vague shadow appearing through the rain curtain. Meng Ye frowned tightly. He had come out primarily to buy bricks and had not brought a gun. The shadow drew closer, and at that moment Meng Ye could finally see that it was a person. Meng Ye remained vigilant, drawing his short blade and staring at the figure ahead. As the figure approached, a surprised exclamation escaped. "Meng Ye, what are you doing here?" Seeing the newcomer, Meng Ye also breathed a sigh of relief. The figure was none other than Meng Ye, who had fought against the tailless tiger with him a couple of days ago. Meng Ye was tightly clutching his gun, drenched from head to toe, with his hair hanging in his face, looking utterly disheveled. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get in here," Meng Ye called out. Meng Ye nodded and swiftly crawled under the cart. The underside of the cart, which had previously been somewhat spacious, became crowded with Meng Ye's addition, leaving half of Meng Ye's shoulder exposed to the rain. "Meng Ye, why are you here?" "The cart is here, but where's the horse?" Meng Ye asked with a puzzled expression. Meng Ye let out a bitter laugh. "Oh, don't mention it. I was originally going to buy bricks in Fuxing village, but on my way back the sky turned dark, and with a sudden thunderclap the horse got startled and ran off, leaving me and the cart here." Seeing Meng Ye's dejected expression, Meng Ye couldn't hold back any longer and burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! Look at you today. Ha! We must be fated. I was originally planning to hunt a couple of wild rabbits in the mountains and then look for you to drink, but I didn't catch any rabbits and ran into you first. Ha!" Saying this, Meng Ye took out a glass bottle from his bosom. "Here, this liquor was traded for 2 wild rabbits a couple of years ago. It's said to be aged liquor. Since we don't have any food, let's drink it straight to warm ourselves up." Meng Ye took the bottle, uncorked it, and took a big swig. The fiery liquor flowed down his throat, warming him all the way to his stomach. His previously cold body felt instantly warm. "Good liquor," Meng Ye praised, passing the bottle to Meng Ye. Meng Ye didn't hesitate, taking a large gulp, his face filled with enjoyment. The two continued to drink under the cart, taking turns, but the rain showed no sign of letting up. Suddenly Meng Ye heard a strange sound like the roar of a wild beast. He perked up his ears, listening carefully. "Meng Ye, did you hear that sound?" Meng Ye asked softly. "I heard it, but the rain is too heavy to tell what kind of animal it is." They exchanged glances, finding no tension in each other's eyes, but rather a hint of excitement. Just when they were worried about not having any food, here it comes. Meng Ye tightened his grip on the short blade, and Meng Ye readied his gun. They cautiously crawled out from under the cart. At that moment, in the nearby woods, 3 figures, 1 large and 2 small, emerged from the trees. "It's a wild boar," Meng Ye exclaimed in delight, but his expression quickly fell. "I thought it was food, but it's a mother with piglets." "Forget it, let's just go back and hide from the rain then." Meng Ye retreated under the cart with a resigned look. Meng Ye could only smile helplessly. There are rules to hunting, as the saying goes, 3 strikes for 3, no strikes for those with young. One of those rules is not to hunt pregnant or nursing animals. This is done to maintain ecological balance and manage the wild animal population. Moreover, nursing animals will fiercely protect their young, making them double as dangerous in combat, posing great risks to hunters. The two drank their liquor and chatted under the cart, not feeling too much discomfort. Gradually the rain subsided to a drizzle, and the dark clouds drifted away, eventually clearing up. The sunset's afterglow cast a golden hue over the winding path. Meng Ye and Meng Ye crawled out from under the cart, stretching lazily. The distant mountains were painted orange-red by the sunset, reflecting beautifully against the clouds at the horizon like a picturesque scroll. The air was filled with the fragrance of rain-soaked earth and fresh grass. A gentle breeze blew, causing droplets of water on the leaves to fall with a plop, shattering the reflection of the evening glow in the puddles. Ripples spread across the water's surface along with a few leaves that had been knocked down by the rain. This sunset is truly beautiful. Meng Ye sighed. Meng Ye nodded. Yes, it's been many years since I last saw such a scene. Meng Ye didn't respond to Meng Ye's words, merely admiring the evening glow. Just as they were enjoying the sunset, they suddenly heard the sound of hooves. They turned to look and saw the startled horse carrying a person galloping toward them. As the horse drew closer, they realized it was the village chief. The village chief reined in the horse and wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, I finally found you. The horse ran back to the village in the rain, so I figured something must have happened. So I hurried to look for you. Seeing the village chief soaked to the skin, Meng Ye felt a surge of gratitude. On such a slippery road in such heavy rain, the village chief had come to find him without a second thought. This kindness was deeply etched in Meng Ye's heart. He and Meng Ye quickly thanked him, leading the horse over to rehitch it to the cart, ready to head home. Under the glow of the sunset, they drove the cart along the way home, leaving long shadows behind them. By the time they returned to the village, the sky had gradually darkened. The driver and Old Wang were unloading bricks with several villagers from Meng Ye helping out. Seeing Meng Ye return, Old Wang hurried over excitedly, saying, Oh, my young man, it's great that you're all right. We just got to the village when it started pouring. We wanted to come look for you, but the road was just too difficult to navigate. The vehicle got stuck several times, and in the end we had no choice but to turn back. Meng Ye nodded, smiling slightly. From Old Wang's apologetic gaze, he knew he wasn't lying. Thank you, Uncle Wang, I appreciate your trouble. Once we finish unloading the bricks, I'll treat everyone to a drink. Old Wang chuckled, scratching his head. Let's skip the drinking. We really need to head back tonight. We have work early tomorrow. At that moment, the village chief stepped forward. Hey, it just rained, and the road is so difficult to traverse. Why go back? You all should stay the night here, wait for the ground to dry a bit before heading back. The brigade has a place for you to sleep, and I'll have Meng Ye whip up a couple of nice dishes for you. Exactly, the village chief is right. You all unload the cart first, and I'll go prepare some food for you. Saying this, Meng Ye dashed back into the house, starting to get busy. An hour later, they had unloaded all the bricks from the cart, and Meng Ye had also finished cooking. In the meantime, Xiao Mei had come over to help Meng Ye, being extraordinarily diligent. After everyone washed their hands and entered the room, they were all stunned at the sight of the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, including the village chief. There were braised wolf meat, wild chicken stewed with hazelnuts, stir-fried, thorn-steamed loach, and wild vegetable soup. The room fell silent, only the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. Is this really for us to eat? These dishes are too extravagant. Just a moment ago, when Meng Ye said he would make hearty dishes, they thought he would just whip up some cabbage stew with potatoes, maybe with a little bit of lard. Who would have thought that Meng Ye would serve up such a lavish feast with 3 out of 4 dishes being meat? Meng Ye smiled and called everyone. Come, don't just stand there, try my cooking. Only then did everyone snap back to reality and quickly took their seats. The driver picked up a piece of braised wolf meat and put it in his mouth, his eyes widening in shock. Wow, this flavor is incredible. Seeing the driver's surprised expression, everyone began to dig in, and soon the room was filled with sounds of chewing and exclamations of praise. The village chief gave a thumbs up. Meng Ye, when did you learn to cook? This is so delicious. Old Wang nodded repeatedly. Young man, if you opened a restaurant, it would definitely be a hit. Everyone chatted and ate, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Xiao Mei occasionally refilled bowls and poured drinks, her face radiating a happy smile. After a hearty meal, everyone leaned back, praising Meng Ye's culinary skills endlessly. Then the village chief took the driver Old Wang and 2 construction workers to the brigade's office to rest. Meng Ye and Xiao Mei began to clean up the dishes, watching this warm scene, with Xiao Mei's eyes slightly curved, filled with expectations for their future life. After they finished tidying up, Chasing Wind and 2 little tigers crawled out from the cabinet. They meowed loudly at Meng Ye, having hidden in the cabinet for over 2 hours, their originally round little bellies now flattened. Meng Ye grinned, prepared milk powder for the little tigers, and sliced some meat for Chasing Wind. The little ones began to eat eagerly. Just as they were enjoying their meal, suddenly, Chasing Wind's ears perked up, and it raised its head sharply, looking out the window. Suddenly, every hair on his body stood on end as he crawled on the bed, taking an aggressive stance. Not good. Something has entered the yard. Meng Ye frowned and said, What is it? I don't know. Xiao Mei, stay inside and don't move. If you hear any noise, don't come out. We'll go take a look. With that, Meng Ye extinguished the candle in the room, picked up his hunting rifle, and stepped outside with Chasing Wind. After the rain, there were still some clouds in the sky, and with no moon, it was pitch black all around and nothing could be seen. Fortunately, with Chasing Wind by his side, the dog sniffed the air vigorously and immediately ran towards Meng Ye's backyard, stopping only at the fence. There, Meng Ye saw that the fence he had built just a couple of days ago had been smashed open by some animal, creating a large hole wide enough for two Meng Yes to pass through simultaneously. Chasing Wind rushed through the opening, but after just a few steps Meng Ye called him back. Chasing Wind, come back. Hearing Meng Ye's call, Chasing Wind reluctantly halted and trotted back with a grunt. It's too late, it's unsafe to go into the mountains now. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Afterward, Meng Ye chopped a bundle of willow branches by the river and simply reinforced the fence before going back inside. A night passed without incident. The next morning, as dawn broke, Meng Ye got up early, planning to search the mountains for the wild beast that had intruded into his home the night before. However, the rain that had fallen the previous night had washed away much of the beast's scent, and Chasing Wind wandered aimlessly in the forest for quite a while before reluctantly returning. Just as he reached the front gate, he ran into Old Wang and a few others. Good morning, Meng Ye. What are you doing in the mountains so early? Old Wang asked, noticing the rifle in Meng Ye's hand. Oh, don't mention it. A wild beast broke into my house last night, and I thought maybe it hadn't run far, so I might catch it. But who would have guessed I ended up going in circles without finding anything? No worries. Once we finish building the wall, even a bear won't be able to get in. Old Wang patted his chest and assured him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Old Wang and the others began to get busy. To build a new house, the first task was to tear down the old one. As everyone worked together to move all the pots and pans out of the house, the bricklayer took out a shovel and dug a few times at the southwest corner of the house, causing it to start shaking. Seeing this, the bricklayer's eyes lit up, and with a powerful heave, he plunged the shovel into the foundation. With a resounding crash, the old house collapsed, sending dust flying everywhere. The crowd quickly stepped back, and once the dust settled a bit, they began to clear the debris. At that moment, some early rising villagers, hearing the loud noise, gathered around to check the situation. Seeing that Meng Ye was building a house, everyone eagerly stepped forward to help. In no time, Meng Ye's yard was bustling with activity. The construction progressed swiftly. At that moment, a shabby man with a beard and dirt all over his face walked into the village, eventually stopping at Meng Ye's doorstep, finding a shady spot by the road to sit down and rest. The man's appearance sparked curiosity among the crowd. Although there had been famine in recent years, no one was so disheveled. He must be someone fleeing from the disaster in the south. I've heard that the famine there is much worse than ours. Many people have starved to death. Sigh. Looking at it this way, we're not that bad off, though at least we can still scavenge for wild vegetables. Meng Ye kept staring at the man. Although his face was dirty, Meng Ye could tell that he was not very old, probably around 17 or 18. To have made it all the way to their northern region alone was no easy feat. Meng Ye found this person somewhat interesting and put down the red brick he was holding to approach him. Hello, brother, where are you from? The man looked up, his eyes full of weariness and fatigue. In a hoarse voice, he replied, I'm from Shandong, and my hometown has run out of food, and I fled all the way here. I heard that Shandong suffered the worst during the famine in the 1960s. Many people from Shandong risked everything to migrate east for food. The journey was long, and countless people had perished along the way. Do you know how to do any work? I'm currently building a house, and if you're able to help, I can provide you with meals. I can work. I can do any job. The man's eyes brightened, and he quickly stood up. Meng Ye patted his shoulder, saying, All right, then stay here. He then took him to wash his face and gave him a set of old clothes to change into. After changing, although the man still looked scruffy, he revealed a fairly handsome face. He followed Meng Ye to the construction site and immediately began to help carry bricks. The man was surprisingly strong. While others carried 5 bricks at a time, he easily lifted 8, stacking them up to his chin before stopping. Seeing him work so hard, everyone had a good impression of him. During the lunch break, Meng Ye set up a large pot in the yard with red bricks, boiling a big pot of meat soup and adding a bunch of corn noodles. As the fire boiled vigorously, the ingredients in the pot began to stir. Gradually, a rich, meaty aroma wafted out from the gaps in the pot lid, quickly filling the entire courtyard. The busy crowd was drawn in by the sudden fragrance, instinctively taking a deep breath, their eyes filled with anticipation. Moments later, the noodles were cooked, and Meng Ye called out to everyone. The food is ready. Everyone has worked hard to wash your hands, and let's eat. Meng Ye served a large bowl of food to the man, who devoured it hungrily, licking the bottom of the bowl clean. Meng Ye smiled and served him another bowl, saying, Here, there's plenty more. Eat as much as you want. The man shook his head, refusing to take it. No, I can't eat anymore. This bowl is enough. I haven't seen any greasy food in months. If I eat more, I might burst. All right, then, for the next few days, just help me out, and they'll provide food for you. The man nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with gratitude. After finishing his meal, Meng Ye saw that there were enough people helping and that he had nothing else to do, so he approached Meng Ye. Meng Ye, after we finish eating, take your gear and come with me to the mountains. The village chief said there's a nest of wild boars in the back mountain. Let's see if we can catch them. Upon hearing about the wild boars, Meng Ye's eyes instantly lit up, and he eagerly put down his bowl and chopsticks, exclaiming, What are we waiting for? Let's go. With that, Meng Ye grabbed his gun and pulled Meng Ye along as they headed out. Hey, don't rush. Ooh, I haven't grabbed my gun yet. Meng Ye picked up his gun and went up the mountain with Meng Ye. The man watching Meng Ye and Meng Ye with their guns had a flicker of interest in his eyes. Meng Ye and Meng Ye reached the desolate land mentioned by the village chief in under half an hour. This wasteland lay nestled between 2 mountains. The area was overgrown with various weeds and wild trees, most of which were hazel trees. No wonder the wild boars liked to stay here. The hazelnuts were not only delicious, but also nutritious enough to sustain them for half a year. The hazel trees towered over a person's height, and there were many small paths left by wild boars weaving through them. Meng Ye and his companion held their guns crouching as they walked along these paths. They constantly scanned their surroundings, their ears perked up, listening intently to the sounds around them. Suddenly, a crunching noise erupted not far away. The sound was thunderous, incredibly loud. Upon hearing it, Meng Ye's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Not good. It's a herd of wild boars. There must be at least 20 or 30 of them. Quick, find a tree. Climb." With that, he pulled Meng Ye towards a nearby red pine tree. Meng Ye swiftly climbed the tree with agility, and Meng Ye was not far behind, quickly following him up. Just as they steadied themselves on the branches, a herd of wild boars emerged from the hazel trees, their heads down. 20 or 30 wild boars charged through, trampling everything in their path and flattening the grass. They gnawed at the hazelnuts that had fallen to the ground last year, making a crunching sound that sent chills down the spines of the two men. If one of them got bitten, half an arm might be lost. Most striking was the lead wild boar, which was easily twice the size of the others, resembling a small mountain. Its blood-red eyes revealed ferocity and menace. Its exposed tusks, sharp and gleaming, added to its terrifying aura. Particularly notable was its hide, which was unlike that of ordinary wild boars. Its body was covered with a thick layer of armor that shimmered with a faint yellow glow under the sunlight. Upon seeing the lead wild boar, Meng Ye's gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap! It's a guajiaju." He swallowed nervously, his face betraying his grave concern. "What is a guajiaju?" Meng Ye asked, puzzled. A guajiaju is an anomaly among wild boars, typically the leader of the herd, possessing intelligence superior to that of ordinary pigs. They often rub against pine trees to coat themselves in pine resin, then roll in mud pits. The mix of pine oil and dirt hardens when dried, forming a tough layer of armor on their skin. After dozens, or even hundreds of times, their hides become incredibly hard, akin to armor. If this guajiaju, along with so many wild boars, discovers us, we'll be in serious trouble. Meng Ye nodded, raising his gun, his eyes not daring to stray from the herd. Suddenly, the lead guajiaju seemed to sense movement in the trees, abruptly stopping and raising its head to glare in Meng Ye's direction, a fierce look in its eyes emitting a low growl from its throat. Hearing the guajiaju's roar, the other wild boars also stopped, turning their gaze upwards. "Oh no, we've been spotted," Meng Ye exclaimed. "Roar." The guajiaju let out a mighty roar, and the herd seemed to respond as if under a spell. Their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, and they roared deeply, charging towards the red pine tree where Meng Ye was located, like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. In the blink of an eye, the area around the red pine tree was surrounded tightly by the wild boars. They focused their attention on the trunk, opening their enormous mouths to expose their sharp tusks, beginning to gnaw at the tree. A constant crunching sound filled the air as wood chips flew everywhere. The bark and trunk of the red pine were easily torn apart by the boars, revealing the white wooden core inside. With their relentless gnawing, the trunk began to tremble slightly. "This won't do. If this continues, it will eventually be gnawed down. First, we need to deal with that guajiaju." Meng Ye took a deep breath, steadying his mind, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of bullets shot towards the guajiaju's head. However, the bullets struck the guajiaju's armor, only sparking a few sparks before bouncing off. The guajiaju hurt became even angrier and resumed its furious gnawing at the trunk. At that moment, the red pine tree shook violently, and the branches creaked under the pressure. Meng Ye shouted anxiously, "This isn't working. The bullets can't hurt it. We need to deal with the ordinary wild boars first." Hearing Meng Ye's advice, Meng Ye quickly adjusted his aim and shot at the ordinary wild boars. The gunfire was incessant, with every bullet hitting its mark. Yet even the ordinary wild boars had incredibly tough hides. Even a barrage of bullets only brought down two. As one fell, another took its place almost immediately. The trunk was getting thinner, and the red pine tree swayed more violently, making both of them feel as if they would fall at any moment. Just then, Meng Ye suddenly spotted a hornet's nest the size of a head on a nearby elm tree. Seeing the hornet's nest, Meng Ye's eyes lit up. He aimed at the connection between the nest and the branch and fired. With a loud bang, the hornet's nest fell to the ground. Instantly, thousands of hornets swarmed out of the nest, launching a frenzied attack on the wild boars without hesitation. The peculiar thing about nature is that the pig hides, which were hard for Meng Ye and his companion to penetrate with bullets, were easily breached by the hornets. The wild boars were instantly driven into a frenzy by the hornets, screaming and scattering in all directions. In no time at all, they all fled, including the guajiaju. Meanwhile, the hornet's nest was trampled to smithereens in the boar's panic, and the queen hornet inside perished under the chaotic hooves. Fortunately, Meng Ye and Meng Ye were still in the tree, and the swarm did not discover them, thus avoiding disaster. The two crouched in the tree for a while. The surviving hornets that had chased the wild boars returned to search the area, all upon seeing that the queen was dead, they dispersed. After waiting a bit longer, Meng Ye and Meng Ye determined it was completely safe before climbing down the tree and running back towards the village. The journey there took over half an hour, but they returned in just over 10 minutes. The two sat on a small bridge at the village entrance, panting heavily. Damn, that was so frustrating. Driven up a tree by a bunch of pigs. Meng Ye spat and cursed. If we want to deal with the herd, we must come up with a plan to take down that Guajiazhu first. Once the Guajiazhu is dead, the herd will scatter, Meng Ye said solemnly. After pondering for a long time, suddenly Meng Ye's eyes lit up as he excitedly said, since guns can't harm it, we can trap it. Just like last time when we hunted the wolf pack, we can dig a pit and set some spikes inside. As long as it falls in. Then we'll just set it on fire. Meng Ye was taken aback, but soon his face also revealed a look of delight. Wow, that's a great idea. Let's do it as you said, but that armored wild boar is quite large. Just the two of us digging might be a bit tough. Why don't you find a couple more people to help? Meng Fei nodded, feeling that Meng Ye's suggestion made sense, but choosing the right people posed a dilemma for Meng Ye. Going to dig the pit, we might encounter a herd of pigs, which is a very dangerous situation. The militia members from the Mingbing Corps are all family men with elderly and young ones to take care of. We can't let them risk their lives. As for ordinary villagers, there's even less to mention. They aren't as capable as the militia. Sending them would be like sending them to their doom. At that moment, Meng Ye's gaze fell on the man who had come to help in the morning. The man was currently carrying a large stack of thick red bricks towards two tilers. Seeing this scene, Meng Ye nodded. This man worked quickly, clearly someone with considerable strength. Moreover, he had managed to escape all the way from the prison to Heilongjiang, which was quite an achievement. After all, there were numerous dangers along the way: cold, hunger, loneliness, sickness, and the human heart, and so on. Anyone who could endure in such an environment was certainly not an ordinary person. Meng Ye took a deep breath, quickly walked to the man and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, I want to discuss something with you. We're planning to dig a pit to catch wild boars, and we're a bit short on manpower. Could you join us? If it works out, I'll give you 2 shares. Of course, this is dangerous, and if you don't want to, I won't force you." The man paused his movements, raised his head, and with a firm gaze, without any hesitation, replied, "Sure, I'll go with you." Meng Ye was pleasantly surprised that the man agreed so readily. Afterward, Meng Ye went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 3 brand new shovels, took a bunch of tools, and led the way quickly towards that mountain hollow. However, once they entered the forest, Meng Ye noticed something was off. The man's behavior was far too unusual. Typically, someone entering the mountains for the first time would either be overly excited or extremely frightened. But the man was exceptionally calm, frequently glancing around, his hand resting on his waist, suggesting that he was likely armed. Meng Ye felt a sense of doubt brewing in his heart, secretly speculating about the man's identity. But capturing the wild boar was the priority, so he didn't ask further. The 3 quickly arrived at the mountain hollow and chose a suitable spot to dig the pit. Fortunately, the wild boar herd had long since fled to escape the stings of the hornets, and they were nowhere near to disturb Meng Ye and the others. The 3 worked diligently, and after 2 hours, with the sun setting low on the horizon, they finally dug a large pit that was 5 meters deep and 8 meters wide. But the 3 did not rest. Instead, they chopped some thick branches, cut them into sections, and buried them in the pit. Finally, they sharpened all the sticks to a point, which meant they had completed more than half of the work. Next came the final step. Although it looked simple, it was the most technically demanding part. They first laid some small branches across the top of the pit, ensuring there were no gaps, before covering it with a thin layer of soil. Then they scattered some dry twigs and leaves on top. This not only increased concealment, but also ensured that the wild boar would fall in immediately upon stepping on it. Finally, Meng Ye took out a handful of roasted corn kernels from his pocket and tossed them into the center of the pit. Done. Now we just wait for the wild boar to take the bait. At that moment, the man's expression suddenly became serious as he whispered, "Something is approaching." Meng Ye and the other 2 were startled and quickly climbed up the tree. Meng Ye had initially wanted to pull the man up as well, but the man was as agile as a monkey, swiftly climbing the tree. At the same time, he drew a wide-bladed kitchen knife from his waist, and his gaze sharpened. The previous lethargy had vanished. Seeing the man's movements, Meng Ye raised his eyebrows, secretly thinking that this man was definitely not simple. Normally, when a person holds a kitchen knife, they grip it in a typical manner with the blade in front and the hand behind. But this man was different. His hand was in front and the knife was behind. At that moment, a rustling sound was heard, and indeed, as the man said, a group of wild boars rushed back from the woods, led by the armored wild boar. With the experience from last time, the 3 of them climbed higher this time, hiding behind dense foliage to avoid being spotted by the herd. The armored wild boar slowly approached the 2 dead wild boars, lowered its head, and nudged them with its nose. Seeing that they did not respond, a hint of sorrow flashed in its eyes as it let out a wail. At this moment, one wild boar's nostrils twitched as if it had caught a scent and began searching in the direction the fragrance was coming from. Seeing that the wild boar was getting closer to the pit, Meng Ye and the others furrowed their brows, their hearts almost rising to their throats. The author requests book reviews online. Oh dear readers, please give a 5-star rating. Soon the pig arrived by the trap, its nose twitching as it finally discovered the pile of corn kernels, its eyes brightening, and it lifted its foot to step forward. The three sighed helplessly, having toiled for 2 to 3 hours, exhausted, like grandsons, feeling their efforts were in vain. Just then a sudden roar echoed, startling the wild boar by the trap, freezing it in place. Immediately the armored pig staggered over, crashing into the wild boar and letting out a low warning growl. Then, under the astonished gaze of Meng Ye and the others, it stepped forward. In an instant the armored pig soared into the air, and with a loud thud it fell into the trap. Then a piercing wail erupted. Although its armor was thick enough, the inertia of its massive body caused the armored pig to be pierced by 4 wooden spikes. It roared angrily in the trap, thrashing its body wildly, crashing against the walls of the trap. Meng Ye and the others were momentarily stunned before they reacted, almost jumping with excitement. "We did it!" Meng Ye shouted excitedly. This shout instantly revealed their position, causing the wild boars under the tree to lift their heads and fix their gazes on Meng Ye and the others. "Oomph!" At that moment, the armored pig roared from within the pit. All the wild boars charged towards the red pine tree where the three were. Crack! Crack! The wild boars began to gnaw at the trunk. Seeing this, Meng Ye anxiously called to Meng Ye, "Quick, set the pit on fire." Meng Ye hurriedly took out a gasoline bottle he had prepared from the bag on his back. The bottle was an old white liquor bottle left over from buying alcohol yesterday, and the gasoline was purchased from the brick factory driver. To avoid detection, the driver only sold Meng Ye 1 bottle. Meng Ye quickly took out matches from his pocket and struck them against the side of the matchbox several times, but they wouldn't light, instead ruining the phosphorus strip. In a flurry, the gasoline bottle slipped from his hands and fell from the tree. It landed right on the wild boar's head, producing a crisp, shattering sound as the bottle broke, spilling gasoline all over the armored pig. Sensing the pungent smell of gasoline nearby, the armored pig went wild, thrashing its body frantically, and after a few shakes it broke all the spikes off its body. Although blood flowed everywhere, the armored pig seemed unaffected as it began to climb up from the bottom of the pit, appearing ready to escape. Seeing this, Meng Ye felt a sinking feeling in his heart. If the armored pig escaped this time, catching it again would be difficult. Thinking this, Meng Ye hurriedly searched himself to see if he had any matches. But after a thorough search, he found nothing. Just then a large hand reached over, holding a box of matches. It was the man who had fled. "Here." Meng Ye nodded and quickly took the matches. Swish! The match ignited instantly, but the feeble flame was no match for the strong wind in the forest. It extinguished as soon as it appeared. "Damn it! There's wind." Meng Ye cursed angrily as he tried several times, but all the matches went out in midair. At this point, the sturdy red pine trunk had been gnawed down to half, and the trunk began to sway. Just then Meng Ye's eyes caught sight of several pine cones that had not fallen from last year at the top of the tree, and his eyes brightened. He agilely climbed up to the treetop, yanked down 2 pine cones, and took out the matches to ignite them. After a winter of drying, the pine cones had already dehydrated and were coated with a layer of pine oil. The moment they touched the flame, the pine cones ignited instantly, crackling loudly. Without hesitation, Meng Ye threw the pine cones towards the armored pig in the trap. Whoosh! The ignited pine cones flew like incendiary bombs. Despite the strong wind in the forest, it was hard to extinguish them. Bang! The pine cones accurately landed on the armored pig. The armored pig was instantly engulfed in flames, letting out a horrific scream. It struggled wildly in the trap, the flames spreading from its body, causing the other wild boars to retreat in fright from the sudden fire. The fire spread rapidly, igniting the wooden spikes in the pit, turning the entire trap into a sea of flames. Gradually, the armored pig's struggle slowed, and finally it collapsed at the bottom of the pit, motionless. Its thick armor turned red from the heat, and wisps of white smoke emerged from the gaps in the armor. The wild boars that had been gnawing at the trunk stopped, as well, staring blankly at the trap. At this time, one of the wild boars let out a mournful wail and quickly ran off into the distance. The other wild boars, seeing this, also scattered in panic. Seeing this, Meng Ye's eyes lit up, and he shouted to the 2, "Get down. Chase them. Let's catch whatever we can." The 2's eyes brightened as they agilely jumped down from the tree. The wild boars ran around like headless flies, fleeing in all directions without regard. Meng Ye was the first to reach the base of the tree, leaning against the red pine, lifting his gun, aiming at the nearest wild boar, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. With the experience from last time, Meng Ye did not aim for the wild boar's body this time, but rather aimed at its front leg's ankle. Naturally, once the bullet hit, it would shred the muscle and fascia at the ankle. Thus, even if it couldn't directly kill the wild boar, it would significantly limit its speed, and it wouldn't be able to escape far. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the wild boar collapsed to the ground, but quickly got back up, limping off into the distance. Seeing this, Meng Ye fired again, injuring the other front leg of the wild boar. The wild boar tumbled over its head, hitting the ground, struggling to get up, but unable to rise. Seeing his method was working, Meng Ye quickly shouted to Meng Ye beside him, "Meng Ye, shoot the ankle. Aim for the legs." Meng Ye's eyes lit up as he followed Meng Ye's method and pulled the trigger at the wild boar's leg. Although Meng Ye's shooting was decent, the wild boar's legs were moving targets. He fired 4 to 5 shots without hitting it, instead scaring the wild boar, which bared its tusks and charged at the fleeing man. At this time, the man was quickly pursuing a wild boar in the woods, moving swiftly and nimbly through the thickets. As he approached the wild boar, he suddenly exerted his legs and leaped into the air, landing on the wild boar's back. He then forcefully slashed his cold blade across its neck. Instantly, a surge of blood sprayed out. Feeling the intense pain in its neck, the wild boar panicked, thrashing around, trying to throw the man off its back. But the man held tightly to its neck. No matter how the wild boar shook, he couldn't be thrown off. In just a few breaths, the wild boar's limbs went limp. It collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath a few times before rolling its eyes back and losing its life. The man had just sighed in relief when he suddenly felt a chill behind him. "Watch out." Just as he heard Meng Ye's warning, he felt a tremendous force hit him from behind, and he was lifted off the ground as if hit by a truck. The wild boar that had just been frightened by Meng Ye was using its head to push against the man's back. Fortunately, its tusks only pierced the man's clothing, causing no actual harm. But the man found it hard to break free at that moment. Just as Meng Ye and the other two had sighed in relief, Meng Ye's expression suddenly contracted. The wild boar, unable to see ahead due to the man blocking its view, could only charge forward blindly. At this moment, it was heading straight for a towering giant tree. The man panicked, trying to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape, watching himself head straight for the giant tree. The man smiled wryly as flashes of moments from his past raced through his mind. Some bitter, some painful, some unyielding, and some filled with longing. Just then a gunshot rang out. A bullet trailing fire struck the wild boar's front leg. The wild boar staggered and fell to the ground, and the man was thrown off, rolling far away due to inertia until he crashed into a large tree, finally coming to a stop. However, during the rolling process, the man's head struck the tree trunk, knocking him unconscious. Meng Ye and Meng Ye hurriedly ran to the man, checking him over before letting out a sigh of relief. The man had no obvious external injuries, and his breathing seemed normal, indicating that he had merely fainted from the impact. Nothing serious. After the two finished their check, all the wild boars in the vicinity had fled. "Wake up! Wake up!" Meng Ye shook the man's shoulder, but he did not stir. Seeing this, Meng Ye raised his hand and gave the man a resounding slap across the face. With a sharp smack, the sound echoed. Indeed, it worked. The man slowly opened his eyes. A moment later, the scene of what happened before he fainted flashed through his mind, and he immediately sat up from the ground. The man looked at Meng Ye and Meng Ye as well as the wild boar struggling on the ground, finally understanding what had happened. He glanced at Meng Ye, a hint of gratitude flickering in his eyes. "Thanks, brother." Meng Ye smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Hey, it was nothing." Meng Ye with admiration remarked, "Brother, you are truly fierce. I've never seen anyone ride a wild boar like that. You're like a cow sewing. What a needle." Meng Ye felt his mouth twitching, utterly bewildered by Meng Ye's strange analogy. At that moment, the wild boar that Meng Ye had injured began to struggle to get up, preparing to escape. Seeing this, the man stood up, seized a kitchen knife, and rushed over, slitting the boar's throat in one swift motion. The wild boar struggled a few more times before collapsing lifelessly on the ground. When the man turned around, he found Meng Ye and Meng Ye looking at him with strange expressions, prompting him to laugh and scratch his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Well, you know, it's just a habit," he said, walking over to the wild boar Meng Ye had shot first to bleed it out. "These creatures are all the same. If you don't bleed them out in time, after they die, the blood will seep into the meat, and then it will taste awful, a strong meat smell." Meng Ye and Meng Ye exchanged puzzled glances, wide-eyed at each other. Meng Ye, who had been hunting for over a decade, had never heard of this saying. Just then a rich aroma of meat wafted into the noses of the three. They froze for a moment, then turned their gaze towards the trap and moved closer. In the trap was the armored boar. The hard outer layer of armor was now exposed, revealing the golden, crispy skin underneath. At this moment, the pig skin was sizzling as it released oil, and the rich meat aroma emanated from it. Meng Ye's eyes lit up as he swallowed hard, saying, "This smell is mouth-watering." The man also swallowed a few times, staring intently at the roasted pig in the trap, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, it must be delicious." Meng Ye jumped into the trap, knocked on the wild boar, and smiled, saying, "The outside is roasted well, but the inside must still be raw, and the entrails still need to be cleaned. So while it's still bright, Meng Ye, you head back to the village and get some people to help carry the pigs. My brother and I will take care of these." Meng Ye nodded. "All right. You two be careful, they'll be back soon." With that, he quickly made his way towards the village. After Meng Ye left, the man also jumped into the trap and took out the kitchen knife, skillfully gutting the wild boar. Meng Ye was not idle, either, helping to clean the entrails. The two worked in perfect harmony, and soon they had processed the wild boars in the trap. The large armored boar was cut up, forming a small mountain in the trap. The man picked up a piece, sliced off the outer layer of half-cooked pork, and instead of eating it himself, handed it to Meng Ye. "Here. It's still warm. This is the meat from the neck, the best part of the pig." Meng Ye took the pork and put it into his mouth. Instantly, a rich meat flavor spread in his mouth. The crispy, fragrant pig skin combined with the tender, juicy pork created an explosion of flavors. Meng Ye squinted his eyes in enjoyment, savoring the deliciousness. To be honest, this pork was indeed delicious, Even without any seasoning, it was far better than the pork sold in supermarkets in later years. Seeing Meng Ye's blissful expression, the man cut off a piece for himself and started chewing heartily. They sat in the pit eating for quite a while when Meng Ye suddenly spoke up. "Brother, I still don't know your name." Hearing this question from Meng Ye, the man's face immediately showed a wary expression, but remembering that Meng Ye had just saved him, his expression softened. "My name is Yang Fuyu from Yishui Shandong. My family used to run a pork shop, but then a tragedy struck and everyone died, so I fled here." Meng Ye nodded. No wonder his knife skills were impressive. He was originally a butcher. Just then a commotion could be heard in the distance, and it sounded like a group of people was coming this way. Meng Ye and the man climbed out of the trap and saw Meng Ye running ahead, followed by more than 10 villagers carrying ropes and clubs heading towards them. When they saw the 3 dead wild boars on the ground, their eyes widened. Wow, 3 big wild boars. How much meat is that? The villagers rubbed their hands together excitedly, saying, "Ha, tonight we're having meat again." Then they all worked together to secure the wild boars and carried them back to the village. On the way back to the village, the villagers were filled with laughter, all looking forward to tonight's pork feast. When they returned to the village, the sun had already dipped below the mountains and 2 builders sat in the yard resting. As for Lao Wang and the others, they had hurried back before dark. When Meng Ye returned earlier, he had sent all the villagers who had helped away, saying they needed to carry the wild boar. The 2 men scoffed a bit. Every wild beast on the mountain had its eyes set on humans. Even the timid wild rabbits would rush forward to take a bite when they saw people, let alone the 300 to 400-pound wild boars. Moreover, from what Meng Ye said, several had been killed. They were even less inclined to believe it. Though they had not seen it, they had heard tales of wild boars going crazy, capable of creating huge craters. What chance would a person have against that? The 2 sat in the yard waiting for Meng Ye to come back, planning to see the joke of Meng Ye and the others. However, when they saw Meng Ye and the others carrying 3 wild boars and a huge pile of meat into the village, their eyes nearly popped out. Their mouths agape in shock. "Wow, is this for real? 3 big wild boars. Oh wait, shouldn't it be 4? I must be dreaming. This is too incredible. No wonder Meng Ye can afford to build a house. Turns out his hunting skills are so amazing. Come on. Don't just stand there. Let's go see what's happening." Meng Ye and the others arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative's entrance. At this moment, Grandpa Li was preparing to close the door for the day. As he stepped outside, he saw a crowd approaching from a distance with several people carrying big wild boars. My goodness, more goods have arrived. At this rate, the wild beasts in the mountains will soon be wiped out by Meng Ye. However, despite saying this, Grandpa Li welcomed them with an excited expression. "Ha, you little rascal. You've brought back some good stuff again. Wow, these big wild boars are really fat. We've been starving our guts out while these creatures are thriving." Meng Ye smiled and nodded. "Old Li, please weigh these 3 well-preserved pigs and see how many gene they are. We plan to sell them." Old Li nodded in acknowledgement, and with the help of the villagers, he weighed the wild boars using a long pole, jotting down numbers in a small notebook. These 3 wild boars weigh a total of 1096 gene. The current price for pigs in the county is 0.42 yuan per gene, but the meat of wild boars is not as good as that of domestic pigs, so I can only offer you 0.35 yuan per gene. However, with the 20 commission, it totals up to the same price as domestic pigs, making it 460 yuan altogether. As he spoke, Old Li walked back into the house, took out a bundle of cash, and handed it to Meng Ye, jokingly saying, "You really are something. Back when the supply and marketing cooperative was around, I could hardly make 100 yuan in a month. Ever since you started hunting in the mountains, you've made several thousand in less than half a month. Running back and forth to the county has taken a toll on my old bones. I reckon it'll be done for in a few years." Hearing Old Li's words, Meng Ye grinned. "Old Li, don't say that. I see you're in much better shape than those grandfathers in their 50s and 60s in the village. You should come over for dinner tonight. We still have some pork left, and we can roast it together." Upon hearing about the roast, the villagers helping out all brightened up. They had not had roast meat in years. Nowadays, even a bit of meat in their dishes felt like a celebration. Old Li waved his hand with a smile. No, I have things to do at home. But you're thoughtful, and we can have another meal together next time." The surrounding villagers expressed their envy, with someone joking, "Meng Ye, your hunting skills are getting better and better. After eating a few meals at your place, I've gained 2 gene in just a few days." Meng Ye laughed heartily. Ha, I'll still trouble everyone in the future. Thank you all for your hard work today. Let's have roasted meat tonight. At that moment, a young boy from the crowd approached, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Brother Meng Ye, can you teach me how to hunt? I want to go into the mountains and hunt with you." Meng Ye smiled and patted his shoulder. "Sure, but hunting isn't easy. You need patience and skill. When you grow up, if you're not afraid of hardship, it'll take you along." The boy nodded excitedly. After that, Meng Ye and a few villagers carried the remaining wild boar back home. As soon as he entered the house, Meng Ye began preparing for the evening's roast. The village children gathered around, eagerly watching him work. "Meng Ye, go with Yang Fuyo to chop some willow branches. Don't make them too thick, about the thickness of a pinky finger will do." Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo nodded and ran off with their knives to chop willow branches. Meanwhile, Meng Ye drew a short blade from his waist and began cutting the pork into pieces the size of mahjong tiles before tossing them into a large basin. Fortunately, the short blade that Meng Ye gave him was extremely sharp. Although the meat of the wild boars was firm and exquisite, it sliced through like tofu under the sharp edge. As Meng Ye cut the meat, he hummed a tune. Before long, Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo returned carrying the willow branches. Meng Ye selected a few that were of suitable thickness, cut them into sections, and began threading the meat pieces onto them. Seeing this, everyone came over to help. They all sat together chatting and laughing, creating an extremely harmonious atmosphere. Not needing to thread meat, Meng Ye ran off to start a fire. Meng Ye gathered some dry firewood into a pile and set it alight. Soon the dazzling flames illuminated the entire courtyard, casting a rosy glow on everyone's faces filled with joyous smiles. Once the flames subsided a little, Meng Ye arranged the skewered meat around the bonfire. Under the high heat, the oil on the surface of the pork sizzled, and the transparent fat dripped into the flames, producing a crackling sound and sending up tiny sparks. Gradually, the surface of the pork began to glisten with an amber hue, quickly turning golden yellow. The aroma of the meat mingled with the scent of char and charcoal burst into the air. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance throughout the small courtyard. Everyone inhaled deeply in unison and then swallowed hard, their eyes fixed intensely on the roasted pork beside the bonfire. Seeing everyone's eager expressions, Meng Ye grinned. "Don't rush, it'll be ready soon, it'll be ready soon." As he spoke, he skillfully turned the skewers and sprinkled the prepared salt and chili powder. After adding the seasoning, the aroma of the meat intensified, and the children peering over the wall couldn't help but drool. Finally, the meat skewers were ready. Meng Ye picked one up and handed it to an older gentleman nearby. "Sir, please have a taste first." The old man took the skewer, bit into it, and his eyes instantly lit up. Delicious, so delicious. Meng Ye, your skills are truly impressive." Meng Ye grinned. "Sir, enjoy. If you want more, there's plenty here." "Hey, everyone, don't just stand there, dig in. If it gets overcooked, it won't taste as good." Everyone had long been unable to contain themselves. Upon hearing Meng Ye's invitation, they rushed forward to grab a skewer and started munching away. With a bite, the crispy outer skin made a satisfying crunch between their lips and teeth, followed by a burst of savory juices and hot fat that flooded their taste buds. The flavor traveled from their tongues to their stomachs, making everyone feel so satisfied that they couldn't help but let out a contented moan. The children watching from the wall gulped hard at the sight. "Wow, it smells so good. I want to eat too." "Then go ask Brother Meng Ye to give us a skewer to try." "Huh, why do the adults always call out after finishing? And why does that sound so familiar to me? Hey, you know what? I think I've heard that sound somewhere before. Let me think. Oh, I got it. My parents always fight when they go to bed at night. Every time after they fight, it's this noise." Looking at the group of children drooling by the wall, Meng Ye smiled widely. He remembered his own childhood when he would do the same. Whenever there was something delicious being cooked in the neighborhood, he would press his face against the window. The neighbor was kind-hearted and would always serve Meng Ye a small bowl. Initially, it was manageable, but later, whenever the neighbor cooked meat, Meng Ye would be found at their window. Eventually, the neighbor became so overwhelmed that they dared not open the window while cooking. Meng Ye picked up 2 large skewers of meat and walked to the courtyard wall, offering the skewers to the children with a smile. "Here you go, look at how greedy you all are, your clothes are soaked. Hurry up and eat, share nicely, and don't fight." Upon seeing the golden crispy meat still sizzling with oil, his eyes immediately brightened. Not just brightened, they almost sparkled with greed. "Thank you, Uncle Meng. Thank you, Yigup." The children called out in various ways, and Meng Ye didn't mind. He turned to attend to others. The children held the skewers, sharing pieces among themselves, their mouths and faces smeared with oil. After finishing, they even licked the grease off their hands reluctantly. At that moment, Aunt Chun hurried over from her home. Seeing the children with oil-covered mouths, her expression changed, and she scolded, "You little rascals. I wondered why you weren't home when it got dark. So this is where you are mooching off someone else's food." Aunt Chun grabbed one child's ear and turned to Meng Ye with an apologetic smile, saying, "Meng Ye, I'm really sorry, the kids just don't know better." Meng Ye waved his hand dismissively. "Auntie, it's fine. Kids love meat, it's perfectly normal. I grilled it myself, there's plenty. Would you like a skewer?" Despite her stubbornness, Aunt Chun understood social etiquette and quickly declined. "No way, I can't keep taking advantage of you." After saying that, she turned and ran back home, returning shortly with a basket of wild vegetables. "Meng Ye, I just picked these, please accept them." Meng Ye could not refuse and accepted them. Just as Aunt Chun was about to leave, she seemed to remember something and called Meng Ye aside. "Meng Ye, be careful these days. I noticed that Hu Biao, that rascal, has been in a good mood lately. I suspect he might come looking for trouble." Meng Ye scoffed and nodded. "Don't worry, Auntie, I'm aware of it." Aunt Chun, still worried, reminded him a few more times before leaving. When Meng Ye returned to the courtyard, most people had finished eating and about a dozen skewers remained by the bonfire. "Everyone, don't be polite, keep eating. Don't leave any behind, it won't taste good if it's left for the second meal." The crowd exchanged glances, and finally someone waved their hand helplessly. "Meng Ye, we really are full. Yeah, I really can't eat anymore. You've made the portions too generous. After 2 skewers, I can't fit anything else in." "Oh, it was just so satisfying. I've never been full from eating meat my whole life until now. Everyone burst into laughter. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious and happiness radiated from their faces. After the feast, the guests gradually left. Meng Ye kept Yang Fuyo and Meng Ye behind, pulling out a stack of cash from his pocket, counting out 2 portions of 180 yuan, and handing them to the two. Here, this is the money from today's wild boar hunt. We'll split it 3 ways. Meng Ye, excited, accepted the money without hesitation and stuffed it into his pocket. However, when Yang Fuyo saw the stack of money, he repeatedly waved his hands. No, I can't take this money. I just helped you a little. You've already treated me to a meal. That's enough. You should keep this money. Meng Ye ignored Yang Fuyo's refusal and directly shoved the money into his hands. This money is what you deserve. In our line of work, there are rules. Anyone who goes up the mountain with us to hunt, even if just bringing a hunting dog, must get a share, otherwise there will be retribution. Yang Fuyo looked up at Meng Ye, and seeing him nod seriously after much hesitation, he finally placed the money into his pocket with trembling hands. Thank you. Yang Fuyo said, his voice slightly trembling. With the light from the bonfire illuminating his eyes, Meng Ye could see the flicker of emotion within them. Meng Ye patted Yang Fuyo's shoulder. From now on, we are brothers. No need to be polite. It's not easy for you to come all the way from the south. I think you should settle down here in Minjiagu. We can go hunting together when we have time. Wouldn't that be great? Hearing Meng Ye's words, Yang Fuyo suddenly looked up, trembling slightly as he asked, really? What reason would I have to lie? Yang Fuyo's eyes turned slightly red, and he nodded seriously before pulling out the 180 yuan from his pocket and handing it back to Meng Ye. What are you doing? Didn't I say this is what you deserve? Why are you giving it back to me? Yang Fuyo waved his hand and smiled, saying, well, this money won't do me any good. I was thinking that in the future I need a place to stay in the village. Can you help me find a house that's for sale? I'd like to buy one. A vacant house. It seems there really isn't one. Even if there is, it's probably about to collapse. If it were up to me, I'd say you might as well use this money to build a big tile-roofed house. Though it's a bit small, it's warm in winter and cool in summer, much more comfortable than a mud brick house. Yang Fuyo nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll take your advice. He didn't expect that on his first day in Minjiagu, he would end up having his own house, a big tile-roofed one. All of this was thanks to the young man before him, who was about the same age as him. At that moment, Meng Ye suddenly brightened up and turned to Meng Ye, saying, Meng Ye, I forgot to mention the money we got from hunting the wolf pack a while back. I haven't given you and San Yi your share yet. It's a total of 2,000 yuan, so we each get over 600. The money is with my wife, who I'll get it to you tomorrow. Upon hearing Meng Ye's words, Meng Ye's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? When did you get a wife? How come I didn't know? Meng Ye scratched his head and chuckled. Well, I just got the certificate. I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. You bastard. I'm already 30 and still unmarried. You at just 18 are already married. So unfair. Meng Ye waved his hand. Hey, let's not talk about that for now. What I mean is, since you have so much money now, why not also build a house in Minjiagu? That way when we go up the mountain together, we won't be afraid, even if we encounter a tiger. Meng Ye's eyes lit up, excitedly slapping his thigh. All right, that sounds good. Those useless fellows in our village annoy me every day, or I've long wanted to move. Tomorrow I'll tell the bricklayer to build a room for me as well. One just as big as yours. I also want to enjoy city life, ha. Oh, right. I don't really have anywhere to spend my money now, so I'll set aside some for my share to help Yang Fuyo build a house. It's hard to come by a big tile-roofed house. Making it smaller would be too shabby. No need. I don't need anything too big for myself. Yang Fuyo quickly declined. Hey, don't be polite with me. If the 3 of us really go hunting together in the future, won't we have enough to eat? You can repay me later when you have the money. But Yang Fuyo wanted to say something, but he was directly interrupted by Meng Ye. Hey, no buts, we're brothers now. Don't be so formal. Meng Ye looked at the two and smiled, nodding. I think that's settled. From now on we'll be brothers, working hard together. The two nodded seriously. Then Meng Ye's eyes lit up as he said, hey, how about we swear brotherhood? Yes, I think that's a great idea. Meng Ye agreed. However, surprisingly, Yang Fuyo seemed hesitant and had a rather grim expression. After a moment, Yang Fuyo took a deep breath and looked at the two, murmuring, let me say something. After I finish, if you both think we can be brothers, I, Yang Fuyo, will bow my head to the ground and swear brotherhood with you. If not. Yang Fuyo had barely begun speaking when Meng Ye interrupted him. Hey, what's the rush? Let's swear brotherhood first, then talk. At that moment, Meng Ye raised a hand to halt Meng Ye and smiled. Let him speak. Otherwise it'll fester inside him. Seeing Meng Ye intervene, Meng Ye pursed his lips in reluctant acquiescence. Fine then. Hurry up and tell us. We're all on edge. Yang Fuyo drew a deep breath and murmured, earlier, I told you I came from Shandong. That part was true, but I didn't flee famine. I fled disaster. At these words, his body trembled faintly, and a strange light flickered across his eyes before he continued. Last summer, our village matchmaker arranged a marriage for me. On our wedding night, after I drunk too much, the village chief's son burst into our room with a gang of thugs and dragged my bride away. When I awoke, she was gone, and our home had been ransacked. Even the betrothal money I'd received had been stolen. Enraged, I went to confront the village chief. But before I could even enter his courtyard, the chief's son and his henchmen ambushed and beat me nearly to death. They sneered, "We'll return her once we're done with her." That beast. His already furrowed brow twisted into a knot of anguish and fury. Rage blazed in his eyes, his teeth ground together with an audible grind. Hearing this, both Meng Ye and Meng Ye glared fiercely, their fists clenching until their knuckles cracked. Meng Ye leapt to his feet and roared, "Damn it all. Is there no law left in this world? That chief's son isn't even fit to be called human. We can't let this slide. We must restore justice for you." Meng Ye also rose and placed a firm hand on Yang Fuyo's shoulder, but said nothing more. Yang Fuyo took another steadying breath and continued, "Later I slipped into the chief's house at midnight, blade in hand, and killed both the chief and his son. In the granary, I found my wife. But it was all my fault." His voice broke, tears streamed down his face as the 18-year-old wept like a child. Meng Ye and Meng Ye offered no words of comfort, only sat beside him in solemn, unwavering companionship. After a pause, Yang Fuyo sharply sucked in his breath and choked out, "When I found her, she was already lifeless. My mind went blank. I set fire to the chief's entire compound and fled here. By now I'm almost certainly a fugitive. The police must be searching for me. I know you two treat me as a brother, but I won't drag you into this." Meng Ye slammed his thigh. "What's there to fear? We won't back down. That father Ants and Pear deserved death. You did what was right, brother." Meng Ye nodded. "Had I stood in your place, I'd have made the same choice. But nearly a year has passed, and since you set the fire yourself, little evidence would remain. By standard investigative logic, it would likely be ruled an accidental blaze. Even if homicide were suspected, the inferno would have erased all traces." Yang Fuyo's eyes lit up. "Truly, 90% certain. Still, don't fret. Even if someone does track you here, just vanish into the mountains. Who dare pursue you up there?" "Oh, that's such a relief. For a whole year I've lived in constant dread, unable to eat or sleep properly." The tension finally drained from his frame, and a look of hard-won, trembling joy softened his face. Meng Ye threw an arm around Yang Fuyo's shoulders and grinned, "Stay here safe and sound. We two brothers will shield you. No one lays a hand on you." Yang Fuyo nodded eagerly, tears glistening in his eyes. Then all three knelt on the ground facing east. "I'm Meng Ye. I'm Meng Ye. I Yang Fuyo. Today we three swear eternal brotherhood, sharing fortune and hardship alike, not demanding birth on the same day, but vowing to die on the same day." With that they bowed deeply 3 times, foreheads striking earth with solemn resonance. Rising, they exchanged warm, knowing smiles. Meng Ye eldest became the elder brother. Meng Ye, half a month older than Yang Fuyo, took second place. Yang Fuyo, youngest, became the third brother. After the oath, the three settled around the campfire, laughing and talking freely, when suddenly a beam of flashlight cut through the darkness outside, followed by a gentle female voice. "Meng Ye." Hearing Xiao Mei's voice, Meng Ye sprang up at once. "It's freezing late at night. Why did you come?" Xiao Mei tightened her coat collar and replied a touch plaintive, "I saw you hadn't returned yet, and worried you'd overindulged, so I came to check on you." Meng Ye jumped up first and laughed. "So this is our junior sister-in-law. Truly radiant. You're a lucky man, Meng Ye, to have actually won her heart." Meng Ye's face darkened. No wonder Meng Ye, nearing 30, remained unmarried. His social instincts were frankly underdeveloped. Xiao Mei blushed faintly at Meng Ye's words, but stayed silent. Yang Fuyo also rose, stepped forward, bowed slightly, and greeted respectfully, "Elder sister-in-law, greetings." Yes. Meng Ye, who is this?" Meng Ye Xiao Mei had met twice before, and Meng Ye had recounted their forest encounter, so she knew him well enough. But Yang Fuyo was entirely new to her. She had never laid eyes on him. Meng Ye smiled and introduced him. "This is Yang Fuyo, from beyond the pass. We've just sworn brotherhood. The 3 of us are now kin-bound as one." Upon hearing that several people had sworn allegiance, Zayumi's eyes sparkled with joy. "Oh my, that's wonderful. From now on I hope you all take good care of Meng Ye." Hearing this, Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo's expressions turned somewhat awkward. With Meng Ye's strength, did he really need their care? It was already good enough that they didn't hold him back. After chatting a bit more, Meng Ye arranged for Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo to rest at the main camp, while he followed Xiao Mei back to her home. Having tossed and turned all night, both Meng Ye and Xiao Mei slept soundly, not waking up until the sun was high in the sky. Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo, seeing that Meng Ye had not yet arrived, inquired about Zayumi's home and made their way over. Air, are you still not up?" Meng Ye shouted from outside the courtyard. Yang Fuyo grinned and echoed, "Second brother. Time to get up. The sun's shining on your backside." Still deep in slumber, Meng Ye was awakened by their shouting, letting out an annoyed sigh as he cursed, "You two beasts." After getting dressed and stepping outside, he found the 2 of them grinning mischievously at him. Before Meng Ye could react, Meng Ye threw an arm around his neck and chuckled, "Air, look at those dark circles under your eyes. You must have been exhausted last night. Come on, let's head up the mountain and he'll show you some good stuff." "What good stuff?" Meng Ye raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Oh, you'll find out when we get there. Come on, your place is packed with people, so we don't need to stick around. Let's go explore the mountains." Meng Ye was pulled along by Meng Ye, not even having breakfast before reluctantly following them into the mountains. After about 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at a cliff, and Meng Ye looked up, his eyes lighting up. "Look, it's this thing." Meng Ye pointed excitedly at a patch of tender green grass on the cliff. Meng Ye leaned forward, stood on his toes, and plucked a leaf, examining it closely. The leaf was shaped like a willow leaf, narrow at both ends and wide in the middle. The upper side was a deep green, while the underside was a tender green with a row of evenly distributed orange dots along the main vein. "Meng Ye, is this what you call good stuff?" "What is this thing?" Meng Ye chuckled and explained, "This is a good thing. This thing has a unique name called Ao Jiao. It's specifically for treating kidney deficiency and impotence. Although I haven't tried it myself, many of the older men in our village have picked it, and I've heard the effects are remarkable. After drinking it, you'll feel like a little bull. Once you've had it, your wife will be all over you." Hearing this, Meng Ye's mouth twitched violently, and he almost stumbled. "Big brother, I'm only 18. I don't need this stuff." "Hey, we're brothers, and no need for pretenses. Look at you, barely able to stand. You need this. Hurry and drink some Ao." Meng Ye urged earnestly, and Meng Ye, feeling helpless, nodded in agreement and started gathering Ao Jiao from the cliff. He had indeed seen this thing before in the past, but only in dried pictures. This was the first time he had seen it fresh. However, it seemed that this thing worked similarly to eating leeks for enhancing vitality. One needed to consume it frequently for it to be effective. Just eating a little wouldn't do much. Soon they had gathered all the Ao Jiao within reach, but there was still a large patch remaining at the top. Meng Ye initially planned to leave it at that, having already collected quite a bit, but Meng Ye was worried Meng Ye wouldn't have enough, insisting they gather the rest as well. Reluctantly, the three of them formed a human ladder, with Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo standing below as a base, and the lightest Meng Ye standing on top to collect. While they were harvesting the herbs, they suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the nearby bushes. The three of them immediately became alert, raising their guns towards the direction of the noise. But the sound abruptly stopped, and the three waited in place for a while, without any further noise. "They'll go check it out," Meng Ye said quietly, and then quietly made his way towards the source of the sound. "Be careful." As soon as Meng Ye finished speaking, a shadow suddenly sprang from the bushes, revealing sharp teeth, charging straight at Meng Ye. Meng Ye was startled, but quickly reacted, grabbing the shadow by the back of its neck. It turned out to be a gaunt wild rabbit with a milk pouch hanging from its belly. The wild rabbit struggled desperately to escape Meng Ye's grip, but to no avail. In a panic, it suddenly turned its head and bit down on Meng Ye's wrist. Meng Ye was quick-witted. He turned his wrist just in time, and the rabbit only bit into his sleeve. However, the rabbit was relentless and lunged at Meng Ye again. Meng Ye was not polite either. He twisted and dealt with it decisively. In this year and age, even rabbits are starting to bite people. Meng Ye chuckled beside him. "Just in time, I've been craving rabbit meat. When we get back, I'll stew some potatoes with it. That will be delicious." At that moment, a rustling sound came from the bushes again, but this time it was much quieter than before. Meng Ye's heart stirred, and he used his gun to push aside the foliage ahead. He saw a not very deep burrow in the bushes, and inside was a nest made of grass, with several newborn wild rabbits nestled inside, eagerly waiting to be fed. Wow, a whole nest of baby rabbits. No wonder that wild rabbit had such a big milk pouch. It turns out it just gave birth. Meng Ye leaned forward, peering in. "Can these things be raised?" Meng Ye asked. Meng Ye shook his head. "Not a chance. These things are delicate and have a bad temper. I've never heard of anyone successfully raising them." Hearing this, Meng Ye sighed, feeling a sense of regret. If only they could take them back and raise them, that would be fantastic. Rabbits breed extremely quickly, with 4 to 5 litters a year, and each litter can have 10 or more. If they could establish a breeding scale, the problem of meat would no longer be a worry. When the time came, every household could have a few, and the issue of hunger would be solved. At that moment, Yang Fuyo stepped forward. "Let me give it a try. I raised about 10 litters of rabbits when I was at Guan's place." "Will it work, third brother?" "Wild rabbits are much more delicate than domestic ones, very temperamental. Let third brother try. Leaving them here will just mean death. It's better to take them back and see if we can raise them. I happen to have an iron cage lying around, and we can just use some wire to make the opening smaller when we get back." Yang Fuyo didn't directly reach in to grab the baby rabbits. Instead, he walked to the side, hung the mother rabbit on a tree, and swiftly cut several slits in its skin before tearing it open with force. With a rip, the entire rabbit skin was cleanly removed. After dealing with the rabbit, Yang Fuyo carefully picked up the few baby wild rabbits, placed them into the soft rabbit skin, wrapped them up, and stuffed them into his own embrace. The group continued to collect Ao Jiao, and after finishing the herbs on the cliff, they returned to the village with a nest of baby rabbits. Upon returning to Meng Ye's house after settling the nest of baby rabbits, Meng Ye prepared some milk powder for them. However, the baby rabbits were too small and didn't know how to drink. Helpless, Meng Ye went to the supply store and bought a small nipple, and only then did the baby rabbits gulp down the milk hungrily. A large bowl of milk powder was completely consumed by them. Looking at the well-fed babies, Meng Ye smiled broadly. No wonder no one has successfully raised wild rabbits. In this day and age, ordinary families don't even have money to buy milk powder for themselves, let alone spend money feeding rabbits. After settling the little rabbit, Meng Ye stood up to check the progress of the house. With the help of the villagers, the speed of construction was quite rapid. In just a day and a half, the house had already risen to a height of over a person, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take 2 days to complete the roof. Meng Ye took out a box of Universe brand cigarettes bought from the supply and marketing cooperative and handed 2 cigarettes to the 2 tile workers. "Masters, you have worked hard these past 2 days. Here, take a break and have a smoke." Seeing that Meng Ye had offered them filtered cigarettes, the 2 tile workers were taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted and joyfully accepted the cigarettes. "Aw, thank you, little boss. Why are you giving us such good cigarettes?" These filtered cigarettes taste really nice." Though they were speaking, their hands obediently brought the cigarettes to their mouths, and they hurriedly took out matches to light them. As the smoke swirled around, satisfaction appeared on the faces of the 2 workers. Seeing their enjoyment, Meng Ye chuckled and got straight to the point. "Masters, once I finish this house, I will need you to stay here a bit longer." The 2 workers were taken aback, wondering if Meng Ye intended to keep them captive. "Well, I have 2 good brothers who also want to build 2 large tile houses, so I will need your help then." "What? 2 more houses? Don't joke around." The 2 tile workers' eyes widened in shock. What kind of joke was this? 2 more houses? How much would that cost? Are the people in Menjiagu really that wealthy? Just like that, spending 600 or 700 yuan on a house? Meng Ye noticed their shock and smiled as he explained, "Masters, just rest assured and build. The money will definitely not be short for you, and if we build this house, well, the villagers will come looking for you in the future." Hearing this, the shock on the 2 workers' faces gradually turned into excitement. One of the workers took a puff of his cigarette and said, "All right, as long as the price is right, we will definitely do a good job." Meng Ye grinned and continued, "The price is negotiable, and I will definitely make sure you are satisfied. Once I finish building my house, you can continue to help my 2 brothers, and it won't delay anything. I will pay you all at once then." The other worker nodded and said, "Okay, it's settled then. Little boss, you are a straightforward person. We can trust you." Meng Ye patted the shoulders of the 2 workers and said, "Then I will trouble you, and once the houses are all built, I will treat you to drinks." The 2 workers laughed heartily. Their enthusiasm increased, and they extinguished their cigarette butts and got back to work. "Hey, Meng Ye, we're busy here." At that moment, the village head's voice came from behind. Turning around, Meng Ye saw the village head walking into the yard with a beaming face, showing undeniable joy. "Hello, village head. You look radiant. Something good must have happened." Meng Ye laughed and greeted. "Hee, you really guessed right. Yesterday, I went to the county for a meeting, and the county head specifically praised our village, saying we follow the great leader's call, adapt to local conditions, and are not afraid of hardship or fatigue coming from practice to practice." Hearing the village head's long-winded speech, Meng Ye felt a headache coming on and quickly interrupted. All right, village head, we can't understand all of this. Just tell us something we can understand." The village head laughed heartily. "Who the hell told you to not learn your letters properly?" To put it simply, the county head specifically mentioned our village during the meeting, saying that in the past half-month, we have submitted a lot of meat, greatly alleviating the county's meat shortage issue, and they also allocated 20 brand new rifles from Chichihar to our village, and 100 gene of rice. Upon hearing this good news, Meng Ye's eyes lit up. "Wow, that's really great. 20 rifles and 100 gene of rice, that's worth quite a bit of money. Of course, all of this is thanks to you. How to distribute it, you decide. I won't take charge of that." Meng Ye chuckled and said without much thought, "As for the rice, just leave 5 gene for me, and the rest can be distributed. Nowadays, everyone is having a tough time. Let's just get through these 2 years." Hearing Meng Ye's distribution plan, the village head nodded in satisfaction. "As for the rifles, just leave 1 for me. The rest, I suggest temporarily storing in the warehouse and not distributing to the militia. To be honest, it would be a waste for them to use these rifles. It's best to establish an assessment system. Whoever shoots well can get a new rifle, which would also motivate them to practice shooting well." Hearing Meng Ye's thoughts, the village head's eyes brightened, and he slapped his thigh hard. "Oh, why didn't I think of that? This plan is simply brilliant. Let's see if those little rascals will still slack off. Every day lugging around a broken gun, they can't aim right or shoot properly. They might as well carry a firewood stick instead." The village head scolded for a while, his teeth gritting in anger, before calming down. He took out a piece of orange candy from his pocket and handed it to Meng Ye. "Here, try this. I snagged it from the county head's office. It's really tasty. I didn't even dare to eat it, and save it all for you." Looking at the orange candy in the village head's hand, Meng Ye grinned. He hadn't seen this type of candy in many years. He remembered it was only sold during his childhood back when his family was poor and he couldn't eat anything good. Only during the new year would his mother buy some, wrapping it in oil paper, and to prevent Meng Ye from sneaking a taste, she would hide the candy at the very top of the cabinet. Meng Ye reached out, took a piece, and put it in his mouth. Instantly, a long-lost sweet and sour flavor spread in his mouth. "Thanks, village head," Meng Ye said with a smile. The village head waved his hand. "What's there to be polite about between us? If it weren't for you, how could our village have such good fortune? All right, you all continue with your work. I'll be going now." After the village head left, Meng Ye kept a few pieces for himself and distributed the rest to Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo. Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo ate the candy with joy written all over their faces. Meng Ye slurped on the candy while mumbling, Lao this candy is really sweet, just like the one we had when we were kids. Yang Fuyo nodded in agreement. Yes, I almost forgot what sweetness tastes like. At that moment, Meng Ye seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly brightened. I have a plan that will let you two eat candy every day from now on. What a sugar every day? Meng Ye's eyes flickered with astonishment. In the 1960s, having sugar once in a while posed no issue. A single piece cost next to nothing, but consuming it daily was sheer extravagance. Second brother spit it out already. What's the trick to eating sugar daily? Yang Fuyo urged impatiently beside him. Meng Ye smiled mysteriously and waved the two forward. Follow me. Today I guarantee you'll eat your fill. With that, Meng Ye led Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo, each lugging a massive water bucket, deep into the mountains. Along the way, Meng Ye could barely contain his curiosity, peppering Meng Ye with questions. Second brother, where exactly are you taking us? Didn't you say we were going for sugar? Why head into the mountains? Meng Ye chuckled softly. Just follow me. You'll find out soon enough. Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo reluctantly pressed on, trailing Meng Ye for a long stretch. Then Meng Ye halted, pointing ahead. There, just beyond this ridge, lies a black beehive nearly half a man's height tall. It's brimming with honey. At the mention of the black beehive, Yang Fuyo remained unfazed, but Meng Ye leapt straight into the air like a cat stepped on its tail, his face draining of color in sheer terror. Damn it. Second brother, you're insane. You'd actually dare disturb that thing. You've got a death wish. Let's go. Third brother, come with me. We're done playing with this reckless fool. As he spoke, Meng Ye reached to drag Yang Fuyo away. Yang Fuyo stood rooted, puzzled. Brother, what's wrong? It's just a beehive. We'll sting it and bolt. Meng Ye's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. You don't know a damn thing. Ordinary bees. Fine, I wouldn't blink. But these are Greater Khingan black bees. One sting swells you up like a balloon. You two paralyzes you outright. 3, and even immortals couldn't save you. Hearing this, Yang Fuyo shuddered involuntarily and slowly turned his gaze toward Meng Ye. Second brother, we swore to die on the same day, but I don't want to die now. I haven't even begun to live my best life yet. Watching the two comical figures twist in despair, Meng Ye sighed, half amused, half exasperated. Oh, relax, you're safe with me. If things go south, you two can cower behind me and bolt at the first sign of trouble. And when have I ever charged into battle unprepared? Hearing Meng Ye's confidence, their dread eased slightly, yet nerves still prickled as they tiptoed cautiously behind him. After trekking several dozen meters, the trio finally crested the ridge, just as a blood-curdling roar shattered the silence. Birds exploded from the treetops in panic. Then came the sharp, splintering cracks of snapping timber. Danger! Something massive is coming. Grab your weapons. Meng Ye cried instantly, raising his rifle toward the source of the sound. A colossal black shadow barreled violently from the distance, and the moment Meng Ye laid eyes on the bear, his pupils flared with sudden excitement. Damn it! It's a black bear. Lads, aim and fire. Bring this beast down. Before Meng Ye could finish, Meng Ye's face went stark white. He seized both Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo and sprinted in the opposite direction. Wait, second brother. Why run? 3 of us, 2 rifles, and third brother's blade skills. Taking down one bear should be easy. Exactly. Second brother, no backing down now. Meng Ye didn't slacken pace, shouting over his shoulder, take a look behind that bear. What do you see? At Meng Ye's words, they whipped around and beheld a churning, ink-black mass surging in the bear's wake like a living fog. Simultaneously, a deafening, ominous drone filled their ears. At the sight, Meng Ye's face turned sickly green. Damn it! Black bees! Meng Ye wrenched free of Meng Ye's grip and shot off like an arrow. Yang Fuyo, heart hammering, didn't hesitate. He bolted too. Meng Ye was left stumbling far behind. Damn it, you two traitors. No loyalty whatsoever. He redoubled his speed, chasing after them. But soon something felt deeply wrong. The bear wasn't fleeing from them. It was running behind them, turning whenever they turned. And all the while it roared frantically, as if urging them onward. Meng Ye ground his teeth in fury. Damn it. Does this bear have a screw loose? Why is it tailing us? This bear's downright malicious. Even in death it wants us as its sacrificial lambs. Unbelievable. We cannot let it catch us. That'd be the most humiliating end imaginable. Now frantic as ants on a scalding pan, the 3 abandoned all sense of direction, crashing wildly through the undergrowth. Suddenly, a narrow river cut across the forest ahead. Meng Ye's face lit with elation. Quick, into the river. Without pause, he dove in, submerging his body completely, and clamped a large iron bucket over his head. Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo watched, eyes widening in dawning realization, and plunged in after him, mimicking his move by sealing their own heads beneath iron buckets. Within minutes, the black bear thundered to the riverbank, and froze bewildered at the sight of 3 floating iron buckets bobbing upon the water. Yet the black bee swarm closed in relentlessly behind it, leaving no choice. With a mighty leap, the bear plunged into the river. Splashed. A colossal geyser erupted. Waves surged violently, rocking the 3 buckets back and forth like toys. The bee swarm arrived moments later, disoriented, buzzing furiously as they darted in frantic circles. Occasional bees slammed against the iron buckets with sharp metallic clangs. Beneath his bucket, Meng Ye exhaled deeply and silently praised Meng Ye's brilliance. Inside his own bucket, Meng Ye basked smugly in his own ingenuity until a sudden current swirled around him. Then, two massive paws reached and seized his bucket and began hauling it swiftly downstream. By the time Meng Ye registered the danger, it was too late. Stripped of his cover, he had no choice but to dive deep, holding his breath, kicking hard, desperate to overtake the bear swimming away with his bucket. From within their buckets, Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo heard the commotion, ducked underwater, and saw the bear clutching Meng Ye's bucket steadily vanishing into the distance. Watching the bear recede, Meng Ye clenched his jaw in helpless rage, then with a final frustrated sigh slipped into Meng Ye's bucket. What happened, second brother? Did that black bear steal your bucket? Meng Ye spat out river water and cursed, damn it, the bear's gone feral. It knew to snatch the bucket, truly. Wait, hold on. Why does that black bear look strangely familiar? Hey, what's there to be familiar or unfamiliar with? They all look the same, don't they? Hey Lauer, do you hear that? Isn't it much quieter outside? Meng Ye held his breath, silently listening to the sounds outside. The black bees that had been buzzing and circling above the water were indeed much quieter now. Meng Ye peeked out through a small gap, only to see that there were just a few black bees left, searching for the traces of the others on the water's surface. So Meng Ye hid back again, waiting for more than 10 minutes before daring to come out of the water. The three of them crawled up the shore, soaked to the skin. Meng Ye cursed with a face full of rage. Damn it. This bear is too damn cunning. Why did it have to run this way? Who says it isn't? The key is that the beast even stole Airguess's bucket. It's gone crazy for sure. At this moment, Meng Ye was still recalling the scene when he saw the bear. Although they all looked the same, it felt somewhat familiar. At that moment, the large water bucket stolen by the bear unexpectedly reappeared in the river. Not only that, but it was even floating upstream towards them. Holy crap. It's haunted. Haunted my ass. That bear has swum back. Damn it. It even dares to come back. Watch me shoot it. Saying that, Meng Ye raised his hand and fired a shot straight at the iron bucket. Clang. A spark flashed, and the iron bucket was instantly sent flying, revealing the terrified face of a big bear. The shot scared the bear quite a bit. It let out a scream and suddenly dashed out of the water, using its hands and feet to swim away. Damn it. It still wants to run. Let me give it another shot. Meng Ye spat and raised his hand to fire again. Just then, Meng Ye suddenly noticed that the skin around the bear's neck was bare. Wait, don't shoot. Meng Ye shouted loudly. Meng Ye's gun froze in midair, looking at Meng Ye with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Lao Air? If you don't shoot, it'll get away. Hearing Meng Ye's voice, the bear also stopped, turned around, and tilted its head, looking at Meng Ye. In the astonished gaze of the others, the bear actually waved its hand at Meng Ye. This completely left Meng Ye and Yang Fuyu in confusion, looking from the bear to Meng Ye with a bewildered expression. Yang Fuyu asked, Ergo, am I seeing things? Did that bear just wave at you? Meng Ye responded, no, Lao Air. What the hell is going on? Is this bear a relative of yours? Meng Ye replied with a dark face, you're the one related to the bear. Meng Ye slowly walked forward, and upon closer inspection, he realized that this bear was the one he had released from the circus a few days ago. The bear patch on its neck was due to the collar it had worn for a long time. Seeing that Meng Ye behind Meng Ye had lowered his gun, the bear climbed ashore and vigorously shook off the water, splashing Meng Ye's face. After shaking off a few times, the bear walked up to Meng Ye, nudging him with its large head and letting out a low growl. Meanwhile, Meng Ye and Yang Fuyu were dumbfounded. This is a bear. It would eat a person without spitting out the bones. Yet now this bear was snuggling next to Meng Ye like a little cat. This completely overturned their understanding. Lao Air, what's going on with you? Meng Ye asked in shock. Meng Ye patted the bear's head and smiled, saying, to be honest with you two, a few days ago a group of circus performers came to our village, and later I discovered they were spies from the Gua of medicinal plasters. So I took care of them, and this bear was originally a captive performing animal, I just let it go. I didn't expect to run into it today. After listening to Meng Ye's explanation, Meng Ye and Yang Fuyu nodded, curiously moving closer. Lauer, can I touch it? Meng Ye asked with some anticipation. Normally he had beaten bears, but it was his first time touching a living bear. Hearing Meng Ye's words, Meng Ye felt uncomfortable and helplessly said, big brother, just call me by my name from now on. This Lauer thing doesn't sit well with me. Meng Ye was stunned, and then he reacted, throwing his head back and laughing heartily. All right then, Lauer, I will touch this bear. Saying this, Meng Ye carefully extended his hand and gently patted the bear's back. The bear didn't resist and even closed its eyes comfortably. Yang Fuyu, seeing this, also mustered his courage to touch it, saying, hey, I have to say its fur is quite soft. Meng Ye looked at the two of them, helplessly shaking his head with a smile. At that moment, the bear suddenly stood up, pointed towards the distance, and then looked at Meng Ye, letting out a low growl. Meng Ye was puzzled and looked in the direction it was pointing, but saw nothing. What does this bear mean? Meng Ye asked. Meng Ye pondered for a moment, seemingly understanding the bear's intention, grinning, it probably wants us to go get a beehive. Hearing this, Meng Ye laughed heartily. This guy is clever. Can't solve it himself, so he calls us. Ha ha, ergo, this bear is too funny, it's quite entertaining, just like a person. Meng Ye also helplessly smiled, and patted the bear's head, saying, "All right, we came here to collect honey too, so I'll share some with you later. But first you can't rush ahead, stay behind obediently, and you'll get your share of honey. Did you hear me?" The bear understood Meng Ye's words, its eyes brightened, and it nodded vigorously. Thus the 3 men and 1 bear cautiously made their way towards the beehive. After the earlier commotion, the security around the beehive became more intense. From 200 meters away, they could see worker bees patrolling. At the same time, they could hear a massive buzzing sound from afar, deafening like thunder. Meng Ye, the 3 of them, and the bear squatted in the bushes, observing the situation outside. "Lauer, how do we deal with these black bees? We can't even get close," Meng Ye said anxiously. Meng Ye grinned. He, "Don't worry, I have a secret weapon." Meng Ye surveyed his surroundings, beginning his search. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a patch of wild grass not far away, and his eyes brightened. Quietly crawling out of the bushes, he gathered a large handful of wild grass, along with some leftover dry grass from last year. The wild grass was entirely green, with fan-shaped leaves that were light green on the front and slightly pale green on the back. "Second brother, what are you doing grabbing some mugwort?" Yang Fuyo asked with a puzzled expression. "You two should grab some too, otherwise when the swarm goes wild you'll be in trouble." Although the two were confused, they followed Meng Ye's instructions and also gathered some mugwort and dry grass. Meng Ye took out a match from his pocket and lit the dry grass in his hand. Whoosh! The dry grass caught fire instantly upon encountering the fierce flames. However, thanks to the mugwort, the fire did not spread quickly. Instead, it produced a thick black smoke. The thick smoke was extremely pungent, causing Yang Fuyo beside him to cough violently. "Cough, cough. Second brother, what is this? It's too choking, I can't even open my eyes." While coughing and wiping his tears with one hand, Yang Fuyo covered his nose with the other to prevent the smoke from entering. Meng Ye ignored Yang Fuyo's complaints and slowly stood up, holding the smoking mugwort torch. The swarm of bees that had been patrolling the air saw the thick smoke, buzzed loudly, and rushed over, releasing pheromones to summon their companions. Within seconds, the swarm arrived and frantically charged at Meng Ye and the others. Just when everyone felt their hearts leap into their throats, the thick smoke worked its magic. The black bees that inhaled the smoke became disoriented, flailing wildly in the air before finally crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo's eyes lit up. "Wow, this stuff really works. All right, stop dawdling. Hurry and grab the bucket to go to the hive. If they wake up, we're done for." With that, Meng Ye and the others quickly raised their mugwort torches and carried their buckets towards the hive. Upon reaching the hive, their expressions stiffened and goosebumps broke out all over. It seemed that the hive had received a warning of their intrusion, as a dense layer of black bees surrounded the outside, with a swarm of bees hovering in the air ready for action. Clearly, the hive was already on high alert. At that moment, a sudden crashing sound of falling trees came from behind Meng Ye and the others. Turning around, they saw the bear Xiongzi jogging towards them. Meng Ye's expression darkened as he whispered angrily, "Stop. I told you not to come over. I said to wait there." The bear Xiongzi tilted his head, seemingly pondering what Meng Ye meant. At this point, the guard bees around the hive detected the presence of Meng Ye and the others, and they instantly erupted into chaos, rushing towards the 3 like a massive black blanket. The swarm was so dense that it blocked out the sunlight. "Gather together, crouch down," Meng Ye shouted loudly. Being stung by so many black bees would spell disaster. After saying this, the 3 quickly formed a circle and crouched down. The bear Xiongzi understood Meng Ye's intention and squeezed in with them, directly diving into the center, hugging his head as he crouched on the ground. The swarm quickly surged towards them, but under the influence of the thick smoke, the once ferocious bees became disoriented in the next moment, ultimately falling to the ground like a shower of black hail, creating a thick layer. Gradually, the number of black bees in the air decreased, and the few remaining struggled in their final throes. After flapping a few times, they too collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Meng Ye felt a surge of joy. "Let's go, brothers. It's time to get to work." With that, Meng Ye rushed to the hive, placing the large bucket beneath it, and drew a short blade from his waist, slicing down to cut a large chunk that fell directly into the bucket. From the cut, golden honey flowed down like a waterfall. Meng Ye resisted the urge to dip his finger in it and taste. As soon as the honey touched his tongue, Meng Ye's eyes widened. A natural sweetness exploded on his palate, wildly stimulating his taste buds. The sweetness was pure and rich, unlike the monotonous taste of artificially added sugars, infused with the unique freshness and richness of nature. Amidst the sweetness, there was a faint hint of wildflower fragrance, as if spring itself were contained within. The honey flowed over his tongue, velvety and smooth, soothing his dry throat, prompting Meng Ye to lick his fingers a few more times. "Second brother, how is it? Is it sweet?" Yang Fuyo asked eagerly from the side. Meng Ye snapped back to reality, grinning as he replied, "Sweet, incredibly sweet. This is much better than orange candy." Upon hearing this, Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo also eagerly dipped their hands into the honey to taste. While the two were busy licking their fingers, Meng Ye hastened his pace in cutting the hive, and soon the bucket was filled more than halfway. "Meng Ye, don't just eat, hurry and work. If the black bees wake up, we'll be in serious trouble." Upon hearing Meng Ye's words, the two quickly nodded and got busy. Just as the three were working fervently, the bear Xiongzi leaned over, squeezing his large head between the three of them, his eyes shining as he fixated on the silk-like honey drooling. Meng Ye chuckled helplessly and cut a large piece to offer to the bear Xiongzi. Here, hurry and eat. If the swarm wakes up, there won't be any left. The bear Xiongzi was overjoyed, grabbing the piece of honey still attached to the hive, and began munching eagerly, occasionally letting out excited growls. After a while, Meng Ye and the others had filled 2 large buckets with honey, and the massive hive was reduced by more than half. Haha, so much honey, we're in for a treat this time. All right, let's go, the swarm will wake up soon. At that moment, Yang Fuyo took out a cloth bag from his pocket, saying, Elder brother, second brother, I brought a bag, as since we've come all this way, let's take back more. However, Meng Ye swiftly stopped him. Third brother, let's go, don't think about the rest. In our group, we have a rule, we can't be greedy. If we take all the honey this time, those black bees will starve to death, and when we want to eat honey again, there will be nowhere to find it. Yang Fuyo scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly as he replied, All right, I understand now, second brother. You and elder brother need to teach me more about the rules in the mountains. If I had come alone, I would have definitely cleaned out the entire hive. Ha. The three exchanged smiles, carrying the honey as they walked down the mountain. At that moment, the black bees lying unconscious on the ground began to show signs of awakening. The bear Xiongzi, who was gorging on honey, noticed this, and his expression changed. Clutching the honey in his hands, he stood up and chased after the direction Meng Ye and the others had left. At this moment, Meng Ye and his companions were excitedly making their way back when they heard heavy footsteps behind them. They turned around to see Xiongxiazi running towards them. Why are you still following us? Hurry back, if you come to the village with us, you'll definitely be cooked. Xiongxiazi understood Meng Ye's words, stopped in his tracks, and let out a low growl, his face showing a hint of reluctance. Second brother, I think this Xiongxiazi has taken a liking to you, Meng Ye teased with a grin. Meng Ye rolled his eyes at him and tossed a large piece of honey from the bucket to Xiongxiazi. Just don't follow us anymore, finish eating and go back. Also, don't worry about that beehive. After some time, when the hive is rebuilt, it'll take you there again. Xiongxiazi nodded, clutching the large piece of honey, and ran into the jungle. Meng Ye and his companions exchanged smiles and continued towards the village with their water bucket. As they passed the small bridge at the village entrance, they saw a Beijing jeep parked in front of Meng Ye's house from a distance. Surrounding the vehicle were layers of people, all looking on with curiosity. In the 1960s, especially in rural areas, seeing a liberation truck was considered a rarity. Even city dwellers rarely saw a Beijing jeep. However, when Meng Ye saw that jeep, his brow furrowed. As someone from the military, he naturally had some understanding of the vehicle's origin and background. At this stage, most Beijing jeeps were supplied to the military or important state agencies. The appearance of this vehicle at his doorstep indicated that something significant was happening. If he wasn't mistaken, it was likely the beginning of Hu Biao's revenge. With this thought, Meng Ye let out a cold laugh and strode towards his home with his 2 brothers. Villagers gathered around as soon as they saw Meng Ye return. Oh, Meng Ye is back. Meng Ye, hurry inside and take a look, a big shot has come to your house. Meng Ye, the official who came to your house, is quite significant, arriving in a Beijing jeep. I've only heard about it on the radio, and this is the first time I've actually seen one. At this moment, Aunt Chen pulled Meng Ye aside, her expression not looking too good, and whispered, Meng Ye, this group is here to capture you. While they don't know you're back, hurry and leave. Meng Ye raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. I want to see on what grounds they plan to capture me. With that, he pushed through the crowd and stepped into the courtyard. At that moment, the village chief stood in the courtyard next to a stern-looking middle-aged man and 2 soldiers. 2 bricklayers were also forced to stop working, sitting in the shade nearby to cool off. Leader, are you sure about this? Meng Ye is someone I've watched grow up. How could he possibly be a spy for the Gaoyao country? The village chief wiped the sweat from his forehead, anxiously explaining. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, humph. Whether or not it's your word that counts, we will investigate thoroughly. You know well how many spies have come out of Minjiagu over the years. Aren't you the village chief? Don't you have even this much vigilance? How did this happen? If you don't want to deal with it, I can report it to your superior and get someone else. The village chief's face turned red from the reprimand, wanting to say something, but holding back. It was indeed as the man said. Minjiagu didn't know why, but ever since 1949, every few years a spy for the Gaoyao country would be caught, and in severe cases an entire family would be spies. The village chief was also quite speechless, not understanding why spies seemed to enjoy gathering here. Just then a cold voice came from the entrance. Are you here to find me? The man looked up coldly at Meng Ye. You are Meng Ye? That's me, Meng Ye replied emphatically. Huh, you dare to play tricks with me? Capture him. Take him back for interrogation. Yes. X2, the man commanded, and the 2 soldiers behind him lunged at Meng Ye, ready to seize him. Meng Ye would not simply surrender, just as he prepared to strike back, a dark gun barrel extended from behind him, pointed directly at the faces of the 2 soldiers. I dare you to move. Do you believe I'll blow your heads off? Meng Ye shouted fiercely, looking as terrifying as a hellish demon. At the same time, Yang Fuyo also drew out the butcher's knife in front of him, pointing the blade forward. Though he said nothing, his gaze was chillingly fierce, sending shivers down people's spines. The presence of the two men felt almost tangible, pressing down on the two soldiers who were frightened into retreating several steps. Seeing this, the man cursed, "Damn it! You two useless fools." With that, he pulled out his handgun from his waist and aimed it at Meng Ye. "Kid, we are from the Counter-Espionage Intelligence Department. I advise you to come with us obediently. Whether you are guilty or innocent will be determined later. Go with you." "What a joke. What if you force a confession from me? I won't even know how I die." "Leader, as the saying goes, when catching a thief, catch the one with the goods. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to arrest someone without evidence?" The man sneered. "Humph, you're quite stubborn. We have reliable intelligence. Someone reported you as a spy for the Gaoyao country." Meng Ye snorted coldly. "Leader, you can't just take someone based on someone else's word. If that's the case, I report that those two soldiers behind you are also spies for the Gaoyao country. Hurry and capture them." Hearing Meng Ye's words, the villagers watching outside burst into laughter, even starting to cheer. "Leader, I report. My neighbor Wu Lair is a spy for the Gaoyao country. His feet stink too much. He doesn't smell like us Huaxiao people." "I also report. My seventh uncle is also a spy for the Gaoyao country. He has married 8 wives in his life, definitely a little devil. By your logic, my dog must also be a spy for the Gaoyao country. That beast has had its way with all the little female dogs in the village." "Ha ha ha ha." The villagers burst into laughter, completely disregarding the middle-aged man's face, which had turned as red as a pig's liver. The man gritted his teeth in anger, clenching his fists, seemingly trying to suppress his inner turmoil. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the village chief hurriedly stepped forward. "Leader, I know this child Meng Ye. He cannot be a spy. Moreover, it's inappropriate to arrest someone without evidence." Meng Ye seized the opportunity to say, "Exactly, you can investigate at my house or anywhere in the village. Feel free to ask anyone. If I have any issues, you can handle me as you wish. Don't say just taking me away. Even if you shoot me on the spot, I won't even blink an eye." The man took a deep breath, knowing that if he didn't present evidence, Meng Ye definitely wouldn't be taken away today. "All right, then we'll start the investigation now. If we find any issues, we won't let it slide. You two search everything that has been taken out of his home and see if there's anything suspicious." The man instructed the two soldiers behind him while he walked into the crowd, selecting a few seemingly honest villagers to question one by one. 2 soldiers began to search, but they did not focus on the bowl rack or the clutter. Instead, they were rummaging through the wardrobe and the bedding. Seeing this, Meng Ye sneered. It seemed this group was indeed called by Hu Biao. Their target was clear. They were looking for the medicinal flag hidden by Hu Biao and the Japanese medal. After searching for quite a while, just when they were about to give up, suddenly an iron box fell out from the crevice of the bedding. The 2 soldiers' eyes lit up instantly, and they excitedly shouted, "Found it! We found it!" Hearing their exclamations, the middle-aged man raised the corners of his mouth, stood up, walked over, and reached out to take the iron box, gently shaking it. A series of clinking metallic sounds came from within. The man sneered, "Meng Ye, what is inside this box?" Meng Ye coldly laughed inside, but his face feigned panic. "Don't touch it. Give it back to me. This thing is very important to me. Very important. Let me tell you, if there are things from the medicinal country inside, then you are committing treason. No one can save you." Saying this, the man, under everyone's watchful eyes, abruptly opened the iron box. But when he saw what was inside the box, the man's previously elated expression instantly froze. His mouth twitched a few times, and his face gradually turned red. "Impossible. How could it be?" The man looked incredulous. The 2 soldiers beside him also leaned in, and upon seeing the items in the box, they were equally shocked. Seeing the expressions of the 3, Meng Ye sneered, stepped forward, snatched the iron box, and took out the bright red 5-star flag. Meng Ye unfurled the flag and declared loudly, "This is my most important possession, the 5-star flag that I have cherished for so long. And this, the portrait of the great man. He is the person I respect the most. How dare you compare a great man to the beasts of the medicinal country? This is utterly despicable. If you ask me, you are the spies of the medicinal country." The middle-aged man's face alternated between green and white, struggling to maintain composure. "Humph, perhaps you have more hidden away." Meng Ye glared angrily. "You can continue searching, but if you don't find any other evidence, don't slander me here." At this moment, the villagers around also gathered, accusing the middle-aged man and his companions of false accusations. Seeing the situation turning against him, the middle-aged man's gaze flickered as he tried to find an excuse to slip away. Meng Ye stepped forward to block him. "Want to leave? It's not that easy. Relying on your little authority to slander me as a traitor. You must give me an explanation." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, feeling both angry and frustrated, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he dared not be arrogant any longer and had no choice but to awkwardly apologize to Meng Ye, leaving in a car with the 2 soldiers looking dejected. Meng Ye, on the other hand, held the 5-star flag high, though under the sunlight that bright red was even more dazzling. Among the crowd, a figure glared fiercely at Meng Ye, seething with hatred. "Damn it, that kid got away with it again. This matter cannot be let go." Saying this, the figure disappeared into the crowd. Watching the jeep gradually disappear over the horizon, Meng Ye grinned. Hu Biao was probably furious right now. Although he had cleverly resolved this matter, Hu Biao was like a ticking time bomb, and it was uncertain when he might spring another surprise on him. No one wanted a knife constantly hanging over their head. Thinking of this, Meng Ye snorted coldly. It seemed he had to find an opportunity to discreetly eliminate this tumor. Old two, you were so amazing. I am so pumped up. Yeah, second brother, you were so cool just now. Looking at the nearby Meng Ye and Yang Fu Yu, Meng Ye felt warmth in his heart. He had previously thought that swearing brotherhood was a moment of impulse, but now he felt completely different. These two before him were absolutely worthy of him, entrusting his future to. Meng Ye felt a surge of warmth pulling both of them into a hug. Ha ha ha, what's cool, or not tonight, I'll cook some good dishes for you both, and we'll have a good drink together. At this moment, Meng Ye saw the villagers gathered outside the wall preparing to leave, and quickly released the two, loudly addressing the villagers. Thank you to all the villagers for standing up for me today. Oh, Meng Ye, what are you doing? We are all family, there's no need for such politeness. Exactly. We are all one family. You grew up in front of us. How could we not know what you are like? If you ever need anything in the future, just let us know. It's not easy being alone. Meng Ye felt warmth in his heart and deeply bowed to the crowd. Meng Ye and Yang Fu Yu followed suit. At this moment, the village chief stepped forward and said to everyone, everyone please don't leave yet. Since we have a full crowd today, I have something to say. If anyone missed it, please convey it to each other later. Hearing the village chief speak, the villagers who were about to leave turned back. Once everyone was back, the village chief cleared his throat and said loudly, in the ravine behind our village there used to be a group of wild boars. Our village has organized several hunts, but to no avail. Thanks to Meng Ye and the others, that group of wild boars has been driven away. That land is top-notch. The black soil layer is over a meter deep. If it is cultivated and crops are planted, it will surely yield a high harvest. So tomorrow, every household should send one laborer to help the team with the land reclamation, and lunch will be provided. Upon hearing that lunch would not only be provided, but also in abundance, the villagers became excited. Village chief, can my wife join in too? Will there be food? The village chief laughed heartily. Of course. No matter the gender or age. Everyone will be well fed as long as we can clear that land. After that, our village won't have to go hungry. Upon hearing that they could bring their families along, the villagers' eyes lit up. It is known that whenever the team offers a meal, it is at least cornmeal, although it does not compare to the meat offered by Meng Ye. However, compared to the wild vegetables and rice husks they usually eat, this was simply exquisite. All right, everyone go home and rest early today. Bring your tools tomorrow morning and gather at the entrance of the team. After saying this, the villagers gradually departed. Meng Ye's home also returned to tranquility. Meng Ye took Meng Ye and Yang Fu Yu to Xiaomai's house, and after a hearty meal sent the two back to the team. However, Meng Ye did not go home directly. Instead, he quietly slipped into the mountains under the cover of night. The night passed quietly, and the next morning the village became lively, as every household gathered with shovels and picks at the entrance of the brigade. Meng Ye's rising sound woke up Xiaomai beside him. Oh, you're awake. You stayed up late last night. What were you busy with? Xiaomai rubbed her sleepy eyes and stretched. Meng Ye chuckled. I got a bit carried away drinking yesterday, couldn't sleep, so I snacked on some hazelnuts in the middle of the night. I thought there were rats in the house. Well, I can't sleep anymore. I need to help clear the land for the brigade. Xiaomai, don't go to do the men's work. It's exhausting. Just take care of the home. I want to eat the pickled cabbage stew you make tonight. Can you prepare some for me? Why are you still thinking about pickled cabbage stew? If it's not stewed long enough, it won't taste good. I'll forget it. You go ahead. I'll stew it at home. Just don't come back too late tonight. Hee, don't worry. I'll be back before dark. Meng Ye chuckled, quickly gulped down some food carefully, took out a cloth bag from the wardrobe, tucked it into his coat, and headed out to gather at the brigade office. At this moment, the entrance of the brigade office was already filled with people of all ages, all full of energy. When they saw Meng Ye arrive, everyone greeted him except for Hu Biao, who sat under the big locust tree, glaring at Meng Ye with a face full of resentment. Seeing Hu Biao, Meng Ye grinned and deliberately approached him. Hu Biao, what's wrong this early in the morning? Why the long face? Hu Biao rolled his eyes at Meng Ye and huffed. Whose pants are down that you popped out? Go do what you need to do and stop being an eyesore here. Instead of getting angry, Meng Ye felt even better seeing Hu Biao's furious expression and continued to tease. Hu Biao, you look like someone who tried to frame someone else, but failed sulking here. Hearing Meng Ye's words, Hu Biao's face turned bright red, and he suddenly stood up. Who framed you? You. Hu Biao's words were cut short as he realized something was off, and quickly sat back down. Fortunately, there weren't many people around, and no one noticed them. Meng Ye sneered, ignoring Hu Biao, and turned to walk to the back of the line. At that moment, Meng Ye and Yang Fu Yu walked out of the brigade office and approached Meng Ye. Old San and I combined our efforts, so we won't be going to clear the land with you today. We're going to take a stroll in the woods. I found a lot of deer droppings at Wangbago recently, and we're thinking of seeing if we can find some. Oh, right, can you lend us your gun? I want to practice shooting with Old San. Just using a knife in the mountains isn't enough, it's too risky. Sure, you guys can go, but I can't lend you my gun. Hearing Meng Ye's words, Yang Fu Yu looked slightly disappointed, while Meng Ye's expression darkened, and he punched Meng Ye on the shoulder. Old Air, can you stop being so stingy? What's wrong with lending your gun to Old Air? It won't get damaged or anything. Wait a minute. As Meng Ye was saying this, he saw Meng Ye walking towards the village chief who was approaching, and Meng Ye felt as if he had punched cotton, his face flushed with anger. Seeing Meng Ye approach, the village chief greeted him with a smile. Here comes Meng Ye. Good morning, village chief. There's something I want to discuss with you. Didn't the county approve guns for the village? I'd like to pick up my gun now. The village chief nodded. Sure, no problem. It's in the brigade warehouse. Just go with Hu Biao to get it. All right, Meng Ye, you can go with him. We'll head out first. You can catch up with us later. After saying this, the village chief began organizing the crowd, leading them into the mountains. Hu Biao looked displeased, but since the village chief had spoken, he could only comply. Meng Ye turned to Yang Fuyu and shouted, Old San, go with this big brother to get a new gun. Let him help you pick a good one. I'll go work first. Hearing Meng Ye's words, Meng Ye and Yang Fuyu were all stunned in place. Yang Fuyu's expression instantly changed from disappointment to excitement. What? Second brother? You're letting me get a new gun? Meng Ye grinned. Yeah, the new guns from Chichihaha are really good. At this moment, Meng Ye also snapped back to reality, his face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, Old heir. Big brother, just now. Meng Ye waved his hand and smiled. We're all brothers. No need to be polite. With that, he gave his chest a light tap with his fist. The three shared a knowing smile, a bond of brotherhood forming in their hearts. Meanwhile, Hu Biao was infuriated, having previously dealt with Meng Ye alone. Now, he had to confront three. Thinking of this, Hu Biao snorted coldly, cursing inwardly, Damn it. You all wait. How dare you call yourselves brothers with Meng Ye? I'll take care of all three of you later. Meng Ye instructed a few more things, and then chased after the main group, while Meng Ye and Yang Fuyu followed Hu Biao to the brigade warehouse. When they arrived at the clearing area, the village chief had already started assigning tasks. Meng Ye was assigned to a group with a few strong young men responsible for clearing a relatively high mound. Once the tasks were assigned, everyone began to work energetically. Meng Ye took the lead, swinging his pickaxe vigorously to dig out the roots of the trees on the mound. In just a morning, time flew by quickly. Since most of the villagers came to work, they quickly cleared a large area of wasteland. Everyone worked until 11 in the morning before taking a break, and several village women started preparing lunch. At that moment, Hu Biao slowly walked over from a distance. Hu Biao's right eye was swollen, his right cheek was also puffy, and there were traces of blood on his nose that hadn't been cleaned up. Meng Ye couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing his face. If he wasn't mistaken, Hu Biao's face was definitely beaten up by Meng Ye. Most likely, Hu Biao had purposely made things difficult for the two of them, only to be met with a furious beating from the hot-tempered Meng Ye. Although he guessed the process, Meng Ye still smiled and teased, Oh my. Hu Biao, what happened to your face? Hu Biao glared at Meng Ye, who wore a smug grin, his teeth grinding in anger as he spat, Meng Ye, you three better watch out. This isn't over. At that moment, the village chief approached, noticing the bruises on Hu Biao's face with a puzzled expression. Hu Biao, what happened to your face? Who did you fight with? Hu Biao took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and replied, It's nothing, I just tripped while walking and hit a rock. The village chief looked at him skeptically for a moment before patting Hu Biao on the shoulder. Be more careful next time. You're not a child anymore, you should pay attention. You should rest for a while, lunch will be ready soon, and after eating help out in the afternoon. With that, the village chief went to attend to others. Hu Biao shot Meng Ye a glare and found a shady spot to rest. Seeing Hu Biao limping, Meng Ye felt delighted, chewing on a piece of dogtail grass while gazing at the sky, lost in thought. Before long, lunch was ready, consisting of cabbage and potato soup along with steamed buns. Although the soup was thin, it was well seasoned, and everyone drank until their faces turned rosy. After the meal, everyone rested for a while before getting back to work. Hu Biao claimed he wasn't feeling well and continued to rest under the tree. Though the others were displeased, no one dared to confront Hu Biao since he had connections. While swinging his pickaxe, Meng Ye glanced sideways at the slacking Hu Biao and let out a cold snicker. He then dropped the iron pickaxe, clutched his stomach, and cried out in apparent pain. Oh no, I can't take it. My stomach hurts, I need to go to the bathroom. A few young men nearby quickly replied, Go ahead, Meng Ye, it's fine. We'll manage without you, and you can take a break. Before they could finish, Meng Ye darted into a nearby thicket. Once inside, his face returned to normal as he quietly circled around, peering through the gaps in the leaves at Hu Biao, who was dozing. Sleeping quite comfortably. Meng Ye snorted, pulling out a small cloth bag he had brought in the morning. Inside were more than a dozen hazelnuts and a handmade slingshot. Despite the small number of items, they were the fruits of Meng Ye's labor from the previous night. He picked the largest hazelnut, placed it in the slingshot, and drew back with force. In an instant, upon releasing, the hazelnut shot out like a phantom, striking Hu Biao squarely on the forehead. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the hazelnut burst. Startled awake, Hu Biao jumped up, clutching his head. What the hell? Who the hell hit me? Hu Biao shouted angrily. However, as he looked around, he realized there wasn't a soul within a 20-meter radius. His furious shouting went unnoticed by the others. Frustrated, Hu Biao rubbed his forehead only to feel a sticky sensation. What the hell? I'm bleeding. Hu Biao quickly looked at his palm. To his surprise, the sticky substance was not blood, but a golden viscous liquid. What is this? Hu Biao curiously brought his hand to his nose and sniffed. A floral scent wafted from his palm. So fragrant. Is this honey? Hu Biao thought, extending his tongue to taste a bit. Indeed, as expected, a fresh and sweet flavor burst onto his taste buds. It really is honey. Where did this come from? Hu Biao looked around in confusion, but found no clues. Just as he was puzzled, another shadow struck him, hitting him squarely on the brow. Hu Biao, nearly falling over, clutched his head and cursed. Who the hell is doing this? Dare to show yourself. He believed the previous incident was a misunderstanding, but this time, he was sure someone was targeting him. As soon as Hu Biao finished speaking, a faint buzzing sound suddenly rang in his ears. Turning his head, he saw a thumb-sized black bee circling around his head. Where did this bee come from? Hu Biao raised his hand to swat at it, but the bee was too nimble, dodging left and right to avoid being caught. Meanwhile, several more hazelnuts struck his forehead. At that moment, Hu Biao noticed a dazed black bee crawling out from the fallen hazelnut shells on the ground. Just as he was puzzled, he felt a sharp pain in his forehead. Ouch, damn it. Hu Biao yelped, quickly swatting at his head. At that moment, several more black bees took flight, seemingly receiving some command, all rushing toward Hu Biao, aiming directly at his face. Terrified, Hu Biao's face turned pale as he waved his arms to fend off the bees and shouted, "Help! The bees are stinging me." Hearing the cries, everyone paused their work and looked over, but no one moved, merely standing there to watch the spectacle. Hu Biao's face had begun to swell, his eyes reduced to mere slits, and soon he couldn't see anything. Yet the buzzing around him continued to swirl in his ears. In a panic, Hu Biao lost his sense of direction and shouted as he ran into the woods, quickly disappearing among the trees. Before Hu Biao could escape, Meng Ye shot several more hazelnuts, which exploded not as black bees, but in a splash of blood mist that splattered on Hu Biao's back. After finishing all this, Meng Ye quietly returned to the crowd, pretending to be puzzled as he asked, "What happened to Hu Biao?" Nearby, a young man laughed and said, "Haha, that idiot got stung by a bee. He deserves it for not working hard and trying to steal honey." Saying this, the young man spat on the ground. Meng Ye curled his lip and nodded. Yeah, he got what he deserved. Just then the village chief hurried over, looking anxious. "Meng Ye." Hu Biao ran into the woods. "You need to go find him. The animals in the mountains are fierce. We can't afford to lose anyone." Meng Ye nodded solemnly. "Understood, village chief. He'll go after him." With that, Meng Ye grabbed his gun and headed in the direction Hu Biao had vanished. Following the trail left by Hu Biao's escape, he pursued for a while and finally spotted Hu Biao beneath a large tree. At this point, Hu Biao was swollen all over, his clothes clinging tightly to him, especially his head, which was so puffed up that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Seeing this, Meng Ye snorted coldly. At this stage, even if he brought Hu Biao back, the chances of him surviving were slim. Meng Ye didn't approach directly, but found a tree to squat on. Before long, several rustling sounds came from not far away. After a brief wait, several emaciated wild wolves suddenly sprang out from the grass, their noses twitching as they fixed their gaze on Hu Biao not far away. The moment they spotted Hu Biao, the wolves' eyes lit up with a glimmering green light of hunger. Without a second thought, they lunged forward, beginning to tear into him frantically. Hu Biao, whose body was paralyzed by bee venom, felt no pain as he was brutally bitten to death. Though Meng Ye was ruthless, he couldn't bear such a bloody scene, so he turned and quietly slipped away from the tree. Moments later, Meng Ye returned to the clearing, where everyone remained focused on their work, undeterred by Hu Biao's commotion, sweating profusely. Only the village chief stood by with a grave expression. Although he did not think highly of Hu Biao, the latter's presence here had been arranged by higher authorities. He had been specifically instructed to take good care of Hu Biao. If anything happened to him, it would be difficult to explain to the authorities. Just then, the village chief saw Meng Ye emerging from the woods and hurried over, asking anxiously, "Meng Ye, what's the situation? Did you catch up with him?" Meng Ye sighed, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. "Sigh. I didn't find him." The village chief's expression changed repeatedly, a look of seriousness crossing his face. No, we must find him. Alive or dead, we need to see him. Militia team, grab your guns and come with me into the mountains to search for him." Upon hearing the village chief's shout, everyone immediately stopped their work and looked up. The militia members also grabbed their guns and gathered in front of the village chief. You follow Meng Ye into the mountains to find Hu Biao. We need to see him alive. If he's dead, we need to see his corpse. Make sure you bring him back. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes, yes." With that, Meng Ye led the village chief and the militia into the forest, forming a fan-shaped formation to begin their search. After Meng Ye and the others left, the villagers began to whisper among themselves. Good riddance. That scoundrel Hu Biao stole supplies from the warehouse every day. His retribution has finally come. Exactly. It's better if he's dead. If it weren't for his relatives in power, I would have beaten him up long ago. You're right. He might as well die in the mountains. It would rid us of a menace. The villagers showed no concern whatsoever, but rather seemed to celebrate. Meanwhile, in the forest, the village chief urged everyone to quicken their pace. Half an hour later, they arrived near the place where Hu Biao had encountered trouble. From a distance, they caught a whiff of a strong smell of blood carried by the wind. Just then, a wild wolf sprang out from the nearby bushes with blood still staining its mouth. The militia members immediately raised their guns and aimed. A series of gunshots rang out, and the wolf fell to the ground. The village chief's expression turned serious as he approached to inspect, discovering a torn piece of cloth hanging from the wolf's mouth, resembling the fabric of Hu Biao's clothing. A look of heaviness crossed the village chief's face, realizing that Hu Biao was most likely in grave danger. After advancing a few more steps, they finally reached the spot where Hu Biao had been torn apart by the wolves, only to find a large pool of blood and some ragged pieces of cloth on the ground. As they searched the surroundings, they ultimately discovered Hu Biao's corpse in a thicket. Found him. Here. As he spoke halfway, the militia member suddenly knelt down and began to vomit violently. Seeing this, the others rushed over. Upon seeing the body in the grass, their faces changed dramatically. Everyone's eyes widened in horror, followed by a wave of nausea, and they couldn't help but retreat to the side to vomit. Even the village chief was no exception. At that moment, the corpse in the thicket could no longer be referred to as a body. It was merely a bloody skeleton, with even its intestines completely extracted. After a moment, everyone recovered from their extreme discomfort. The village chief took off his clothing and covered Hu Biao's body before addressing the crowd. Let's carry him back. The villagers exchanged glances, hesitant to move. If it were just carrying a dead person, they might not be as scared. Generally, when an elder in the village passed away, it was these strong young men who carried them. But they had truly never carried a skeleton, let alone seen one. As everyone stood motionless, the village chief gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn you worthless bunch. Who will carry him back? They'll give 1 jean of flour as a reward." Hearing the village chief's words, everyone's eyes lit up and they rushed forward to help carry the corpse. Meng Ye did not help, but walked up to the village chief, patting him on the shoulder, offering comfort. "Village chief, my condolences." The village chief sighed deeply, his expression heavy as he said, "Sigh. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter, but Hu Biao." "What? Is it a big deal?" Meng Ye asked. "Yes. This kid's uncle is a leader in the county, and when he came, he specifically asked me to look after him. But who would have thought this kid would be devoured by wolves?" The village chief's face showed bitterness, his brows tightly knitted together. "Village chief, this matter has nothing to do with you. He was the one who crazily ran into the woods, and that's how he was devoured by the wolves. It was his own doing." The village chief sighed again, waving his hand. Forget it. I need to report this to the county quickly. For now, let them keep Hu Biao's body in the team's warehouse. It's shady and cool there, and it won't rot easily." "Sigh, forget it. Just find a shady spot. It's just bones left. There's nothing to rot." With that, the village chief hurried back to the village. Meng Ye organized everyone to place the body in the team's warehouse, then returned to the clearing to direct the work for the village chief. It was already close to 5 in the afternoon, and the sun was slowly setting behind the mountains. Seeing everyone drenched with sweat, Meng Ye called out loudly, "Everyone has worked hard all day. Let's call it a day. Tomorrow morning we'll meet at the team's entrance. Don't be late." Hearing Meng Ye's voice, everyone stood up, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, took a brief rest, and then left together. Once Meng Ye saw that everyone had left, he walked over to the large tree where Hu Biao had rested, picked up the fallen hazelnut shells on the ground, and finally felt at ease to depart. When he returned home, before even entering the house, Meng Ye was greeted by a sour and fragrant aroma. It was the smell that only pickled vegetables and bones released after simmering for a long time. Meng Ye took a deep breath, a look of satisfaction on his face. This smell is really delicious." Meng Ye pushed the door open and walked in, only to see Xiao Mei sitting by the stove, adding firewood to the pit. Seeing Meng Ye had returned, Xiao Mei's face brightened. "You're back. Hurry and wash your hands. It's time to eat. I've been stewing all afternoon. Oh, by the way, go call Meng Zi and Yang Fu Yu as well. I specially made a big pot so the 3 brothers can enjoy it together." Meng Ye grinned and stepped forward to hug Xiao Mei, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Hey, stop it," Xiao Mei playfully protested. "Hunters have their own rules. Generally, they seldom spend the night in the forest except during large-scale hunts. This is mainly because visibility in the forest at night is extremely low and many large predators prefer to hunt at night. This undoubtedly increases the danger at night. As a seasoned hunter with over 10 years of experience, Meng Zi is certainly aware of this principle. Now there is only one thing to consider: something must have happened to the 2 of them." With this thought, Meng Ye hurried back home. Why are you back alone? Where are your older brother and 3rd brother?" Xiao Mei placed a full pot of pickled vegetables on the table, looking perplexed. "Xiao Mei, Meng Zi and Fuyo must have run into trouble. I need to head into the mountains to check. You eat and get some rest without waiting for me." Zayumi's eyes flickered, wanting to say something, but swallowing it back. Finally, she only murmured 3 words, "Be careful." Don't worry. I'll be back soon." Saying this, Meng Ye kissed Xiao Mei on the forehead, grabbed his gun, and dashed out of the door. At that moment, Chasing Wind, who was lying on the ground, heard Meng Ye leave and quickly darted out before the door closed. "Chasing Wind, you." Before Xiao Mei could finish, Chasing Wind had already vanished. After Meng Ye left, Xiao Mei knelt on the kang and bowed 3 times towards the west. "Buddha bless me. Buddha bless me. Please ensure Meng Ye returns safely." At that moment, 2 chubby little ones crawled out from the bedding, wedging their small heads against Zayumi's legs, looking up at her with pleading eyes and softly whimpering. Xiao Mei couldn't help but chuckle at the adorable sight of the 2 little ones, her suppressed emotions easing significantly as she ran to prepare some milk powder for them. As for herself, she had no appetite, cuddling the 2 fluffy little ones and burrowing into the blankets. At that moment, Meng Ye was hastening towards the place Meng Ye mentioned, the Wangba Ditch. He had indeed heard the villagers speak of the Wangba Ditch before. The name did not come from any turtles being found there. Instead, it was because there was a small river in Wangba Ditch where years ago someone panned for gold and found a nugget the size of a fist that resembled a turtle, hence the name. As he ran, Meng Ye suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him, quickly stopping in his tracks and aiming his gun in the direction of the noise. In the next moment, a shadow leaped out from the bushes. Just as Meng Ye was about to pull the trigger, he took a closer look and realized it was Chasing Wind. "So it's you scared me. How did you catch up with me?" Meng Ye lowered his gun and patted Chasing Wind on the head. Chasing Wind affectionately rubbed against Meng Ye's leg, letting out a low growl. "All right, just don't run around or make noise. Stick close to me." Chasing Wind seemed to understand Meng Ye's words, letting out another low growl. An hour later, Meng Ye arrived at Wangba Ditch with Chasing Wind. By this time, it was completely dark and the surroundings were silent, with only the whispering of the wind through the trees and the gentle sound of the stream flowing. Meng Ye vigilantly observed his surroundings when suddenly he spotted a faint glimmer of light in the forest not far away. "Over there." Excited, Meng Ye hurried towards the direction of the light. However, when Meng Ye was less than 50 meters from the firelight, a gunshot suddenly rang out, instantly shattering the silence of the forest, startling the sleeping birds into flight as they flapped their wings in haste to flee from this perilous place. As the gunfire faded, a chilling scream followed. Hearing that cry, Meng Ye's brows furrowed sharply. "It's Meng Ye." Meng Ye's heart sank. It was likely that Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo had been captured. Considering their abilities, it was unusual for them to be caught simultaneously by an ordinary person. With that thought, Meng Ye took a deep breath, crouched low, and continued to stealthily move towards the light. At that moment, around the fire, more than 10 men sat, all looking grimy and unkempt. At that time, a man about 1.50 meters tall with a scar slicing across his face spat on the ground, glaring at Meng Ye as he shoved his gun back into his waistband. "Damn it. You two are really annoying. If I didn't still need you to lead the way, I would have shot you both already." Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo were tied to a large tree, with Yang Fuyo badly injured, unconscious from the beating. Meanwhile, Meng Ye bore a horrific wound on his shoulder, blood gushing from it and quickly soaking his upper body. The man took a bite of a hard piece of bread and looked at Meng Ye, saying, "Kid, as long as you obediently lead us the way, I promise we'll let you both go once we're done. And maybe even give you a reward. If you don't listen, the next bullet won't just be for your shoulder." Saying this, the man aimed his gun at Meng Ye's forehead. At this moment, a shifty-eyed man beside him leaned in, holding a hand-drawn map, excitedly saying, "Scarface. It should be around here." The man called Scarface glanced at the map in the other man's hand, his displeasure evident. "Damn it. Is this map even accurate? We've been wandering around this damn forest for half a month. At this rate, we could have already explored several tombs. If we can't find it, I'll cut off your little brother and soak it in wine." Hearing Scarface's words, the man felt a chill in his groin and quickly assured him, "Scarface, rest assured. I found this map in a Japanese officer's uniform at the antique market. It was hidden in the lining of the clothing, and if it weren't for my keen eyes, I would have never discovered it. According to legend, after the Japanese surrendered and retreated, they had looted so much gold that they couldn't transport it all back in a short time. So they hollowed out a mountain and hid all the gold inside. If we can find this treasure, the gold inside will be enough for us to spend several lifetimes." Hearing the man's words, greed gleamed in everyone's eyes, including Scarface. Having spent half their lives in this treasure-seeking business, if this succeeded, they could wash their hands clean and never live in fear again. "All right, I'll trust you for now. Everyone, let's get some rest early tonight. We'll get up early tomorrow and hunt for treasure." With that, Scarface found a comfortable position, leaned against his backpack, and closed his eyes. The others followed suit, lying down to prepare for rest. "You all sleep first. I need to take a dump." At that moment, the man who had been looking at the map stood up, unbuckled his belt, and slipped into a nearby bush. "Stay the hell away. Your crap stinks like hell." Just as the man was about to squat down, he heard Scarface's curse and reluctantly pulled up his pants, moving several meters away before he finally squatted. But just as he was about to exert himself, a figure quietly approached from behind, delivering a knife-hand strike to his neck. The man rolled his eyes and fainted. Meng Ye swiftly dragged him deeper into the bushes, then untied his belt and bound his hands behind his back. Next, Meng Ye searched him and found the hand-drawn map. After a quick glance, he confirmed that the treasure this group was after was indeed located in the northern mountain valley. Meng Ye tucked the map into his pocket and then vanished into the jungle like a ghost. At this moment, all the tomb raiders had fallen asleep and the forest was enveloped in complete silence, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind and the crackling of the fire. Meng Ye slowly lifted his head, noticing that everyone was already asleep. He moved his stiff body slightly, but the movement jarred the gunshot wound on his shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. At this moment, Meng Ye's hands and feet were bound to the tree trunk. He attempted to break free from the ropes, but they were tied too tightly. After struggling for a while, the ropes remained steadfast. Just as he felt a bit discouraged, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound not far away, as if something was moving through the grass. Meng Ye's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a wild beast? Just then he felt something furry brush against his foot. He looked down and was surprised to see Chasing Wind. Chasing Wind blinked its eyes playfully, tilting its head to examine him. Then it opened its mouth and began to gnaw at the ropes binding his feet. Meng Ye was overjoyed, since Chasing Wind had appeared. Meng Ye must be nearby. Chasing Wind's teeth were extremely sharp, and in a few bites it had severed the ropes. Meng Ye moved his numbed feet, feeling relieved, and intended to let Chasing Wind help him chew through the ropes on his hands. However, the friction between the tree trunk and the ropes was too great, and Meng Ye could only crouch slightly, without being able to move further down. Seeing this, Chasing Wind crouched down slightly, then with a powerful push from its hind legs it leapt up, biting onto the ropes, and began to shake wildly, trying to sever them. At that moment it seemed Chasing Wind's noise was too loud, waking the scar-faced man. He rolled over and sat up abruptly. Meng Ye's heart sank as he quickly straightened up and grabbed Chasing Wind. Chasing Wind also seemed to understand their predicament, hanging in the air obediently, without moving a muscle. The scar-faced man frowned and looked in Meng Ye's direction. Seeing Meng Ye with his head down in a half-dead state, he finally relaxed and cursed, "Damn it! Everyone's asleep and still not behaving." After cursing, the scar-faced man closed his eyes, intending to go back to sleep. But at that moment he seemed to think of something, flipped over, stood up, and began to patrol the surroundings. A few seconds later, the scar-faced man's expression turned dark as he pulled out a handgun and fired a shot into the sky. The sudden gunfire startled everyone awake, their faces filled with terror as they scrambled up from the ground. "Scar-faced brother, what's going on? We finally managed to get some sleep. What's happening?" The scar-faced man angrily cursed. "All you care about is sleep. The enemy is already right on us. Lizzie went out to the bathroom and hasn't come back yet. There must be something wrong." Hearing the scar-faced man's words, the originally drowsy group felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, sending a shiver down their spines, and they shook off their sleepiness. "Damn it! Grab your weapons. Let's get them. Stay alert. Stay alert." The Tomb Raiders instantly went into combat mode, grabbing their weapons and nervously scanning the surroundings. Meng Ye silently cursed. Meng Ye was facing so many people alone and would definitely be at a disadvantage. He needed to escape quickly and help Meng Ye. Just as everyone was on high alert, a gunshot suddenly rang out in the forest. Before anyone could react, a Tomb Raider was hit in the forehead and fell to the ground. "Over there! Shoot!" The scar-faced man pointed southwest and shouted, firing the first shot. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots erupted, sending branches and leaves flying from the bushes where the shots were fired. After emptying the bullets in his gun, the scar-faced man kicked a Tomb Raider in the rear and commanded, "Go check what's happening." Though the Tomb Raider was reluctant, he dared not disobey the scar-faced man's order and had no choice but to walk over shakily. When he reached the spot, he found nothing, which relieved him, and he waved to the others, saying, "Scar-faced brother, there's nothing here, nothing at all." However, before he could finish his words, another gunshot rang out, hitting him squarely in the forehead. Bang! A cloud of blood exploded, and that Tomb Raider fell straight down, blood spreading across the ground. Everyone panicked, starting to fire wildly into the forest. Cold sweat beaded on the scar-faced man's forehead as he forced himself to remain calm. "Everyone, don't panic. Spread out in pairs. I'm not going to let him get away." Though the Tomb Raiders were scared, they dared not defy the order and began to cautiously spread out in pairs. At that moment, Meng Ye and Chasing Wind had taken advantage of the chaos to free their hands. He seized the opportunity to leap out and grabbed a Type 56 rifle, then dove into the nearby woods. Meanwhile, Meng Ye was using the cover of the trees, nimbly weaving through the forest, constantly changing positions to fire. Bang! Bang! Another two shots rang out, taking down two Tomb Raiders. At that moment, a lone Tomb Raider appeared in his line of sight. Just as he was about to fire, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound behind him. Meng Ye's heart raced as he rolled forward, the bullet grazing his scalp. Damn, that was quick reflexes. The scar-faced man cursed angrily, continuously firing toward Meng Ye's direction while shouting, "Over here! Everyone come to me!" However, as soon as the scar-faced man finished speaking, another gunshot rang out not far from him, followed by a familiar scream. The scar-faced man's heart sank, realizing that the enemy actually had accomplices. With that thought, he quickly switched magazines and fired several shots in the direction Meng Ye had disappeared, then shouted, "I took one down." After shouting, the scar-faced man bent down and quietly retreated, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. At this time, Meng Ye and Meng Ye moved like two ghosts from hell, constantly weaving through the jungle, reaping the lives of the Tomb Raiders. Soon the forest fell silent once more. Surrounded by stillness, Meng Ye crouched atop an ancient locust tree, his eyes constantly scanning the situation below, his ears perked up, listening intently to the sounds around him. At that moment, a frenzied scream suddenly erupted. "Damn it! I don't care if you are human or ghost. If you don't want your brother to die, then get out here quickly. I will count to 10, and if you don't come out, I'll shoot him dead. 10, 9, 8. Hearing this shout, Meng Ye's heart sank as he leapt from the tree and raced towards Yang Fuya's location. When he arrived, he saw a Tomb Raider not much better looking than Sun Wukong, pointing a shotgun at Yang Fuya's forehead. At that moment, Yang Fuya had regained consciousness, but with his hands and feet bound, he could only be used as a bargaining chip. Upon seeing Meng Ye, the tomb raider let out a cold grunt. "Oof, there's another one. Where did that kid who ran off go? Get out here now." A rustling sound followed, and Meng Ye stood up sullenly from a nearby thicket. Seeing both of them had emerged, the tomb raider grinned widely. "Ha! I thought a great figure had arrived, but it's just a young punk. You two toss your guns over here." When Meng Ye and the other did not move, the raider pressed the gun barrel hard against Yang Fuya's head, cursing, "Don't dawdle. Hurry up, otherwise he'll pull the trigger right now. I don't mind taking one down with me." Ha! The man's demeanor was frenzied, caught in a state of extreme panic and excitement. Seeing this, Meng Ye took a deep breath and threw the gun over. Meng Ye did the same. "What do you want?" Meng Ye said coldly. "What do I want? Ha! What do I want? I want you all to die. I will hoard the treasure all for myself." After saying this, the man suddenly raised his hand, aiming the gun at Meng Ye. In that critical moment, a shadow darted out, directly pouncing on the tomb raider, opening its mouth wide and biting into the man's crotch. "Ah-ee!" The man screamed in agony, and the shotgun went off with a bang, the bullet shooting straight into the sky. The shadow was Chasing Wind, who clung tightly to the raider's pants without letting go. The raider frantically tried to pry Chasing Wind's mouth open, but Chasing Wind not only refused to let go, but also shook its head wildly, causing the raider to contort in pain. Taking advantage of the chaos, Meng Ye dashed forward, dodged the shotgun in the raider's hands, and struck him hard on the head with the butt of the gun, causing the raider to roll his eyes and faint. Even in unconsciousness, Chasing Wind still wouldn't let go, determined to bite off a piece before it would relent. Moments later, the raider's pants were soaked in blood. Chasing Wind swallowed contentedly, then proudly wagged its tail, running up to Meng Ye to show off. Meng Ye felt a chill breeze below and shivered involuntarily. At this moment, Meng Ye had already untied the ropes binding Yang Fuyo. Yang Fuyo moved his hands and feet and walked up to Meng Ye. "Second brother, why did you come? Luckily you did, otherwise I would have met my end here with big brother." Meng Ye patted Yang Fuyo on the shoulder and said, "It's a good thing you mentioned Wangba Ditch when you left, otherwise I wouldn't have found you. I'm just glad you're all right." At this time, Meng Ye frowned and said, "Second, we've killed so many people this time, what should we do?" Meng Ye thought for a moment. "First, let's check the area to see if there are any survivors, then gather all the bodies together." They nodded and quickly went into action, carrying back all the slain tomb raiders found in the woods. All the tomb raiders were dead without exception. At this moment, Meng Ye suddenly furrowed his brow and shouted, "Not good. The one called Scarface is missing." Hearing this, Meng Ye was startled, exclaiming, "Quick, get down and find cover." They dared not hesitate and quickly complied. "You two stay hidden here for a while. Oh, I will look for him in the woods. They'll drag that kid out." With that, Meng Ye slipped into the thicket. Like a ghost, Meng Ye navigated through the forest, searching high and low, but finding no trace of Scarface. Reluctantly, he had to return. "Did you find him, second?" As Meng Ye returned, Meng Ye hurriedly emerged from the bushes to ask. Meng Ye shook his head. "No. He must have been scared off." "What about these bodies?" Meng Ye continued asking. Meng Ye pondered for a moment, then looked up at the two. "Let's burn them. They are all no good, and with the people dead, the police won't learn anything from them." Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo nodded without hesitation. "All right, let's do as second brother says." They then piled the bodies together along with their belongings and set them ablaze, leaving nothing behind. The three sat down on a patch of open ground, watching the blazing fire. Yang Fuyo scratched his head. "Second brother, your Chasing Wind is truly impressive. If it hadn't suddenly charged out, we would have been in real danger." Meng Ye nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. That skill of attacking the crotch is truly remarkable. So accurate and fierce." Meng Ye smiled widely. "I didn't really train it, it must just be its nature." After the flames had completely died down, only a pile of ashes remained. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying away the dust. Only a charred imprint remained on the ground. "Let's go, we should head back. Shomei specially cooked us pickled vegetables with big bones for dinner." Hearing about the pickled vegetables with bones, both their eyes lit up and their stomachs began to rumble uncontrollably. Since they left in the morning, apart from breakfast, they hadn't eaten anything else, not even a drop of water, and they were already extremely hungry. The three got up, brushing off the dust from their clothes, tied up the guns of the tomb raiders into a bundle, and carried them on their shoulders along with Chasing Wind as they headed back. On the way back, Meng Ye suddenly seemed to remember something and slapped his thigh. "Oh no, I forgot something." "What is it?" "I heard that group of tomb raiders say they came here to find treasures left by the army, and there was even a treasure map. I forgot about this entirely, and now it's all burned." "This damn head," Meng Ye said, regretting and stomping his feet. Meng Ye smiled broadly, patted Meng Ye's shoulder, and consoled him. "So what if it's burned? After all, it's just external things. Aren't we doing fine now? We are on the verge of living in big tile-roofed houses. At that time, I will find someone to help you two find wives, and you will have a warm home with a wife and kids. What a wonderful life." Upon hearing Meng Ye's words, the two pondered for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. "Yeah, that's the second brother we know. So open-minded. Big brother can't compare to you. Let's go, let's go. I'm starving. Oh, let's hurry back to eat pickled vegetables with bones." An hour later, Meng Ye and the others returned to the village. In the distance, they could see the flickering candlelight at Xiaomai's home, where a figure was sitting on the kang, busily fiddling with something. Upon reaching the door, Meng Ye shouted into the courtyard, "Xiaomei, we are back." Hearing Meng Ye's voice, the figure inside paused for a moment before hurriedly putting on shoes and rushing out. "Meng Ye, are you all right?" Xiaomei asked anxiously. Meng Ye smiled widely. "Don't worry, everything is fine." Xiaomei looked him up and down, relieved to see he was indeed unscathed. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the bundle of guns on Yang Fuyu's shoulder, and her eyes widened in shock. "This? So many guns. You guys!" Xiaomei exclaimed in surprise, unable to close her mouth. "Let's go inside first, they haven't eaten all day. We'll talk while they eat." With that, Meng Ye led the others into the house. Xiaomei heated up the pickled vegetables and pork bones and brought them to the table. As Meng Ye and Yang Fuyu entered the house, they caught a whiff of the aroma of meat, and by now they were already starving, devouring their food with gusto. "Meng Ye, what exactly happened?" Xiaomei leaned closer to Meng Ye and whispered. Meng Ye didn't hide anything and recounted the events to Xiaomei. When Xiaomei heard that Meng Ye and Meng Ye had faced over a dozen people, she gasped in shock, forgetting she was listening to a story, her heart tightening. Even after Meng Ye finished speaking, her heart was still racing. Meng Ye gently held Xiaomei's hand, comforting her. "It's all right, we made it back safely. You can trust my strength." Xiaomei looked up at Meng Ye, wanting to say something, but she swallowed her words and lowered her head, silently eating her rice. After they finished eating, Meng Ye took a pair of tweezers, sterilized them over the fire, and handed a towel to Meng Ye. "Bite down on this, it might hurt a bit, bear with it." Meng Ye nodded and bit down on the towel. Meng Ye took a deep breath and slowly inserted the tweezers into the gunshot wound, searching carefully. Before long, accompanied by a faint click sound, a bullet was pulled out. Meng Ye, sweating profusely, bit down hard on the towel and did not make a sound. Meng Ye carefully checked again to ensure no other bullets remained in the wound before thoroughly disinfecting it. "All right, it's not serious." Meng Ye released the towel with a sigh of relief. His hand had lost all color from clenching his fist too tightly. "Oh my, finally got it out. That hurt like hell." Meng Ye patted his shoulder, saying, "It's fine now. Tomorrow go to the clinic and just say you had an accident while working. Ask the nurse for some aspirin. Take one a day to prevent infection. Also keep that wound dry, it's deep, so it can easily get infected." Meng Ye nodded, remembering Meng Ye's instructions. At that moment, Yang Fuyu expressed his curiosity. "Second brother, what did your family do before? How do you know so much?" Meng Ye chuckled. "What else could we do? We hunted in the mountains, and besides I like to read the newspapers, so naturally I know a lot." The two nodded, feeling that Meng Ye's reasoning made sense, though otherwise his marksmanship couldn't have been so precise. Xiaomei, who was nearby, also had no suspicions. After all, she had married into the village and didn't know much about Meng Ye's past. After the meal, Meng Ye and Yang Fuyu decided not to disturb Meng Ye and Xiaomei's rest, so they took their leave and returned to the brigade headquarters. Xiaomei lowered her head, still in silence. During the meal, Meng Ye had noticed something was off with Xiaomei. She clearly had something on her mind. He stepped forward, picked her up, and carried her back to the kang. "Hey, don't mess around," Xiaomei said irritably. "Xiaomei, what's wrong? Are you mad at me?" Meng Ye asked, reaching out to lift her chin. Seeing Xiaomei's red-rimmed eyes and tears rolling down her cheeks, Meng Ye's heart ached, and he hurriedly wiped the tears from her eyes. "Xiaomei, don't cry. If something's bothering you, just tell me." Xiaomei ignored Meng Ye and buried her head in the quilt, starting to sob. Meng Ye comforted her for a long time before Xiaomei finally lifted her head. Her eyes were swollen and red, and she choked out, "Meng Ye, I'm scared. I'm afraid that one day you'll go out and never come back, and you'll end up a widow again." As she said this, Xiaomei felt wronged again, and tears fell uncontrollably. Meng Ye held her tightly in his arms, softly comforting her. "Xiaomei, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Those people are no match for me. I will be careful in the future and won't let you worry." Xiaomei sniffled and said, "I understand that men have their affairs and I, as a woman, shouldn't meddle too much, but I still worry about you." Meng Ye gently patted her back, saying, "Some things can't be avoided, but rest assured I will protect myself and keep you safe too." Xiaomei leaned against Meng Ye's chest, her emotions gradually calming down. She looked up into Meng Ye's eyes and said earnestly, "Promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you must come back safely." Meng Ye nodded solemnly and gently kissed her forehead. "I promise you." The two embraced, gradually drifting into sleep in the warmth of the quilt. At the same time, 10 kilometers away from Mengjiago, in a deep mountain, a figure was stumbling through the muddy swamp. This person was the scarred face who had narrowly escaped. His face was twisted with resentment as he cursed, "Damn it. So it's Mengjiago. I remember now. I painstakingly gathered this crew and they were all wiped out. I swear I won't rest until I avenge this." With that, the man took out a compass from his pocket, determined the direction, and disappeared into the vast mountains without looking back. A night passed without incident. The next morning, while still asleep, Meng Ye felt something soft in the quilt. Before he could open his eyes, he couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. However, the next moment, a sharp pain shot through Meng Ye's hand. He woke up instantly and sat up from the kang. Lifting the quilt, he saw a little tiger cub trembling while biting his hand. Meng Ye pulled his finger back and noticed it was already bleeding. Meng Ye sighed, helplessly prying open the tiger's mouth to take a look. He found that the little tiger, which had previously had no teeth, now had 2 tiny fangs. Those teeth are growing quite fast. At that moment, Zue Feng, who had been sleeping nearby, raised his head, glanced at Meng Ye's bleeding finger, and then at the excited little tiger, instantly understanding the situation. He then leaped over to the little tiger and slapped it, sending it tumbling onto the quilt, roaring at it. The little tiger struggled to get up, looking aggrievedly at Chasing Wind, then glanced up at Meng Ye and finally laid down on the kang, whimpering. Meng Ye patted Chasing Wind's head and smiled. All right, it didn't mean to. It probably mistook my hand for its mother's nipple. It's nothing, just a little bit of skin broken, no big deal. Chasing Wind glared fiercely at the little tiger, then walked over to Meng Ye, extending its tongue to lick Meng Ye's wound. Seeing this, Meng Ye quickly dodged. He knew that Chasing Wind meant well, but having just been bitten by a tiger, he didn't want to have his wound licked, turning his hand into a petri dish. Moreover, rabies vaccines were not yet widely available in this era, with only a limited supply in major cities like Kyoto. Thinking of this, Meng Ye hurriedly got off the kang and carefully cleaned the wound with soapy water. At that moment, Xiao Mei came out of the kitchen holding a small basin of porridge. You're awake, just in time for breakfast. I've just made some muddled porridge. Hee, I knew it. I smelled something delicious when I got up just now. As he spoke, Meng Ye stuffed his left hand into his pocket, trying to hide it from Xiao Mei. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Xiao Mei was quite perceptive and immediately noticed Meng Ye's odd behavior. Why are you sticking your hand in your pocket while eating? What are you hiding in there? Nothing, my hand is cold, just warming it up in my pocket, Meng Ye chuckled. Warming your hand in your pocket? Isn't the bowl warmer? Meng Ye, are you hiding something from me? As she spoke, Xiao Mei leaned in closer to Meng Ye and pulled his left hand out. Upon seeing Meng Ye's unhealed wound, she exclaimed in surprise. What happened this early in the morning? Don't move, I'll get some red medicine to disinfect it for you. As she spoke, Xiao Mei turned around to rummage through the cabinet. Seeing this, Meng Ye felt a warmth in his heart and wrapped his arms around Xiao Mei's slender waist, softly saying, I've already taken care of it, don't worry. As Meng Ye spoke, his hands began to wander on Xiao Mei's waist, causing her cheeks to flush. Hey, don't mess around this early in the morning. Xiao Mei broke free from Meng Ye's grasp, her face flushed, and she asked, What exactly happened to you? It didn't look like a scratch, it resembled a puncture wound. Well, Meng Ye grinned and explained, I was sleeping well in the blankets this morning when I felt two warm, soft things pressing against my chest, and I thought it was. As he said this, Meng Ye playfully pinched. Although he had never experienced intimate matters before, after a few days of Meng Ye's guidance, she instantly understood his meaning and playfully retorted, You naughty rogue. Meng Ye chuckled and continued, I thought it was you, so I grabbed it, but unexpectedly, it was these two little ones. They mistook my fingers for their mother's nipples and kept sucking, and that's how my hand got bitten. Luckily, they had just started teething. If it had been a few months later, my finger would have been gone. Later, I even tried sucking on my own fingers a bit, and you'd be surprised it really felt a bit like that. As he said this, Meng Ye glanced at Xiao Mei's chest. Xiao Mei playfully scolded and quickly covered her chest. Serves you right. He'll bite you, you naughty rogue. At that moment, the two little tigers on the kang seemed to sense the commotion and struggled to get up, wobbling over to Meng Ye while making whimpering sounds. Seeing the cute appearance of the little tigers, Xiao Mei's anger dissipated significantly, and she squatted down to pat their little heads. These two little ones are quite attached to you, Meng Ye said with a smile. Xiao Mei smiled as she bent down and opened one of their mouths, indeed, seeing a few small teeth just starting to grow. Does this little tiger have teeth now? Does that mean it doesn't need to drink milk anymore? Xiao Mei asked. It'll probably still need milk for a while. These little teeth can't handle raw meat yet, but fish shouldn't be a problem. I can go fish a bit from the small river in the next couple of days to feed them. That would also be a change of diet. You don't have anything to do this morning, so just go for it. No way, I still have to help the team clear the land today. This morning I asked the village chief, hasn't come back yet. The accountant said we won't go today, well, wait until the village chief returns. All right, there's one more thing. As she said this, Xiao Mei glanced out the window. After confirming there was no one outside, she leaned close to Meng Ye's ear and whispered, I heard that Hu Biao died yesterday. You need to be honest with me. Does this have anything to do with you? Meng Ye shook his head with a smile. What does this have to do with me? When the village chief asked me to chase him, Hu Biao had already run off without a trace. By the time we found him later, all that was left was a skeleton. Hearing Meng Ye say this, Xiao Mei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it has nothing to do with you, that's good. Hu Biao's uncle has some connections in the county. He definitely won't let this go easily. But it's good that Hu Biao is dead. Meng Jiago has one less troublemaker, so he won't keep bothering me for no reason. Meng Ye grinned. Hee, that's somewhat of a service to the public. At that moment, the sounds of Meng Zi and Yang Fu Yu came from outside. Old two, are you awake? Yes, we're awake, come in. All right, I'm coming in then, don't block your blankets again. As they laughed heartily and pushed the door open to enter, the little tigers, hearing the commotion, quickly darted into the bedding to hide. Seeing the two, inner Xiao Mei stood up and greeted them. Oh, big brother and third brother are here. You two haven't eaten yet, just in time for the muddled porridge I made this morning. Wait a moment, I'll serve you both. Meng Zi smiled and scratched his head. Oh, that's great. Thanks, sister-in-law. Hey, it's nothing. If you want to eat in the future, just come. Saying that, Xiao Mei went into the kitchen to serve the porridge. After downing a bowl of porridge, everyone felt warm and refreshed. Second brother, I heard from the villagers that we don't have to clear the land today. Are the three of us going into the mountains? Meng Ye looked at Meng Ye's shoulder and shook his head. Forget it, let's wait until the eldest brother's shoulder gets better before discussing it. What if something happens now? It's not safe. Hearing Meng Ye's words, Yang Fuyu's face fell. Then what are we going to do? Just sit around doing nothing is too boring. Meng Ye patted Yang Fuyu's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, today it'll take you to do something fun. Instantly both of them brightened up and looked at Meng Ye in unison. What are we doing, old two? Hurry up and tell us. Fishing. What? Fishing? What's so interesting about that? It's a hassle to catch them one by one. Oh, just wait a moment, I have a net at home, I'll go get it. No need, no need. Since you two have nothing to do today, just relax and fish with me. You'll quickly experience the joy of fishing. The two exchanged glances and finally nodded. After finishing their meal, Meng Ye took 3 needles from Xiaomai's sewing board, burned them with a match, and bent them into hooks. Next, he twisted 3 strands of thread together to make a fishing line and attached it to the hooks. As for the sinker and float, he used small stones and chicken feathers as substitutes. A fishing rod was even easier, just find a sturdy stick. Once the gear was ready, Meng Ye took Meng Ye and Yang Fuyu to the small river in the backyard. When they reached the small river, Meng Ye and Yang Fuyu looked at Meng Ye's crude fishing gear with skepticism. Old two, are you sure this can catch fish? Meng Ye muttered. Meng Ye smiled without replying, threaded a worm onto the hook, and then cast it into the water. Before long, the float moved, and Meng Ye quickly yanked the rod, pulling up a lively crucian carp. Wow, second brother is amazing! Yang Fuyu exclaimed excitedly. Meng Ye also perked up, imitating Meng Ye and casting his line. However, after a long while, neither of their floats moved. Meng Ye observed for a moment and adjusted their bait and positions. Sure enough, not long after, Meng Ye and Yang Fuyu also caught fish, but they were relatively small, only about 1 or 2 tails. Although the fish were small, the two were instantly captivated by the dopamine rush from catching fish, becoming more and more enthusiastic, and their eyes gradually brightened. At that moment, 3 giggling voices came from behind them. Meng Ye reacted first and reached for his gun, but when his hand touched his waist, he suddenly remembered that he had left it behind today since they were going fishing. Be careful. Something is coming, Meng Ye whispered. Hearing Meng Ye's words, Yang Fuyu also wore a cautious expression, drawing out the pig slaughtering knife at his waist and gazing intently in the direction of the sound. Just as Yang Fuyu was about to take action, he realized it was chasing wind, and he lowered his knife. So it's you chasing wind. I thought a wild beast had come. Meng Ye sheathed his knife back at his waist, scratching his head with a smile. That's right, it made me nervous. However, just as the two of them relaxed, 2 yellow figures followed, chasing wind out of the grass. Upon seeing the 2 figures, Yang Fuyu's expression changed drastically as he drew out the pig slaughtering knife, again blocking the path of the two. Big brother. Second brother. You two go first. They'll cover you. The mother tiger must be nearby. Seeing Yang Fuyu's reaction, Meng Ye and Meng Ye exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Meng Ye threw his arm around Yang Fuyu's shoulder. Third, don't be afraid, we know this mother tiger, well, she won't bite. Yang Fuyu looked bewildered. What? We know the mother tiger. What is going on? Why don't I understand? At this moment, the 2 small tigers had already run up to Meng Ye, climbing up his pant legs. One of their claws snagged on Meng Ye's pants, causing it to yelp in pain. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Fuyu was utterly dumbfounded. What? What is happening? Am I not dreaming? When did second brother become a mother tiger? Meng Ye was amused, laughing heartily as he recounted the incident of hunting the northeast tiger with third master, making Yang Fuyu gasp in disbelief. At this time, the 2 small tigers were distracted by the crucian carp in the bucket, curiously reaching out their fluffy little paws to grab it. However, the crucian carp was extremely agile, and they couldn't even get close, causing them to yowl in frustration. Seeing this, Meng Ye grinned, reached in to grab one, scraped off the scales, cut out the belly section, and shared it with the 2 small tigers. The belly section is the best part of the fish, rich and tender with no bones, perfect for the small tigers. The little tigers curiously sniffed it and then tentatively licked it with their tongues. When the tip of their tongues tasted the fresh and sweet flavor, their eyes lit up and they swallowed the fish meat, whole, chewing enthusiastically while making gurgling sounds in their throats. The fish belly didn't have much flesh, and the 2 little tigers quickly devoured it, then looked up at Meng Ye with eager eyes, whimpering softly. Seeing those 2 pairs of tearful 24K golden eyes, Meng Ye's heart melted, and he cut up the remaining fish for them. The belly went to the little tigers, and the remaining parts naturally went to chasing wind, who excitedly wagged its tail as it ate. The 3 little ones continued to eat, while Meng Ye and the others resumed fishing. Although the 3 of them managed to catch a fish every 3 to 5 minutes, it couldn't keep up with how fast the 3 little ones were eating, and they were already running out. Having tasted meat for the first time, the 2 little tigers wanted to eat their fill, but since they couldn't keep up, eventually one of the little tigers made up its mind and dashed towards the small river. With a powerful push from its short hind legs, it leaped into the air. However, the next second, the splash that should have followed never came. The little tiger looked up in confusion, only to see Meng Ye holding it by the scruff of its neck. No matter how it struggled with its 4 little legs, it couldn't escape Meng Ye's grip. You little rascal, you want to go catch fish in the river? You're still too small. Going in is not about catching fish, but feeding them, Meng Ye said with a smile as he set the little tiger down. Once on the ground, the little tiger looked up at Meng Ye with a pitiful expression, making soft, mournful sounds. Just then a sudden force surged through Meng Ye's hand, gripping the fishing rod, pulling him towards the water, and nearly causing him to stumble. Holy crap, I've got a big fish. Meng Ye's adrenaline surged as he jerked the rod upward. The next second the fishing line went taut, emitting a buzzing sound as it cut through the water. The wooden fishing rod creaked under the strain, looking as though it wouldn't last long. Seeing this, Meng Ye hurriedly shouted, "Big brother, second brother, come help. This fish is too strong." Upon hearing this, Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo dropped their rods and rushed over. The three of them gripped the fishing rod together and pulled back with all their strength, but the fish's power was simply too great, and they were still being dragged towards the riverbank. Suddenly, with a crack, the wooden fishing rod could no longer withstand the pressure and broke in two. The fishing line went slack, and the fish seemed to sense the danger had passed, swiftly flicking its tail and swimming away with half the rod. Meng Ye was a top-tier fishing enthusiast in his past life. If such a big fish slipped away from him, he would probably regret it for a lifetime. Thinking this, Meng Ye hesitated not for a moment and plunged into the rushing river. In mid-May, although the weather was gradually warming, the river still retained a hint of chill. At the moment of entering the water, a bone-chilling coldness surged towards him like a ferocious beast. Meng Ye's body trembled violently, his muscles tensed, and his body began to stiffen, making every movement extraordinarily difficult. Yet he gritted his teeth and desperately paddled with his arms, striving to swim forward. The coldness of the river made Meng Ye's breathing grow rapid. He could feel his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. However, he dared not stop, for he knew that if he did, the chilling cold would consume him. Before long, Meng Ye felt a wave of warmth wash over him, making him feel as if he were a small stove, completely unaware of the surrounding chill. Meng Ye shivered and suddenly swam after the fishing rod. After only a few strokes, he spotted the broken fishing rod, quickly reached out and grasped it tightly. Gripping the fishing rod, Meng Ye intended to swim toward the shore, but the large fish on the other end sensed his tug, and a powerful force nearly dragged him underwater. Startled, Meng Ye held on to the fishing rod tightly, pushing his feet against the water to stabilize himself. The pulling force grew stronger, and Meng Ye felt himself slowly sinking. Just as Meng Ye was about to lose his grip and sink to the bottom, a fallen tree suddenly appeared across the river. Overjoyed, Meng Ye approached the fallen tree, grabbing a branch, and with a powerful thrust of his waist, he lifted his body out of the water, wrapping his legs tightly around the trunk. In that moment, a battle of strength began between a fish and a man. At this time, Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo also rushed over quickly, helping Meng Ye to pull. With the addition of the two, the large fish in the river seemed to sense the threat and suddenly leaped out of the water. A silver figure shot out of the water, measuring over a person's length, revealing itself to be a giant white fish, its scales shining like silver armor under the sunlight, radiating dazzling light. "Wow, what a gigantic white fish!" Meng Ye exclaimed. "Goodness, this isn't a common carp. The biggest ones back home are only 5 or 6 pounds, but this one looks to weigh at least 17 or 18 pounds. At that moment, the giant white fish fell back into the water and suddenly applied force, nearly causing the fishing rods in their hands to slip away. But they quickly reacted, pulling even harder on the fishing rod. The fish struggled fiercely, leaping out of the water again and again, splashing water on them continuously. Suddenly, the giant white fish violently swung its tail and burst out of the water once more. "Now's the time. Pull with all your might," Meng Ye shouted, and the two immediately understood, pulling together. With a coordinated effort, they leveraged the fish's momentum to fling it toward the shore. With a loud crack, the fishing line snapped. They were all startled, but fortunately the giant white fish landed on the shore. Once on land, the giant white fish began to thrash violently. Its body twisted continuously, its tail slapping the ground forcefully as it looked ready to return to the water. Meng Ye acted quickly, running up and leaping onto the fish's back, pressing down on its body with both hands. But the giant white fish was incredibly strong, thrashing wildly and nearly throwing Meng Ye off. Yang Fuyo quickly came to help, sitting down firmly at the fish's tail. Meng Ye meanwhile moved to the fish's head, pressing its mouth down to the ground. After a fierce struggle, the three finally managed to subdue the giant white fish. They were all panting heavily, yet their faces were illuminated with excited smiles. "Phew, that was close. It almost got away." "No kidding. This fish is massive. It's my first time seeing something like this." "Old two, you really are bold. You dared to jump into such swift water. Are you out of your mind?" Coming back to reality, Meng Ye said, somewhat displeased. Meng Ye removed his wet clothes, twisting them as he chuckled. "If this big fish had escaped, the three of us would be regretting it all night." Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. At that moment, Chasing Wind and two little tigers curiously approached, sniffing at the giant white fish. One of the little tigers opened its mouth to take a bite. The next second, it let out a howl of pain, spinning in circles on the spot. The giant white fish had been around for years, its scales thick and hard, far beyond what a young tiger could bite through. Meng Ye patted the little tiger's head and said to the other two, "Old one, old three, let's head back. With this one fish, we'll have enough to eat for several days. Haha, indeed. I wonder if this fish is roe as I love fish roe the most. As Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo worked together to lift the giant fish, they chatted and laughed as they made their way back to the village. Along the way, villagers stopped to watch, their faces reflecting envy. Oh my gosh, Meng Ye, where did you catch this huge fish? Wow, this fish is incredible. It must weigh over 10 pounds. It seems to be Meng Ye again. He always manages to bring something back each time he goes out. Meng Ye, when are you going to take me fishing next time? Returning home, Xiao Mei was also stunned into silence upon seeing such a large fish. Oh my gosh, Meng Ye, where did you catch this? How did it get so big? Wait a minute. Why are your clothes still wet? Don't tell me you went into the water to catch it. You look soaked. Hurry and go inside to change into dry clothes, or you might catch a cold. With that, Xiao Mei pulled Meng Ye inside. Meng Ye grinned and called out to the two. Hey, old one, old three, you take care of the fish first, it'll change, and come back out. Hearing this, Meng Ye's eyes lit up. You two are quite fast. You've worked hard during this time. I'll settle your payment this afternoon, and then you can build a room each for these two brothers. The tile worker chuckled. Hey, no rush, I just wanted to say it's really comfortable working here. After so many years as a tile worker, this is the first time I've enjoyed my work so much. Naturally, working at your place eating meat every day, I've already gained 4 to 5 pounds in just a few days. If it weren't for the 2 rooms left to build, I'd have dragged it out a bit longer for more meals. Everyone burst into hearty laughter. After feasting, the 2 tile workers continued their work while Meng Ye went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a string of firecrackers, some candies, and a piece of red cloth. Then he returned home to help the tile workers. Finally, around 2 in the afternoon, the last tile was securely placed. Meng Ye's new home was thus completed. Looking at the brand new tiled house, he felt an indescribable comfort in his heart. Xiao Mei leaned against Meng Ye, gazing at their future new home, her eyes shimmering with tears. Meng Ye hung the firecrackers on a tree at the door and tied the red cloth to the door beam. As the firecrackers went off with a crackle, many villagers gathered around to see the excitement. Wow, Meng Ye's new house is really impressive. An elder couldn't help but praise. I've seen this kid since he was little. He was bound to do well. Xiao Mei is truly fortunate to marry such a good lad as Meng Ye. Meng Ye, now that your house is ready, when are you marrying Xiao Mei? Exactly. The uncles and aunts are waiting for the wedding candies. Facing the crowds teasing, Meng Ye grinned. Ha. Uncles and aunts, don't worry. Once I finish tidying up the house, we'll hold the wedding right away. Everyone is welcome to celebrate. The crowd nodded in agreement, all wearing joyful expressions. Xiao Mei blushed as she distributed candies, her heart full of expectations for their future life. However, just as everyone was immersed in this joyful atmosphere, a faint sound of a car engine approached from a distance. Soon after, a green Beijing Jeep drove into the village, heading straight for Meng Ye's doorstep. The villagers promptly made way. With a loud bang, the car door opened, and a middle-aged guard in a green uniform got out. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an air of authority. Following him, 2 more guards and a balding middle-aged man got out. The last to exit was the village head of Menjiago. The village head looked rather grim, his brows tightly knitted as he fixed his gaze on Meng Ye, shaking his head lightly. A chill ran through Meng Ye's heart. He realized these people were likely here for him. At this moment, the middle-aged guard scanned the crowd and finally locked eyes with Meng Ye, striding directly towards him. Are you Meng Ye? Yes, I am. Meng Ye replied confidently. We are from the County Guard Bureau. We suspect you may be connected to a murder case. Please cooperate with our investigation. Murder case? I don't understand what you're talking about. Meng Ye straightened his chest and responded. Just then, the balding middle-aged man sprang forward, cursing at Meng Ye. You little brat. Stop pretending. My nephew Hu Biao's death is definitely related to you. Zhao Bureau, take this kid back for questioning. Meng Ye raised an eyebrow. No wonder he found the balding man somewhat familiar. He was Hu Biao's uncle. At this moment, the middle-aged guard named Zhao glanced at Hu Biao's uncle, took a deep breath, ignored him, and turned to Meng Ye. Do you remember the way to the crime scene? Take us there. Don't worry, we won't wrong any good person, nor will we let any bad person go. Hearing the guard's words, Meng Ye raised an eyebrow. He had heard this phrase countless times in his past life, and it felt oddly familiar. I remember. Follow me, I will take you there. Saying this, Meng Ye went home to grab a gun before leading the guards up the mountain. Seeing this, Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo were worried about Meng Ye's safety and followed him. Meng Ye led the group to the cleared land at the mountain hollow. Look, that's where Hu Biao was stung by a bee at first. Meng Ye pointed to an old locust tree. The middle-aged guard nodded and took 2 guards to investigate. After a thorough inspection, coincidentally, there was indeed a fist-sized hornet's nest on that locust tree. The group then searched the surrounding ground for a while, but found no useful clues, so they turned to Meng Ye and said, Let's go, take us to the crime scene. Meng Ye then led the group further to the crime scene. Along the way, Hu Biao's uncle kept muttering beside Zhao Bureau, insisting that Meng Ye was the murderer. Zhao Bureau frowned, uninterested in engaging with him, and continued walking ahead. Upon reaching the crime scene, several guards began to carefully observe the surroundings, not missing any detail. However, due to the overwhelming number of people at the scene, it was impossible to discern anything, leaving only the dried bloodstains on the ground. At this moment a guard ran up to Zhao Bureau and said, Zhao Bureau, based on the blood traces and drag marks at the scene, Hu Biao's death was indeed caused by a wild animal. I suspect the village head was right. Hu Biao was stung by hornets, losing his ability to move, and was later discovered and killed by a wild animal. Before Zhao Bureau could speak, Hu Biao's uncle erupted shouting, Do you even understand? You're making wild assumptions without any evidence. Zhao Bureau frowned, suppressing his inner turmoil, and ignored him. Just then 3 wild wolves suddenly leaped out from the grass, and before anyone could react they charged at the crowd. Watch out! Meng Ye shouted, raising his hand and firing a shot, hitting the foremost wild wolf in the forehead. Thud! The wild wolf fell to the ground without even struggling. Meng Ye, regaining his senses, took a shot, as well, hitting the wolf in the back. Yang Fuyo, not yet having learned to shoot, drew his pig-killing knife and charged at the last wild wolf. The last wild wolf sprang into the air, leaping towards Yang Fuyo. Just at that moment, Yang Fuyo suddenly crouched down to avoid the wolf's leap, simultaneously thrusting the blade upward. With a sharp swoosh, he sliced the wild wolf open, instantly covering himself in blood. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone present was frozen in place, their faces filled with shock. The 3 members of the security bureau stood frozen in shock. One of the security members finally regained his composure, unable to contain his astonishment. Ugh, this blood is so damn smelly. Yang Fuyo intended to wipe the blood from his face with his sleeve, but his sleeve was equally drenched in blood. After smearing his face, he ended up looking quite ferocious. Meng Ye and Meng Ye approached Yang Fuyo and teased him with laughter. Third brother, you really need to practice your shooting. If you wash your clothes, every time you go into the mountains they will be in tatters, haha. Yang Fuyo scratched his head in a somewhat naive manner. At this moment Director Chun stood behind the 2 guards, observing Meng Ye and the others with admiration. Based on the performance of Meng Ye and his companions, whether in response time, speed, or combat ability, they would be considered top tier in their security bureau. For a moment he felt inclined to recruit the 3 of them. Just as he was about to speak, Uncle Hu Biao rushed over in terror, pointing at Meng Ye. Director Zhao, look at this kid shooting. It's spot on. My nephew must have been shot dead by this kid before being carried away by wolves. You have to take charge here. Enough. Uncle Hu Biao was abruptly interrupted by Director Chin's stern shout. Hu Jun, we have completed our investigation. Your nephew's death is classified as accidental. We found no suspicious traces at the scene, and after a thorough examination of your nephew's body, aside from the signs of animal bites, there were no indications of gunfire. This matter has nothing to do with him. If it weren't for the favor I owe your father, I wouldn't have bothered to come. With that, Director Zhao turned and walked away. Uncle Hu Biao stubbornly followed behind, persistently nagging. This was giving Director Zhao a headache. Uncle Hu Biao's father was a close friend of his father, and their families had a decent relationship, with the 2 old men often spending time together. Last night, Uncle Hu Biao knocked on his door in the middle of the night, claiming his nephew had been murdered. Out of respect for their families, he had no choice but to agree to personally handle the case. Now that the matter had been thoroughly investigated, Uncle Hu Biao still would not relent, which was infuriating him. Enough. Are you done yet? If you keep nagging, I will arrest you for obstructing official business. Director Chin shouted, frowning. Uncle Hu Biao, frightened, shrank his neck and dared not make another sound, directing his gaze towards Meng Ye ahead, his eyes filled with resentment. If he said Hu Biao's death had nothing to do with Meng Ye, he would never believe it. Previously, Hu Biao had approached him several times, saying someone in the village was at odds with him, and even competing for women, asking him to deal with that person. Later, he taught Hu Biao a rather sinister method to frame Meng Ye. However, unexpectedly, when he sent someone to deal with Meng Ye, an accident occurred, and Meng Ye discovered their scheme and switched the items. As a result, the head of the counterintelligence department scolded him, and Hu Biao, leaving him in debt to that person. Moreover, Hu Biao often tried to trip Meng Ye up. If anyone in the village hated Hu Biao the most, it was definitely Meng Ye, so Meng Ye was the prime suspect. After being reprimanded by Director Zhao, Uncle Hu Biao remained quiet and did not speak, lost in thought. When they returned to the village, a crowd of villagers gathered curiously. Meng Ye, are you okay? I heard Hu Biao's death is pinned on you. That can't be right. I saw Hu Biao being chased by wasps into the woods. It has nothing to do with you. That's right. Leader, you can't wrong a good person. Hu Biao went into the woods and was eaten by wolves. Yes. Don't take Meng Ye away. The villagers all stood up to defend Meng Ye. At that moment, Director Zhao raised his hand and said loudly to the crowd, fellow villagers, rest assured. We will not wrong a good person. At the same time, we will not let a bad person go. We have thoroughly investigated Hu Biao's death. It was an accident and has nothing to do with Meng Ye. Hearing Director Zhao's words, the villagers cheered. At this moment, Uncle Hu Biao, filled with anger, suddenly stepped forward and shouted loudly. Director Zhao, I want to report. Report Meng Ye. Upon hearing Uncle Hu Biao's words, everyone present fell silent and turned their attention to him. Director Zhao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and impatiently asked, Hu Jun, are you done yet? I know your nephew died, and you are upset, but you can't keep targeting Meng Ye. Uncle Hu Biao glared, continuing to shout loudly. As far as I know, Meng Ye's father is not from this village. He married into the Meng family in Minjigo. Since he came to Minjiagu, he has always been out, sometimes returning only once a year. His mother died when he was 10. Since then his father has never returned. So I suspect his father is a spy sent by the Gao Yao country. This kid is also probably a spy. Hearing this, the village was in an uproar. Indeed, as Uncle Hu Biao said, Meng Ye's father had always been a mystery in the village, and nobody was familiar with him except for the village chief. He had no friends. In fact, the villagers didn't even know his name. Meng Ye was said to have been raised solely by his mother. After his mother died, Meng Ye began living off the kindness of others, relying on whoever could help him. He was taken in by various families, managing to avoid starvation. Initially, Director Chen did not take Uncle Hu Biao's words seriously, but as he listened further, his expression grew increasingly somber. Although he did not believe Meng Ye was a spy, if the facts were indeed as Uncle Hu Biao claimed, Meng Ye's identity would indeed be somewhat suspicious. Director Chen turned to look at the village chief and asked solemnly, "Is what he said true?" The village chief took a deep breath, wanting to say something, but ultimately held back, finally nodding. "It is. Bring me the personnel files of your village. Oh, I want to take a look." The village chief hesitated for a moment, then sighed, turning back to the team office and retrieved a thick stack of white paper from a locked cabinet containing information on the villagers of Minjiagu. After searching for a moment, the village chief pulled out the file for Meng Ye's family of 3 and handed it to Director Chen. Upon receiving the file, Director Chen began to read it. The first page was Meng Ye's, clean and neat, containing only his name, date of birth, home address, and housing information with no other details. Seeing Director Chen frozen in place, Uncle Hu Biao was immediately delighted, thinking there was a chance. Was it possible that his desperate counterattack mistakenly revealed that Meng Ye was indeed a spy? Upon seeing this, Uncle Hu Biao straightened his back, a look of anticipation on his face. Moments later, Director Chen turned to Meng Ye and asked, "How tall is your father?" There were no obvious features on his face. Meng Ye shrugged. "I haven't seen him for over 10 years. I can't remember anything about him." Meng Ye was not lying. In the original owner's memory, there was indeed no image of his father, only a vague shadow. He only knew that every time his father came back, he would bring him some canned goods and some biscuits that were hard to swallow. At this moment, the village chief stood up and slowly said, "Meng Ye's father is named Meng Fei. He came to our village as an outsider. He has a mole above his right eyebrow. His eyes are uneven. He doesn't talk much, and his left leg is slightly lame, but it doesn't affect his walking." Hearing the village chief's description, Director Chen trembled all over. Meng Fei, Meng Ye, Mengjiago. I should have thought of this sooner. I should have thought of this sooner. Seeing Director Chen's expression, Uncle Hu Biao was filled with joy, excitedly leaning towards Director Chen and flattering him. "Director Chen, I told you Meng Ye is definitely a spy. Hurry, arrest him. Take him back for a thorough interrogation. Who knows, we might uncover a few more spies, and then you will have made a great contribution." Before Uncle Hu Biao could finish his sentence, Director Chen slapped him across the face. With a sharp crack, there followed a wretched howl, as Uncle Hu Biao was caught off guard and sent flying, covering his face, looking at Director Chen in shock. "Director Chen, did you hit the wrong person? Meng Ye is not a spy." "Shut the hell up. Even if your whole family were spies, Meng Ye could never be a spy." "You too. Hold him first. They'll deal with him properly when I get back." "Damn it." Uncle Hu Biao looked terrified, completely confused about what was happening, and then he was forcibly dragged into the car by 2 guards. Director Chen turned his gaze to Meng Ye, his expression shifting from anger to warmth as he said to Meng Ye, "Come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Saying this, Director Chen stepped out of the crowd, first found a corner to stand and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and began to smoke. "Here, Lao, let me go with you." Meng Ye nudged Meng Ye's shoulder. "It's fine, he should know my father, it will be okay." Meng Ye patted Meng Ye's shoulder and then followed along. "Director Chen, do you know my father?" Director Chen looked Meng Ye up and down, revealing a satisfied expression. "Not bad. Not bad. No wonder I felt a sense of killing intent from you. This is very similar to your father." "Director Chen, please stop keeping me in suspense. To be honest, I can't even remember what my father looks like. I've only seen him a few times throughout my life." Director Chen took a deep breath. "You can't blame your father for this. I believe the village chief knows the truth, but didn't say anything to protect you. Your father is a soldier. He was my old squad leader, and I was one of his soldiers. He led us to fight against the Japanese invaders together, risking our lives. Your father brought me back from the brink of death countless times. Although we won the war against Japan, there are still many spies left from the remnants of the invading forces in China, so your father had to fight on the front lines, which caused you and your mother a lot of hardship. Until the year you turned 10, your father received a letter from home saying your mother was seriously ill, so he had no choice but to abandon his mission and return home to visit her. However, on his way back to the village, he happened to encounter a group disguised as a circus, and after a confrontation, your father was outnumbered and unfortunately perished. Later, we also tried to find you and your mother, but due to the special nature of our unit, all personnel's family information was kept confidential, and we could not disclose any information, even to each other. Now finally I found you. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I'll do my best to help." Director Chen expected Meng Ye to lose control and burst into tears, but Meng Ye's reaction surprised him. Meng Ye nodded calmly, not saying much. When Uncle Hu Biao mentioned his father's matters, he sensed that his father's identity was definitely not simple. He didn't expect him to also be a soldier. Director Chen. Meng Ye was interrupted by Director Chen, who smiled and said, "No need for such formalities. Given my relationship with your father, just call me Uncle Chen." "All right then, Uncle Chen, there is actually something I want to ask of you." "Hey, just let me know if you need anything." Director Chen waved his hand generously. "Do you have any BWA gun universal sights produced by Eagle Sauce? Can you get me 3? Upon hearing Meng Ye's words, Director Chen's face showed a shocked expression. "What? BWA? You really are asking for a lot. Our entire county bureau has only 1 BWA allocated to the snipers. I can't give that to you. How about this? You want 3 sights, right? Just tell me what model of gun, and I'll have someone deliver them to you later." Hearing this, Meng Ye was overjoyed. He had just mentioned it casually, but he didn't expect the other party to really agree. Then thank you, Uncle Chen." Seeing Meng Ye's excited expression, Director Chen realized he had been outsmarted by this kid. However, he wasn't angry at all. After all, Meng Ye was the son of an old friend, and they owed him a lot. "Meng Ye, what are your plans for the future? Staying here in the village is not a solution. I see your shooting skills are excellent. Oh, why don't you come back to the county with me? I can arrange a position for you at the bureau, and I will also call your 2 brothers. Director Chen quickly rolled up his pant leg to inspect, only to see a small white flesh ball at his ankle. At that moment, the flesh ball was writhing as if it were breathing. "What the hell is this?" Director Chen cursed and reached out to pull off the flesh ball. Seeing this, Meng Ye hurriedly extended his hand to stop him. "Uncle Chen, don't move." Seeing the grave expression on Meng Ye's face, Director Chen realized that the flesh ball on his leg was certainly not a good thing. "Meng Ye, what is this thing?" "It's a tick," Meng Ye said solemnly. Director Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's just a grass bug, right? Just pull it off. But this grass bug looks a bit different from the ones I've seen before. The ones I usually encounter are black. Why is this one white?" "This isn't an ordinary tick. It's a white tick. Its venom is more than 10 times more potent than that of an ordinary tick. Every year, many people die from white tick bites due to ineffective treatment." Upon hearing Meng Ye's words, Director Chen's expression darkened. However, out of professional integrity, he did not panic, but looked at Meng Ye. "Do you have a way, oi?" Meng Ye nodded, but then shook his head, saying solemnly, "I can give it a try. I was bitten by a white tick once before, and my friend helped me get it out. I can only try to replicate what he did." "Okay, I believe in you. Just go ahead and do it. Worst case, they'll go down to accompany your father." "Ha ha." With that, Director Chen burst into hearty laughter. Meng Ye's initially tense emotions eased considerably. "Uncle Chen, please sit down and wait for me for a moment." With that, Meng Ye ran back home, retrieved a box of matches and a jar, and hurried back. Meng Ye's actions naturally drew the attention of everyone, who all gathered around. When they saw the white tick on Director Chen's leg, their expressions changed drastically. "What the hell? It's a white grass tick. It's over, it's over. This time we're screwed. If this thing bites, even a deity can't save him." Indeed, the year before last, that second son from Old Wang's family died from a white grass tick bite. He didn't take it seriously, and later that night, he just disappeared. I heard that when he died, his entire body was purple. It's terrifying. The villagers looked at Director Chen with a hint of pity in their eyes. At that moment, an elderly man approached Meng Ye and advised, "Young Meng, I see you want to get the grass tick out. I suggest you take him to the county hospital quickly. This white grass tick is not that easy to deal with. Its head is in the shape of an inverted triangle, and unless it wants to come out, no one can pull it out. If its head stays inside, it'll be even more troublesome. You should go now, there might still be time." Upon hearing the elder's words, the 2 nearby guards exchanged glances, then stepped forward to push Meng Ye aside and reached out to lift Director Chen. "Director, we should hurry to the hospital. If we delay, it will be too late." Seeing this, Meng Ye kicked the 2 of them away and shouted coldly, "If you want him to die faster, just let him move around more to promote blood circulation, which will only help the toxins spread faster." Hearing Meng Ye's words, the 2 were instantly frozen in place, breaking out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Director Chen, sitting on the ground, looked at the 2 and slowly said, "Let him try. Remember, if I really die because of this, it has nothing to do with him." The 2 hesitated for a few seconds, then finally nodded. Meng Ye said no more, striking a match and slowly moving it towards the tail of the white tick. As the flame drew closer, the white tick, which had been quietly sucking blood on Director Chen's leg, began to wriggle and grow restless. But it only squirmed a bit and did not pull its head out of his body. At this moment, the match in Meng Ye's hand had burned out, so he quickly struck another one and continued to roast the tick. 1 match, 2 matches. Finally, on the 3rd match, the tick pulled its head out, panicking and sliding down Director Chen's arm to the ground, then darted into the grass. Seeing this, Meng Ye acted swiftly, stomping down hard. With a pop, the tick's round, swollen belly burst open instantly. Blood splattered on the ground, forming a blood lotus. As everyone saw the tick eliminated, they all sighed in relief. Director Chen stood up and patted Meng Ye on the shoulder. "Meng Ye, you really are something. Thanks to you, or else this old bone of mine would have met its end here." Meng Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. "Uncle Chen, we can't relax yet. We need to handle the wound quickly. The tick's venom is still in there." As he spoke, Meng Ye grabbed a handful of dry grass from the side, lit it, and threw it into the jar. Just as it was about to burn out, Meng Ye swiftly covered the jar over the wound. As the oxygen inside the jar continued to diminish, the pressure inside began to increase, tightly adhering the jar's opening to the skin around the wound. At this moment, thin streams of black blood seeped out from the wound, quickly filling up half the jar. Seeing that it was about done, Meng Ye pressed his hand against the rim of the jar and forcefully pushed down. With a pop, the jar detached from the skin. Ink-black blood flowed out, falling onto the grass. The surrounding weeds instantly dimmed, all drooping their heads. Fearing that the venom wasn't washed out thoroughly, Meng Ye continued to draw several more times until the blood completely returned to its bright red color before he felt relieved. All right, that should be enough. He'll disinfect the wound with red medicine later. At this time, Director Chen appeared somewhat pale due to excessive blood loss, his voice trembling and weak. Thank you, young Meng. Oh, no need to be polite, but I recommend you go to the county hospital for a thorough checkup. Although most of the toxins have been drawn out, there will definitely be some residuals left, and I'm worried it might have adverse effects on your health. Director Chen nodded. All right, let's go back now. I wanted to chat more with you this time, but in a couple of days he'll come find you, and then we'll drink until we're all drunk. All right, Uncle Chen will be waiting for you. Director Chen chatted with Meng Ye for a few more moments before hurriedly bidding farewell, as life-threatening matters cannot be delayed. After a few left, the villagers saw the excitement had faded and they all left. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the sky gradually darkened. To celebrate the completion of the new house, Xiaomei prepared a full table of dishes. Xiaomei, the three brothers, and two tile workers sat around a table. Meng Ye stood up, raised his glass, and toasted the two workers. Thank you both for your hard work these days. It's so hot, and you didn't even say to take a break. Come on. I toast to you both. The two workers quickly stood up, smiling as they raised their glasses. Brother Meng, you're too polite. This is what we should do. Working here, we feel comfortable too. So we'll head back to the village tomorrow to inform our families. After being away for so many days, we need to keep in touch. The day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, we'll send a truck to bring Meng Ye and Fuyus bricks together. Done. That's settled then. Everyone drank up, and the atmosphere grew even more lively. Meng Ye looked at the dishes on the table, his heart filled with satisfaction. At this moment, Meng Ye suddenly noticed that Xiaomia's actions were a bit strange. He saw her right hand was behind her back and her left hand was awkwardly and clumsily holding chopsticks. Show me what happened to your hand. A flicker of panic crossed Xiaomia's eyes. It's nothing. Seeing Xiaomia's reaction, Meng Ye furrowed his brows and quickly walked up to her, reaching out to grasp the hand she had hidden behind her back. At that moment, Xiaomia's hand was wrapped in a piece of white silk cloth soaked through with blood, staining it a shocking red. What happened? Meng Ye asked urgently, his eyes filled with concern. Xiaomei bit her lip and explained with a hint of grievance. It's nothing. It's really nothing. I've already taken care of it. Meng Ye sighed, opting not to press further, and quickly retrieved a first aid kit from the wardrobe to treat her wounds. As he treated her wounds, Xiaomei winced in pain, prompting Meng Ye to become even gentler in his actions. The two bricklayers were relatively unaffected, as they were both married men. But Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo were both young men who, to put it bluntly, had never even touched a girl's hand, let alone witnessed such a scene, leaving them momentarily stunned. Xiaomei seemed to sense their gazes and shyly lowered her head. Once the wounds were treated, Meng Ye looked at her seriously and asked, "How did this happen?" Xiaomei bit her lip and slowly explained, "Just now, when I was stewing the fish, hot oil splashed when the fish went into the pot." Meng Ye, feeling a pang of sympathy, took Xiaomia's hand in his own and said, "For the next few days, keep your hands dry and don't do any work. He'll handle the cooking and everything else." Xiaomei nodded obediently, her hand hurting, but her heart felt warm. At that moment, Meng Ye seemed to have thought of something and quickly exclaimed, "Urge. I heard from the older generation that badger oil treats burns. Tomorrow let's go up the mountain and see if we can catch a badger. I've heard it works wonders. After applying it, there won't even be a scar." Hearing this, Meng Ye's eyes brightened, and he clapped the table in delight, saying, "Great. Tomorrow we'll head up the mountain to search." After several rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone gradually left. Once everyone had gone, Xiaomei planned to tidy the table, but was suddenly swept up by Meng Ye, who tossed her onto the bed. "For now, just focus on healing. He'll take care of everything at home." Xiaomia's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart filled with sweetness as she nodded. Meng Ye couldn't help but lean down to give her a gentle kiss on the forehead before going to clean up the table. The next morning, just at dawn, Meng Ye went to the team headquarters, calling for Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo to set off for the mountain. The three spread out in a fan shape, carefully searching for traces of badger dens along the western slopes of Meng's Valley. However, after a whole morning of searching, the three found no signs of the badger. Mainly, this creature is not something even seasoned hunters like to catch. Firstly, the meat is not tasty, and secondly, badgers live underground and are primarily nocturnal. Their temperament is quite fierce, despite not being much larger than a cat. Their combat prowess is comparable to that of a lynx. Once it bites down, it won't let go without tearing off a chunk of flesh. The three were parched and exhausted, finally settling by a small stream in the woods. Yang Fuyo panted heavily, saying, "Urge. Are there even any badgers in this forest?" We've been searching for a whole morning and haven't seen a single hare. Meng Ye spat and replied seemingly helpless, this really depends on luck. Oh, wait. Let's go find San Ye. San Ye has been hunting for decades. He must know where the badgers are. Meng Ye's eyes lit up. All right. Let's go find San Ye. It's been a while since we last saw him. With that, the three headed towards the mountain where San Ye's den was located. When they reached San Ye's den, they found that he was not home. The entrance was covered with grass, and judging by the color of the grass, he had likely been away for several days. What if something happened to San Ye? Meng Ye frowned and said, that shouldn't be the case. I suspect he went to take revenge on that tailless tiger for his son, so he might be staying in the village for a couple of days. Don't worry with San Ye's strength, he generally doesn't run into any danger. Meng Ye nodded, lifted the grass covering the entrance, took out some jerky from inside, and then replaced the grass, marking a tent-like sign on the ground with a stick. What are you doing? Meng Ye asked in confusion. This is a rule among us hunters. Genuine hunters usually have dens in the mountains to store food and supplies. If someone encounters a shortage while hunting, they can go to the dens to find something to eat. Once they're done, they need to leave a mark at the entrance to inform the owner that someone has been here. Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo nodded. Since San Ye is not here, let's continue searching. Let's not go back the same way. Instead, we'll take a detour and return from the front. All right, let's follow Erg's lead. The three continued searching forward along the mountain. The three kept searching until the sun was about to set, and just as they were preparing to head back, suddenly Meng Ye excitedly pointed to a patch of grass, whispering, "Urge, San Ye, look." They saw a badger peeking its head out from the grass. However, the sound of the badger was particularly jarring in the quiet forest, and sensing danger, it quickly dove into a nearby hole. Seeing this, Meng Ye raised his hand and fired a shot, but the shot missed. Damn, it got away. No way. Today, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I'm going to catch this guy and cure my sister-in-law. With that, Meng Ye began to dig at the entrance of the hole. Meng Ye quickly stopped Meng Ye, grinning. What are you wasting energy for? Just watch me. Meng Ye surveyed the area around the hole and discovered 2 other entrances. He then gathered some wood and stones to block 2 of the entrances. He immediately piled some dry twigs at the entrance and took out a match to light it. The dry twigs caught fire instantly. In an instant, thick smoke billowed out, making it hard for the 3 to open their eyes. Stop looking and quickly fan the smoke into the hole. Meng Ye called out, and the 3 hurriedly took off their jackets and began fanning smoke into the entrance. Before long, a swirling cloud of thick smoke suddenly appeared inside the hole, and then a gray figure shot out from the hole with a whoosh. Yang Fuyo was just about to reach out to grab it when Meng Ye pushed him aside, using the coarse cloth bag in his hands to cover the badger. Feeling itself being covered, the badger panicked and let out a heart-wrenching scream, frantically clawing at the coarse cloth bag. After clawing at it a few times with no effect, it began to bite and tear at the bag. The coarse cloth bag, the thickness of a coin, started to show signs of damage under the badger's assault. Seeing this, Meng Ye hurriedly pressed down on the bag with all his strength and shouted, "Look, Lao San, come help. This beast is incredibly strong." Yang Fuyo came back to his senses and quickly moved forward to help Meng Ye hold down the bag tightly. However, the badger struggled even more violently, and the coarse cloth bag was at risk of being torn apart. At this moment, the badger had already stuck half its head out of the bag. Meng Ye, seeing this, picked up a thick wooden stick from the ground and swung it hard at the badger's head. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the badger rolled its eyes and lay flat on the ground. Damn, this beast is still quite fierce. It almost bit my hand. Meng Ye spat and cursed, still shaken. But this beast is quite fat. Oh, we should be able to extract a good amount of badger oil from it. Yang Fuyo nodded in agreement, untying the coarse cloth bag and lifting the badger up. He weighed it in his hands and said, "Hey, it's pretty heavy, probably around 20 pounds. After we render the oil, we can still stew a pot of meat with the leftover." As he spoke, Yang Fuyo's stomach began to growl. Hearing this, Meng Ye and Meng Ye also felt their stomachs clench. Since leaving in the morning, they had only eaten some dry and hard jerky at noon, and they were already starving. After Yang Fuyo bled the badger, the 3 of them hurried back towards the village. Halfway there, a series of clucking sounds came from not far away. Meng Ye and Yang Fuyo paid it no mind, but Meng Ye stopped in surprise, listening carefully to the direction of the sound. "What's wrong, boss? What are you listening to?" Meng Ye asked. Meng Ye quickly motioned for Meng Ye to be quiet and whispered, "Show. There might be something good." "What good thing?" Yang Fuyo leaned over and asked softly. "Have you heard of the flying dragon?" Upon hearing the words flying dragon, Yang Fuyo looked puzzled, but Meng Ye's eyes lit up. The flying dragon is indeed a treasure. He had always heard people say how delicious flying dragon meat is, but he had never tasted it. People often say heavenly dragon meat, earthly donkey meat. The dragon meat they referred to was the flying dragon. The meat of the flying dragon is extremely tender, and after proper preparation, just a sprinkle of salt is enough to cook up an incredibly delicious broth. In the past, during the Qing dynasty, the flying dragon was one of the main tribute items from Heilongjiang. The Sanyuan imperial flying dragon soup made from it was especially favored by the emperor. Because of this, the flying dragon suffered from overhunting and was eventually classified as a nationally protected species. 1 bite means 10 years in prison. But now this thing can be eaten freely. Thinking this, Meng Ye quickly beckoned to Meng Ye. So what are we waiting for? Let's grab two and go back to make soup. I want to taste what it's like too. After saying this, the three of them made their way towards the direction of the sound. However, the sun had already dipped below the mountains, and with the leaves blocking the view, visibility in the woods was pitifully low. After walking in circles for a long time, they still couldn't find any trace of the flying dragon. Alas, it's so dark we can't see anything. Sigh. What's there to lament? We've got nothing to do tomorrow. The three of us can come back for a stroll. All right, we'll come back tomorrow. I must let you both taste that flying dragon soup. The flavor is absolutely divine. As he spoke, Meng Ye's mouth watered. The three of them laughed together and followed the mountain path back to Meng Ye. By the time they returned to the village, night had fully fallen. The village was eerily quiet, with only an occasional bark from a dog breaking the silence. At this time, the oil lamp in Ziyumia's house was still lit, indicating she was waiting for Meng Ye and the others to return. To avoid startling Xiaomei, Meng Ye called out softly before entering the courtyard. Xiaomei were back. Hearing Meng Ye's voice, a figure quickly came out to greet them. You're back. Why were you gone all day? I was so worried. Meng Ye, holding the cloth bag in his hand, grinned. Well, we went out to catch a badger. As he spoke, Meng Ye pulled the badger out from the cloth bag. Xiaomei gasped, oh, it's so fat. This must weigh around 10 to 20 pounds. Good gracious, this. As she spoke halfway, Xiaomei seemed to remember something and slapped her thigh. Oh, look at my brain. You've been rolling around on the mountain all day. You must be starving. Hurry inside and wash your hands. I've already prepared the dishes, just waiting for you to come back. Meng Ye and the others walked into the house, and Xiaomei brought the food from the pot. The aroma of the dishes instantly wafted over, as if a fox spirit were beckoning to them, teasing their olfactory senses. After washing their hands, the three of them eagerly sat down to eat. Xiaomei smiled beside them, serving rice while asking about their day on the mountain. Meng Ye, while gulping down his food, vividly described the thrilling process of catching the badger, making Ziyumia's eyes widen in astonishment. Yang Fuyo added details from the side, causing everyone to laugh heartily. After finishing their meal, Meng Ye helped Xiaomei clear the table. He then placed the badger on the table and looked at Yang Fuyo, saying, Old Three, the next part is up to you. Old Three nodded, pulling out a pig-killing knife from his waist. He skillfully traced the badger's body, finding the right spot, before cleanly slicing open a cut. Then he circled the badger's forelegs, cutting through the skin. Finally, he took a rope and secured the badger upside down to the beam, gripping the cut near its rear tightly and pulling down forcefully. With a sizzle, the entire badger's skin was stripped off as if it were shedding clothes. Seeing this scene, Meng Ye raised an eyebrow, knowing that with Old Three's skill, it would take at least 10 or 8 years of practice to master. After finishing the skinning, Old Three dismembered the badger and removed all the fat from its abdomen, placing it in a basin. As for the remaining meat, Old Three cut it into pieces, preparing to stew it for tomorrow. After handling everything, Meng Ye and Old Three bid farewell and returned to the village committee. Seeing Meng Ye carrying the badger fat into the kitchen, Xiaomei gently said, It's so late that don't worry about it tonight. We can do it tomorrow. Meng Ye shook his head, saying that won't do. If you apply it early, it will heal sooner. If it scars, it won't look good. After saying this, Meng Ye slipped into the kitchen. Sitting on the kang, Xiaomei watched Meng Ye's busy figure with warmth in her heart. This time she knew she hadn't made the wrong choice. At this moment, Meng Ye had already arrived at the kitchen, adding firewood to the stove, heating the pot, and pouring a little rapeseed oil into it. As the temperature continued to rise, the clear rapeseed oil and the rich badger oil quietly blended under low heat, with the badger fat sizzling and producing white foam as the oil gradually seeped out and pooled at the bottom of the pot. Meng Ye kept stirring the fat with a spatula, ensuring it heated evenly. With Meng Ye's constant stirring, a faint aroma pierced the air, followed by the unique earthy scent of rapeseed oil, entwined with the dense meaty fragrance of the pork fat bursting forth above the stove. The oil bubbles began to gurgle, transforming from a few sporadic pops into a boiling golden vortex, mingling the fragrant aroma of the oil, the sweetness of grains, and the richness of meat fat, instantly filling every corner of the kitchen and slipping into the bedroom through the door crack. Chasing Wind, who was sleeping soundly, and the two little tigers twitched their noses, and with a pounce they stood up from the bed. Their small noses twitched as the aroma spiraled into their nostrils. The three of them eagerly inhaled the enticing meat fragrance, their gaze finally settling in the direction of the kitchen. Oh, whoa! Chasing Wind howled excitedly and immediately jumped off the bed, dashing towards the kitchen. The two little tigers, not to be outdone, followed closely behind. At this moment, most of the fat in the pot had melted into clear oil, leaving only some charred yellow residue. Seeing this, Meng Ye removed the firewood from the bottom of the pot and quickly used a strainer to scoop out the residue, placing it in a bowl beside him. This residue was a precious ingredient that could not be wasted. Meng Ye picked up a piece of golden crispy residue and bit into it with a crunch as the crispy shell shattered between his teeth, releasing a hot, meaty aroma. The exterior was charred and hard, while the inside retained a slight chewiness, with a rich saltiness enveloped in the fat's depth, and the slightly caramelized edges added a hint of sweetness. As he chewed, it made a crunching sound, becoming increasingly fragrant, and the aroma of the fat and meat filled his mouth, making Meng Ye resist the urge to close his eyes. Meng Ye ate a few more pieces before finally stopping. By now the temperature of the hot oil in the pot had gradually decreased, and the boiling had ceased. Meng Ye used a rice scoop to carefully ladle out the cool oil on top. Only a small amount of murky oil with meat residue remained at the bottom. Looking at the turbid meat residue, Meng Ye couldn't bring himself to throw it away. Such fragrant oil would surely enhance the flavor when stir-frying some greens in the morning. Just as Meng Ye was about to get up and return to the house, he suddenly noticed 3 pairs of glistening big eyes beneath him. It was Chasing Wind and the 2 little tigers. At this moment, they were looking at him with eager expressions. A wood Chasing Wind gently called out, nudging Meng Ye's pant leg with its head. The 2 little tigers, seeing this, also began to nudge like Chasing Wind. Meng Ye was amused by the actions of the 3 little ones and laughed heartily. "You 3 little gluttons, is it the aroma that has caught your attention? Fine, I'll give you a few pieces, but not too many. There isn't much in total." Saying this, Meng Ye picked out a few larger pieces of residue from the bowl and divided them among the 3. The 3 little ones immediately perked up with joy at receiving the residue. Chasing Wind swallowed a piece whole, its throat moving, licking its lips in delight, while staring longingly at Meng Ye, as if saying not enough. The 2 little tigers were more cautious, carefully picking up the residue and finding a corner to chew slowly, their eyes squinting in satisfaction. Meng Ye looked at Chasing Wind's adorable expression and shook his head helplessly. "No, you can't have any more. The piece I gave you was the biggest. You rascal, go back to the house and sleep." Yet Chasing Wind would not give up, circling around Meng Ye and occasionally letting out an woo sound. Meng Ye, unable to deal with its persistence, had no choice but to toss it another smaller piece of residue. Chasing Wind caught it in midair, then happily ran to the side. However, this time it did not swallow it immediately but pressed it against the ground, gently licking it with its tongue. After cleaning up the kitchen, Meng Ye returned to the bedroom, only to find Xiao Mei had already leaned against the bedding and fallen asleep, still holding onto a shoe sole that wasn't fully finished. Looking at Xiao Mei's right hand still wrapped in bandages, Meng Ye felt a pang of heartache as he gently picked her up and tucked her into the blankets. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Meng Ye got out of bed, dressed, and took a basket, heading towards the small river in the backyard. He remembered that on the grass by the riverbank where he had fished the day before there grew quite a few wild purslane. Although this was a wild vegetable, its tender shoots were a rare delicacy. Meng Ye bent down to search carefully and finally discovered a large patch of purslane not far from where they had fished. The leaves of the purslane were serrated, somewhat resembling dandelions, but not as protruding. The color gradually deepened from emerald green to purplish red. Meng Ye picked a leaf and put it in his mouth to chew lightly. Instantly a bitter taste spread in his mouth, but it quickly reacted with the saliva enzymes, transforming into a fresh and sweet flavor. Meng Ye nodded and pulled out a small knife to begin digging. In a short while he filled an entire basket with purslane. Just then a woman's shrill scream suddenly rang out from not far away. Meng Ye furrowed his brow and quickly got up, instinctively reaching for his side, only to realize he hadn't brought his gun, so he grabbed the knife and ran towards the direction of the scream. Soon Meng Ye saw a figure stumbling towards him. Looking up, it was none other than Hu Biao's old partner, Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen's face was filled with terror, her complexion pale, as if she had encountered something horrific. "Aunt Chen, what happened? What did you see?" Upon seeing Meng Ye, Aunt Chen seemed to have grasped a lifeline, rolling and crawling up to him out of breath. Meng Ye, there's a bear. Hurry, run." Before Meng Ye could regain his senses, a massive figure emerged from the bushes not far away. It was indeed the bear Aunt Chen had spoken of. Upon seeing Meng Ye, the bear's face instantly lit up with excitement as it charged towards him. Aunt Chen screamed and scrambled back to the village in fright. However, Meng Ye stood his ground, looking rather helpless. "Why are you back in the village again?" The bear that Meng Ye had previously let go was now standing before him. At this moment, it came to a sudden stop in front of Meng Ye, extending its paw to grasp the corner of his clothing, dragging him insistently into the woods. Meng Ye was nearly thrown off balance and expressed his dissatisfaction. "What do you want? I'm not going to kill you, but I can't guarantee that you won't get caught by the militia one day. They won't show any mercy." The bear scratched its head, anxiously pointed towards the forest, and lowly growled at Meng Ye. Seeing the bear's urgent demeanor, Meng Ye raised an eyebrow, suspecting that it must have something to ask of him. "All right, you run ahead, and he'll follow you." However, as soon as Meng Ye finished speaking, the bear lay down in front of him. Meng Ye was taken aback for a moment before realizing that the bear wanted him to ride on its back. "You want to carry me?" The bear nodded and nudged Meng Ye with its head, urging him to climb on. Meng Ye's eyes lit up. He had ridden horses, cows, and camels, but this was his first time riding a bear. With that thought, Meng Ye leaped onto the bear's back. Feeling Meng Ye settle in, the bear took off at a run into the woods, moving much faster than Meng Ye could on his own. Along the way, Meng Ye held tightly to the bear's neck, feeling the rush of wind whistling past his ears. Soon the bear stopped in front of a concealed cave. It cautiously entered the cave, with Meng Ye following closely behind. Using the light that streamed in from the entrance, Meng Ye saw 2 figures lying deep within the cave. Those were the circus 2 golden monkeys. At this moment, they appeared to be in very poor condition, covered in wounds. In particular, the larger male monkey had several deep wounds that exposed bone and had begun to fester, its breath weak and fading. The bear approached the male monkey whimpering with eyes full of anxiety. The female monkey, who seemed to be in slightly better condition, looked at Meng Ye with a hopeful expression and gestured towards him. Although Meng Ye understood her meaning, he realized that the bear wanted him to save them. He stepped forward to examine the male monkey's injuries. After a thorough examination, Meng Ye's brow furrowed tightly. The male monkey's situation was worse than he had anticipated. The deep wounds were severely infected, suggesting it had been attacked by some ferocious beast. Moreover, there was internal bruising. If not treated promptly, it would likely not survive much longer. Meng Ye took a deep breath. In such a situation, he could only treat it as a dead horse being used as a live horse. "Wait here for me. I will be back soon." With that, Meng Ye hurriedly ran out of the cave, scanning the surroundings until he finally spotted the herbs he needed: small jiajing grass. This small jiajing grass was a common plant in rural areas, often overlooked by people, but in the eyes of Meng Ye, who came from special forces, it was an herb with remarkable medicinal properties. Small jiajing grass has the effects of reducing inflammation and pain, calming and stopping bleeding, and strengthening muscles and bones. In his previous life, it was this herb that allowed Meng Ye to survive one life-threatening situation after another. Meng Ye gathered a large handful of small jiajing grass, found some dry twigs, and rushed back to the cave. Upon returning, he lit the twigs on fire and heated the tip of a knife in the flames. After a moment, the knife tip turned a deep crimson. To prevent excessive pain from causing him to bite his tongue, Meng Ye picked up a stick about the thickness of his thumb and forcefully shoved it into the male monkey's mouth. Then he slowly brought the heated knife tip towards the male monkey's festering wound. At the moment of contact, a sizzling sound was heard. The male monkey's entire body tensed instantly, its eyes wide open, the stick in its mouth cracking from the pressure. However, the pain seemed overwhelming, and the male monkey only let out a low growl before fainting again. Next, Meng Ye used the heated knife tip to carefully remove the rotting flesh around the wound, making the female monkey and the bear beside him look away, unable to bear the sight. For the next 20 minutes, Meng Ye dared not relax for a moment, keeping his mind tightly focused. Even the slightest mistake could cost the male monkey its life. Fortunately, Meng Ye's skills were proficient, and he finally finished cleaning the wound. However, he did not rest. Instead, he stuffed some small jiajing grass into his mouth and began to chew it heartily. The moment it entered his mouth, an indescribably bitter taste filled his entire mouth. Meng Ye couldn't help but furrow his brows, but he continued chewing, turning a large mouthful of small jiajing grass into a paste and applying it to the male monkey's wound. After completing all of this, Meng Ye let out a long sigh of relief, exhausted, and sat down on the ground. He said to the bear and the female monkey, "Whether it can pull through now depends on its own fortune. He'll come to check on it every few days." The bear seemed to understand his words and nuzzled Meng Ye gratefully. The female monkey also approached, gently touching Meng Ye's hand with her furry paw, her eyes filled with gratitude. Then Meng Ye cleaned the female monkey's wounds. Fortunately, her injuries were not severe. A simple application of herbs was sufficient. After handling everything, Meng Ye leaned against a nearby large rock to rest, planning to head back soon, as he still needed to prepare breakfast for Shumei. However, just as Meng Ye lifted himself up, he heard a faint crack from outside. It was the sound of a branch snapping. Following that, a figure slowly entered the cave, peering inside. It was the head of a feline creature, gray-brown, all over, larger than a domestic cat, with a tuft of white fur on its chin, and its gaze was extremely fierce. Lynx. Meng Ye's heart sank. Though lynxes are not large, their ferocity is not inferior to that of snow leopards. An adult lynx can even capture prey several times its own size. If he guessed correctly, the injuries on the two golden monkeys were caused by this lynx. Upon seeing the lynx, the female monkey's face instantly displayed a look of terror, jumping up and down and screeching. The lynx was about to pounce, but then noticed Meng Ye and the bear slowly crouching down to prepare for an attack, while emitting low growls as warnings. Seeing this, the bear did not hesitate at all and roared as it lunged towards the lynx. The lynx was startled and immediately turned to flee, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The bear chased after it, but after a short while it returned, its face showing signs of reluctance. Looking at the two injured golden monkeys, Meng Ye pondered for a moment, realizing that leaving them here would eventually make them a meal for the lynx. Moreover, golden monkeys are southern animals. They may be fine now, but come winter they would surely freeze to death. With that thought, Meng Ye looked at the two golden monkeys and said, "Let's go, we'll take you to a good place." The mother monkey hesitated for a moment before nodding. It knew that Meng Ye would not harm them. Soon Meng Ye cradled the male monkey and led the mother monkey and Xiongda towards the direction of the North Mountain. After cautiously feeling their way, they finally arrived at the entrance of the North Mountain. Due to Xiongda's large size, the narrow entrance could not accommodate him, so he had to stay outside, while Meng Ye took the two golden monkeys into the valley. Meng Ye settled the two golden monkeys in the tiger den that originally belonged to the tailless tiger. The scent of the tailless tiger still lingered in the den, making it a place that ordinary animals dared not approach. This also served as a layer of insurance for them. From now on, you will live here. The climate is spring-like all year round, very warm. I will come by often in the next few days to change your medicine. After saying this, Meng Ye prepared to turn and leave. However, as he raised his head, his gaze fell upon the apple tree in the clearing, and his eyes suddenly brightened. He noticed that many of the originally green fruits had started to turn red. Excited, Meng Ye ran to the apple tree and quickly climbed to the top, picking the largest and reddest apple. With a crisp bite, the sweet juice instantly burst forth in his mouth, and the rich fruit aroma, along with the crunchy sweetness, made Meng Ye unable to resist taking a few more bites. The taste of this apple was far superior to any apple he had eaten in his past life. Before he knew it, he had completely devoured the large apple, even the core. Meng Ye chuckled and ate 2 more before stopping. Before leaving, he tucked his clothes into his pants, filling a basket with apples before departing the valley. Upon exiting the cave, Xiongxiazi was anxiously pacing at the entrance. Seeing Meng Ye come out, Xiongxiazi hurried over and let out a series of low growls. Meng Ye patted Xiongxiazi's big head and comforted him. Don't worry, it should be nothing serious. Just stay here and guard. By the way, hey, raise something tasty for you. With that, Meng Ye pulled out 4 large apples from his embrace and stuffed them into Xiongxiazi's arms. Xiongxiazi's eyes lit up at the sight of the apples, and he quickly grabbed one and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing eagerly with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. After finishing the apple in his arms, Xiongxiazi seemed to want more, looking up to find Meng Ye had already vanished. At this moment, Meng Ye was humming a tune as he walked towards the village. However, before he could enter, he heard distant shouts. Meng Ye, Meng Ye, Meng Ye, where are you? Meng Ye. A large group of people moving through the mountains was calling out Meng Ye's name from 300 to 500 meters away. Leading the group were Manzi and Lao San. Manzi looked seriously at Aunt Chen beside him and quietly asked, "Are you sure you saw Xiongxiazi this morning?" Aunt Chen patted her thigh, her face filled with despair, and said, "Oh my, how could I possibly lie to you? It was definitely Xiongxiazi. I was so scared that I ran back to the village, but Meng Ye has disappeared." Upon hearing this, Lao San leaned in closer and quietly said, "Big brother, do you think it could be that circus bear?" Manzi took a deep breath and murmured, "I hope so. But if not?" Lao San's expression was grave, but he could only muster up some courage to reassure him, "Second brother will definitely be fine. Although he didn't bring a gun, I've seen his skills. He should be safe from danger." "Well, I hope so. Let's go. We need to keep searching." With that, the group continued their search. Just then, a familiar voice reached their ears. "You were looking for me." The crowd paused, and then turned their gazes towards Meng Ye not far away. Seeing Meng Ye, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. "Second brother, you're okay." "Ha." Lao San was the first to react and excitedly ran towards Meng Ye. Meng Ye looked at the ecstatic Lao San and waved his hand with a smile. "What could possibly happen to me?" Manzi stepped forward, scrutinizing Meng Ye. "Aunt Chen said she saw Xiongxiazi, and then you vanished. We were really worried that you had been taken away by Xiongxiazi." Meng Ye chuckled and scratched his head, getting close to the two and recounting how he encountered Xiongxiazi and brought 2 golden monkeys to settle in the North Mountain. Manzi, upon hearing this, gave a thumbs up. "Well done, Meng Ye. Your courage is growing, and you're even rescuing animals now." At this moment, Aunt Chen squeezed forward, taking Meng Ye's hand and speaking with a tearful tone, "Child, you scared the life out of me. Please don't run off like that again. If anything happened to you, I would become a sinner in Meng Ye Valley." Meng Ye comforted her with a smile, "And I know what I'm doing. I won't get into trouble." Seeing that Meng Ye was safe, everyone felt relieved and returned to the village with him. As they stepped into the village, a figure came running towards them. It was Xiao Mei, who had been anxiously waiting in the village. She threw herself into Meng Ye's arms, sobbing softly. I thought you would never come back." Meng Ye gently patted Xiao Mei's back and said softly, "Look, I'm fine. Don't worry." Xiao Mei raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Meng Ye. She wanted to say something more, but suddenly realized that they were being watched by everyone, causing her cheeks to flush. She buried her head into Meng Ye's embrace. The village chief, seeing the 2 lovebirds together, grinned and called out to the crowd, "All right, since nothing happened, you all can head home. Don't just stand here watching. We need to get back to clearing land this afternoon." "Huh? Village chief, we want to stay a bit longer. We haven't seen enough yet." "Exactly." The villagers began to tease. The village chief scowled and scolded, "Get lost if you want to watch. Go home and watch your own women." The villagers laughed and dispersed after the chief's scolding. Meng Ye held Xiao Mei, looking at her slightly flushed cheeks, his heart filled with warmth. "All right, you all should head home first. I have something good for you." After returning home, Meng Ye took out the apples from his embrace and handed them to Xiao Mei and Manzi. "Here, try this, it's so sweet." Xiao Mei gazed at the apples in Meng Ye's hands, her face showing a look of shock. "Apples? Where did you get these apples?" It was no wonder Xiao Mei was surprised. In the 1960s Heilongjiang, getting to eat a fresh apple was not an easy task. This was mainly due to underdeveloped transportation and the lack of effective storage methods at that time, unlike now where various preservatives and freshness agents are sprayed on fruits. What impressed Meng Ye the most was that once before going on a mission, he bought 2 apples and stored them in the fridge. After over half a year, when he returned home, he found that those 2 apples were still intact, just as fresh as when he bought them. Before Meng Ye could speak, Manzi leaned over with an excited expression and said, Old too. Did you pick this from the apple tree in the valley? Meng Ye smiled and nodded. Oh, this is quite a rarity. Quick, let me have a taste. Don't laugh at me, it's my first time eating a fresh apple in my life. With a grin, Meng Ye handed an apple to Meng Ye. Without wiping it, Meng Ye took a big bite, and the juice burst forth, instantly conquering his taste buds. Wow, this is simply too good. Meng Ye mumbled incoherently as he took 2 more big bites, stuffing his mouth full. Seeing this, Yang Fuyo burst into laughter. Huh, big brother, look at you acting so foolishly over just an apple. I've been eating them since I was young, though I'm almost sick of them. This wasn't Yang Fuyo bragging. He was from Shandong, a major apple-producing area in China, and apples were very cheap there. Despite laughing at Meng Ye, he picked up an apple and took a bite. After all, he hadn't eaten an apple in a long time. Yang Fuyo took an apple as well and bit into it. Upon tasting it, his eyes widened, and the smile on his face instantly froze. Having grown up eating apples, he thought he had tasted all kinds, but after this bite he realized that everything he had eaten before didn't count as apples. The fragrance, sweetness, and crispness of this apple along with its rich aroma were experiences he had never encountered before. Meng Ye's eyes sparkled, forgetting to mock him, finishing the apple in a few bites and looking eagerly at Meng Ye. Second brother, give me another one. This apple is completely different from the ones I've eaten before, it's too delicious. Meng Ye finished his apple and licked his lips, looking at the third brother with a smile. Just a moment ago you were laughing at me, and now you're eating it even messier than I did. You even swallowed the seeds. Saying this, Meng Ye turned his gaze to Meng Ye. Old two, give big brother another one, I haven't had enough. Ha ha. Meng Ye grinned and handed each of them another apple. While eating, Yang Fuyo remarked, if we took these to sell in our village they would fetch a great price, everyone would be fighting over them. Meng Ye nodded in agreement. Exactly, such delicious apples would definitely be in high demand. Meng Ye chuckled, picking out the largest and reddest apple from the pile, wiping it clean with his clothes, and handed it to Xiaomei. Here, you should try one, it's so delicious. Seeing Meng Ye's careful gesture, Xiaomei felt warmth in her heart, reached out to take it, and gently bit into it. The sweet juice burst in her mouth, and Xiaomei's eyes curved with joy, sweetness flooding her heart. Seeing everyone enjoying their meal, Meng Ye stood up and said, you all keep eating, I'll go make breakfast. Save some room, don't fill up too much. Meng Ye waved his hand dismissively. With such good stuff, who needs breakfast? Ha ha. The third brother chimed in. Meng Ye laughed and shook his head, walking into the kitchen and lifting the cover off the iron basin that had stored badger oil from last night. What was once clear and bright badger oil had now turned milky white after cooling. Meng Ye found a clean jar and scooped all the badger oil into it, sealing it tightly. Although animal fats have excellent preservation properties, over time they can gather dust and spoil, so they still need to be handled properly. After finishing, Meng Ye took the iron basin, which still had some oil residue, back into the room. Xiaomei, the badger oil is ready, let me apply it for you. Xiaomei nodded, placing the half-eaten apple on the table and extended her right hand. Meng Ye pinched one corner of the silk cloth and gently lifted it. The gauze had already fused into a second skin, with each fiber embedded deeply into the new tissue. As Meng Ye slowly pulled it up, the scab made a slight tearing sound, like someone stripping bark from a tree. A sharp pain shot up Xiaomei's spine, causing her to softly groan and bite down hard on her lower lip. Seeing Xiaomei's painful expression, Meng Ye felt a pang in his heart and paused his actions. Sister Xiaomei, wait for me a moment. He rushed to the cabinet, took out the red ointment, and slowly poured it onto Xiaomei's hand. With the moisture from the ointment, the adhering parts loosened significantly, though some were still connected. Meng Ye knew that in this situation he could not be soft-hearted. The longer he waited, the worse the adhesion would become, potentially leading to infection. After waiting a bit longer, Meng Ye said to Xiaomei, Sister Xiaomei, bear with it, I'll be done soon. If it gets too painful, just bite this. He then rolled up a pillowcase and handed it to Xiaomei. Xiaomei nodded and bit down firmly on the pillowcase. Taking a deep breath, Meng Ye lifted the silk cloth covering the wound again. As he did, the new tissue quivered slightly along with the gauze, as if it were a tender sprout being uprooted. Xiaomei let out a muffled groan, cold sweat trickling down her spine into her collar. The pain made her bite down hard on the sheets, her fingers gripping the sheets tightly, turning white at the joints, yet she still could not withstand the excruciating pain radiating from the wound. Meng Ye did not dare to pause. Even a second of delay would make Xiaomei suffer more. Thinking of this, Meng Ye made a decisive move, finding the best angle, and with one swift motion, he yanked the gauze off Xiaomei's hand. Xiaomei's body jerked up, then she slumped against Meng Ye's shoulder like a kite, with its string cut, gasping for air. Meng Ye looked at Xiaomei with concern, gently patting her back. Once she calmed down, he carefully picked up the jar and used a clean cotton swab to apply the badger oil to her wound. The badger oil was cool, significantly reducing the pain. Xiaomei slowly lifted her head, managing a weak smile at Meng Ye, which made his heart ache. Sister Xiaomei, just let your hand rest like this, it'll heal faster, so it won't stick again later, and you won't have to suffer a second time. He then picked up the half-eaten apple from Xiaomei and handed it to her. Here, keep eating, the sweetness can help alleviate the pain in your hand. Xiaomei nodded, accepting the apple and taking a gentle bite, smiling at Meng Ye. You all sit here for a while I'll go stir-fry some dishes. With that, Meng Ye slipped into the kitchen to start preparing the stir-fry. The leftover oil residue from last night was still in the pan, and after heating it the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, quickly filling the kitchen. Seeing that the oil was hot enough, Meng Ye directly poured in the washed kumazai. As the kumazai hit the pan, there was a crisp sizzling sound and hot oil splattered. Meng Ye skillfully stir-fried, and the kumazai gradually softened in the pan, its color becoming a deeper green. The rich aroma of meat mixed with the fresh scent of kumazai, creating a unique fragrance that wafted through the kitchen and into the room. As Meng Ye chatted idly in the room, he suddenly sniffed, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, "Wow, what is this smell? It's so fragrant. Urge, what delicious dish are you making?" Just as the two were about to head into the kitchen to check, Meng Ye emerged with a plate of stir-fried quinoa greens, placing it on the table. "Come try the quinoa greens I made," Meng Ye said with a smile. Meng Ye looked at the quinoa greens in the plate with suspicion. He usually eats quinoa greens, but this dish is rarely chosen unless there are no other vegetables left, mainly due to its initial bitter taste, which is quite hard to accept. Moreover, quinoa greens don't seem this fragrant, do they? Meng Ye leaned over the table looking left and right for a long time, puzzled as he asked, "Urge, are you sure this is quinoa greens? It's right there on the plate, how could it be fake? It looks like quinoa greens to me, but the taste doesn't seem right." "All right, stop just staring, hurry and taste it before it gets cold," Meng Ye urged. Meng Ye nodded, cautiously picking up a bite of quinoa greens and putting it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, his eyes widened in surprise, his face full of joy. "Oh my goodness, Urge. This taste is incredible. There's no bitterness at all, and it has a refreshing sweetness." Sansen quickly took a bite, as well, equally astonished. "Wow. Urge, your cooking skills are amazing. This quinoa greens is practically gourmet. It's even better than meat." Meng Ye smiled at their reactions, grinning. "If it's delicious, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll stir-fry more for you." The two nodded, repeatedly taking big bites of the greens alongside their steamed buns. Although Zayumi's right hand was injured, being left hand didn't stop her from joining in on the meal. However, as they continued eating, Meng Ye and Sansan's expressions began to sour. It wasn't because the food wasn't tasty, but because they simply couldn't eat anymore. Both had already eaten 3 large apples each, and their stomachs were completely full, yet the quinoa greens were just too fragrant, making it hard for them to put down their chopsticks. Meng Ye looked at the plate of quinoa greens, steeling himself, and stuffed a few more bites into his mouth, his stomach feeling round and bulging. Sansan, not to be outdone, continued to eat despite the fullness. Seeing the two of them like this, Xiaomei couldn't help but chuckle. "You two don't force yourselves. If you want more, just let Meng Ye stir-fry some for you." Meng Ye patted his stomach, a look of regret on his face as he said, "Sai, I really want to eat more, but my stomach just can't hold any more. Why did I eat so many apples earlier? I'm really lacking in self-discipline." Sansan also put down his chopsticks, letting out a deep sigh. "Urge, you have to show off your cooking skills more in the future. If I weren't so full, I would have licked the plate clean." Meng Ye was amused by their antics, laughing heartily. "Huh? All right, let's go up the mountain later and gather more. I'll cook for you tonight." Meng Ye stood up, rubbing his stomach as he paced back and forth. "I need to move around a bit. I'm too stuffed. It feels like I might burst." Sansan also got up to stretch, and the group shared laughter and cheerful chatter. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, a knock sounded at the door, followed by a middle-aged man's voice. "Is Meng Ye home?" After thinking for a long time, Meng Ye couldn't figure out who it was, so he called out, "I'm home, uncle." Then he stood up and walked outside. Upon exiting the door, he saw a dark-skinned, short, middle-aged man standing at the entrance, peering inside. After a moment of searching in his mind, Meng Ye identified the man. The man was named Wang Daba, and since he was the 5th child in his family, the villagers called him Wang Laowu. Seeing the visitor, Meng Ye greeted him warmly. "Oh, it's Uncle Wu. Come in and have a seat." Wang Laowu waved his hand. "I won't go in, just standing at the door is fine." Wang Laowu chuckled, scratching his head. "Hee, Uncle Wu, if you have something to say, just say it. We're from the same village, there's no need to be shy." Wang Laowu, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and laughed. "Meng Ye, I saw you built a new big tile house, so I thought I'd ask if you need furniture or something. My family has been doing this for generations, you can trust my work." Upon hearing this, Meng Ye raised an eyebrow. He had been planning to find someone for this, but hadn't gotten around to it. He didn't expect Wang Laowu to come to him first. "Oh, Uncle Wang, I was just saying that I would come to find you in a few days. Can you believe this? You came to find me instead." Seeing that Meng Ye genuinely needed help, Wang Lao's face lit up with joy. "Hey, what's the difference between who finds whom? What kind of furniture do you plan to make? I'd like to have an idea." Meng Ye thought for a moment. "How about this? I'll come back in the afternoon and draw up a design plan for you." "Design plan? What's that?" Wang Laowu looked confused. Meng Ye smiled and realized that in this era, carpenters didn't really have design plans. Each household's wardrobes, tables, and chairs were all of a similar style, so there was no need for a design plan. However, having lived a second life, Meng Ye naturally didn't want his home to be too shabby. The quality of life had to improve. "It's just the style of the wardrobe. Once I finish drawing, you'll understand right away." Old Tiger was still puzzled, but since Meng Ye said so, he didn't press further. "By the way, Meng Ye, what kind of wood do you plan to use for the furniture? Pine or elm?" Meng Ye wasn't particularly familiar with wood selection, but he knew it was important to choose the right type. Honestly, I'm not sure what's best. What kind of wood is the best? If we're talking about the best, then it has to be water ash. It's durable and resistant to moisture and pests. It's top-notch material, but sadly most of the water ash with a bit of age around our village has been cut down. We might have to go deeper into the mountains to find some, but right now in these mountains. Meng Ye smiled slightly. Don't worry, Uncle Wong, I'll go look for some in the mountains in the next few days. If I find it, well, use water ash. If not, you'll just have to manage with what we get. As Meng Ye was speaking, he suddenly recalled something and continued. By the way, Uncle Wong, if you do well, I can introduce you to 2 big jobs. My 2 sworn brothers will be building new houses in a few days, and I will need your help then. Upon hearing this from Meng Ye, Wong Lao's eyes nearly popped out. This was truly a case of a half-year's worth of work leading to half a year's worth of gain. 3 big jobs, just like that. Moreover, he had heard from the Tyler working on Meng Ye's house that during those days they had meat for every meal and drank wine at every table. Life was simply more enjoyable than that of the immortals. Wong Lao was so excited that his hands trembled slightly. He hurriedly grasped Meng Ye's hand and said, Meng Ye, don't worry. I will definitely do a beautiful job for you, and there will be absolutely no mistakes. Meng Ye smiled and patted Wong Lao on the shoulder. Uncle Wong, I trust you. He'll go up the mountain in the next couple of days to take a look. Once I find what we need, we can start work. All right, then I won't disturb you any longer. I still need to head to the village to clear some land today. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wong Lao took his leave. When he returned home, Xiaomei asked what was going on, and Meng Ye recounted his conversation with Wong Lao. After listening, Xiaomei quickly shook her head. What new things are you talking about? These are all perfectly usable. Meng Ye smiled and gently brushed Zayumi's hair aside softly, saying, if I'm going to marry you, I must do it with great fanfare. I can't just do it half-heartedly. Moreover, I see that some parts of your cabinet have been eaten by insects and won't last many more years, so we will have to replace it eventually. Let's not waste time and just get a new one. Upon hearing Meng Ye's words, a blush flashed across Zayumi's face, warming her heart. She softly replied, Mem. All right, I will listen to you, Meng Ye said, turning to Meng Zi and Laosan beside him. By the way, I asked Wong Lao what wood is best. He said water ash is the best. I think we should head up there in the next few days, find some, and bring back your share too. Meng Zi nodded. All right. No problem. I have actually seen water ash before. I remember there are still a few trees in the ravine behind the mountain in our village. They seem to be quite mature. They'll take you to check them out, but the road is a bit long. We definitely won't make it back by noon, so we need to bring some food. Okay, we'll go take a look soon. After saying this, Meng Ye turned to Xiaomei and said, Xiaomei, we won't be back for lunch. Be careful when you cook, don't get your hands wet. You can go worry-free. I can take care of myself, Xiaomei replied with a slight smile. Then the 3 of them shouldered their axes and saws and headed up the mountain towards the ravine Meng Zi had mentioned. As they entered the mountain, they suddenly heard a rustling sound behind them. Turning around, they realized that Chasing Wind and the 2 little tigers had followed them. Why did you come here? Hurry back, we have important business to take care of. However, Chasing Wind and the 2 little tigers stubbornly clung to Meng Ye's pant leg. Meng Ye smiled helplessly and grabbed the scruffs of both little tigers, lifting them up. Looking at the 2 little tigers gazing up at him with tearful eyes, Meng Ye chuckled and said, It's not that I don't want to bring you, but you're too small to walk such a long way. If we have to carry wood and hold you at the same time, there won't be enough hands. The 2 little tigers completely did not understand Meng Ye's meaning and struggled in his hands. Finally, with no other choice, Meng Ye could only lift 1 little tiger with each hand, tucking Chasing Wind under his arm, and sent them back home before running back to reunite with Meng Zi and the others. The 3 of them set off again, chatting and laughing along the way, not feeling tired at all. As they walked, Yang Fuyo suddenly stopped, looking around in confusion. Huh, big brother, second brother, this place looks so familiar to me. Meng Ye glanced around, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, isn't this the place where we encountered the flying dragon last night? Look at that old locust tree. I even urinated there yesterday. Just as Meng Ye finished speaking, a familiar, cooing sound came from afar. The 3 of them quickly halted, exchanging glances with slight smiles. None of them spoke. They stealthily moved toward the sound. Peering through the bushes, they saw 3 plump, flying dragons leisurely foraging in the grass, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Meng Ye pointed at Meng Zi, and then at the leftmost flying dragon. He pointed at Laosan, and then at the rightmost flying dragon. Meng Zi and Laosan understood immediately, and the 3 slowly raised their guns. Just as they were about to shoot, suddenly a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes, and a wild rabbit darted out, startling the flying dragons, which began to flap their wings and coo as they flew into the sky. Meng Ye reacted quickly, pulling the trigger swiftly, and the bullet struck the flying dragon's neck perfectly. The flying dragon let out a shriek and fell to the ground. Meng Zi and Laosan were not to be outdone, almost simultaneously firing their shots. Bang! Bang! The 2 shots rang out. Meng Zi hit one of them in the wing, bringing it down. However, Laosan's marksmanship was still unrefined, and he didn't hit even a feather. The remaining flying dragon, seeing its companion killed, let out a frightened cry and desperately flapped its wings to escape. At that moment, a gray figure suddenly dashed out from the nearby grass. Using a large rock in front of it as leverage, it leaped into the air and bit onto the flying dragon's claw, pulling it down from the sky. Seeing this scene, all three were stunned. Chasing wind? Hey, it really is chasing wind. Second brother, didn't you lock chasing wind in the house? How did it follow us? Meng Ye shrugged. I don't know, probably escaped through the window. This little guy is quite impressive. The three excitedly ran over and securely captured the flying dragon. Hey, this is quite a pleasant surprise. Just in time to taste what flying dragon really tastes like. Big brother's words from yesterday have made me salivate, haha. Yang Fuyo grinned widely. Meng Ye tied up the flying dragon and said, all right, when we get back tonight, we'll make flying dragon soup. After draining the blood and securing it, the three continued toward the ravine. After about 2 hours of walking, the three finally reached the ravine that Meng Ye had mentioned. The so-called ravine was a natural crevice that cut across the valley with lush trees on both sides, blocking out the sun and exuding a damp atmosphere. The sound of flowing water could faintly be heard from the bottom of the crevice, suggesting that it might have been formed by an underground river. Meng Ye pointed to a few large trees growing on the edge of the cliff not far away, and said, those few trees in front of the cliff are water ash. They look like they have been around for quite a while. Meng Ye and Lao San excitedly rubbed their hands and walked up to the water ash, taking out their tools to prepare to work. Lao San was the first to pick up an axe and swung it at the water ash. However, as soon as the axe struck, it only left a shallow mark on the surface of the water ash. The impact made Lao San's wrist ache. Damn, this is way too hard. Hey, this tree is like that. Usually, apart from making a cabinet or a bench, no one bothers to cut it down. Not only is it incredibly tough to chop, but it's also difficult to burn. Meng Ye glanced at the shallow scars on the tree and nodded in satisfaction. No wonder this water willow is resistant to pests. Its wood is nearly as hard as iron, and if a bug takes a bite, it would surely break its teeth. Since the axe won't do, let's use a saw instead, Meng Ye said as he turned around and took a large saw off his back, placing it against the tree trunk to begin sawing back and forth. The saw scraped against the hard water willow, producing a grating scritch-scritch sound that was sharp and grating, causing annoyance to anyone who heard it. At first, progress was slow. With each pull, the saw advanced only a minuscule distance, but Meng Ye did not give up, persisting stroke after stroke. If his arms became too sore halfway through, he would let Meng Ye and the other two take turns sawing. As time passed, the saw cut gradually deepened. Just when everyone was nearing the end of their sawing, suddenly, there was a loud crack and the tree began to tilt toward them. Not good. Quick, get out of the way. The three moved quickly, jumping aside in a flash. The tall water willow crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Meng Ye brushed off the dust from his clothes, looking at the fallen water willow with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Phew, that was close. If it had landed on me, I would have been in big trouble. Meng Ye gasped, still shaken. You can say that again. We need to be careful with the rest of these trees. The third one echoed his concern. The three sat on the fallen tree, resting for a moment before continuing to saw. But just as Meng Ye was cutting, a sudden cry from Meng Ye came from behind. Oh no! Immediately followed by a heavy thud and Meng Ye's wail. Meng Ye's heart sank. He quickly turned to check, only to see that Meng Ye had vanished without a trace, leaving only the equally anxious third person. Meng Ye and the third hurried to the spot where Meng Ye disappeared, inspecting closely to find a collapse about 1 meter in diameter at the edge of the crack. Meng Ye felt a sense of dread and leaned over the crack, shouting loudly, Meng Ye. Meng Ye, can you hear me? After calling his name several times, a faint response finally came from below. I'm not. As long as you're okay. Just hang on, we're coming down to rescue you. Saying this, Meng Ye quickly took a rope from his backpack, tied one end to the tree trunk, and began to climb down the cliff while the third person waited below. The further down he went, the darker and damper the crevice became, filled with a foul odor. Meanwhile, bugs like centipedes and other creatures that thrive in the dark occasionally appeared on the cliff. Looking down, he saw a foggy barrier obscuring the view below. After descending for a short distance, Meng Ye finally spotted Meng Ye lying on the ground. It seemed Meng Ye had injured his leg and was groaning in pain. Surrounding him were many animal skeletons, some of which had begun to blacken with age. Seeing this, Meng Ye let go and jumped down, rushing towards Meng Ye. He found Meng Ye weakly lying on the ground, clutching his thigh, with blood seeping through his fingers. Didn't you say you were fine? Meng Ye crouched down, anxiously starting to examine Meng Ye's injury. I didn't say I was fine. I said I wasn't. Dead. Unable to hold back, Meng Ye chuckled, causing Meng Ye to roll his eyes in frustration. Meng Ye quickly checked Meng Ye's injury. The good news was that apart from the wound on his thigh, the rest were just superficial injuries. The bad news was that the injury on his thigh was quite severe. A branch the thickness of a thumb had penetrated into Meng Ye's thigh, and it had broken off inside. Seeing this, Meng Ye felt a sinking feeling in his heart. It was a dilemma. If he didn't pull it out, the wound would surely become infected. But if he pulled it out, the arterial blood vessels would lose pressure and could burst, leading to excessive bleeding and shock without sufficient medical conditions. Meng Ye pondered for a few seconds, then decisively decided to get Meng Ye out first. It was dark, damp, and foul-smelling down here, and who knew what poisonous insects or beasts lurked about. Thinking this, Meng Ye helped Meng Ye sit up on the ground. He sat in front of him, took a length of rope from his backpack, and tied them together. Old 3. We're going up, Meng Ye shouted, then turned to see that Meng Ye had already fainted, so he carried him on his back and began to climb up the rope slowly. However, just as Meng Ye was halfway up carrying Meng Ye, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Having been a special forces soldier in his past life, he immediately became alert, pressing himself and Meng Ye tightly against the cliff wall while reaching for a protruding tree root, his gaze fixed intently on the fog below. Suddenly the mist below swirled violently, and Meng Ye clearly saw a thin, dry claw sweep through the fog. The claw was dark blue in color, its nails sharp like hooks with some unknown viscous liquid hanging from them. Meng Ye's heart tightened. He realized the owner of the claw was not friendly. If caught, it would spell trouble for him. He quickly drew a dagger from his waist, shouted loudly, and hurled it in the direction of the monstrous claw. In the next second, a thud sounded as the dagger seemed to hit something, followed by a piercing, furious howl from the mist. The sound was as piercing as metal scraping against cement. Meng Ye dared not linger any longer and quickly climbed upwards with Meng Ye on his back. Fortunately, the creature below did not pursue, and Meng Ye successfully climbed back to the top of the crevice. At the top of the crevice, Meng Ye wasted no time handing Meng Ye over to Old 3, then dashed to the front, raising his gun, aiming at the bottom of the crevice. Old 3 looked puzzled, unsure of what Meng Ye meant. Second brother, what's going on? There's something down there, Meng Ye said in a low voice. What? There's something? Old 3 was shocked. Meng Ye aimed his gun for a while, seeing nothing come up, and then spoke to Meng Ye and Old 3 in a serious tone. We need to leave quickly. This place isn't safe to linger. Let's head to Meng Ye's village and tend to his injuries first. The third brother nodded and hurried towards Sana village with Meng Ye on his back. Fortunately, the distance to Sana village was not far. The 3 of them arrived in less than an hour. As soon as the 3 entered the village, they attracted the attention of the villagers who gathered around to watch. Hey, isn't that Meng Ye? What happened to him? Why is his leg covered in blood? Damn, it looks serious. How did it happen? Was he attacked by a beast? Given the state of his leg, it seems like he won't be able to hunt anymore. The villagers continued to gossip among themselves, with no one stepping forward to help. Hearing their comments, Meng Ye and the third brother's faces grew increasingly dark, their eyes blazing with anger. At that moment, a sharp-eyed villager spotted Meng Ye, and the expression of curiosity turned into anger. Damn it. It's that kid from Meng Ye ditch. Last time it was because of him that our village's wolf was stolen, and we ended up losing a fat pig. I knew it. No wonder he looks so familiar. So it's you, kid. You have some guts to come to our village. If you ask me, Meng Ye's leg injury is most likely caused by this kid. Yes. Since you're here today, don't think about leaving. In an instant, the villagers were filled with righteous indignation surrounding Meng Ye and the others. Meng Ye's expression grew even darker. He finally understood why Meng Ye was reluctant to stay in the village. This group of people from Sana village was nothing but a bunch of thugs. Thinking this, Meng Ye took a deep breath, raised his gun, aimed at one of the villagers in front, and coldly shouted, Meng Ye was injured on the mountain. We are bringing him back for treatment. We're not here to cause trouble. If anyone tries to stop us, you know my shooting skills. However, the angry villagers were unwilling to listen, and some were even secretly inciting the crowd. Don't be afraid of him. This little brat has just one gun. Can he kill us all? Exactly. Everyone, don't be afraid. Charge. As he spoke, someone from the back of the crowd threw stones at Meng Ye and the others. Meng Ye was furious and aimed at the loudest villager, ready to shoot him in the leg. Just then, a somewhat hoarse voice came from the back of the crowd, shouting loudly, Everyone stop. The villagers turned around, and upon seeing the village chief, they finally halted. The village chief hurried forward, anxiously inspecting Meng Ye's injury, and said, No matter what, we have to treat Meng Ye's injury. First, you all go back. Don't cause trouble here. Although the villagers were dissatisfied, they still listened to the village chief and made way. Meng Ye and the third brother quickly lifted Meng Ye and followed the village chief towards the village clinic. Along the way, the village chief walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at Meng Ye as if he had something to say, but hesitated. Meng Ye naturally noticed the village chief's strange behavior, but had no time to pay attention to him. Treating Meng Ye's injury was the priority. Upon arriving at the clinic, the nurse was a young woman in her 20s. Seeing them arrive, she quickly ushered them in. What happened? The nurse asked. He got injured by a wooden splinter in his thigh and might bleed out, so we didn't dare to move him, Meng Ye replied quickly. The nurse examined the injury and finally frowned, shaking her head. This won't work. The splinter is embedded too deeply. He needs surgery. The conditions here are not suitable for surgery. We must rush him to the hospital. This splinter is from an old broken tree, and we don't know how many bacteria are on it. If it gets infected, it will be problematic, and if it gets serious, there's a risk of amputation. Hearing the nurse's words, everyone was shocked. At this hour, sending him to the county hospital would take at least 4 or 5 hours, and that was assuming things went smoothly. If something went wrong along the way, it could take even longer. Meng Ye took a deep breath and made a decisive decision. No, we can't afford to delay that long. Let's treat him as best as we can. Nurse, get me some alcohol, cotton balls, and a tourniquet. Tourniquet? What's that? The nurse didn't immediately understand what Meng Ye was asking for. It's the rubber band used for injections. Oh, 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 yes. Wait, you're not telling me you want to perform surgery on the patient? Meng Ye nodded without speaking. Instead, he took out several bullets from his pocket, opened the bullet heads with a knife, and collected the gunpowder into a pile. Seeing Meng Ye nod, the nurse's face changed dramatically, and she hurriedly said, "No way. Absolutely not. Even I, a nursing school graduate, wouldn't dare to say I could perform this surgery. You, a country bumpkin, should definitely not try it. Moreover, the clinic doesn't have the conditions for surgery. We don't even have a surgical knife. I advise you to hurry and send him to the county hospital. If you wait any longer, you won't be able to save his leg." Meng Ye suddenly turned around, his gaze cold as he looked at the nurse, and said in a deep voice, "Hurry and prepare what I asked for. Right now. Immediately." Hearing Meng Ye's words, the nurse involuntarily shuddered. Although she was unhappy, she obediently ran to prepare the items. Once the items were ready, Meng Ye began his surgery. In his past life, he had always been treated by others, but unexpectedly in this life, it was his turn to treat someone else. Meng Ye first disinfected the knife and his hands with alcohol, then tightened the tourniquet around Meng Ye's thigh to slow the blood flow. He took a deep breath, his gaze becoming extremely focused, and carefully made a straight incision along both sides of the wooden splinter. The purpose of this was to ensure that when the splinter was pulled out, the tension wouldn't cause friction between the internal flesh and the splinter, thus reducing the risk of infection. The people around held their breath, watching him nervously. The third brother clenched his fists and sweat beads had appeared on his forehead. The village chief also widened his eyes, not daring to blink. Seeing that he had cut enough, Meng Ye took a deep breath and quickly pinched the splinter with tweezers, yanking it out forcefully. Blood spurted out instantly, and Meng Ye hurriedly pressed a cotton ball against the wound to stop the bleeding. Then he quickly sprinkled the collected gunpowder evenly on the wound and took out a match, reaching for the gunpowder. In the next second, a flash of fire suddenly ignited, waking Meng Ye from the intense pain. His eyes went wide, but he quickly fainted again. At this point, the wound on Meng Ye's leg had been burned black by the gunpowder, and no more blood was flowing. Meng Ye let out a long sigh of relief. Although this method of using gunpowder to cauterize the wound was very risky, it was the best option under the current medical conditions. The nurse watched in astonishment, as she never expected that this country bumpkin would actually complete a surgery of such high technical difficulty. Looking at Meng Ye's wound, the nurse was filled with shock, murmuring, Really? You really cured it?" Meng Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the nurse. "Miss, do you have any anti-inflammatory medicine? Please prescribe some for Meng Ye." The nurse was still in a daze and didn't hear what Meng Ye said. Not wanting to appear clueless, she quickly reminded, "Nian Xiu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." After being reminded by the village chief, the nurse named Nian Xiu finally came to her senses and hurriedly ran to get the anti-inflammatory medicine. As she fetched the medicine, she occasionally looked back at Meng Ye, her face slightly flushed. Meng Ye accepted the medicine and carefully inquired about the dosage before stowing it away securely. At that moment, the village chief stepped forward, somewhat embarrassed. "Meng Ye, look how this whole affair has unfolded. Our villagers were clearly in the wrong before. We shouldn't have provoked your village. It's all water under the bridge." Meng Ye waved dismissively. "No need to dwell on it. Meng Ye's condition is now stabilized, but he'll require careful convalescence. Could you arrange a vehicle? I plan to take him home." Of course. I'll arrange transport immediately, though. It's nearly dusk and the roads grow treacherous after dark. Why not stay overnight? I'll secure transport for you first thing tomorrow morning." "That works," Meng Ye mused briefly before nodding. "Then please guide us later. We don't know where Meng Ye's home is." "Agreed. I'll take you there right away." With that, Meng Ye hoisted Meng Ye onto his back and followed the chief out of the clinic. No sooner had he stepped beyond its threshold than a voice called out behind him. He turned and saw Nian Xiu. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she clutched a small notebook. Well. She faltered, tongue-tied for an agonizing stretch. Meng Ye gazed at her, puzzled. "What is it? Speak plainly." I want to learn medicine from you. Your surgery just now was extraordinary. I've never seen such technique. You must possess vast medical knowledge unknown to me. Would you teach me?" Meng Ye was taken aback. He'd assumed youthful infatuation, not scholarly aspiration. He broke into a wry grin and waved a hand. "I'm no physician. Seek another mentor." Without another word, he turned and strode toward Meng Ye's home, leaving Nian Xiu frozen in place. Before Meng Ye's dwelling stood a modest yet sturdy earthen house, newly built, its walls still fresh and unweathered. Laying Meng Ye gently upon the heated brick bed, Meng Ye sighed, weary and resigned. This expedition had yielded neither the water-bent willow nor safety, for Meng Ye had sustained grievous injury. Yet what was done could not be undone. Sensing their somber mood, the village chief exchanged only a few words before taking his leave, leaving Meng Ye and Lao Sin staring silently at one another. "Brother two, what do you suppose that clawed hand inside the fissure was?" Meng Ye asked, recalling the afternoon's horror. Meng Ye frowned, shaking his head. "Hard to say. It resembled a human hand, skeletal skin stretched taut over bone, yet unervingly black with razor-sharp nails." "Brother two, could it have been a person?" "Unlikely," Meng Ye murmured, lips pressed thin. "You've never descended beneath That place is damp, crawling with centipedes and vermin. No human could endure such conditions long. Still, its true nature remains uncertain. Fortunately, Meng Ye fell without drawing its notice, else he'd have perished. Meng Ye nodded, shuddering inwardly. Well, at least he's alive. Lausen, stay with him. I'll stew these flying dragons. He then headed to the kitchen. Of the 3 dragons, he planned to stew 2, and reserve the third for Meng Ye's recovery. But upon entering the kitchen, Meng Ye stared in disbelief. The space was utterly barren, as if looted. Opening the wooden rack, he found only a single pair of chopsticks, 1 large bowl, 2 serving plates, and a chipped enamel basin. A faint twitch tugged at Meng Ye's lips. No wonder Meng Ye remained unwed. Any woman stepping into this home would lack even spare utensils. Sighing again, he filled the pot to scald the dragon's feathers. Yet when he lifted the lid, his expression soured. The iron cauldron, long and used, was thick with rust. He scrubbed it repeatedly until clean, then filled it anew and set it to boil. The dragon's dense, resilient plumage softened instantly under the scalding water, easily stripped away with gentle tugs. After gutting and jointing them, Meng Ye dropped the pieces into the pot and began slow simmering. Meng Ye had once mentioned that flying dragons required no seasoning, only a pinch of coarse salt at the moment the broth reached its first boil, to preserve their pristine, delicate savor. Then Meng Ye noticed a cluster of hazel mushrooms strung across the ceiling beam. His eyes lit up. Hazel mushrooms were a rare treasure, subtle enough not to overpower, yet potent enough to elevate the innate umami of any meat they accompanied. Without hesitation, he plucked a generous handful and tossed them into the pot. As the gentle heat coaxed forth its essence, rich, savory aromas seeped through the lid's narrow seam. Meng Ye inhaled deeply, a quiet smile softening his features. Then footsteps echoed outside, followed by the creak of the door. The village chief entered, one hand gripping a bottle of baijiu, the other a paper-wrapped parcel of peanuts. "Ah, you're busy cooking. I'm ashamed. This is my humble offering for your first visit, a bottle of liquor and some roasted peanuts. Please share them with your brother." Meng Ye offered a light, knowing chuckle. He didn't believe for a moment the chief's sudden generosity was disinterested, especially not after the man's cold reception during his prior visit to Meng Ye. "Chief, if something's on your mind, speak plainly. No need for such elaborate hospitality." The chief's lips twitched awkwardly. "Well, I won't beat around the bush. When Meng Ye returned, he told me he wished to relocate to Meng Ye. Though grown, he remains emotionally unmoored. I ask, will you watch over him? What relation are you to Meng Ye? Why this deep concern?" Meng Ye raised an eyebrow, suspicion flickering. The chief exhaled heavily. "I'm his paternal uncle. His father, my younger brother, was killed by wolves while hunting. Left Meng Ye alone. Here I could tend him. But if he leaves, I confess, I worry." Meng Ye nodded slowly. Beneath his bluster, the chief possessed a quiet, enduring humanity. "Rest assured, we've sworn brotherhood. 3 of us bound by oath and blood. No one lays a hand on him, not while we draw breath." Upon hearing that Meng Ye and the others had pledged allegiance, the village chief displayed an expression of excitement. Having served as village chief for many years, his discerning eyes noted at first glance that Meng Ye was no ordinary person. With Meng Ye following him, he would undoubtedly benefit greatly. At that moment, Meng Ye seemed to recall something and looked at the village chief with a cold smile. "Chief, I want to ask you something. How did you find out about the 10 wolves I hunted on the mountain last time? Although our 2 villages are adjacent, the distance is not short. Your comings and goings would take at least 4 to 5 hours. Meng Ye's voice trailed off as he raised his eyes to the village chief, his gaze tinged with a hint of coldness. Seeing that gaze from Meng Ye, the village chief couldn't help but shiver. Cold sweat broke out on the village chief's forehead, his eyes evasive as he stammered this. "Indeed, someone from our village mentioned it, but I don't know who that person was. He just said it and left." Meng Ye let out a cold laugh, not believing the village chief's nonsense. This matter was definitely related to Hu Biao, but since Hu Biao was already dead, he felt no need to pursue it further. At that moment, the large pot began to boil, steam eagerly pushing out from under the lid, accompanied by an almost substantial aroma. The village chief, who had been sweating coldly, was momentarily stunned upon smelling that fragrance. What is that wonderful smell? What delicious dish are you cooking?" Before Meng Ye could respond, a faint voice came from inside the house. "Ere you have stewed the flying dragon, I was having a nightmare and was dragged awake by this aroma." Hearing Meng Ye's voice, Meng Ye felt a surge of joy and rushed into the house. "Meng Ye, you're awake," Meng Ye exclaimed. Meng Ye smiled, revealing his somewhat pale lips, and said, "Don't worry, I'm tough." "Huh, isn't this my home? How did I end up here? Hey, why are you here? What on earth is happening?" Meng Ye looked confused. Meng Ye grinned and recounted what had occurred after Meng Ye fell unconscious. Upon hearing that Meng Ye and the 3rd brother were attacked by the villagers of Sana village, Meng Ye slammed the table, angrily cursing, "Damn it! These inhumane bastards. Once I'm healed, I'll deal with them one by one." Hearing Meng Ye's words, the village chief smiled and stepped forward, patting Meng Ye's shoulder. "Nephew, forget it. You know what Sana village is like. Some things are deeply rooted and cannot be changed. Once you're feeling better, go with Meng Ye to Meng family ditch. This place is not suitable for you." Meng Ye was taken aback and looked at the village chief. Their gazes met, and neither spoke, Finally he nodded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the village chief bid farewell, leaving Meng Ye with 50 yuan. Meng Ye originally wanted to refuse, but the village chief directly shoved the money into his arms and turned to leave. Meng Ye sighed deeply as he watched the village chief rush out. Although that old man isn't of great character, he is indeed quite good to you, Meng Ye teased with a smile. Meng Ye's eyes flickered as he sighed again, murmuring, you two, you're my brothers, so I won't hide it from you. The reason the village chief is so good to me is that he is my biological father. What the hell? What? Your uncle is your biological father? Wait, I'm a bit confused. Let me sort this out first, big brother. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Meng Ye and the other Meng, Ye chuckled softly and continued. I don't know if there are any factions in your village, but there is in my family. My father is strong, but when he was young a wolf bit his pants off. Heir was bitten halfway, losing his ability to reproduce. At that time my uncle had not yet married and they just got together to make do, and then I was born. I only found out about this when I grew up. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye raised an eyebrow. He had indeed heard of factions from the older generation and never expected to encounter one himself. Now understanding Meng Ye's mysterious background, Meng Ye realized why the village chief would come seeking him. Most likely it was because he wanted Meng Ye to leave the polluted environment of Sanha village. In this place, he would eventually become a person who only pursued profit, forgetting righteousness, just like the villagers of Sanha. With that thought, Meng Ye felt a hint of respect for the village chief. Seeing that Meng Ye was not in high spirits, Meng Ye decided to dive into the kitchen, intending to use delicious food to dispel Meng Ye's unhappiness. Lifting the pot lit, a rich steam rushed towards him, instantly filling the entire kitchen. Inside the pot, the flying dragon soup appeared milky white with a thin layer of oil floating on the surface, yet it looked far from greasy. Chunks of flying dragon meat were visible in the soup, emanating an enticing fragrance. Meng Ye gently stirred it with a large ladle, causing the dark brown hazel mushrooms to roll over, as well intensifying the aroma. He served a full enamel basin and brought it into the room. Here, try my cooking. I guarantee it will lift your spirits, Meng Ye said with a smile, handing out 2 bowls to the two. Meng Ye and the third brother took the bowls, gently blew on the soup, and took a small sip. Instantly a rich and sweet flavor spread in their mouths. The intensity of the hazel mushrooms and the freshness of the flying dragon slowly simmered, released all their essence, conquering their taste buds like a tide. The long simmering of the flying dragon's bones released collagen and myosin, giving the broth a creamy smoothness. As they swallowed, a slight sweetness lingered in their throats, as if they had captured the morning dew of the entire forest. Meng Ye's eyes lit up as he praised. Your cooking is truly incredible. I've had flying dragon soup before, but never this delicious. The third brother nodded repeatedly in agreement. The three of them chatted while enjoying the soup. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Meng Ye's mood visibly improved, and he wore a smile. After the meal, the three of them squeezed onto a bed and fell asleep. Early the next morning, the village chief had arranged a carriage to send Meng Ye and the others back to the village. Watching the carriage gradually fade into the distance, the village chief stood alone at the village entrance, his eyes flickering. The coachman sending them back to the village was about the same age as Meng Ye. He had often followed Meng Ye as a child and was quite familiar with him, chatting warmly. Brother Meng Ye, how did you get injured? Meng Ye spat out a mouthful of spittle and cursed. I had a fight with the neighbors. The three of us planned to go up the mountain to cut some water ash trees, but accidentally fell into the crack at the back of the mountain. My leg got caught on a tree branch, but thankfully my brothers helped me in time. They'll be fine after resting for a while. Upon hearing Meng Ye mention water ash trees, the young man's eyes lit up. Brother Meng Ye, you want water ash trees? I know where to find them. Just a little ahead. Last time I was driving the carriage and had an upset stomach, I ran into the woods and took a dump. Ooh, I remember there are several water ash trees there. Meng Ye raised his eyebrows, excitement evident on his face. Oh, that's truly wonderful. Let's go quickly, take us there, and tonight I'll treat you to some fine meat. Hearing Meng Ye's words, the young man scoffed, inwardly thinking that a mere cornmeal bun and some cold water would be good enough, let alone fine wine and meat. It had been a long time since he had eaten meat. Though he felt displeased inside, the young man still carried the three of them towards the direction of the water willow. After about 10 minutes, he stopped the horse cart, jumped down, and pointed at an old locust tree nearby. It should be about there. I remember it's not far from this old locust tree. Meng Ye and the third brother followed the direction pointed by the young man and walked into the woods behind the old locust tree. The woods were dense with trees, and the fallen leaves on the ground crunched underfoot. The group hadn't gone far when they suddenly heard a low growl. Immediately after, a gigantic wild boar charged out from the nearby bushes. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it bared its sharp tusks, roaring at them as it ran. The young man turned pale with fright, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, the third brother timely supported him. Third brother, drag him behind the tree. I'll handle this wild boar myself. Meng Ye's expression suddenly sharpened, his eyes filled with killing intent. Since his spear was in the cart, he had no choice but to take out an axe and hold it across his chest. Just as the wild boar was about to pounce, Meng Ye seized the moment to dodge aside, raising the axe high and swinging it down at the boar's head. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. Blood began to trickle down from the top of the wild boar's head, however it merely broke the skin and did not inflict any significant harm. The wild boar let out a pained roar, turning even angrier as it charged at Meng Ye once more. At that moment, the third brother from behind the tree raised his axe and hurled it at the boar. The blow struck the boar squarely on the face, leaving a gash on its nose. The wild boar roared again, shifting its attention to the third brother and charging toward him. Seeing this, Meng Ye's gaze sharpened again. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed onto the wild boar's back, clamping his legs tightly around its abdomen while swinging the axe fiercely at the back of its neck. After several blows, he finally broke through the boar's defenses, a spray of blood erupting forth. However, Meng Ye showed no signs of stopping, his axe continuing to rain down with significant force. The wild boar struggled frantically, trying to shake Meng Ye off, but he seemed glued to its back, not budging an inch. Gradually, the wild boar's movements became sluggish, a deep wound gaping on its back, blood gushing out. Finally, after another powerful strike from Meng Ye, the wild boar let out a mournful cry, its body going limp as it crashed to the ground. Meng Ye leaped off the wild boar's back, panting heavily. Looking at the enormous wild boar before him, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The third brother emerged from behind the tree, looking at him with admiration. "Second brother, you are truly brave. You managed to kill such a large wild boar with just an axe." At that moment, the young man also regained his composure and approached cautiously, gazing at the lifeless wild boar on the ground, his eyes filled with shock. Meng Ye brushed off the dust from his clothes and smiled, saying, "All right, stop dawdling. Let's divide the work. Third brother, you start letting the blood out of this wild boar. Brothers, we'll chop wood, and once we return to the village, I'll make sure you get to eat some pork. My wife makes a delicious pork and sauerkraut stew with vermicelli. It's absolutely fragrant." Upon hearing that there would be pork, the young man's spirits lifted instantly. Earlier, when Meng Ye promised him fine meat, he had not fully believed it. But now he was truly convinced. Just with an axe, Meng Ye had hunted a full-grown wild boar. Such ability was definitely superior to that of a reckless man, and surely he wouldn't skimp on wine and meat. Thinking this, excitement flooded the young man's face as he eagerly followed Meng Ye to chop wood. The several water willows stood right in front of them. Meng Ye picked the 3 stoutest ones to start chopping. It was not that he didn't want to chop more to take back. But with the addition of this large fat pig, the cart simply could not hold any more. They could only chop 3 trees to take back first to make furniture for their home, and return to chop more later. The 3 of them spent over an hour finally chopping down the 3 sturdy water willows. After finishing, Meng Ye selected a few thick branches and fashioned a simple stretcher. The third brother also finished draining the wild boar's blood, and together they lifted the boar onto the stretcher and dragged it to the cart, placing it on top. As for the 3 water willows, Meng Ye simply tied them to the back of the cart. With the cart moving forward, a cloud of dust was kicked up behind. On the way back to the village, everyone was filled with excitement. The young man was particularly in awe of Meng Ye, continually praising his bravery along the way. Meng Ye, however, remained silent, lying back in the cart, looking up at the sky, lost in thought. When they returned to the village, the villagers saw Meng Ye pulling back a large wild boar and 3 water willows, and all gathered around. "Meng Ye, where did you get this from? Amazing. You actually hunted such a large wild boar. It must be Meng Ye. This guy always brings something back every time he goes out." At that moment, a villager suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Oh no, I was so focused on the wild boar. Meng Ye, Xiaomei was looking for you this morning after you didn't come back all night, and went to find the village chief. The village chief was so anxious that he directly sent the militia team into the mountains to look for you. Xiaomei went along too, and she hasn't returned yet." Hearing this, Meng Ye's heart sank. The mountains were no place to enter recklessly. The militia's marksmanship was poor, and their guns were no better than fire sticks. If they encountered deer or elk, it would be fine, but if they ran into a pack of wolves or a bear, it would be dangerous. Moreover, Xiaomei had gone along too. Thinking this, Meng Ye turned to the third brother and instructed, "Third brother, stay home and take care of elder brother. I will go into the mountains to find them. They are recklessly entering the mountains, and I feel uneasy. Second brother, I'm going with you. Listen to me, just stay home and keep elder brother company. You know my skills, don't worry." Seeing Meng Ye's insistence, the third brother sighed and cautioned, "Second brother, be careful." Meng Ye nodded, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." After finishing his words, Meng Ye turned to the villager who had just spoken and asked from which direction did they enter the mountain. They entered from the west, including the village chief and Xiaomei, a total of 8 people. Meng Ye thanked him, then picked up his gun and ran towards the western mountain. As he entered the forest, he quickly noticed the tracks left by the group and hurriedly followed them. While rapidly tracking them, Meng Ye remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. The forest was eerily quiet, with only his hurried footsteps and the occasional chirping of birds. As he ventured deeper, the trees around him grew denser. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed in the sky, followed by raindrops beginning to fall, gradually intensifying. The tracks left by the group also became increasingly vague. A sense of unease filled Meng Ye. He thought to himself, this is bad. The mountain was already perilous, and with the rain it felt like adding insult to injury. At this moment, the rain had begun to pour heavily, washing away the tracks left by the group completely. Just as Meng Ye was growing anxious, another rumble of thunder sounded. Hearing the thunder, Meng Ye's heart sank. In that rumble, he faintly heard the sound of a gunshot. His heart tightened, and he quickly sped toward the direction of the gunfire. At this time, in a thicket 1 kilometer away from Meng Ye, 2 groups were facing off, guns in hand. One group was the people from Meng Jia Go whom Meng Ye was searching for. The other group, consisting of over 10 sturdy dark-skinned men, glared at the Meng Jia Go group with menacing expressions. Between the 2 groups lay a roe deer shot through the throat, lying on the ground, barely alive. At this moment, a dark-skinned, muscular man stepped forward, boasting arrogantly, "We discovered this roe deer first. You people from Meng Jia Go shouldn't steal our glory." Hearing the man speak, the village chief furrowed his brow tightly. Although the opposing side had a clear numerical advantage, he stepped forward and shouted, "We clearly fired the first shot. This roe deer fell because of us. How can you claim it as yours?" The man displayed a teasing smile. "You fired the shot. Stop bullshitting. Watch closely." As he spoke, he lifted the roe deer's leg, revealing a bullet hole on it. "This is your shot." "Ha! You're full of crap. We clearly shot it. I saw it with my own eyes," protested a militiaman from Meng Jia Go. Though he felt uncertain, the militiaman knew he had to speak up. It was a matter of pride. "What's the matter? You people from Meng Jia Go can't hunt. Just resorting to robbery, huh? Fine. The roe deer is right here. Come and take it." The man shouted fiercely, and the 10 or so men behind him raised their guns, aiming at the Meng Jia Go group. Although Meng Jia Go was outnumbered, they did not back down and raised their guns in response. Tension escalated, and both sides were on the brink of conflict. Xiaomei, whether from fear or because the rain made her cold, trembled behind the others seeking shelter. At that critical moment, a stern voice broke through the rain, coming from a distance. "Stop. Let's see who dares to move." As the voice fell, Meng Ye's figure dashed out of the woods, directly standing in front of the Meng Jia Go group, his gaze coldly locking onto the dark-skinned man in the lead. Upon seeing Meng Ye, the members of Meng Jia Go instantly showed expressions of joy. "Meng Ye, you're here. Great. Meng Ye, you're safe." Xiaomei, with tears in her eyes, rushed behind Meng Ye, hugging him tightly, and began to sob quietly. Meng Ye, feeling pain, took off his outer jacket and draped it over Xiaomei's head, gently brushing her bangs from her forehead softly, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine. You head back, I'll handle this." The dark-skinned man raised an eyebrow impatiently, snorting, "No way. You little brat, where did you come from? What are you doing here? Do you think this is your home? Go home if you want to sleep with women." Hearing the man's words, Meng Ye's brow furrowed tightly. He suddenly looked up, a chill in his eyes, and coldly said, "Say that again." The dark-skinned man involuntarily shivered. For some reason, he felt that the person standing across from him was not human, but rather a bloodthirsty tiger ready to pounce and tear him apart. Yet with so many people around, he couldn't afford to lose face, so he took a deep breath and stepped forward, shouting loudly, "What will happen if I say it again? You little brat, you haven't even grown up yet, thinking about sleeping with women. Is that useful? Ha ha." Before he could finish, Meng Ye suddenly vanished from in front of him and reappeared at his side. Meng Ye swiftly lifted his gun and struck the dark-skinned man's chin with the butt of the gun. The man, weighing around 170 to 180 pounds, was sent flying by Meng Ye's blow. He arced through the air, crashing heavily to the ground and splashing water everywhere. This scene stunned everyone. Meng Ye's movements were too quick for them to react. The dark-skinned man lay on the ground, unable to get up for a while, blood pooling in his mouth. Meng Ye stepped forward, placing a foot on his chest, pinning him to the water while aiming his gun at his head. As the others regained their senses, they raised their guns at Meng Ye. "You little brat, put down the gun immediately. Otherwise we won't be polite. Let go of Brother Zhao." Meng Ye, however, showed no fear. He coldly scanned them and said, "I'll count to 3. Put down your guns. Otherwise he will lose his life." The people of Meng Jia Go tightened their grips on their guns, standing with Meng Ye. Both sides were once again in a standoff as the rain poured heavier droplets, hitting the guns with a crisp sound. 3. Meng Ye began the countdown, and the opposing side grew flustered, believing Meng Ye would indeed pull the trigger when seeing his icy gaze. The man beneath Meng Ye struggled to rise, but was firmly pinned down, unable to move, and could only yell angrily, "What are you waiting for? Shoot. Let's kill this little brat. He'll take the blame." Hearing the dark-skinned man's words, the others exchanged glances, none daring to pull the trigger. Although they were professional hunters, easily dealing with bears and wild boars, when it came to killing someone, they truly did not have the courage. 2. Meng Ye's voice echoed ominously, causing some people to slowly lower their gun barrels. "Don't lower them. Raise your guns. I don't believe he dares to shoot." The dark-skinned man yelled desperately. 1. As Meng Ye's voice fell, everyone across from him, though reluctant, ultimately chose to lower their weapons to preserve the life of the dark-skinned man. The people of Meng Family Valley all breathed a sigh of relief, for Meng Ye's previous actions had genuinely frightened them. Several crafty militiamen from Meng Family Valley hurried over to retrieve all the guns from their opponents after they had surrendered. The dark-skinned man clenched his silver teeth and growled softly, "What exactly do you want?" Meng Ye snorted coldly and lifted his large foot that was pressing down on the man. Feeling the bindings loosen, the dark-skinned man scrambled to his feet, wanting to throw a punch at Meng Ye, but was stopped by several of his companions. It wasn't that they didn't want to take revenge, it was simply that their current strength did not allow it. With their guns surrendered, it would be suicidal to confront bullets with fists. Under the gentle persuasion of the crowd, the dark-skinned man gradually calmed down, suppressing his anger as he looked at Meng Ye. Well, let this matter slide for today. We accept defeat. Return our guns, and we'll leave without a word. Meng Ye chuckled lightly and turned to the militia. Give them back their guns. What? Give them back. Meng Ye, what if they shoot us again? Meng Ye smiled lightly. Don't worry, just give them back, they won't dare to. Meng Ye wasn't being arrogant. As a special forces soldier, he found it easy to transition from shooting at targets to shooting at living beings. However, the leap from shooting living beings to killing was a chasm that required immense psychological resilience to cross. Though the militiamen were reluctant, they returned the guns to the dark-skinned man. He received the weapon with an unwilling and resentful gaze, but ultimately refrained from acting rashly. Kid, you've got some guts. We'll meet again. He dropped a harsh remark and turned to leave with his subordinates. Wait. The crowd was just about to turn away when Meng Ye called out to them. The dark-skinned man turned back with a dark expression furrowing his brow as he asked Meng Ye, what else do you want? Meng Ye shrugged, walked over to the roe deer and reached for his waist, but found nothing. He then remembered he had thrown his dagger out during the scuffle. Reluctantly, he looked at the people from Meng Family Valley. Does anyone have a knife? Let me borrow it for a moment. The crowd was taken aback, and then a slightly younger militiaman drew a short blade from his waist and handed it to Meng Ye. Meng Ye took the blade and swiftly sliced the roe deer in half at the waist. He lifted one half and tossed the head portion to the people of Meng Family Valley while the other half went to the opposing side. Everyone present was bewildered, not understanding Meng Ye's intention. What are you doing? The dark-skinned man asked in confusion. Meng Ye glanced at the man, snorted coldly, and dropped a remark. We all rely on the mountain god for our livelihood, so I hope you will abide by the hunting rules in the future. When hunting in the mountains, those who see should share the spoils. Even the dogs that accompany us should get a portion, let alone humans. Today, no matter which side killed this roe deer by the rules, half of it should rightfully go to the other party. If you don't follow the rules, aren't you afraid of the mountain god's wrath? Hearing Meng Ye's words, the crowd across furrowed their brows. Though they were hunters, they were merely second-rate at best, relying on good marksmanship and a bit of courage to venture into the mountains. They had heard the old hunters in the village talk about this rule, but they hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, hearing Meng Ye mention it again, they recalled that there indeed was such a rule. Looking at the roe deer in front of them, the crowd suddenly felt a bit ashamed. The dark-skinned man was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. All right, we didn't understand the rules today. I thank you for the reminder. We'll take this roe deer, and I will come to Meng Family Valley to find you when the opportunity arises. After speaking, the dark-skinned man hoisted the roe deer and turned to leave with his group. At this moment, Meng Ye suddenly thought of something and called out to them. Wait, I need to ask you something. The dark-skinned man turned around. What is it? You all frequently hunt in this area. Have you seen an old man slightly shorter than me with a head full of white hair, around 80 years old? Hearing Meng Ye's words, the dark-skinned man pondered for a few seconds, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Oh, you must be talking about Old Man San. In this area, he is the only one of that age who dares to hunt in the mountains. He's from the same village as us, and he has watched us grow up. He taught us how to hunt. Seeing that the man truly knew Old Man San, Meng Ye felt a surge of joy. Yes, that's Old Man San. Have you seen him? The dark-skinned man thought for a moment and nodded. Previously, Old Man San's eldest son was killed by a tiger, and he moved to the mountains saying he wanted to kill that tiger to avenge his son. After that, he never returned to the village. The last time I encountered Old Man San was last autumn while hunting in the mountains. After that, I never saw him again. By the way, have you seen Old Man San? The man turned back to the crowd, and they all shook their heads, indicating they had not seen him. Upon hearing the dark-skinned man's words, Meng Ye frowned slightly. Old Man San hadn't returned to the village. In this vast mountain, where could he have gone? Meng Ye began to feel a sense of worry, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. As if sensing Meng Ye's worry, the dark-skinned man asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen to Old Man San?" Meng Ye came back to his senses, forcing a smile and waving his hand. No, I was just asking. I haven't seen him for quite some time." After chatting for a while longer, seeing that the rain continued unabated, they bid farewell and left. Meng Ye held his clothes over Zayumia's head with one hand, while wrapping his other arm around her waist, leading everyone back. On the way back, everyone gathered around Meng Ye, their eyes filled with admiration. "Meng Ye, you handled that beautifully. You taught them a lesson without ruining the relationship." An older villager gave a thumbs up. Meng Ye smiled. "Everyone is just trying to make a living. There's no need to drive each other to extinction. Following the rules ensures longevity. And is this roe deer really what you all caught?" The crowd paused, then looked toward one militiaman. Erlai said he shot it. Right in the forehead. "Oh, are you sure?" Meng Ye raised an eyebrow, revealing a meaningful smile. The man known as Erlai felt an uneasy panic in his heart as Meng Ye looked at him, stammering, It should be me who shot it, right?" Seeing the man's reaction, Meng Ye understood that he was also unsure. Meng Ye was quite clear about the marksmanship of the militia from Meng family gully. They couldn't hit a deer, let alone a target as large as a bear. Meng Ye chuckled lightly and did not pursue the matter further, waving his hand. Forget it, it doesn't matter who shot it. When we return, let's practice shooting properly, and in time you all will be able to hunt in the mountains as a team. Hearing Meng Ye's words, everyone nodded in unison. After this incident, they truly realized the importance of strength. If it weren't for Meng Ye today, although they wouldn't have lost their lives, they would definitely have been killed by the opponents. All right, everyone hurry back. It's pouring rain and we're all soaked. Once we get back, I'll arrange a nice meal for everyone to drive away the chill. The eyes of everyone brightened instantly. When Meng Ye mentioned a good meal, it surely meant meat. Although half a deer might not be enough for 8 or 9 people, it would still satisfy their cravings. Thinking of this, everyone unconsciously quickened their pace, closely following Meng Ye back to the village. Upon returning, the rain also stopped. Everyone go change into dry clothes first, don't catch a cold. Come to my house for lunch. Meng Ye called out to everyone, then took the beautiful hand back home. Third brother, I'm back. Upon hearing Meng Ye's voice outside, the third brother and Meng Ye inside the house flashed a look of surprise. Second brother, you're back. Second sister-in-law, you're back too. I knew second brother would definitely bring you back. This guy is drenched all over. Hurry up and get inside to change clothes. As Meng Ye and the others entered the house, Meng Ye leaned against the wall, his face also showing joy. You finally returned. If you hadn't come back, I would have gone up the mountain with third brother to look for you. Meng Ye joked. Using a crutch. Big brother, what happened to your leg? Hearing this, Xiao Mai's gaze fell on Meng Ye's leg. At that moment, Meng Ye had changed into new pants, and if he didn't move, one wouldn't notice any injury. Meng Ye waved his hand and laughed. Oh, it's nothing serious, just to scrape a minor injury. Xiao Mei frowned and looked at Meng Ye, knowing that the minor injuries mentioned by the three of them were never light. It's fine, it will heal after a while, Meng Ye said with a smile. At that moment, Xiao Mai's gaze fell on the young man sitting at the end of the kang. Who is this? Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Yi Xiaotian. I'm from Sanha village, and I came to drive the cart to bring Meng Ge and the others back. Oh, nice to meet you. Xiao Mei greeted simply, then seemed to suddenly remember something, her face turning slightly red as she leaned into Meng Ye's ear and whispered a few words. Meng Ye grinned upon hearing this and looked at the three beside him. Third brother, Xiaotian, you two help big brother go out for a stroll. It just rained and the air is fresh. Meng Ye stiffened his neck and shook his head. I'm not going. It's not that I'm saying it, second brother, but how can you be so unfeeling? I'm in this condition and you still want me to go out for a stroll? The third brother beside him looked at Xiao Mei, who was drenched, and instantly understood Meng Ye's intention. He exchanged glances with Yi Xiaotian, and they both helped Meng Ye out for some fresh air. Damn, you two have no humanity either. This is pure torture. After supporting Meng Ye out of the house, Xiao Mei couldn't help it anymore and let out a laugh, then gently punched Meng Ye's chest. I could have gone to change my clothes at your house. Why did you have to drag big brother out when he's still injured? Meng Ye also smiled broadly. It's fine. Big brother is as strong as an ox. It's good for him to get some fresh air. You should hurry and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold again later. Xiao Mei nodded, found some clean clothes to change into, and sat on the edge of the kang. Why aren't you changing? Meng Ye asked in confusion. You go out too. Xiao Mei said, her face turning red as she pointed at the door playfully. Oh, what's the big deal? I've seen it before. As Meng Ye was halfway through his sentence, a pillow came flying towards him. Hurry up and go out. Keep an eye on the door for me. Don't let anyone in. Meng Ye grinned and stepped outside. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Meng Ye standing in the yard looking at the sky with an expression of despair, being supported by the third brother and Yi Xiaotian. Upon seeing Meng Ye's previously dull eyes instantly brightened. Haha, you got kicked out too. Meng Ye rolled his eyes at Meng Ye and then sighed, patting his shoulder. Serves you right for being single. Meng Ye didn't understand Meng Ye's meaning for a moment and cast a questioning glance at the two beside him. The two likewise sighed and shook their heads. Third brother, you will be in charge of killing the pig later. Tonight, I want to arrange a meal for those people I went up the mountain with to express my gratitude. All right, leave it to me. I'm good at this. The third brother nodded. After chatting for a while, Xiao Mei pushed the door and left the house. The others took Meng Ye back to his room and then began to busy themselves. Meng Ye boiled a large pot of water and started to shave the wild boar. The militiamen who had gone home to change clothes also arrived one after another to help Meng Ye and the others. After a busy time, a pot of steaming pig stew was ready. Everyone gathered around the table enjoying the rare delicacy. Meng Ye stood up holding up a cup and toasted to everyone. I raise a glass to everyone. Today, everyone risked their lives to find us three brothers. I won't say much more. We have cooked a big pot of meat today, so eat to your heart's content. No one is allowed to leave until they are full. Cheers. Everyone burst into laughter, raising their cups and drinking them down in one go. The meal was filled with conversation and laughter, a joyful atmosphere. After the meal, as everyone was leaving, Meng Ye called out to the village chief, who was about to depart. Village chief, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Why are you being polite with me? Just say what you need to say. Meng Ye nodded. Village chief, you saw today's situation. The strength of our village's militia is simply too weak. Not to mention going into the mountains, even protecting the village is difficult. The training reward system I mentioned before should be implemented as soon as possible to quickly enhance their strength. The village chief's expression became serious as he nodded deeply. All right, I'll find a time in the next few days to gather everyone together for a meeting to discuss this matter. As the village chief was halfway through his words, he suddenly shifted his tone and looked at Meng Ye with a smile. When are you and that girl Xiao Mei getting married? I tell you, you need to hurry up. I'm looking forward to your wedding feast. Meng Ye grinned. Don't worry, village chief. Once the house is all tidied up, I will start organizing it. After seeing off the village chief, Meng Ye returned to the house. The two little tigers, seeing everyone had left, excitedly ran out and started gnawing on the bones that had fallen on the ground. The two little fellows each held a bone, gnawing on the little scraps of meat that remained. However, their teeth had not fully grown and causing them to whimper as they looked at Meng Ye with longing, growling softly. Seeing how pitiful the two little ones were, Meng Ye picked out 2 large chunks of meat from the vegetable basin and tossed them to them. The two little tigers' eyes brightened instantly upon receiving the meat chunks, and they began to gobble them down, making excited huffing sounds. However, at that moment, Meng Ye suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Not good. Chasing wind is missing. After hunting the flying dragon, Juefeng had been playing in the woods around Meng Ye. Later, when he encountered the fisher, Meng Ye completely forgot about Juefeng. Now that he thought about it, it was highly likely that Juefeng had fallen into the fissure, otherwise he wouldn't have strayed so far from him. With this thought, Meng Ye hurried back to the house and looked at Meng Ye and Lao San. Seeing Meng Ye's grave expression, Meng Ye realized that something must have happened and silently cursed, quickly asking Lao Air, "What happened?" "Juefeng is lost," Meng Ye said solemnly. Meng Ye was taken aback, then slammed his thigh hard, grimacing in pain. "Damn it, how could we forget about this?" Lao San beside him also looked regretful, saying, "Juefeng will be fine in the woods, right?" "No, we need to go look for him." Meng Ye took a deep breath. "If he is in the woods, it would be fine. With Juefeng's skills, finding some food and water shouldn't be a problem. What worries me is that he might have fallen into that fissure." Hearing Meng Ye's words, both of them felt a chill down their spines and couldn't help but shiver. If Juefeng had fallen into the fissure, it was likely that the situation was dire. Meng Ye gritted his teeth and said, "Lao Air, you hurry and go with Lao San to search near the fissure. Maybe Juefeng is lucky and still alive. They'll go by myself, or Lao San will stay at home to take care of you." Meng Ye pondered. "Hey, I'm just injured, not paralyzed. If you're really worried, let Xiao Tian stay here with me for another day. Come on, don't dawdle. Hurry up." Meng Ye nodded, and the two of them didn't dare to delay, grabbing their hunting rifles and immediately heading towards the fissure. Zayumi's eyes flickered. She wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. This time Meng Ye and the others moved quickly, reaching the edge of the fissure in less than 2 hours. They shouted Juefeng's name loudly while carefully observing their surroundings. However, after searching a large area along the fissure, they still couldn't find any trace of Juefeng. At that moment, sharp-eyed Meng Ye suddenly noticed a small section of a collapse not far ahead at the edge of the fissure, with several scratches made by claws on the edge of the collapse. "Lao San, over here," Meng Ye called out quickly, running over to examine the marks. As expected, near the claw marks there were several paw prints. By their size, they were definitely left by Juefeng. Meng Ye looked at Lao San with a serious expression and said, "Lao San, as usual, you wait up here while I go down myself." Lao San shook his head, his expression solemn as he replied, "Ergo, if there really is that thing down there, I must go down with you. We can look out for each other. You don't need to persuade me. If you go down today, I must follow." Seeing that Lao San was determined, Meng Ye swallowed the words he was about to say and finally smiled. "Good brother." Then the two of them took a rope from their backpacks, tying one end to a tree trunk and letting the other end drop into the fissure. They then slowly slid down the rope towards the bottom of the fissure. As they descended deeper, that familiar putrid smell wafted back to them, causing both of them to frown. "Ergo, what the hell is that smell? Why is it so stinky?" Lao San frowned and said, "Shoo, keep your voice down. Be careful not to alarm whatever is down there." Meng Ye made a shushing gesture and continued to slide down. Soon they reached the bottom of the fissure. Today the fog at the bottom was much thicker than yesterday, with visibility reduced to only 3 to 5 meters. Beyond that, it was a white blur where nothing could be clearly seen. The two of them leaned against each other, raising their guns and carefully searching along the cliff walls of the fissure for any trace of Juefeng. Along the way, they encountered numerous animal carcasses, most of which had only skeletons remaining. Some still had bits of flesh that hadn't been completely eaten away, crawling with countless white maggots. The further they went, the more uneasy they felt, as if something was watching them from within the mist. "Lao San, be careful. I feel something is off," Meng Ye whispered as a warning. Lao San nodded, and his hands gripping the gun began to sweat slightly. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind them, startling both Meng Ye and Lao San. They quickly turned around, pointing their guns in the direction of the sound. The sound grew closer, and Meng Ye and Lao San's nerves tightened, gripping their guns tightly. At that moment, they could even hear each other's heavy heartbeat. Suddenly, the mist ahead surged, and then a figure darted out. Lao San was startled and instinctively reached for the trigger, but Meng Ye stopped him. Don't shoot. It's a wild rabbit. The figure that burst out of the mist was not the monster Meng Ye had previously seen, but a gray-brown wild rabbit. Seeing Meng Ye and Lao San, the wild rabbit was startled, let out a strange cry, and frantically dashed away to the side. However, due to the low visibility, it crashed directly into the cliff wall and fainted. The two exchanged glances and smiled, the tense atmosphere easing slightly. After a small interlude, they continued their search. Suddenly, Lao San pointed to a patch of weeds not far ahead, excitedly shouting, "Lao Air! Look, is that Juefeng?" Quickly following Meng Ye's pointing direction, they saw a figure curled up in the grass trembling. It was none other than the missing Juefeng. Meng Ye's heart leaped with joy, and he rushed over. Upon hearing the sound approaching, Juefeng curled up, tightly trembling in fear. Seeing the state of Juefeng, Meng Ye felt a pang of heartache. He reached out to gently stroke Juefeng's back. Feeling the warmth radiating from his back, Juefeng trembled even more violently, emitting fearful whimpering sounds. "Juefeng, it's me, I'm here to take you home," Meng Ye said softly. Hearing Meng Ye's voice, Juefeng, who had curled up, suddenly lifted his head, looking at Meng Ye in disbelief. When Juefeng saw that it was indeed Meng Ye, he let out a mournful cry and rushed into Meng Ye's embrace, whimpering as if confessing his grievances. Meng Ye gently comforted him. All right, don't worry, I will take you back right away. You must not run around when you come into the forest with me again, do you understand?" Juefeng whimpered a few times and then fell asleep in Meng Ye's arms. Looking at the Juefeng he had recovered, Meng Ye breathed a sigh of relief and said to Lao San, "Lao San, let's go. We need to hurry out of here, this place is not safe for long." Lao San nodded, and the two of them retraced their steps. However, just as they reached the spot where the rabbit had been knocked out, Meng Ye's expression suddenly tightened. The once unconscious wild rabbit had now turned into a puddle of mush, its body parts scattered everywhere. "Lao San, arm yourself. That thing is nearby," Meng Ye whispered. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound pierced through the mist, reminiscent of a sharp object scraping across a glass surface, sending chills down their spines. Meng Ye and Lao San instantly tensed up, gripping their guns tightly. The sound grew closer, like a death knell, awakening their inner fears and approaching them relentlessly. Suddenly, a massive shadow lunged out of the mist, charging straight for Meng Ye. Alarmed, Meng Ye stepped back and quickly fired his gun. The bullet struck the creature, only sparking a few sparks and failing to inflict any substantial damage. The creature roared in pain, becoming even more frenzied as it lunged at Meng Ye, its dry claws whipping up a gust of wind. Seeing this, Meng Ye furrowed his brow, not having time to think much before rolling to the side to evade the creature's attack while reloading a new magazine. This time he did not aim at the creature's body, but rather directly targeted its head. However, to Meng Ye's shock, when the bullet hit the creature's head, it similarly sparked. At that moment, Meng Ye finally got a clear look at the creature. It was an animal about the height of a human, with a human head, a monkey's body, and a horse's nose, exuding a nauseating stench, its blood-red eyes radiating ferocity and bloodlust, with sharp fangs filling its mouth. Its entire body was covered in a grayish-blue fur which seemed to deflect Meng Ye's bullets. "Ergo! What kind of monster is this?" Lao San exclaimed in shock. Meng Ye shook his head. It was the first time he had seen such a creature, neither human nor monkey. The creature fixated on them continuously, making gurgling sounds from its throat, starting to circle around Meng Ye and Lao San, as if weighing whether to launch an attack. After a standoff lasting over 10 seconds, the creature let out a low growl and lunged at Meng Ye again. Meng Ye sidestepped while raising his gun to smash the creature's head. The creature, in pain, tilted its head slightly, but did not slow its speed, swiping a claw at Meng Ye. Meng Ye quickly retreated, stumbling and nearly falling. In that critical moment, Lao San reacted, charging from the side and striking the creature's leg with the guns, but the creature's leg buckled momentarily, halting its advance. Meng Ye seized the opportunity to steady himself and pulled out Lao San's pig-killing knife from his waist, aiming for the creature's eyes. The creature sensed danger and violently jerked its head, avoiding the strike, but Meng Ye's dagger still grazed the corner of its eye, instantly drawing a line of blood. The creature roared in rage, wildly swinging its claws at the two, prompting Meng Ye and Lao San to hastily dodge. Seeing this, Meng Ye felt a surge of excitement, shouting, "Lao San! His weakness is his eyes." At the same time, Meng Ye sidestepped behind a tree, raising his gun, holding his breath and focusing. As the creature lunged at Lao San, Meng Ye pulled the trigger. The bullet ignited with fire, accurately shot toward the creature's eyes. The creature howled in pain, its body thrashing violently as it flailed its claws. However, just as Meng Ye prepared to shoot again, the creature vanished into the mist once more. Meng Ye and Lao San leaned back to back, breathing heavily while scanning the mist. "Ergo, this monster is too eerie," Lao San said, still shaken. Meng Ye, his brow furrowed, replied, "This monster hides in the mist, making it difficult to deal with. We should take Juefeng and leave quickly." Lao San nodded, and the two of them, back to back, cautiously moved toward the location where the rope was lowered. The surrounding mist swirled continuously, keeping Meng Ye and his companion on high alert. Suddenly, a whirlpool formed in the mist behind Lao San, and then the creature lunged at him at incredible speed. Meng Ye reacted quickly, pulling Lao San aside, while swinging the pig-killing knife at the creature, but the creature nimbly dodged and disappeared into the mist again. Hurry, don't waste time with it, Meng Ye shouted. The two quickened their pace and finally reached the rope. Meng Ye secured Zhaifeng on his back and began climbing up the rope with Lao San. Just as they climbed out of the mist's range, Meng Ye felt the rope shake violently in his hands, and the creature lunged out of the mist, aiming to bite Meng Ye's thigh. Meng Ye hurriedly drew Lao San's ancestral pig-killing knife, fiercely slashing at the creature's eye. The creature, unable to dodge in time due to its grip on the rope, was struck in its remaining good eye, letting out a pained howl as it fell straight into the mist. Run! Meng Ye shouted, using both hands and feet to finally crawl out of the crevice. At that moment, the previously slackened rope was pulled taut again, and seeing this, Meng Ye quickly severed the rope. The two escaped with their lives collapsing to the ground. Looking at the mist, Meng Ye felt lingering fear. This monster is too sinister, it's covered in fur, yet can't be penetrated by bullets. If I hadn't hit its eyes, we would have likely met our end here today. Lao San took a moment to collect himself and sighed, saying, Ergo, this place is too dangerous. We should hurry back. Meng Ye nodded, standing up and hastily heading home with Zhaifeng. On the way back, Meng Ye carefully checked on Zhaifeng, seeing that he was just scared but not seriously harmed, which eased his mind. Upon returning home, Xiaomei and the others had been anxiously waiting for a long time. Seeing Meng Ye return with Zhaifeng, Xiaomei rushed towards him with tears in her eyes. Meng Ye smiled slightly, reaching out his right hand to embrace Xiaomei, but she brushed him aside and snatched Zhaifeng from his arms. She anxiously checked on Zhaifeng's condition. Meng Ye's lips twitched fiercely. Seeing Meng Ye's awkward situation, the third brother grinned widely and opened his arms. Second brother, let me hug you. Meng Ye's face darkened. Get lost. At that moment, Meng Ye, leaning against the bed, noticed the disheveled clothes of Meng Ye, and the third brother, realizing they must have been through a fight, quickly inquired. Third, where did you find Chasing Wind? Meng Ye glanced at Xiaomei, who was curiously looking at Chasing Wind, and gave him a knowing look before continuing. Hi. Right behind your village, Chasing Wind fell into an abandoned underground chamber that had been deserted for a long time and couldn't climb out. By the time we arrived, we were nearly starving. Oh, Xiaomei, hurry and prepare some milk powder for Chasing Wind. Look how hungry he is, his belly is all sunken in. There's no more milk powder. By the time you left, the milk powder bag was already empty, and the little tigers drank up the last bit. Xiaomei shrugged. It's all gone. Then go to the supply and marketing cooperative and buy another bag. Chasing Wind isn't in good shape, though a bit of milk powder will help him recover faster. Xiaomei nodded. All right. They'll go buy it right now. You all chat for a bit, they'll be back soon. With that, she left the house. As Jiang Xiaomei left, the eldest brother frowned slightly and asked with concern, Second brother, what exactly happened? Meng Ye took a deep breath and began to recount the story. The third brother and I searched thoroughly along the route we took, but we found no trace of Chasing Wind. Later, we entered a crevice. Meng Ye recounted the events without hiding anything. When Meng Ye heard Meng Ye describe the monster's appearance, he immediately gasped, his eyes filled with fear. A human head, a monkey body, horse nostrils, invulnerable to blades and spears. This. Meng Ye seemed to recall something shocking, his face filled with terror. What's wrong, big brother? The third brother, noticing Meng Ye's expression, asked in confusion. Meng Ye steadied himself and murmured, Did you guys ever hear about the big monkey when you were young? The big monkey. Could it be that the monster in the crevice is the big monkey? Meng Ye exclaimed in shock. While friends from the south may not be familiar with the big monkey, those from the north know it all too well. It could even be considered a childhood nightmare. As children, if a kid misbehaved, parents would scare them with tales of the big monkey. If you keep crying, the big monkey will take you away. Still not sleeping. If you don't sleep, the big monkey will come to get you. Look at you, you look worse than the big monkey. In the past, Meng Ye was often tricked this way. The big monkey of that time could rival the current Uncle Air Dan. As he grew up, Meng Ye always thought the big monkey was a fictional creation to scare children. However, he never expected to encounter a real one this time. Meng Ye took a deep breath and nodded. It should be real. I've heard the older generation in the village say that years ago Sanha village was attacked by the big monkey, but there weren't many guns back then, just old matchlocks. Hitting the big monkey was like scratching an itch. Later, the villagers were utterly helpless against the big monkey and could only watch as it ravaged their livestock before leaving. After that, the big monkey would come once a year, wreaking havoc on any furry creature in the village. This went on for several years until, for some unknown reason, the big monkey disappeared and never returned to torment the village again. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that this beast had fallen into the crevice? And it has survived all these years. Meng Ye's brows knitted tightly upon hearing this. If it were to escape, the villagers from the surrounding 10 miles would surely suffer. With famine rampant these past 2 years, if it came back to wreak havoc in the village, the villagers would be done for. This big monkey is bound to be a hidden danger. It must be eliminated. Meng Ye gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. But it's invulnerable to blades and spears. How can we get rid of it? The third brother was somewhat troubled. Meng Ye and Meng Ye were equally troubled. Just as the three were pondering a solution, Xiaomei pushed the door and returned carrying a bag of milk powder. Oh my goodness, why is this milk powder so expensive? Meng Ye, after you finish this bag, don't let them have any. This isn't drinking milk, this is drinking money. Xiaomei complained, a bit heartbroken. Meng Ye smiled widely. All right, I'll listen to you. Xiaomei nodded and continued. By the way, when I was at the supply and marketing cooperative, just now I saw Uncle Wu. Uncle Wang asked me to ask you when you would start working. All right, I'll go find him right away. With that, he turned to Meng Ye and the third brother. Let's discuss this matter later, it won't be urgent right now. Okay, you get busy first. Meng Ye then got up and headed out towards Uncle Wang Lao's place. Uncle Wang Lao lived at the far west end of Meng Ye ditch in a standalone house backed by the mountains. Before he could even enter the yard, Meng Ye heard a series of scraping sounds coming from inside. Peeking in, he saw Uncle Wang Lao chiseling something. Uncle Wang, are you busy? Meng Ye greeted with a smile. Hearing Meng Ye's voice, Wang Lao's face lit up with excitement, quickly putting down his tools to welcome him. Meng Ye is here. Come in. Come in. I just saw your Xiaomei. Meng Ye grinned and waved his hand. Actually, I won't go in. I brought back 3 saplings of water ash and was thinking to see if you have time to start working. Hearing that work was starting, Wang Lao's face flashed with delight, and he rubbed his hands together excitedly. I'm free right now. Oh, by the way, let me see that snake chicken drawing you mentioned. Oh, my mind is all over the place, sir. I've been so busy these past few days that I forgot. No worries, come with me to the new house, and I'll draw it for you right now. Wang Lao grinned. No problem, let's hurry. The two then headed towards Meng Ye's new house. Upon reaching the courtyard and seeing the 3 robust saplings of water ash, Wang Lao's eyes widened in shock. Wow, these, such thick water ash trees. Originally, he thought Meng Ye would only manage to find a few water ash trees as thick as a human thigh, but to his surprise, the 3 trees Meng Ye brought back were each thicker than his waist. It is important to note that due to the hardness of the wood, water ash trees grow at an extremely slow rate, much slower than poplar trees, taking more than 10 times longer. Such thick water ash trees must be at least 100 years old. Moreover, due to the logging by nearby villagers, older water ash trees are rarely seen. Seeing Wang Lao lost in thought, Meng Ye patted him on the shoulder. Uncle Wang, what's wrong? Is it too thin? Wang Lao came back to his senses, his face revealing excitement. Too thin. This is thin. I haven't seen water ash trees this thick in over 10 years. This is an excellent material for making furniture. Meng Ye, don't worry. He'll make sure everything is crystal clear for you. Meng Ye grinned. Yes, you do your work, I trust you. By the way, did you bring paper and a pen? I did. Saying this, Wang Lao took out a small notebook with a star on the cover and handed it to Meng Ye along with a pencil. Meng Ye took the paper and pen, entered the house, and then, following the layout of the room and the decoration style from his past life, began to sketch in the notebook. Wang Lao, seeing Meng Ye drawing seriously, couldn't help but pique in curiosity. Although Meng Ye's drawings were quite complex, each stroke was clear and understandable. As he clearly observed what Meng Ye had drawn, a look of shock gradually appeared on Wang Lao's face. The designs Meng Ye created completely overturned his understanding of woodworking after so many years. Meng Ye, where did you learn this? I've never seen such styles before, Wang Lao asked, a mix of confusion and admiration on his face. Meng Ye paused his pen and explained with a smile. Uncle Wang, this is a new style I learned from outside, fashionable and practical. Look at this wardrobe, it has layers and partitions, and it can hold a mirror, making it very convenient to use. Wang Lao nodded along, his eyes filled with approval. Great job, Meng Ye, your mind is really sharp. I never even thought of such a style. If this gets made, it will be fantastic. Meng Ye smiled slightly. Uncle Wang, just follow my blueprint, you can't go wrong. The furniture made from this will definitely amaze everyone. Wang Lao rubbed his hands together excitedly. All right, I'll get started right away. I can't wait to see what this new style of furniture looks like. After saying that, he took the blueprint and walked over to the thick water ash trees to measure them, carefully preparing for a big project. Meng Ye looked at Wang Lao's enthusiastic demeanor, feeling full of anticipation. At this moment, Meng Ye suddenly remembered that he needed to go change the medicine for the golden monkey. He wondered how the golden monkey had been doing these past 2 days. Thinking of this, Meng Ye went home, took his hunting rifle, got some anti-inflammatory medicine from the village clinic, and headed towards the North Mountain. Just as he left the village, he heard Lao San's shouting behind him. Second brother, wait for me. Just a moment. Meng Ye turned around to see Lao San running towards him, panting and carrying a gun. Lao San, why did you come? I can go by myself, but you should stay home and take care of eldest brother, Meng Ye said. Hey, I said the same thing, but eldest brother was worried about you and insisted I come with you. He got anxious if I didn't come. I see eldest brother hopping on one leg just fine, and he has no problem going to the bathroom. Meng Ye nodded, feeling fortunate that Xiaomei was at home to help if needed, so he decided to let Lao San accompany him. Moreover, Lao San had never been to the valley in the North Mountain, so it would be good for him to see the world. All right, then you can come with me. We'll go quickly and come back quickly. Then the two hurried towards the valley of the North Mountain. When they reached the entrance of the valley, they saw a large shadow blocking the cave entrance from afar, with a small pile of red apples beside it. At this moment, the bear was leisurely leaning against the stone wall, munching on apples with a satisfying crunch, looking completely content. You look like you're enjoying yourself. Meng Ye said with a smile as he stepped out of the grass. Hearing the voice, the bear suddenly sat up from the ground, looking very alert. But when it saw that it was Meng Ye, the bear relaxed, its expression softening significantly. It lazily lay back down, picking up an apple with one hand and tossing it to Meng Ye and Lao San, gesturing for them to have a bite. Seeing the bear's calm demeanor, Meng Ye knew that the golden monkey had definitely pulled through. Meng Ye smiled, reached out to catch the apple, and took a bite. Instantly, a rich and sweet flavor spread in his mouth. Meng Ye took several large bites, finishing the entire apple, and then walked up to the bear. "All right, move your butt a bit. Hey, I need to go in and see how they are doing." The bear nodded and shifted its large rear, revealing the cave entrance. When Meng Ye's gaze fell into the cave, his face immediately darkened. Inside the narrow cave, it was filled with bear droppings with a layer of flies covering it. Meng Ye looked disgusted. "You idiot, why did you poop in here? How can anyone go in?" The bear seemed to realize it had done something wrong, lowering its head and making whimpering sounds. "Bear, woo woo woo. I thought by pooping at the entrance, any other animals that approached while I was away would be driven away by the smell." However, Meng Ye couldn't understand the bear's grievances. He shook his head helplessly and, along with Lao San, used a stick to push the bear droppings blocking the cave entrance aside. Then, crouching down and covering his nose, he entered the cave. The two finally made their way through the narrow cave entrance and arrived inside the valley. Instantly, a warm and gentle breeze enveloped them, mixed with various floral scents and the aroma of fresh grass. At this moment, the two golden monkeys were snuggling under an apple tree. The female monkey was using her hands to groom the male monkeys for picking out the lice from his body. At this time, the male monkey, who was looking very comfortable, suddenly caught sight of Meng Ye at the cave entrance, and a look of surprise appeared on its face. It began to screech happily and wanted to run over to greet Meng Ye, but due to its injuries still not healing, it only managed to take a few steps before stopping, wincing in pain. Seeing this, Meng Ye quickly ran up to the male monkey to check on its wound recovery. After a thorough examination, Meng Ye breathed a sigh of relief, finding that it was recovering well, with all wounds having scabbed over, and then fed it some anti-inflammatory medicine. Lao San, watching from the side with curiosity, leaned in closer and quietly asked, "Second brother, is this the golden monkey you mentioned? While it looks really good, the wild monkeys from our hometown don't compare at all. This little fur is really shiny." The two golden monkeys seemed to understand Lao San's words, slightly lifting their chins and chattering happily. After handling the golden monkeys, Meng Ye climbed the tree to pick some apples and put them in his backpack. Looking at the sky, it was still early, and since there was nothing to do at home, he turned to Lao San and said, "Lao San, since it's still early, let's take a stroll in the woods and see if we can gather some wild vegetables to eat tonight. We've been eating big fish and meat lately, and I'm getting sick of it. Let's have something lighter to cleanse our palates." Meng Ye's idea was something he kept to himself. If others heard it, they would probably be furious. While others were struggling for their next meal, Meng Ye was complaining about the food being too oily and rich. The third brother nodded and echoed, "Yeah, I've gained a few pounds from all the food over the past few days. We should eat some vegetables to balance it out." "Second brother, where did you get that wild sprout last time? Let's get some more. Last time the chopsticks used by elder brother were almost like whirlwind chopsticks. I barely had a few bites." He stuffed them all in his mouth. Meng Ye burst into laughter, slapping the third brother on the shoulder while jokingly scolding, "You better not let elder brother hear this, or he will definitely chase you down for a beating, ha." The two continued chatting and laughing as they walked deeper into the forest. Not long after they entered, Meng Ye's eyes lit up at the sight of a small patch of plants ahead. Good stuff. About 10 meters away from them was a small patch of vibrant green wild grass. The leaves of the grass were arrow-shaped, somewhat resembling celery leaves. Hearing Meng Ye's words, the third brother looked over but couldn't find anything. "Second brother, what do you see? Why can't I see anything?" the third brother said with a confused expression. Meng Ye stepped forward, plucked a tender leaf, smelled it beneath his nose, and then handed it to the third brother with a smile. "Give it a sniff." The third brother took the leaf and inhaled deeply, his eyes darting around as if trying to recall the scent. "This smell seems quite familiar, but what is it? It's right on the tip of my tongue. Why can't I remember?" The third brother mumbled a few words, and suddenly his eyes brightened with excitement. "Celery. It's celery. This thing tastes just like celery. I thought it looked a bit familiar, but I didn't expect it to actually be celery. However, aside from the leaves looking a bit similar, it seems to be quite different otherwise. What exactly is this thing?" Meng Ye smiled widely and explained, "This wild vegetable is called day.Yin, a type of wild vegetable found only in the northeast. It's a close relative of celery, but its taste is much better than celery. In the past, I often ate this stuff when I went into the mountains." The third brother didn't notice Meng Ye's oddity and focused entirely on Meng Ye's comment about how this was tastier than celery. "Second brother, how do we eat this thing?" the third brother asked with anticipation. "This can be eaten cold, stir-fried, or made into soup, but the best way to eat it is by making wontons. After going back, chop it up, wrap it with meat filling, and encase it in wonton skin. After boiling, add some chili oil. The flavor is simply exquisite." Hearing Meng Ye's vivid description, the third brother couldn't help but drool, his saliva nearly dripping onto his chin. Just as the drool was about to spill over, the third brother quickly reached up and wiped it with his sleeve, then excitedly said, "Hey, what are we waiting for? Let's grab it. With such a large patch, how many wontons can we make?" Saying this, the third brother squatted in the grass, bent down, and pulled up a day.Yin from its roots, stuffing it into his backpack. Seeing this, Meng Ye shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, "Third brother, that won't do. What you're doing isn't making wontons, you're feeding pigs. This day.Yin can only be eaten when tender. The other parts are too tough to chew, and even livestock won't eat them." Hearing Meng Ye's words, the third brother awkwardly scratched his head and started to mimic Meng Ye, only picking the tender sprouts from the top. As the two continued to gather, their bag was soon filled to the brim. Meng Ye knelt on the ground, feeling a bit sore in his knees, and decided to take a short break before continuing to gather vegetables. He sat on a fallen tree and watched the third brother collect day.Yin. At this moment, the third brother was diligently pulling at the tender leaves of day.Yin. Suddenly, a plant with red fruits appeared in front of him. The leaves of the plant were not as lush as the other vegetation. A single main stem had 5 segments, each with 5 paddle-shaped leaves. The third brother glanced at it, but didn't think much of it, and reached out to pull it up. Meng Ye, alarmed, quickly sat up from the ground and shouted loudly, "Third brother, don't touch that." Hearing Meng Ye's shout, the third brother was startled, thinking he had encountered something dangerous, and froze in place. Second brother, what's wrong? Is there a snake or something? Quickly save me, I'm terrified of snakes." At this moment, the third brother's face was extremely pale, with sweat beads rolling down his cheeks, and even his lips were slightly purple. Seeing the third brother's appearance, Meng Ye couldn't help but burst into laughter, walking over and gently patting his shoulder while smiling. "It's fine, there's no need to be tense. It's not an animal. Look at this." Meng Ye, as if holding a treasure, straightened the plant with red fruits. The third brother looked left and right, examined it for a long time, but couldn't discern anything unusual, finally shaking his head. "I don't recognize it. We don't have this in our area. What kind of wild vegetable is this, second brother? Stop keeping me in suspense." Meng Ye grinned excitedly and introduced, "This isn't just any wild vegetable. This is ginseng, wild ginseng from the Khingan Mountains. Moreover, it's a 5th-grade leaf." Hearing it was ginseng, the third brother's eyes immediately lit up, his face filled with excitement. "Wow, it's ginseng. This is a treasure. I heard the elders talk about how valuable wild mountain ginseng is when I was at home." "Second brother, what are we waiting for? Let's dig it out quickly." Saying this, the third brother was about to reach out to dig, but Meng Ye quickly stopped him. Stop. You can't just dig it out like that. If you dig it out like this, even if you get it out, it won't be worth anything." After saying this, Meng Ye took out a thin hemp rope from his backpack, tied it around the waist of the ginseng, then found 2 I-shaped tree forks and placed them on either side of the ginseng. He then found a stick to lay across the tree forks. Finally, he used the rope to suspend the entire ginseng plant. Seeing this, the third brother was even more confused and continued to ask, "Second brother, why are we tying up the ginseng? What is the ginseng going to run away or something?" Meng Ye glanced around, picked up a small wooden stick, then crouched down and began to poke around the ginseng. As he poked, he explained, "There is indeed a folk legend that ginseng can grow legs and run away, but that is merely a joke passed down through word of mouth. The real reason for tying the ginseng with a rope is that the places where ginseng grows are usually overgrown with weeds, with roots of grass and trees intertwined beneath the soil. Suspending the ginseng stem with a rope can prevent the stem from breaking and significantly increase the speed of harvesting, as once the stem breaks, inexperienced ginseng harvesters may confuse the ginseng with grass and tree roots, accidentally breaking the ginseng's fibrous roots, which would greatly reduce its medicinal value." Meng Ye's explanation was quite detailed, but all of this was gleaned from his past life. While scrolling through Dia, he never expected it would come in handy. After fiddling for a while, Meng Ye finally discerned the general direction of the ginseng's root system. He selected one of the root branches and cautiously began to dig along its direction. Meng Ye's movements were extremely delicate, as if he were cleaning his ears, each motion gentle, as if afraid of disturbing this precious ginseng. An hour later, as the soil was gradually scraped away, one of the root's shapes began to come into view. Its fibrous roots were long and dense, while the main root was thick and plump, glistening faintly. Seeing the appearance of the ginseng, Meng Ye's heart surged with joy. Although he wasn't sure of its age, he knew this ginseng must be quite old. Throughout the process of digging for ginseng, the third brother was anxiously waiting on the side. "Second brother, are you tired? Let me give it a try." Seeing Meng Ye stop, the third brother looked eager. "Okay, you try, but remember to dig it out bit by bit, don't rush." Meng Ye nodded and cautioned, "Don't worry, second brother. I know what I'm doing." After saying this, the third brother took the wooden stick Meng Ye handed him and began to carefully dig in the same manner. Trusting the third brother to handle it, Meng Ye stopped watching and started to wander around. With ginseng, if one is found, there's usually a good chance there are more nearby. After searching for a while, just as Meng Ye predicted, he discovered 3 more ginseng plants near the first. However, those ginseng plants were only of the 2nd or 3rd grade, not aged enough, so Meng Ye did not disturb them, deciding to come back when they had matured. Even if he didn't harvest them himself, it would be good to leave them for his son in the future. With that thought, Meng Ye grinned and muttered, "Looks like I need to work hard." At that moment, the third brother, who was squatting down digging for ginseng, shouted excitedly, "Second brother! Second brother! I found it! I found it!" Meng Ye hurried over upon hearing. He saw a ginseng shaped like a humanoid doll being held in the third brother's hands. The ginseng had an arm and a leg, and even a small protrusion between its legs. Fibrous roots like fine hair extended from the main root, stretching outwards. The color of the fibrous roots was slightly darker than the main root, presenting a light brown hue covered with numerous small grain-like bumps shimmering in the sunlight, like a string of brilliant pearls embedded in the roots. Seeing this scene, Meng Ye grinned and joked, "This ginseng even has a little cow, or it looks like a boy." The third brother nodded excitedly, "Second brother, this ginseng is so thick it must sell for at least 50 yuan. Meng Ye shook his head. "Although I don't know the age of this ginseng, just looking at this head, it's definitely worth more than 50 yuan, at least 200. "What? 200? Oh my goodness. That's so valuable. We won't need to hunt anymore. The three of us can just go into the mountains to dig ginseng every day." The third brother exclaimed in shock. Meng Ye chuckled lightly. "Do you think this ginseng is a big white radish? Just because we want to dig it, we can find it. Encountering an aged one is already a blessing." After saying this, Meng Ye dug out a large chunk of moss beside a tree and wrapped the ginseng in it. "Second brother, today's harvest is really good. We have fruits, wild vegetables, and even a root of ginseng. We must celebrate tonight." "Sure, I'll make you big leaf celery dumplings tonight." After saying this, the two left the valley, happily walking down the mountain. When they returned home, Xiao Mei was tending to the vegetable garden in the courtyard. Seeing Meng Ye return, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and greeted him with a smile. "You're back." "Yes, I'm back. Look what good things I brought back." Hearing Meng Ye mention good things, Xiao Mei leaned in closer. Meng Ye first unloaded the cloth bag from his back, opened it, revealing bright red apples inside. Seeing the apples, Xiao Mei's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Wow, you picked so many big apples. These bright red ones are really rare. This time the second and third brothers might have their fill." Hearing Xiao Mei imply this about him, the third brother smiled awkwardly. This time he had learned to be smart. When Meng Ye said he would make dumplings, he had to save some appetite. "Third brother, take off your bag too." The third brother nodded and opened his backpack as well. The first thing that caught his eye was the moss roll Meng Ye had used to tie the ginseng. Seeing the moss roll covered in dirt, Xiao Mei frowned. "Why did you gather this old moss? You can't eat it, and it's everywhere." "Oh, big leaf celery. Oh wow, you didn't skimp on this." As she spoke, Xiao Mei discovered the big leaf celery underneath and tossed the moss roll aside, reaching for a leaf to taste. As she chewed, a rich fragrance filled her mouth. Xiao Mei narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, smiling. "Yes, this is the taste, fresh and bright. I've been craving this taste all winter. Finally, I can eat it. Tonight, I've already told the third brother, since we have pork at home, we'll make big leaf celery dumplings. Okay, I'll go chop the filling now." At that moment, Meng Ye, who had been listening to their lively conversation from inside, couldn't hold back any longer and hopped out on one leg. "You guys are chatting so lively, let me see what good stuff you brought back." Saying this, Meng Ye bounced over to Meng Ye and the others, peering in. "Oh, you brought back apples again. And big leaf celery. Good job, second brother, even recognizing big leaf celery. This is a great thing. They can be used for dumplings and wontons." "Huh." As Meng Ye was speaking, he suddenly noticed the moss roll that Xiao Mei had tossed aside. "What is this?" Meng Ye's eyes suddenly widened, for in the Shaoxing'an ridge, moss rolls are only used in one situation, when ginseng is found. Thinking of this, Meng Ye leaped forward a couple of steps, crouched down, and carefully picked up the bundle of moss rolls, gently opening it. Upon seeing the ginseng inside, Meng Ye's eyes instantly grew wide, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. "Oh my goodness, it really is ginseng. And such a large one at that. Just look at the root, it must be at least 100 years old. Where did you guys dig this up, Lao Er?" Meng Ye smiled and roughly recounted the process of digging up the ginseng, while Meng Ye looked at him with envy. "Lao Er, your luck is truly unmatched. Do you know how many people who hunt in the mountains go their whole lives without encountering a single one like this?" He, the second brother, said, "This ginseng can at least sell for 200 bucks. Meng Ye smacked his lips. 200 bucks. You really underestimate this ginseng. Whether it's in terms of age or appearance, it's a top quality specimen. Taking it to a pharmacy in the county, it can sell for at least that much." As he spoke, Meng Ye held up 3 fingers. Lao San's eyes widened in excitement upon seeing this. "I thought 200 was the limit. I didn't expect it could sell for 300. This is truly a windfall." However, Meng Ye shook his head, smiling as he spoke. "Add another 0 to that. Add another 0. 300 plus a 0. 3,000. 3,000 bucks. Wait a minute. Holy crap. What the heck? This ginseng can sell for 3,000 bucks. Seeing Lao San's shocked expression, Meng Ye nodded with a smile, raising his eyebrows. "What I'm saying is still a conservative price. The actual price could be even higher." Upon hearing this, Lao San directly fell to the ground with a thud, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. Meng Ye was also a bit stunned. Although he knew this ginseng was valuable, he didn't expect it to be worth so much. This This is just too exaggerated, Meng Ye murmured. Meng Ye patted Meng Ye on the shoulder, smiling. However, we shouldn't be too happy too soon. Such a valuable item, we need to be careful selling it in the county. We can't let ourselves be cheated or run into any trouble along the way. Meng Ye snapped back to reality from his shock and nodded, feeling that Meng Ye's words made sense. After a couple of days, when I'm feeling a bit better, I'll go to the county with you. I know some people at the pharmacy, so we should be able to get a good price. All right, well, go to the county in a couple of days. I also need to buy some things for the wedding. The group lingered around the precious ginseng for a while longer before Meng Ye carefully wrapped it up and stored it away. Thanks to the insulating and moisturizing properties of the moss, the ginseng could be kept for 10 days to half a month without any issues. Then Meng Ye assigned Lao San to prepare the pork filling while Meng Ye cleaned up the large leaf celery they had just harvested. Meng Ye was responsible for kneading the dough. The three of them each took on their tasks and began to work busily. Xiaomei, whose hand was still injured, could only sit beside Meng Ye quietly watching him work. Although her hand still ached faintly, her heart was filled with joy. Once the three finished, they sat together and started wrapping wontons. But after rolling out the dough, the three brothers found themselves frozen in place, hesitating to start. While they had all wrapped dumplings before, none of them had ever tried wrapping wontons, so they all turned their gazes to Xiaomei. Seeing the three staring at her, Xiaomei grinned and picked up a sheet of wonton skin. Although her right hand was injured, she managed to shape it adequately. The three nodded and began to mimic Xiaomei's actions. Although their shapes were a bit lopsided, it was clear they were wontons. In this way, the three wrapped an entire cover of wontons. Looking at the haphazard shapes on the cover, Xiaomei smirked, suppressing a laugh, and carried the wontons to the kitchen, pouring them into the pot to start boiling. As the boiling water in the pot bubbled continuously, the wontons churned inside, releasing waves of enticing aromas. The three inside the house, busy wrapping wontons, couldn't help but take a deep breath, their faces filled with anticipation, and even their hands moved a bit faster. At that moment, a sudden rush of footsteps came from outside, followed by a figure bursting through the door. Meng Ye, Meng Ye. Not good, not good. The vegetable cellar in your yard has collapsed. The person was none other than the carpenter Wang Lao Wu. Hearing Wang Lao Wu's words, Meng Ye frowned. While a collapsed vegetable cellar wasn't a big deal, it contained a lot of meat. If that all got buried, it would be a waste. Thinking this, Meng Ye hurriedly rolled off the bed, put on his shoes, and dashed out of the room with Wang Lao Wu. When they reached Meng Ye's yard, it was indeed as Wang Lao Wu said. A large pit had appeared where the vegetable cellar used to be. Seeing this scene, Meng Ye let out a sigh. It was probably caused by the rain a couple of days ago. Well, it collapsed, so it collapsed. At least it reduces a safety hazard. It's better than if it had collapsed while we were down there getting vegetables. That would have been dangerous. It's just a shame about all that meat. Meng Ye shrugged and comforted himself. At this moment, Wang Lao Wu said, what a waste. Just dig it out and rebuild it. I heard that vegetable cellars in the city are now made of bricks which can last for decades without collapsing. You still have quite a few bricks left, why not make one? Hearing Wang Lao Wu's words, Meng Ye's eyes lit up, just in time for the two tile workers to be coming back soon. When they get back, he could ask them to help build one. Thinking of this, Meng Ye felt a lot more at ease. He patted Wang Lao Wu on the shoulder and said, Uncle Wang, let's call it a day. Come on, let's go to my house to eat. We wrapped wontons, and later let's drink a little less to avoid fatigue. Hearing there would be wontons to eat, Wang Lao Wu's eyes lit up, and he scratched his head a bit sheepishly. I feel a bit bad about this. I'm taking your wages and still mooching off your food. Oh, what's the big deal? As long as you work hard for me, not just for one meal, but for 10 meals, it's all good. Meng Ye laughed heartily, leading Wang Lao Wu towards Xiaomei's house. When they arrived at Xiaomei's house, the wontons had just finished cooking. The entire kitchen was filled with a white mist of steam. Upon seeing this, Meng Ye quickly stepped forward to help, transferring all the wontons from the pot into a large basin, then carried it into the room. Everyone gathered around the table, and Meng Ye served each person a large bowl full of wontons. Lao San, who had been listening to Meng Ye talk about the large leaf celery filling's deliciousness, could hardly wait. Taking the large bowl, Meng Ye didn't care whether it was hot or not. He directly picked up a wonton and popped it into his mouth. As he took a bite, scalding juice erupted, a salty freshness mingling with the crisp sweetness of celery. The meat filling was succulent and bouncy, the chunks of meat colliding with the minced celery in a delightful textural dance, while the wonton skin was tender and smooth, melting with the broth on his tongue. Yet this exquisite flavor came quickly and departed just as fast. Before Lao San could fully savor it, a sharp burning sensation swiftly invaded his taste buds. Damn! Hot! 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 The crushed wonton seemed to stir once more in Lao San's mouth. But even while howling in pain from the heat, he couldn't bring himself to spit out the wonton. After a few more stirrings in his mouth, the temperature of the wonton finally began to subside. Once Lao San swallowed it down, he picked up another wonton. Having learned from his previous lesson this time, he was more cautious, not directly shoving it into his mouth, but instead blowing on it first before taking a bite. However, the next moment Lao San's expression fell, looking utterly miserable. The previous wonton had been so hot that it numbed his tongue, leaving him unable to taste anything at all. Seeing Lao San's awkward state, Meng Ye teased him with a smile. What's wrong, Lao San? Is it not tasty? Lao San, with a pained face, shook his head and stuffed the remaining half of the wonton into his mouth. Though he couldn't taste it in his mouth, at the very least he had to indulge his stomach. Everyone laughed heartily and began to eat. Ah, this wonton is truly fragrant. It's my first time tasting such a fresh wonton. The wontons with large leaf celery filling are indeed delicious. This flavor, absolutely divine. After finishing this wonton, I'd be willing to be taken out and shot. Everyone praised while eating. But the more Lao San listened, the worse he felt, ultimately venting all his dissatisfaction onto the wontons, eating 3 big bowls before finally stopping. Before long, a large basin of wontons was empty. Everyone clutched their stomachs, sitting on benches with satisfied expressions. At this moment, Meng Ye looked at Meng Ye and asked, "By the way, Lao Air, I forgot to ask you earlier, how's your vegetable cellar?" "It collapsed a lot." "Oh, don't even mention it. It all collapsed. I'm thinking of digging out the vegetable cellar again tomorrow when I have time. When the bricklayer returns, we can build a sturdy one so it'll be safe to use in the future and won't collapse every time it rains." "All right. Second brother, I'll help you dig tomorrow." The group gathered around the table and chatted until it was dark before parting ways. After a few people left, Meng Ye cleaned up the table and then crawled into bed with Xiaomei. Holding the beauty in his arms, Meng Ye's hands began to wander restlessly. "I don't." Xiaomei playfully swatted away Meng Ye's hand, saying, "You still have to dig the vegetable cellar tomorrow, so go to sleep early." At this moment, Meng Ye was already eager. How could he not act? His hands began to roam, and he leaned in close to Xiaomei's ear. "Let's have a child together." "Aunt." Xiaomei's face instantly turned red all the way to the back of her ears, and she playfully buried her head in the blanket. Meng Ye chuckled and followed her inside. The details are omitted. The next morning, Meng Ye stretched his somewhat sore back and yawned. Just after finishing his wash, Lao San rushed over energetically. "Second brother, I'm here. Shall we get to work?" Meng Ye nodded with a smile, and the two of them carried shovels and hose to the site of the vegetable cellar. Meng Ye looked at the mess and already had new plans in his mind. He intended to dig the vegetable cellar deeper and larger so that he could store more vegetables. The two rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Fortunately, the soil in the collapsed area was quite loose, and within a short time, they had dug a large pit. They also unearthed various meats buried inside. "Such a waste of these old meats, they've all spoiled," Lao San said regretfully. "It is a bit of a waste, but it's all right. We can wash it and feed it to Chasing Wind and Little Tiger. It's not a total waste." At this moment, the two had already reached the bottom of the previous vegetable cellar and were preparing to dig deeper. Suddenly, Lao San's shovel seemed to hit something hard, emitting a crisp sound. "Second brother, I think I've dug up something," Lao San said with a puzzled expression. Meng Ye leaned over, brushed aside the surrounding soil with his hands, and discovered an old stone slab. The two of them worked together to lift the slab, revealing a passageway beneath. A rich, damp odor wafted out from the passage. Meng Ye and Lao San exchanged curious glances. "Second brother, could there be some treasure down there?" Lao San rubbed his hands together excitedly. Meng Ye was also intrigued. After a brief discussion, they unanimously decided to venture down the passage to explore. They intended to see what secrets lay hidden in this unexpected discovery. The two cautiously made their way down the passage. It was dimly lit, and they could only feel their way along the walls. Not long after, Meng Ye felt the wall suddenly vanish. He hurriedly pulled out a match from his pocket and struck it. With the faint light of the match, he scanned the surroundings and found that they had entered a small chamber. The walls were constructed of stone, and in one corner of the stone chamber lay a coffin. In the center of the chamber stood a table with an oil lamp and a notebook on it. There were also 2 large iron boxes. Curiously, Meng Ye approached, lit the oil lamp, and gently lifted the lid of the first iron box. Inside was a small hand-crank generator and a Model 39 radio. "Second brother, what's this?" Lao San leaned in, asking curiously. "This is a generator and a radio. I can't say exactly who left it here, but let me check this box first." Saying this, Meng Ye opened the second box, revealing a long wrapped oilcloth package bound with 3 layers outside and tied with a circle of hemp rope. Curiously, Meng Ye unwrapped the layers of oilcloth. Inside lay a gleaming Japanese military sword quietly resting. The blade was long and sharp, approximately 4 feet in length, resembling a silver dragon lying within. The blade was made of an unknown material, its surface exhibiting a unique sheen, subtly glimmering with a hint of purple, neither dazzling nor blinding, yet evidently resilient and sharp. The hilt was wrapped in black cloth, contrasting with the blade's cold light, adding an air of mystery and authority. Meng Ye picked up the sword and swung it gently a few times, instantly creating several sharp, whooshing sounds. Lao San marveled beside him. "Second brother, this sword is clearly left by the little devils. I suspect this was a Japanese intelligence station back in the day." Meng Ye nodded, carefully placing the sword down and looking at the notebook. He opened it. Although the handwriting was a bit blurred, it was still legible. June 16, 1942, sunny. I was assigned by the organization to a remote mountain village in the Xinjiang Mountains. Although it is in a remote location, it is an important gathering place for the Japanese military. This area is rich in gold, and after the Japanese army occupied it, they began large-scale gold extraction to send back to their country. My task is to lie low and gather intelligence for the organization in hopes of reclaiming this place soon. During my time here, I inadvertently discovered a tomb and later used the vegetable cellar as a cover to hide the radio. April 16, 1943, overcast. I fell in love with a girl from the village named Gui Ji who is kind and beautiful. I know my identity and mission, so I must keep this feeling hidden in my heart. But every time I see her, my heart races uncontrollably. However, today the Japanese army seems to have sensed my identity and their actions have become more cautious. I must speed up the transmission of information, but this also means I have to take greater risks. May 1, 1943, rain. I was captured by the Japanese army. They tortured me severely, trying to extract information from me. I gritted my teeth and endured the excruciating pain, saying nothing. I knew that if I leaked any information, countless compatriots would be in danger. Just when I thought my life was coming to an end, Gui Ji stood up, coming to plead for me with her father, the village chief. She lied to her father, saying she was pregnant with my child, threatening him to intervene for me, or she would jump into the river and commit suicide. Her father, helpless, had to take out half of his family assets as collateral, which saved my life. On September 2, 1945, under a clear sky, something unknown happened. The Japanese officer appeared furious and had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Gui Ji was returning home from the fields when she unexpectedly bumped into him, resulting in her being taken back to the military camp. Upon hearing the news, I hesitated not at all, grabbing my knife and charging into the enemy's camp under the cover of night. Fortunately, I arrived just in time to slit the throat of the Japanese officer from behind. Then I set fire to a large portion of the military camp. I had to do this because this time Gui Ji was truly pregnant with my child. On September 3, 1945, under a gloomy sky, I thought that the Japanese would retaliate against the village due to last night's events. However, to my surprise, they began packing their belongings and disappeared into the vast mountains with several large trucks. On September 5, 1945, under a clear sky, I finally received the news that the Japanese had chosen to surrender. We won. 14 years of arduous resistance against Japan. We finally won. But this also means my mission has come to an end. I may leave this place. Leave Gui Ji behind. On September 8, 1945, in heavy rain, my orders arrived, and I was indeed reassigned. Although the war against Japan had ended, many spies remained within Huaxia, and the nation and its people needed me. With military orders in hand, I had no choice but to go. This is a hard time for Gui Ji. Son, your father won't be there to see your birth. But your father has given you a good name. Let's call you Meng Ye. On June 18, 1947, under a sunny sky, I finally returned home. I must say this little Meng Ye really looks quite like me, though his legs are too short. Haha. On October 19, 1949, under a clear sky, New Huaxia was established, and I was granted a month of leave. This time when Meng Ye saw me, he seemed a bit unfamiliar, constantly hiding behind Gui Ji. He didn't even call me father. When I pulled out some canned food and compressed biscuits, the little guy's eyes lit up. This is fantastic. He started following me around, calling me father nonstop. On October 25, 1949, in gloomy weather, a telegram came from above stating there was an urgent mission. Reluctantly, I had to end my leave early. Looking at Gui Ji and Meng Ye in her arms, my heart felt like it was being sliced. Next time I will definitely spend more time with you both. The weather diary forever stopped on this page. Upon seeing this, Meng Ye let out a long sigh. As a fellow soldier, he could deeply empathize with the other's helplessness. In his previous life, it was the same. For the country and the people, he remained unmarried until the age of 40, who steadfastly holding the front line. Meng Ye's eyes turned slightly red as he gently closed the diary. Beside him, Lao San, who had never been to school, learned to butcher pigs from his father, only recognized a few simple Chinese characters. The contents of the diary were like a foreign language to him. Noticing Meng Ye's slightly reddened eyes, Lao San approached with concern and asked, "Second brother, what's wrong?" Meng Ye sighed lightly, emerging from his melancholic mood, and smiled broadly, saying this was not left by the Japanese spies. It was my father's diary from when he was on a mission. This military knife should be a trophy he obtained after killing that Japanese officer. After saying this, Meng Ye briefly explained the contents of the diary to Lao San. After listening, Lao San became respectful and gave Meng Ye a thumbs up. "Second brother, no wonder you're so impressive. You snuck into the enemy's headquarters and took out an officer. That's incredible." Meng Ye searched the tomb for a while longer, but finding nothing useful, he exited the grave, taking the military knife with him. Previously, when he encountered the large monkey in the fissure, he had thrown away the dagger that third uncle had given him. During this time, he had been without a suitable close-range weapon, so he decided to use this knife for a while. The two of them covered the entrance of the tomb again and made some camouflage to prevent it from being discovered. After handling everything, they continued digging for the vegetable cellar. In the Shaoxing'an Ridge, digging below 1 meter usually meant hitting sand, making it less labor-intensive. After working hard for over 3 hours, they finally dug a 5-meter deep pit. Fortunately, before digging, Meng Ye had specially left a rope, who otherwise they would have been digging their own graves. After finishing, Meng Ye was the first to climb up using the rope and started to play with the Japanese military knife in his hand. In the confined space of the tomb earlier, Meng Ye had only swung it a few times and hadn't exerted his full strength. Now liberated with the long knife in hand, Meng Ye completely let himself go, his movements graceful, the blade glinting, and the sound of cutting air echoed sharply. Lao San watched in awe, exclaiming in admiration. In the room, Wang Laowu, who was busy, poked his head out curiously to see what was happening outside. Upon seeing Meng Ye's blend of strength and grace in his swordplay, he too was left speechless and couldn't help but shout in praise. Good. Beautiful. Oh my. This knife play. It's really thrilling. Wang Laowu clapped his hands, cheering. Meng Ye practiced for a while, feeling slightly sweaty, and then stopped his movements. He then found a wooden post as thick as an arm and threw it straight into the air. The wooden post flew up and then fell down. Meng Ye seized the moment, exerting force from his waist, transferring it to his shoulders, then to his hands, and finally to the knife. Swish! A cold gleam flashed by, and the wooden post was directly split in half in midair. However, Meng Ye did not stop, executing another horizontal slash with the knife. The wooden post transformed from 2 pieces into 4, all falling to the ground. Looking around, one could see that the cuts on the wooden post were smooth, as if they had been machine cut. Lao San and Wang Laowu watched in astonishment, and after a long time they finally responded with loud cheers. This is amazing. Brother Meng Ye, your knife technique is truly exceptional. I've lived over half my life, and this is the first time I've seen such impressive knife skills. Yes, second brother, when did you learn this knife technique? Can you teach me? Meng Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Your pig slaughtering technique is already quite impressive. There's no need to learn mine. You should focus on improving your marksmanship first. Lao San pouted and said helplessly, second brother, it's not that I don't want to practice, but I just can't aim properly. Last time when eldest brother helped me set up a white wine bottle, I missed and almost hit him. Later, eldest brother said he wouldn't practice with me anymore. Meng Ye laughed and patted Lao San's shoulder. It's okay. In the afternoon, if second brother has nothing else to do, we'll practice with you. After saying that, Meng Ye's gaze fell back on the military knife in his hand. This knife, both in terms of material and sharpness, could be considered a top-quality item, but Meng Ye still sighed. Although the knife was good, its long blade was not suitable for use in the overgrown woods. The main issue was its inconvenience for carrying. He couldn't possibly carry a long knife every time he went up the mountain. Sigh. It's good, but it's too long and really not suitable for me, Meng Ye lamented. Wang Laowu, who was nearby, noticed Meng Ye's sigh and spoke up. Meng Ye, if you think the knife is too long, you can take it to the village's blacksmith shop, have him melt it down, and then recast it. Hearing Wang Lao's words, Meng Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Right, how did he not think of this? To reforge the knife into a size and style that suited him. Excited, Meng Ye slapped his thigh and immediately decided to go to the blacksmith shop. He thanked Wang Laowu and took the knife towards the village's blacksmith shop. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, an old blacksmith with gray hair, but in good spirits, was hammering iron. Grandpa, who? Are you busy? Meng Ye greeted him. The old man saw it was Meng Ye, grinned, set aside the almost finished iron piece, wiped the sweat from his face, and walked over. Hey, why do you have time to come here today? Hi, I'm just hoping to ask for your help. Saying this, Meng Ye handed over the military knife wrapped in oiled cloth. I would like to ask you to melt this knife and recast it. The old blacksmith took the knife and smiled. No problem, it's just recasting a knife, I've done it all my life. The old blacksmith spoke while unwrapping the oiled paper, but when he saw the Japanese military knife inside, his eyes suddenly widened and the rest of his words were choked back. The old blacksmith's expression instantly turned grave, revealing a hint of anger and complex emotions in his eyes. He held the military knife tightly, his hand trembling slightly. Child, where did you get this knife? The old blacksmith asked in a deep voice. Meng Ye was somewhat puzzled, but answered honestly, Grandpa, who my father obtained it after killing a Japanese officer back then. How do you recognize this knife? The old blacksmith took a deep breath and said slowly, recognize. It's not just recognition. I can never forget this knife in my life. It's this knife. It once slaughtered countless villagers. Blood flowed like rivers. The old blacksmith became more and more agitated as he spoke, nearly falling over, but Meng Ye reacted quickly and supported him. After a long time, the old blacksmith finally calmed down, looking at the military knife in his hand with a complex gaze, and finally shook his head. Meng Ye, although I can help you recast this knife, my skills are limited. The material of this knife is special, and my level might truly waste it. However, I can introduce you to someone. His name is Qin Ziyuan, a renowned blacksmith in the county, and my senior brother. Just mention my name when you go to him. He has a special furnace, perhaps it will work. Take this knife and try to find him. Meng Ye nodded in response. After handing the knife back to Meng Ye, the old blacksmith's eyes flashed with reluctance. Having worked as a blacksmith his whole life, his only wish was to forge a superb knife, but due to material constraints, he had never been able to fulfill that wish. Now that the opportunity finally came, the old blacksmith, thinking of this, let out a silly laugh, then looked at Meng Ye with an extremely serious expression. Kid, this knife has stained too much blood from villagers. It is a knife of slaughter, but now it is in your hands. I hope you can use it to protect the village. Meng Ye nodded vigorously and said solemnly, Don't worry, Grandpa, who. As long as I'm here, no one can bully Menjiago. The old blacksmith smiled with satisfaction, then took out a small cloth pouch from a drawer and handed it to Meng Ye. Here, this is a gift for you. When you meet the old man Qin, just hand this to him without saying anything, and he will understand. After chatting a bit more, the old blacksmith said he had to work and urged Meng Ye to leave. On the way home, Meng Ye was curious about what was in the cloth pouch, so he opened it. Untying the string at the mouth of the pouch, he found a round stone inside, with a number of honeycomb-like structures quietly lying within. To Meng Ye's surprise, the stone, which was the size of a fist, felt weightless in his hand. Meng Ye looked at the stone in his hand, filled with confusion. The stone was peculiar in shape and light in weight, and the old blacksmith must have had his reasons for giving it to him. Thinking of this, Meng Ye carefully placed the stone back in the cloth pouch and decided to discuss it with Qin Ziyuan when he met him. Back home, Xiaomei was cooking, and Meng Ye put away the knife and said to her, "Xiaomei, I have something to do tomorrow and plan to go to the county. Would you like to go with me? It's a good chance for us to buy some things we need for the wedding." Xiaomei showed a delighted expression and readily agreed, "Sure. I haven't been to the county in a long time. Just right for a stroll." The next day, Meng Ye set out early with the things he needed. Meng Ye initially thought about going with Meng Ye to help sell the ginseng. But his leg injury still hadn't healed, and he couldn't endure the jolting of the cart, so finally, he had to give Meng Ye the address of the medicine shop and warned him. Second, although this medicine shop is an old brand, there is a saying, a large store can deceive customers. Be careful when you go, remember. This ginseng can't be sold for less than $3,000. And remember to bring your gun. Don't worry, eldest brother, I know what I'm doing. After that, Meng Ye took Xiaomei borrowed a cart from the village committee and headed toward the county. Since Minjiagu was in a remote area, plus it had just rained a couple of days ago, the road was hard to travel, and it took them a full 5 hours to arrive. Upon reaching the county, Meng Ye first followed the address Meng Ye gave him and found the medicine shop he mentioned. The shop was located in the city center, a standalone courtyard with a huge sign hanging at the entrance displaying 3 golden characters. Bazitong, at that moment, a child stood at the entrance. When he saw Meng Ye and Xiaomei enter, he did not come over to greet them, but leaned against the door frame with a disdainful tone. "My master is resting today and won't see patients. If you want to see a doctor, come back tomorrow. We are here to sell medicinal herbs," Meng Ye said, patting his backpack. "Sell medicinal herbs? That won't do. We are resting today, I'll come back tomorrow. We can't wait until tomorrow. Please help me tell your master that I have high-quality medicinal herbs." With that, Meng Ye took out a piece of rock candy from his pocket and placed it in the child's hand. The boy's eyes lit up, instantly dismissing his earlier impatience and replacing it with excitement. "Hey, what are you doing? How about this? I will tell my master, but I can't guarantee he will come out. You can't take back this candy." "Don't worry, just let him know," Meng Ye replied with a smile. The child nodded, quickly stuffed a small piece of candy into his mouth, and dashed into the backyard. In the backyard of the Ba Ji Tang, an elderly man with graying hair, but full of vigor, was playing chess with a middle-aged man. The old man placed his cannon in front of the opponent's general, simultaneously blocking the man's retreat with his own general. Just as the man was deep in thought about how to respond, a clear child's voice interrupted his musings. "Master, master, a man and a woman outside say they have valuable medicinal herbs to sell. Will you meet them?" Before the old man could respond, the middle-aged man shouted loudly. "Meet them? Nonsense. Can't you see I am playing chess with your master? You have no awareness at all. Tell him to scram." The child trembled at the shout, his eyes welling up with tears, speechless. The old man frowned, glaring at the middle-aged man. "Cheng'an, do not be rude." Then he gently said to the child, "You tell him we are resting today, I'll come back tomorrow." The child felt as if a great burden had been lifted and hurriedly ran out. The middle-aged man grumbled, "Dad, look at how you've taught this disciple. He has no manners at all. Our family has been closed on the 15th for years, and yet he still comes to ask you. And now look, I've lost this game because of him." The old man shook his head, ignoring him, and began to reset the pieces for another game. Seeing the old man silent, the middle-aged man could only sit back in his chair and obediently play chess with him. Meanwhile, in the front yard of the Ba Ji Tang, the child ran back, somewhat displeased. Upon seeing Meng Ye and the others, he angrily declared, "My master said he wants see guests today. This is a rule we've upheld for nearly 100 years. Meng Ye frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, then reached into his backpack and handed a leaf of ginseng to the child. "Little brother, take this leaf to your master and tell him that if he doesn't meet me today, he will regret it." The child took the ginseng leaf, looked it over for a while, but couldn't discern anything special. After hesitating, he accepted it and ran back to the backyard. The middle-aged man was deeply engrossed when he saw the child rushing back. Just as he was about to lose his temper, the child hurriedly handed the ginseng leaf to the old man. "Master, the man outside asked me to give this to you, saying you will definitely regret not calling him today." The old man took the leaf, and as soon as he brought it close, his eyes widened. He didn't bother with the chess game, quickly stood up and walked outside. The middle-aged man, bewildered, asked, "Dad, where are you going?" The old man replied without looking back, "To meet a valued guest." Upon reaching the front yard, the old man cupped his hands towards Meng Ye and said, "Ha, young friend, please come in. I was just playing chess and did not entertain you properly, and my apologies." Meng Ye smiled slightly, took Xiaomei's hand, and followed the old man into the Baji Tang. The child looked on in astonishment. When did his master become so accommodating? Could it be because of that leaf? Just as the child was in a daze, Meng Ye and the old man entered the inner room. Potato, what are you still doing? Quickly serve tea to the guests. The old man shouted, and the child, referred to as Potato, snapped out of his confusion and hurried off to make tea. Watching Potato rush to make tea, the old man turned to Meng Ye with a grin and said, "Young friend, take out your good stuff. Oh, I want to have a look." Meng Ye opened his backpack and took out a bundle of moss, placing it on the table. "Please take a look, esteemed elder." Upon seeing the bundle of moss, the old man's eyes instantly brightened. Although he couldn't see the ginseng itself, the leaves were exposed. That was a 5-grade leaf. Moreover, judging from the color and texture of the leaves, it was definitely an aged ginseng. The old man was so excited that his hands trembled slightly as he carefully untied the string binding the moss bundle. As the bundle slowly opened, the roots of the ginseng began to reveal themselves. When the entire ginseng was fully displayed, the old man gasped in astonishment, standing up from his seat in shock. This was at least 100-year-old wild ginseng in excellent condition and could be considered a rare treasure. The old man's voice trembled with excitement. "Young friend, where did you obtain this ginseng?" "A fortuitous find." And Meng Ye smiled faintly, though inwardly he cursed the old fox. And this ginseng root had grown for decades, perhaps even centuries, blooming and bearing fruit each year. Countless seeds must have scattered nearby. And undoubtedly most of those seeds had matured over long years. And the elder's earlier remark had been a subtle probe to test whether Meng Ye was merely an inexperienced novice. The elder chuckled awkwardly, then straightened his expression. "Young friend, though Batsi Tang has stood as a century-old apothecary, such a rare ginseng demands meticulous appraisal before pricing." At that moment, the middle-aged man who had earlier scolded the child entered the shop. Upon seeing the ginseng, his face flushed with shock, and beneath it a flicker of avarice. His gaze locked onto Meng Ye, sharpened with scrutiny. "This ginseng, is it a forest-grown variety from Zhaojia village?" Meng Ye's brows knit in displeasure. He met the man's gaze coldly. "If you doubt me, then let it be. I'll seek another buyer. I'm certain many will vie for this root." So saying, Meng Ye rose and began rolling up the moss-wrapped bundle to leave. And the elder hurriedly stood blocking his path. "Guangjuan, do not be rude. Young friend, Batsi Tang will take this ginseng, and the price shall exceed your expectations." Thereafter the two negotiated terms and settled on a final sum of 320 yuan, slightly higher than Meng Ye's initial estimate. They exchanged money for goods on the spot, and Meng Ye then departed Batsi Tang with Xiaomei the coins safely in hand. And no sooner had Meng Ye left than the elder could no longer contain his elation. He paced feverishly around the table, nearly dancing with joy. "Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Ha ha ha. I never dreamed I'd lay eyes on ginseng of such exceptional quality in my lifetime." The elder rubbed his hands together, exhilarated. And beside him his apprentice Tu Do watched his master's fervor with curiosity and edged closer. "And master, this ginseng doesn't look as refined as those in our shop. Just look at it, wrinkled, dull, even slightly blackened." And the elder burst into hearty laughter and affectionately patted his apprentice's head. "You misunderstand entirely. Ginseng is classified as either yang or yin. Yang ginseng grows on sun-drenched southern slopes. Basking in abundant light, it matures swiftly and attains considerable size. Yin ginseng, by contrast, thrives in shaded ravines or nestled within rocky crevices. Its growth is painstakingly slow, yet its medicinal potency surpasses ordinary ginseng by several-fold." As the elder imparted this wisdom, the skeptical man slipped quietly out of Batsi Tang. Meanwhile, after leaving Batsi Tang, Meng Ye and Xiaomei followed the directions given by the village blacksmith, asking passers-by along the way, until they finally located the forge. Before even stepping inside, they heard the rhythmic clang of hammer upon anvil. And entering the shop, they found a broad-shouldered, middle-aged man wielding a heavy hammer, striking red-hot iron upon the anvil with fierce concentration. "Master, pardon the interruption," Meng Ye called out. Yet the man seemed deaf to his words, lost entirely in the cadence of his craft. Meng Ye raised his voice. "Master, pardon the interruption." Only then did the blacksmith pause, lifting his sweat-slicked face toward Meng Ye and replying in a deep, gravelly voice, "In just a moment. I'll be done shortly." With that he resumed hammering. And 10 minutes later, he set down his tools, wiped the sweat from his brow, and approached Meng Ye. "Apologies, I was utterly absorbed and didn't hear you. Are you here to purchase something, or commission a piece?" And Meng Ye smiled and waved his hand and hello. "I'm looking for Qin Yuan, the blacksmith." "That's my father. He hasn't lifted a hammer in years. The shop rests in my hands now. Whatever you need, tell me." "Very well. Please examine this blade. I wish to melt it down and recast it into 2 short swords." And Meng Ye unslung the oilcloth-wrapped bundle from his back and handed it to the man. "You may trust our craftsmanship, the finest across the entire county and all neighboring villages. Entrust it to me." As he unwrapped the cloth, his eyes widened in astonishment upon beholding the gleaming Japanese military saber, his sentence dying midair. After a stunned silence, he reverently cradled the blade and inspected it with meticulous care. "In Young man, this saber bears extraordinary provenance. Only senior Japanese officers were permitted to carry such a weapon. Its preservation is exceptional. Its value is immense. Meng Ye replied with a smile, and, Master, I know little of such things. I only wish to melt it and recast it into 2 short swords. To melt such a masterpiece would be a tragic waste. Let me propose this instead. I'll forge you 2 short swords in exchange for this officer's saber. What say you? And rest assured their quality and craftsmanship will rival, if not surpass, this very blade. I guarantee it. Meng Ye shook his head, declining firmly, this saber holds deep personal significance. I must melt it. Seeing Meng Ye's resolve, the blacksmith's face flickered with regret before he sighed deeply. Let me speak plainly, the steel of this blade is exceptionally rare, a true masterpiece. Even I cannot promise success in recasting it. Could you wait just a moment? I'll fetch my father from the rear courtyard. He may yet discern a way forward. But, my father's temper is rather sharp. Please bear with him. Without further delay, the blacksmith rushed into the courtyard, and soon returned escorting an elderly man with silver hair and an astonishingly robust frame. The elder strode directly to Meng Ye, appraising him from head to toe, then declared in a resonant voice, Young man, old Gada says you've brought a Japanese saber seeking to recast it. Where is it? Let the old man have a look. Meng Ye handed over the re-wrapped saber. The elder accepted it, yet before even unwrapping it, his eyebrows shot upward, murmuring softly, its weight feels unusual. And he weighed it thoughtfully in his palm, his expression turning sharply inquisitive. Then he unwrapped the cloth. At the sight of the saber, his gaze sharpened like a drawn blade. After prolonged, intense scrutiny, he spoke gravely, this is no ordinary officer's saber. Observe the distinctive pattern on the hilt. It was bestowed by the Japanese imperial family upon elite generals. Its worth is incalculable. And are you truly determined to melt it? Meng Ye clenched his jaw, resolute. Master, I have made my decision. And the elder frowned, pacing slowly as he pondered, then said, very well. If you insist, I will attempt it. However, recasting this blade presents extraordinary difficulty. I must prepare specialized materials, each carrying significant cost. At minimum 50 yuan. Can you accept this? If so, leave the saber with me and return in 10 days for news. Meng Ye nodded, agreed. And then he recalled the mysterious stone gifted to him by the village blacksmith Hu Taijiang. Elder master, this is for you. So saying, he placed the enigmatic stone into the elder's hands. The elder accepted it, puzzled, until the weight registered in his palm. His eyes narrowed sharply. Hastily opening the cloth pouch, he glimpsed the stone within, and instantly seized Meng Ye's shoulders, trembling with excitement. This stone, where on earth did you obtain it? Seeing the old man's reaction, Meng Ye was bewildered, but still answered truthfully. This is what the blacksmith who from our village gave me, saying that when I see you I should hand this stone over to you. The old man's face immediately lit up with wild joy, excitedly shaking Meng Ye's shoulder. Despite the old man's white hair, his strength was astonishing, causing Meng Ye to feel dizzy. Old Qin, stop shaking me. I'm going to be sick. Hearing Meng Ye's words, Old Qin finally released his grip. That's wonderful. Wonderful. Old Hu is alive. Old Hu is actually alive. This guy, he left without saying a word, making me search for him for so many years. Just wait until I see him. After the excitement, Old Qin hurriedly approached Meng Ye, his face filled with anticipation as he asked, Young man, which village are you from? Can you take me back to find Old Hu? Meng Ye was still confused, not understanding the relationship between them. Old Qin, what is your relationship with Grandpa Hu? What exactly is your relationship? Hearing Meng Ye's question, Old Qin sighed deeply, his gaze drifting towards the distant mountains as if he were speaking to himself. We both learned the blacksmithing craft from our master since we were young. Later, when the invaders entered the village, they began to burn, pillage, and commit all sorts of atrocities. To protect our lives, our master had no choice but to agree to help the invaders forge weapons. Old Hu, being a man of integrity, felt humiliated seeing our master helping the invaders forge weapons, so he took advantage of the night and left secretly. What he didn't know was that our master had another identity. In fact, he was an undercover agent assigned to the invaders by our organization. He was an outstanding party member, an excellent warrior. Unfortunately, at that time, there was no opportunity to explain things clearly to Old Hu. It has been 50 years since we last met. I wonder how he has been. And this stone is the token that our master passed on to the two of us. Listening to Old Qin's story, Meng Ye felt a surge of emotion and was filled with admiration for the blacksmith Hu. Old Qin, don't worry, my village isn't far from here. Once I finish buying things, I will take you back to find Grandpa Hu. Old Qin nodded, his eyes slightly red as he anxiously rubbed his hands together. Old Gada Ian. Old Qin chuckled awkwardly. Meng Ye. Oh, right, Meng Ye. I will go to the village with Meng Ye. During this time, keep a close eye on the shop's work, be careful, and don't let any problems arise. Don't worry, Dad. With me around, you can rest assured. By the way, what about the knife? I'll take it back with me. Together with Old Hu, we can definitely forge a good knife. As he spoke, Old Qin looked at Meng Ye and asked, Meng Ye, when shall we set off? Meng Ye looked at the sky, realizing that by the time they finished shopping the sun would be setting, making it unsafe to travel at night. Let's do it tomorrow. I still need to buy some things, so we'll set off early in the morning. Sounds good. If you two don't mind, you can stay at my place tonight, and we can have a good drink. Meng Ye didn't refuse. After agreeing, he went out to purchase goods. Although this was a county town, it was surrounded by rich coal resources with countless large and small coal mines. Most of the people in the county were miners. Since it was a high-risk job, the wages were significantly higher than normal jobs, even up to double. This had elevated the economic environment of the county, nearly rivaling that of ordinary prefecture-level cities. Meng Ye and Xiao Mei quickly found the supply and marketing cooperative in the county. This supply and marketing cooperative was nothing compared to the shabby one in Mengjiago. The entire cooperative was made up of 3 large tile-roofed houses connected together. Inside, the products were dazzling, ranging from needles and thread to bicycles and sewing machines, everything one could imagine. As Meng Ye and Xiao Mei walked into the cooperative, they were dazzled by the abundance of goods. Xiao Mei excitedly pulled Meng Ye's hand, curiously exploring everything like a child. Meng Ye chose several brightly colored fabrics to make clothes for Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei picked some beautiful floral cloth and red paper to use for their wedding. At that moment, Meng Ye's gaze fell on a 280 bicycle leaning against the wall of the cooperative, and his eyes lit up. Given his current financial strength, buying a car was a fantasy, but he could still afford a bicycle. Besides, taking a horse cart everywhere was simply too slow. So Meng Ye walked up to the counter to inquire with the salesperson. "Hello, how much is this 280 bicycle?" The female salesperson glanced at Meng Ye, then showed a look of disdain, spitting out the sunflower seed shell in her mouth. "Do you have a ticket?" "No." "Then what are you doing here to cause trouble? Look at you looking so poor, wanting to buy a bicycle. Even if I gave you a ticket, you couldn't afford it." The female salesperson showed no mercy, mocking Meng Ye with her words. Meng Ye stared coldly at the salesperson, causing her to shiver. "What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman before. If you're not buying, just leave and don't waste others' time," the salesperson said, forcing herself to maintain composure. Meng Ye withdrew his gaze and chuckled softly. Such a cliched scenario was something he had only seen in novels and dramas before. He never expected to encounter it himself today. At that moment, a figure brushed past Xiao Mei, accidentally bumping into her and quickly apologizing. I'm sorry. After saying that, the person hurriedly left the cooperative. Meng Ye looked at the hasty figure leaving and raised an eyebrow, then turned to Xiao Mei. "Xiao Mei, are you okay?" I'm fine. I just got bumped into it, it's no problem." Xiao Mei waved her hand. At that moment, Meng Ye's gaze fell on the cloth bag in Xiao Mei's hand. He noticed a large hole over a meter long at the bottom of the bag. Seeing this, Meng Ye's expression darkened. It seemed that someone had set their sights on them. This method of stealing is the most commonly used technique by street thieves, colloquially referred to as leaking vegetables. It means that with one swift cut, the wealth is revealed. Meng Ye looked up at the person who had just hurriedly left, but that person had already vanished from sight. At this moment, Xiao Mei also noticed the large tear in her bag, showing a look of shock on her face. "Oh, my bag. When did it get this big tear?" Meng Ye forced a smile and comforted her, saying, "It's okay, let's just forget about this bag. They'll buy you a new one soon." Xiao Mei quickly waved her hand, saying, No need. Why spend that unnecessary money? When we go back, you'll just find a piece of cloth to patch it up. It's still quite good, why throw it away? Out with the old, in with the new. Besides, we're getting married soon, you should also dress yourself up a bit, shouldn't you?" After some thought, Xiao Mei shyly nodded in agreement. However, she seemed to think of something, and suddenly looked up at Meng Ye. "Oh no, Meng Ye. Fortunately, you didn't leave the money with me just now, or it would have been lost." After saying this, Xiao Mei patted her chest, her face filled with fear. This scene naturally caught the attention of the saleswoman. The saleswoman wore a gloating expression. She had worked at the supply and marketing cooperative for several years, and it was obvious that Xiao Mei's bag was the work of a thief. They had long grown accustomed to such incidents. As long as nothing was stolen from their counter, they couldn't be bothered. "Oh, if you don't pay attention when you go out, your bag ends up like this, and you still come to buy things," the saleswoman said sarcastically. Xiao Mei's face immediately turned red, her eyes full of embarrassment and grievance. A cold glint flashed in Meng Ye's eyes as he glared at the saleswoman, his tone icy cold. "Say that again." The saleswoman was startled by Meng Ye's gaze, feeling as if the Meng Ye before her was not a human, but rather a fierce tiger ready to tear her apart. The saleswoman wanted to say something, but the words stuck in her throat and could not come out. Meng Ye did not bother arguing with her anymore. Instead, he grabbed Xiao Mei's hand and resumed their stroll through the cooperative. Meng Ye visited the sewing machine and watch sections, nodding in satisfaction after getting a rough idea of the prices. In the 1960s, the term 3 major items was not popular yet, primarily due to the 3-year famine. It was already quite good for people to have enough to eat, let alone these items. It was not until the early 1970s, when the situation in China stabilized, that people gradually became wealthier and the spare money in their hands could support some additional expenses, leading to the concept of the 3 major items. The 3 major items naturally refer to bicycles, sewing machines, and watches. However, nowadays, purchasing these items requires not only money but also special tickets. For example, to buy a sewing machine, one must have a sewing machine ticket, and to buy a watch, one must have a watch ticket. Both are indispensable. The main issue is that these relatively precious tickets are usually distributed as rewards to employees or leaders by their units. Even if ordinary families have money, they can only stare longingly. Meng Ye and Xiao Mei wandered around the cooperative buying some red paper, red cloth, and items for their wedding. They also bought Xiao Mei a brownish-yellow bag. Originally, Meng Ye wanted to buy her a red one, which would be festive for the wedding. But Xiao Mei said the red was too eye-catching and too ostentatious to carry outside. In the end, she chose the most ordinary bag. Meng Ye did not object and smiled while paying. After finishing their shopping, just as Meng Ye and Xiao Mei stepped out of the cooperative, a sharp voice came from behind them. "Stop! You are not allowed to leave." Meng Ye turned around to see the saleswoman who had just made things difficult for Xiao Mei, hands on her hips, pointing at the two of them and shouting, "You're not allowed to leave. I've lost a watch. I suspect it was stolen by you two." Meng Ye's expression darkened, and he said in a cold tone, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. Just as you left, my watch went missing. If it wasn't you who stole it, then who did?" The saleswoman shouted loudly. At this moment, several burly men rushed out from behind the counter, each wielding a club as thick as an arm. Who the hell dares to steal here?" The leading man shouted with a fierce look. "It's them. Those two. It's these two who stole the watch from the cooperative." Upon hearing this, several strong men rushed towards Meng Ye and Xiao Mei, surrounding them. The leading man looked at Meng Ye with a cold smile and said, "Kid, you have some guts to dare to steal from the cooperative. This is theft of state property, and you could end up in jail. And if you were just stealing a needle or a thread, it wouldn't be a big deal, but you specifically chose to steal something valuable. We didn't steal anything, you are slandering us." Xiao Mei's face turned pale with fear as she tightly grasped Meng Ye's arm. The saleswoman sneered, "Stop making excuses. If it wasn't you two who stole it, then did the watch sprout wings and fly away? Li Go, search them. The watch must be on them." Upon hearing the saleswoman's words, several burly men began to slowly close in on them. The commotion over at Meng Ye's side naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding people, and the innate curiosity of the Chinese people kicked in, with many gathering around. "Don't push. Don't push. What's going on? What's happening? You're late, you don't know? This man and woman stole a watch from the cooperative and got caught. Wow, this young couple has some guts. They actually dared to steal from the cooperative. Are they seeking death? They are so young and not learning well. Look at what they're wearing. I bet they came from the countryside, really uncultured." However, at this moment, Meng Ye did not have the time to care about the gossip of the crowd. Instead, he looked grimly at the approaching burly men. "They'll say it again, we didn't steal anything. You can call the police." The burly man sneered. "Oh, look who's so tough. Don't worry. We have already sent someone to the police station, but before the police arrive, we need to search you. Guys." As soon as the burly man's words fell, several figures lunged towards Meng Ye. Meng Ye coldly snorted, pushing off the ground with his right leg and sweeping a kick at the waist of the leading burly man. The burly man let out a muffled grunt, kicked far away, crashing directly into the counter and knocking the items on it all over the place. Seeing this, the other men hardened their hearts and swung their clubs at Meng Ye. Meng Ye shoved Xiao Mei into the crowd while he nimbly darted between the clubs, seizing the opportunity to grab one man's arm and forcefully throw him towards the other burly men, causing chaos among them. The saleswoman saw this and screamed, "This is outrageous. They stole something and still dare to hit people." The onlookers began to point fingers, moralizing against Meng Ye. Just as the scene was in chaos, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded, followed by a man in a police uniform parting the crowd and walking in. "Stop it. What's going on here?" The authoritative voice of the police officer instantly silenced the crowd. The saleswoman hurried forward to report, exaggerating the events. The officer glanced at the burly men lying on the ground, groaning in pain, frowned, and looked at Meng Ye. "Comrade, do you have anything to say?" Meng Ye took a deep breath and calmly said, "We didn't steal anything, as she is deliberately framing us." The officer nodded. "Okay, I need to conduct a routine check on you. Please cooperate." Meng Ye nodded, extending his arms to cooperate with the officer's check. After a thorough search, the officer indeed found no watch, but in Meng Ye's bag, he discovered thick stacks of renminbi. Seeing this, a hint of excitement flickered in the officer's eyes, and even his hand gripping the bag trembled slightly. However, he quickly suppressed it and turned his gaze to Xiao Mei. "This lady, you only need to hand over your outerwear and bag for me to check. As for your body, we will have a female colleague come and take you to the changing room for inspection later." Xiao Mei, feeling somewhat helpless, looked towards Meng Ye, and upon seeing him nod, she followed the officer's instructions and began to take off her outerwear. But just as she removed her coat, a silver object fell out of Xiao Mei's pocket. It landed on the ground with a crisp sound. It was a brand new watch. Seeing the watch fall to the ground, Ziyumi's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze frantic and helpless as she looked at Meng Ye. "Meng Ye, this is not what I stole," Xiao Mei said, her voice trembling. Meng Ye nodded and pulled her into his embrace. "I believe you." At that moment, the crowd of onlookers began to scold them. "What the hell? Caught red-handed and still acting. Comrade guard, stop wasting time with them. Just take them away. Exactly. What era is this? Still out here stealing. Have some decency for your ancestors. Hearing the crowd's shouts, Xiaomei pressed her head tightly against Meng Ye's chest, her body starting to tremble. The guard sneered coldly. Caught in the act, come with me. I now suspect that the money in your bag is also stolen. All confiscated. Hearing this from the guard, Meng Ye raised his eyebrows, seemingly understanding the entire situation. It was obvious. Someone was eyeing the money in his bag. After failing to steal money from Xiaomi's bag, they resorted to this despicable method to frame him. Moreover, this guard, who appeared to be righteous, was definitely bribed. Once Meng Ye handed over the money, he and his accomplices would surely split it. If they left only 10 or 20 bucks claiming it was the confiscated stolen goods, even if Meng Ye had a reason, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Realizing this, Meng Ye sneered. Only he and Xiaomei along with 3 others knew about the money in his bag. Those were the 3 from Bezitong. The apprentice potato had not even matured, so he naturally lacked the cunning. It had to be that father-son duo causing trouble. At that moment, Meng Ye's peripheral vision caught sight of a figure at the edge of the crowd. It was the son of the old Dr. Lu Guangjuan. He was looking at Meng Ye with a cold smirk, showing no intention of hiding. Meng Ye's heart sank as he cursed inwardly at this insidious schemer. The ginseng in their hands must have been thoroughly examined, and not only did they take advantage of him, but they also wanted to reclaim the money. Truly greedy. Meng Ye turned his attention back to the guard and sneered, "How much did they promise you?" The guard froze, a flash of panic crossing his face, but it was quickly suppressed. "What money? Stop talking nonsense. Come with me." With that, the guard pulled out a shiny pair of handcuffs from his waist and aimed to cuff Meng Ye's wrist. Meng Ye snorted coldly. Just as the handcuffs were about to close around his wrist, he shook his wrist, and like magic the handcuffs suddenly turned back, locking the guard's wrist tightly. Before the guard could regain his senses, Meng Ye twisted his wrist again, cuffing the guard's other hand as well. The guard was shocked and tried to struggle, but Meng Ye kicked his knee, causing him to kneel down. Due to the momentum, the guard lost balance and fell face first to the ground, blood instantly rushing from his nose. Damn, is this guy crazy? He actually dared to hit a guard. Crazy, crazy. This kid is tough. After hitting someone, he doesn't even run. Is he waiting for the other guards to catch him? Ha ha ha, this is too thrilling. He'll be bragging for days after this. Before, we always saw guards hitting people, but today, unexpectedly, the guard got beaten and ended up in a dog-eat-dog situation. Stop just watching the commotion. Hurry and call the guard station. If someone gets killed, it'll be a big deal. Hearing the onlookers wanting to go to the guard station, the kneeling guard showed a hint of panic on his face. After much effort, he managed to get up and shouted at Meng Ye. "Kid, I advise you to let go of me quickly. Otherwise, when my colleagues arrive, you won't be spared." Meng Ye shrugged, kicked the guard in the back, and gave him another dog-eat-dog treatment. Li Guangjuan at the back of the crowd was sweating profusely, cursing, "Damn it. Useless. After so many years as a guard, what are you doing? Can't even handle a young person. This won't do. If other guards come, 3,000 bucks will be down the drain." Clearing his throat, Lu Guangjuan shouted at the top of his lungs, "Comrades, this couple is habitual offenders. Just the other day, they stole my wallet. How did the great chairman teach us? We must dare to fight against our enemies. We cannot let the remnants of the old society disrupt our new China. Let's work together to capture them and rescue our good comrades." Hearing Lu Guangjuan's shout, the onlookers instantly became excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, all gazing at Meng Ye with fierce expressions. Seeing his shout take effect, Lu Guangjuan was overjoyed, picking up a shovel from the corner to join the fray against Meng Ye. Seeing this, Meng Ye sighed helplessly. It seemed he would have to move his muscles and bones today. Just as the crowd drew closer to Meng Ye, a sudden uproar erupted from outside the crowd. The crowd parted, revealing 7 or 8 guards who stepped forward. Upon seeing the guards subdued by Meng Ye, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They quickly drew their handguns from their waists, their faces grim as they aimed at Meng Ye. "Get down. Hands on your head," shouted the leading guard. Seeing the numerous gun barrels aimed at him, a relaxed look appeared on Meng Ye's face. He took comfort in the fact that the more people there were, the easier this matter would be to resolve. "I want to speak to Director Chen," Meng Ye said. Hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, but the guns in their hands remained pointed. "Don't try to stall for time. Get down now. What makes you worthy of talking to Director Chen? Who do you think you are? You guys, move in. Subdue him immediately." Just as several guards were about to take action, another figure stepped into the crowd from outside. The newcomer was in his 40s, dressed in a uniform, and walked into the crowd with a straight posture. Upon seeing the guards kneeling on the ground with their hands cuffed, his expression darkened. He was about to speak when he noticed Meng Ye grinning at him. "Meng Ye, what are you doing here?" The man was none other than Director Chen, a former comrade of Meng Ye's father. Seeing Meng Ye, Director Chen walked up excitedly and patted him on the shoulder. "You brat, why didn't you let me know you were coming? Come on, let me treat you and your wife to a good meal." At this moment, Director Chen was too happy to remember the incident involving the assault on the police. At this time, a guard leaned in and whispered, "Director, this guy is the one who stole something and assaulted the police earlier. What do you think we should do about this?" Upon hearing this, Director Chen frowned and cursed, "Bullshit. Stop wasting my time with this nonsense. My nephew could never do something like that. After saying this, Director Chen turned his gaze to Meng Ye and continued, "Nephew, tell me what happened." Meng Ye nodded and recounted, "I was picking out things with Xiao Mei when suddenly someone bumped into her. At first I thought nothing of it, but when that person walked away, I realized Xiao Mei's bag had been slashed open." As he spoke, Meng Ye lifted Xiao Mei's bag to show it to Director Chen. The experienced Director Chen immediately recognized the origin of the cut on the bag, and a glint of cold light appeared in his eyes. "There are only a few thieves in the county. If we round them up one by one for questioning, we will surely find out who did it." Meng Ye continued, "Later when we were about to leave after shopping, the shopkeeper stopped us claiming we had stolen his watch, and sure enough a watch was found on Xiao Mei. I suspect that watch was planted by that thief. As for why he deliberately framed us, I can only guess. It seems this guard responded a bit too quickly after our incident. We had barely left when he showed up." After saying this, Meng Ye glanced meaningfully at the guard. Upon hearing Meng Ye's words, Director Chen realized there was surely something amiss, and his expression gradually darkened. At this moment, the guard kneeling on the ground was helped up by two companions. Seeing Director Chen's serious expression, he began to feel anxious, fearing that if the director found out, his job would be in jeopardy. Suddenly, Director Chen shouted, "What the hell is going on here?" The guard was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. If not for the support of others, he would have likely collapsed on the ground. His voice trembled as he stammered, I was just responding to a normal call. And then this happened." "Normal response? What kind of bullshit is that? If I remember correctly, you just asked me for leave earlier today. You said your mother-in-law was hospitalized." The guard immediately panicked, his eyes darting around, not daring to meet Director Chen's gaze. Seeing the guard in such a state, Director Chen's anger boiled over. He raised his foot and kicked the guard in the stomach, sending him flying far away, shouting, "Damn it! What the hell are you doing wearing that uniform? If you don't give me a clear explanation today, I'll strip you of that uniform right now." Hearing Director Chen's words, the guard was instantly terrified. He had dragged many people down with him to get this job, and if he lost it now, his life would be ruined. Thinking of this, the guard fell to his knees with a thud, a mournful expression on his face, as he said, "Director, I'll tell you everything. Someone asked me to keep an eye out here, and as soon as there was a conflict with the shopkeeper, I was to respond and catch them. I was foolish." "Who paid you?" Director Chen asked, his eyes wide with fury. The guard hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said it was Lu Guangjuan from Bazitong. He said that guy had a lot of money on him, and if I caught them, we would split the money afterwards." "Director, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me this once." Director Chen snorted coldly. "For your own selfish desires, you've done something so disgraceful. How could someone like you be part of the people's force?" He turned to Meng Ye with an apologetic expression. "Meng Ye, it's my fault for not managing my subordinate while causing you to suffer. Don't worry, I will definitely give you justice in this matter." Meng Ye waved his hand. "Uncle Chen, I haven't really suffered. I just want to clarify the matter." Director Chen patted Meng Ye on the shoulder. "All right, hearing that from you puts my mind at ease. I'll have them handle this matter immediately. You two go take a break at my office, and later tonight, I'll treat you both to something good." After saying this, Director Chen turned to the guards and said in a deep voice, "Now, immediately, go and bring back Chen Guangjuan." "Yes, yes, yes," the guards replied and hurried off. Director Chen patted Meng Ye on the shoulder somewhat apologetically, saying, "I'm sorry, Meng Ye, for making you witness such a farce. By the way, is there anything you need while you're in the county? You need tickets for anything you want to buy. If you're lacking something, just tell your uncle." Hearing Director Chen's words, Meng Ye's eyes lit up. Not wanting to be polite, he directly said, "Uncle Chen, I want to buy a bicycle, a sewing machine, and a watch." "What, a bicycle, a sewing machine, a watch?" Director Chen exclaimed. In the resource-scarce 1960s, none of these items were cheap. Just one could nearly equal an ordinary family's annual salary. His original intention was to ask what Meng Ye needed to buy him something as a way to make up for his father's regrets. However, he never expected Meng Ye to ask for a bicycle, a sewing machine, and a watch. Even as a director, it would take a huge chunk out of his finances. Seeing Director Chen's troubled expression, Meng Ye grinned and said, "I have money, I just want you to help me get a few tickets." Hearing this, Director Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly realized something. "Wait, where did you get so much money?" Meng Ye smiled and explained about buying ginseng. Director Chen burst into laughter, calling Meng Ye lucky. Then he turned to the salesperson and said, "Go to the storeroom and get a new bicycle, a sewing machine, and a watch for my nephew. He'll have someone bring the tickets to you tomorrow." The salesperson, who had previously looked down on Meng Ye, now wore a face of disbelief. "We can only issue receipts with tickets." "Bullshit. What? Do I need to call your leader to make it work?" Seeing the salesperson's lack of respect, Director Chen slammed his hand on the counter. The salesperson trembled in fear. He had long heard of Director Chen's notorious reputation. Although he was the director of the Security Bureau, rumors circulated that he had connections in both the underworld and the law, making his words carry significant weight in the county. With this thought, the salesperson put on a bitter face and issued a receipt to Meng Ye. Meng Ye exchanged money for goods, loading them onto the cart, and under Director Chen's lead, they arrived at a relatively well-decorated restaurant. After a satisfying meal, it was already past 9 at night when Meng Ye bid farewell and returned to the blacksmith shop. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed the lantern was still lit. Meng Ye gently knocked on the door, and a voice came from inside. Coming, coming. Moments later, Master Qin's son rushed out to open the door for the two. Sorry for disturbing your rest at such a late hour. Meng Ye said, a hint of apology in his tone. Oh, it's nothing. We've already tidied up the room for you. The pillows and blankets are all clean. By the way, what did you buy that requires such a big box? As he spoke, the man's gaze fell upon the wooden box on the cart. Well, since I'm getting married, I bought a bicycle and a sewing machine, Meng Ye said candidly without hiding anything. Hearing this, the man's face displayed a look of shock as he clicked his tongue. You kid are impressive. You really don't show your true self. You can actually afford these things. I've begged my dad for years, and he still won't buy me a bicycle. Meng Ye smiled broadly. If you like it, you can keep it for now and ride it for a while. The man quickly shook his head. No way. This is your stuff as a couple. When the time comes for your wedding, tie a big red flower on the front and ride it to fetch the bride. That would be quite a scene. After a few more exchanges, they parted ways. Lying on the kang, Xiao Mei stared blankly at the paper-covered ceiling, lost in thought. Everything that happened today was something she had never experienced in her life. She even felt like this was a dream. What are you thinking? Seeing Xiao Mei lost in thought, Meng Ye leaned in and asked, ever since being with you, why do I feel like I'm dreaming? I'm even afraid that when I wake up it will all just be a dream. Meng Ye gently hugged Xiao Mei, kissed her forehead lightly, and spoke softly. Don't worry, this isn't a dream. If you don't believe me, look. As he spoke, Meng Ye's hand slid under the hem of Xiao Mei's clothes. Hey, don't mess around, we're not at home. Xiao Mei's face turned bright red in an instant. After breaking free from Meng Ye's grasp, she wrapped herself tightly in the blanket resembling a large flower caterpillar. All right, I was just teasing you. Let's sleep. Give me half of the blanket, okay? No way. You don't keep your word. Xiao Mei pouted, refusing to loosen her grip on the blanket despite Meng Ye's explanations. In the end, Meng Ye spent half the night feeling cold. In the later part of the night, Meng Ye, feeling cold and needing to use the restroom, was too tired to get up. After struggling for a while, his urge to relieve himself finally overcame his sleepiness. Meng Ye slowly crawled out of bed and prepared to head to the restroom. Pushing the door open, Meng Ye scanned the area but couldn't find the restroom. Fortunately, the yard of the blacksmith shop was spacious, so he found a corner to relieve himself. Just as Meng Ye took out his gun, he suddenly heard some hushed voices nearby. However, due to the distance, he couldn't make out what they were saying. Meng Ye jolted awake, instantly alert. It was the middle of the night, and anyone out at this hour couldn't be good news. With this in mind, Meng Ye stealthily approached the direction of the sound. Outside the blacksmith shop, 7 or 8 figures dressed in black were whispering to each other. Brother Jun, are you sure you want to use the gun? This could lead to someone getting killed. Brother Jun, I have an elderly parent and young children to support, and my whole family relies on me. If Meng Ye were present, he would immediately recognize that the man referred to as Brother Jun was Lu Guangjuan, the one who had repeatedly troubled him. Lu Guangjuan looked grimly at the others and scolded, if you don't want this job, then get lost. Why should you each get $100 for taking a little risk? Don't dawdle. Hurry up. First use the gun to scare them, and if that doesn't work, then shoot. Remember, aim for the legs. Don't shoot anywhere else. Whoever causes a death will bear the responsibility themselves. All right, stop dawdling and put on your masks. Let's go in. Upon hearing Lu Guangjuan's words, the others steeled their resolve. $100 was equivalent to half a year's salary for them, and going in to steal something was incredibly simple. Watching Air Liza, you two go in first to scout the terrain and see what's going on. Got it, Brother Jun. Immediately, 2 of the black figures agilely climbed over the courtyard wall and entered the yard. Their movements were extremely skilled, indicating that they often engaged in such activities. 20 minutes later, Lu Guangjuan outside the courtyard began to grow impatient and spoke to his 2 remaining companions. You two go in and see what's taking so long. It's almost half past. Why haven't they returned yet? Shortly after, 2 more entered, but after waiting for half an hour, there was still no news. At this moment, Lu Guangjuan began to feel anxious and contemplated retreating. However, thinking of the $3,000, his hesitation vanished. Gritting his teeth, he whispered, let's go. We'll all go in together. I want to see what's really going on.